MOU male, second-year student. As the confirmation of his identity was completed, the gates of Tianhua Inn Academy gradually swung open, welcoming this young scholar. On the electronic screen, a slightly youthful visage harmonized with simple details, as if heralding the commencement of an extraordinary journey. A delicate, fair hand gently waved, and a sky-blue card was retrieved from the sensor area, carefully tucked into its owner's pocket. The boy named MOU, with equally fair skin and sky-blue hair dancing in the breeze, could not conceal the weariness and fatigue reflected in his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and forced himself to survey his surroundings, then lowered his head and turned towards a smaller door to the side. Passing through the small door led him into a meticulously tended artificial greenbelt. MOU strolled along the stone-paved path, extracting a piece of chocolate from his pocket, unwrapping it, and savoring it in his mouth. He found a tree on the periphery to sit beneath, leaning against its trunk while gazing longingly at the immaculate clouds in the sky, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. MOU, the professor is looking for you. Please go to him as soon as possible, announced a half-intelligent robot, no taller than his knee, emerging from the woods. Its metallic, cylindrical body appeared both clumsy and endearing. With a gentle, synthesized electronic voice, it conveyed the professor's summons, its eyes glimmering with anticipation. I don't have time right now. Please tell him I'll see him later. MOU gently patted the robot's dome, his tone laced with a hint of regret and helplessness. He stood up, watching as the robot wobbled away into the depths of the forest, a smile playing on his lips. Originally a labor-type robot, it had been transformed by MOU and a teacher into a bridge of communication between them. Though a communicator would have been more convenient, MOU favored this quaint and warm manner of interaction. Today, MOU's presence here was no mere coincidence. He had an important appointment, albeit with a boy rather than a girl. This boy, named Lar, held an inseparable bond with MOU. Recalling that rainy day a decade ago, a warm surge filled MOU's heart. They had been mere children then, the rain pouring heavily as if even the heavens wept for their sorrow. Yet, it was on that very day that Lar made a steadfast promise. I will surely help you fulfill your wish without fail. Surely, MOU murmured to himself, a smile resurfacing on his lips. He was no longer that tearful child. His wish was on the verge of realization, and that promise was about to be fulfilled. His heart brimmed with anticipation and joy, yet it was tinged with a semblance of unease and doubt. Lar, didn't we agree? Why has it come to this? Though he had sensed something amiss, the confirmation of Lar's absence still left MOU feeling a pang of disappointment. Sitting on the ground, he hugged his knees, staring vacantly ahead. Lar had recently been shrouded in mystery in the past. He would never have missed their appointments, even when reprimanded by his father. Why then, was he repeatedly absent now? Confusion and worry swirled within MOU. He must have something going on. MOU tried to convince himself, yet the unease within him burgeoned like wild grass. It had been an entire month since he last saw Lar, with no news from him at home or school. He pulled out his communicator, hesitating over whether to dial that familiar number. Ultimately, he set the communicator aside. He knew that even if he called, what would it change? If Lar truly wished to meet, he would surely come to find him. There was no need to force it. As night deepened, starlight sprinkled across the greenbelt. MOU leaned against the tree trunk and slowly closed his eyes. He did not know when he would awaken or when Lar would appear, but he believed that one day they would reunite to fulfill that uncompleted promise. At the moment he dialed the number, MOU gently pressed the communicator to his ear, and the steady, familiar voice of the middle-aged professor resonated, the very same who had conveyed messages to MOU through Star One. Hello, is this MOU? What urgent matter do you have? Star One has arrived at my location. If you are preoccupied, you may come later. It is no trouble. The professor's tone revealed a hint of concern. Professor, it is I MOU. His voice was low and resolute. I shall come immediately. Are you all right? Do you need to rest for a moment? The professor's words were filled with care, but he soon acquiesced. Very well. I shall await your arrival here. After ending the call, MOU rose, bidding farewell to the tranquil woods. Upon returning to the classroom, he sat by the window, propping his chin on his hands, his gaze wandering aimlessly beyond the horizon, oblivious to the lesson unfolding before him. The professor, noticing his demeanor, cast a few concerned glances, but chose not to say more, silently lamenting. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, the sun dipped low in the west. On this day, Mo's spirit was overshadowed by gloom, his heart heavy with melancholy. As night fell, he returned to his modest abode in the civilian district, a simple two-story structure furnished only for his solitary dwelling. In the twilight, the small house appeared even more desolate lying on his bed. Mou gazed through the window at the distant lights, quietly planning his itinerary for the following day before succumbing to slumber. In his dreams, the figures of his parents faintly appeared, their smiles warm yet distant, always just beyond recognition. Meanwhile, at the city's other end, atop a high-rise building, a group of individuals stood in silence. Among them, two figures were particularly striking. One was the boy Lar, and the other a middle-aged man. Lar, the very one whom Mou had been eagerly awaiting, now gazed back with a mixture of nostalgia and reluctance, casting an apologetic look towards the middle-aged man as he sighed. This feeling, I find it hard to let go. I appreciate your company. Here let us set forth now. The middle-aged man, who identified himself as number 3, regarded Lar kindly and softly reassured him. There is no need for concern. It was I who intruded upon you. Your feelings resonate with me. Once one chooses to protect, one must bear the loneliness and responsibility that comes with it. From now on, you may call me number 3, and I shall refer to you as number 13, if that pleases you. Lar acquiesced softly, yet he could not resist glancing back towards the distance, where Mo's dwelling lay. The lights now extinguished, leaving only a profound silence. Number 3 gazed into the vast sky, speaking with depth. Humans have harbored hope since time immemorial. Regardless of where they find themselves, they strive to protect those they love. They yearn for power, yet often find themselves yearning in vain, engulfed in emptiness. Conversely, those who possess power traverse the currents of time and space, living and dying, experiencing sorrow and joy, ultimately returning to the same fate. Perhaps this is the unique destiny of humanity. With that, he sighed softly and turned to leave, Lar following closely behind, his steps resolute. As the two departed, the pinnacle of the high-rise returned to stillness, leaving behind a myriad of unsolved mysteries and profound sentiments. This year was the year 6344 of the Common Era. The sound of beeping echoed in the tranquility, akin to the whispers of time, reminding humanity of its unique place. Whether in the vast past or the elusive future, we are the most resplendent beings in the cosmos. As the speed of matter approaches the limits of light, time seems to crystallize into still images. Yet, once that ineffable boundary is surpassed, the future and the past become as malleable as clay in human hands. However, this miracle of surpassing the speed of light is accompanied by a paradox. The slower one moves, the closer one is to the impenetrable barrier of light. Chapter 2. The Temporal Authority. In this realm meticulously overseen by the Temporal Authority, each endeavor to traverse time necessitates meticulous scheduling and approval. Private attempts at temporal alteration are strictly forbidden taboos. From the moment of birth, every individual is assigned a primary timeline, the very foundation of our existence. Any time experienced through temporal shifts is but an illusory pseudo-time. Primary time and pseudo-time run parallel like twin souls, each abiding by distinct trajectories. Nevertheless, the beauty and peril of pseudo-time coexist. Humanity, adrift in this realm of illusion, cannot linger for long. A stay exceeding 3 months hastens the decline of life, leading inexorably to an unavoidable end. Thus, those who illicitly navigate through time are branded as pseudo-timers, while their nemesis, the timekeepers, bear the weighty responsibility of upholding temporal order and capturing the pseudo-timers. The Ramptis theory, akin to an insurmountable iron law, proclaims the cruel truth that one cannot encounter oneself. Time and space, an enigmatic and intricate domain, is underpinned by theories as vast and alluring as the starry sky. As the wheel of history rolls forward, in the year 6344, beneath the starry sky of the 34th colonial satellite, a youthful heart experiences an unprecedented flutter. This moment, the tranquility of the night is shattered by a series of electronic synthetic beeps, heralding the welcome ceremony for the new student, Mou, at Tianhuan Academy. On the electronic screen, a somewhat juvenile visage is paired with simple personal information, and as the great doors slowly swing open, a delicate white hand gently retracts a sky blue card, subsequently tucking it into a pocket. This 16-year-old boy, bearing similarly fair skin and flowing sky-blue hair, appears listless at this moment, his eyes half closed, betraying a profound weariness. He stifles a yawn, striving to open his eyes, surveys his surroundings, and then lowers his head once more, turning towards a small side door. Beyond the small door lies a meticulously arranged artificial greenery. Mo Wuyu strolls along the cobblestone path, retrieves a piece of chocolate from his pocket, tears open the wrapper, and savors this simple sweetness. Exiting the grove, he finds a tree on the periphery to sit beneath. Leaning against the trunk, gazing into the horizon where the pristine clouds float, yet his mind is awash with myriad thoughts. Mo Wuyu, the professor is looking for you. Please proceed promptly. A knee-high semi-intelligent robot emerges from the thicket. Resembling a metallic cylinder, its voice soft and electronic, Mo Wuyu lightly pats its rounded top and replies gently, "I'm not available right now. Please tell him I will come by shortly." The robot nods, its eyes shimmering with light, before wobbling away into the woods. Originally intended for labor, this semi-intelligent robot has transformed into a bridge of communication between Mo Wuyu and a teacher through their clever intervention. Though communicators are more convenient, Mo Wuyu prefers this unique mode of contact. Today, his inattentiveness is due to an important appointment, though the subject of this meeting is not a girl, but rather a boy. Recalling that rainy night at the age of 6, a smile involuntarily graces Mo Wuyu's lips. Back then, he was merely an innocent child, filled with sorrow and helplessness. Yet, it was on that rainy night that he heard a steadfast promise. "I will certainly help you fulfill your wish." Without fail, as the years have passed, Mo Wuyu is no longer that tearful child. He eagerly anticipates the realization of his wish, as well as the fulfillment of that promise. He murmurs softly, "In the end, I must rely on him, but he should be arriving soon." However, time slips away quietly, and the footsteps he awaits do not come. Mo Wuyu rises and turns to look behind him. What appears is not the person he has been waiting for, but 3 unfamiliar faces. They respectfully inform him that Lar is unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances, but everything has been arranged, and he may proceed tomorrow. Although Mo Wuyu had anticipated this, hearing the news still elicits an unavoidable pang of disappointment. He nods gently, signaling for the 3 to depart. Once they vanish into the woods, Mo Wuyu returns to the ground, murmuring to himself, "Lar, wasn't it agreed upon? How could this happen?" He attempts to console himself with various justifications. Lar has been mysteriously elusive lately, never late before. Surely something important must have arisen. Yet, even so, the feelings of disappointment and worry remain inescapable. He produces his communicator, his heart brimming with curiosity and concern for Lar's state. Tomorrow, they shall meet, and the unfulfilled promise and wish shall gradually unveil their mysterious veils with their reunion. Dialing the familiar number, Mo Wuyu gently presses the communicator to his ear, as if to bridge the distance between them. "Hello? Is this Mo Wuyu? Is there an urgent matter?" The voice of a calm and gentle middle-aged man resonates from the other end. The same professor who previously instructed Star 1 to contact Mo Wuyu. "Professor, it's me, Mo Wuyu." His voice is slightly subdued, yet conveys an unmistakable resolve. "I will come over now. Please wait." Upon hearing this, the professor's concern shines through. "Mo Wuyu? Are you feeling all right? Should you rest for a moment? Well, since you insist, I will wait for you here." After ending the call, Mo Wuyu rises and slowly departs from the tranquil grove, in the classroom. He sits by the window, resting his chin on his hands, yet his gaze has long transcended the podium, drifting towards the boundless sky outside, as if all his worries have floated away with the clouds. The professor casts several concerned glances his way, ultimately sighing softly, and resumes his lecture without further comment. Time slips by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, a day has quietly elapsed amidst Mo Wuyu's contemplation and reverie. As night falls, he drags his weary body back to the humble 2-story dwelling in the commoner district. The interior is simply furnished, devoid of excessive decoration, and only Mo Wuyu's solitary figure appears particularly lonely beneath the dim light. He lies on his bed, gazing through the window at the world illuminated by myriad lights, silently pondering the events of the morrow. Gradually, his consciousness begins to blur, and he drifts into slumber in his dreams. He seemingly sees his parents smiling at him from a distant horizon, their expressions warm and familiar yet forever out of reach. No matter how hard he strives, he cannot distinctly perceive their features. The intertwining of dreams and reality leaves him unable to discern heaven from earth. Meanwhile, not far from Imo Wuyu, atop a towering building, a group of figures stands silently. Among them, two stand out, the young Lar and a middle-aged man. Lar's gaze remains fixed on the distance, towards the direction where Imo Wuyu resides. Observing this, the middle-aged man gently counsels, "Lar, you have stood for a whole hour. It is time to let go." Lar, upon hearing this, displays a flicker of regret and helplessness, offering a bittersweet smile as he responds, "It is merely that this emotion weighs heavily upon me, difficult to sever. I appreciate your presence here, but now we must depart." The middle-aged man withdraws his gaze, looking at Lar with a gentle yet resolute expression. "There is no need for such self-reproach. It is I who have been abrupt. I can understand your feelings. But these are trials you must endure for your growth. Since you have chosen to protect, you must courageously confront this solitude. From now on, you shall call me number 3, and I shall refer to you as number 13. How does that sound?" Lar nods gently in assent, yet his eyes instinctively seek the distance once more. There, Imo Wuyu's modest abode has succumbed to the night, its lights extinguished, leaving only silence and darkness. Number 3 gazes into the vast sky, his voice low and philosophical. Humanity, since time immemorial, has yearned for the light of hope. Regardless of the corner of the world one occupies, people guard their loved ones in their own ways. Yet, disparate hopes often dissolve into the void, while those endowed with special abilities traverse the endless time and space, fulfilling their respective missions. Life or death, good or bad, sorrow or joy, amidst this intricate tapestry, all ultimately converge upon the same conclusion. In the torrent of fate, the shared joys and sorrows of humanity unfold. With this, number 3 lets out a soft sigh and turns to leave. "Lar, it is time for you to embark." Lar gazes back one last time with reluctance before resolutely turning away, stepping with determination into the building behind him. As the two depart, the crowd atop the building gradually disperses, leaving behind only emptiness and tranquility. This night is imbued with countless mysteries and lingering sentiments, seemingly foreshadowing future unrest. In the grand tapestry of history, the year 6344 is but a fleeting instant. Yet it also represents a resplendent chapter in the annals of human civilization. In this year, humanity has left its mark on the vast cosmos, with high-tech achievements such as material particle systems and antimatter systems emerging in abundance, ushering humanity into an unprecedented golden age. Travel beyond the speed of light is no longer a dream. Time and space traversal has become a quotidian reality for mankind. However, all this brilliance came to an abrupt halt amidst a conflict known as the Final War. The Human Federation emerged victorious from this war, becoming the sovereign of the universe. The pseudo-timer. This is the term used by the Federation to refer to those who illegally traverse time and space. Conversely, the timekeepers are a special organization born to combat the pseudo-timers. Little is known to the outside world about the specific duties and responsibilities of the timekeepers, except that they are the sworn enemies of the pseudo-timers. Relentless in their opposition, curiosity abounds regarding the enmity and entanglements between the two factions, yet the veil of mystery remains unlifted. In the aftermath of war, the Federation established the Temporal Bureau to oversee and manage the flow of time and space, proceeding with utmost caution in every action, fully aware of the weighty responsibilities they bear. Nevertheless, in this era replete with challenges and opportunities, humanity continues to harbor dreams and hopes, steadfastly forging ahead on a glorious path. As the first rays of morning sunlight filtered gently through the gaps in the curtains, they caressed the face of Imo Wuyu. Slowly, he opened his eyes, awakening from a dream filled with warmth and longing. The smiles of his parents and his initial encounter with Lar felt strikingly vivid yet distant. He understood that, regardless of how the future may unfold, he must confront every challenge and adversity in life with courage. For he believed that as long as love, dreams, and hope reside within his heart, nothing is impossible. Last night, his dreams lingered, and Lar's figure seemed to be at his side, her eyes brimming with reluctance and affection. However, as dawn broke, Imo Wuyu awakened from this ephemeral warmth, returning to the starkness of reality. He gently tidied his modest room, retrieving a simple breakfast from an almost empty pantry. Imo Wuyu's upbringing was humble. Having lost the protection of his parents and relatives at a young age, He relied on the charity of those who called themselves friends. It was only with the arrival of Lair that her father, Aling Mond, became a bright spot in his life. Yet, Imo Wuyu, possessing a resilient character, was unwilling to lean too heavily on others, accepting only enough assistance to make ends meet. Chapter 3. Friendship in this small abode devoid of semi-intelligent robotic assistants. Every task required his personal attention. This perseverance served as a safeguard of his memories of his parents. Each item bore the warmth of the past, reminding him to remain true to his original intentions. After breakfast, calls from Lair's family echoed from outside, prompting Imo Wuyu to prepare himself minimally before setting off with them towards Lair's home. Soon, an elegant mansion came into view, Lair's residence. A place Imo Wuyu had grown quite familiar with. Since their acquaintance, it had become a sanctuary in his heart. Upon entering the mansion, the servant who had led him quietly withdrew, leaving Imo Wuyu to proceed alone. He navigated the long corridor with ease, arriving at the heart of the mansion, the grand hall. Inside, Lair's father, Aling Mond, and the butler, Lok Mond, awaited his arrival. As Imo Wuyu stepped into the hall, he politely greeted Aling before inquiring with concern about Lair's whereabouts. "Uncle, how has Lair been? It has been a month since I last saw her, and I am quite worried." Aling chuckled heartily, a glimmer of warmth and helplessness flashing in his eyes. "Ah, Imo Wuyu, there is no need for such urgency. Lair has her own arrangements, and I cannot predict when she will return. Your concern for her is heartening, but children must learn to fly on their own as they grow. Your weekly inquiries are a testament to the bond we cherish. Lair is a headstrong child. I trust she will manage everything well." Imo Wuyu, though reluctant to accept this, understood the depth of Aling's words. He sighed softly. This waiting, while bitter, made him cherish the bond he shared with Lair even more. He knew that no matter where Lair might be, the pure friendship and profound emotions they shared would remain his most treasured possession. Aling approached Imo Wuyu. Her gentle voice soothingly spoke. "As for Lair, let her handle her affairs. I have promised her silence, and I must ask you to continue trusting her. You have known each other since childhood. Your understanding of Lair surpasses mine. Allow her to pursue her path. I believe that in the near future, she will return with something worthwhile, for you are irreplaceable in her heart." Listening intently to Aling's words, Imo Wuyu's eyes shimmered with trust as he nodded gently. He understood Lair's character. Behind the regret of not fulfilling their childhood promise lay unspoken burdens. As his thoughts swirled, a serene smile crept across his lips. Aling, noticing this, felt warmth in her heart and nodded in acknowledgement before gently saying, "It is getting late. We should set off. Although Lair cannot accompany us, I believe she wishes for you to fulfill this wish alone. Come, let us go together." "All right," Imo Wuyu replied, and with Aling, he re-entered the carriage under the guidance of Butler Locke. As the wheels began to roll, the half-hour journey seemed to stretch infinitely, and Imo Wuyu's heart grew increasingly anxious. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, their destination came into view. Upon disembarking, 3 imposing battle robots stood sentinel before him, their steel forms guarding this enigmatic realm. After a brief exchange with the guards, Aling and the soldiers, one soldier piloted a military transport aircraft into the sky, transporting the 3 through layers of defenses straight to the core area. Imo Wuyu pressed himself against the window, gazing out at the astonishing array of defensive installations below. But what truly stunned him was the sight of the colossal machine. This machine rested upon a circular metallic base, with 4 platforms extending outward, each supporting a curved metallic pillar resembling the claws of a great beast, tightly grasping the unknown secrets. The transport aircraft descended steadily above the machine, safely placing the 3 on the ground. As he beheld this gigantic construct, an indescribable awe surged within Imo Wuyu, a profound stirring from the depths of his soul. Just as he was lost in admiration for the machine, Aling had concluded a brief conversation with the reception personnel. She turned to Imo Wuyu, beckoning him. "Wuyu, come here. Allow me to introduce you. This is General Shi, who will command this mission." "Hello, General Xina," Imo Wuyu greeted politely, his eyes filled with curiosity towards the enigmatic commander. General Shi's face was partially concealed by a black metallic mask, with red accents outlining a formidable visage. The peculiar mask made Imo Wuyu slightly uneasy, yet he quickly adjusted his demeanor. Focusing on the impending mission, General Shi chuckled heartily, addressing Imowuyu. Imowuyu, a splendid name. I trust you are eager to embark on this journey? Without further ado, follow me, and I will introduce you to the key element of this mission, the time gate. The time gate? Imowuyu gasped in astonishment. This was indeed the pinnacle of Federation technology, a miraculous portal capable of precisely controlling time and space travel. General, she firmly grasped Imowuyu's hand, leading him toward the imminent time gate. As the staff operated the machinery, a point of rainbow light began to coalesce above the disk, slowly rising and elongating, ultimately transforming into a grand oval of light. This luminescent orb resembled a smooth mirror, gently enveloping the light from Imowuyu's side, with the colorful radiance swirling within, breathtakingly beautiful. Are you ready? Step inside, and leave the rest to us. You have 3 hours. After that, we will retrieve you. General, she patted Imowuyu's back, encouraging him to take that decisive step. Imowuyu inhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the light gate. Just as he was about to step through, he turned to look at Aling, who offered him a final supportive smile. Thus, he stepped forward, crossing into the unknown realm of the time gate. Beyond the door lay a dazzling kaleidoscope of colors, as if Imowuyu had entered a dreamscape woven from light and shadow. However, this overwhelming awe was short-lived. The brilliance abruptly faded, replaced by a place achingly familiar to Imowuyu, his childhood street, where the well-known window awaited just a short distance away. As this, where we lived when Mom was still here, Imowuyu murmured softly, a torrent of complex emotions swelling within him. He advanced slowly, scrutinizing his surroundings. Although this street bore a resemblance to his memories, every detail whispered of differences, as if he stood at the intersection of two parallel worlds in this land, both familiar and foreign. Imowuyu commenced his temporal journey. He understood that this was not merely a simple revisit of the past, but a profound cleansing of the soul and an opportunity for growth in the ensuing 3 hours. He would seek the fragments of memories long concealed by time, re-examining his past and future. The streets here seemed to be gently etched by the passage of time, appearing both brand new and strangely alien. Yet, Imowuyu's heart felt shrouded beneath heavy clouds, leaving him little room to appreciate the scenery around him. His gaze remained fixated on the distant window radiating warm light. The curtain danced with shifting shadows, resembling a painting on the verge of revelation. Suddenly, the scene shifted. A hand stealthily emerged, slowly pulling aside a corner of the curtain, akin to unveiling the night. Imowuyu's heart raced, anticipating the moment when the figure he yearned for would finally appear. His heartbeat echoed in his chest, almost bursting forth, as the curtain unfurled inch by inch. The intertwining feelings of anticipation and tension formed an invisible web enveloping him tightly. However, in that decisive moment, the scene before him became shrouded in mist, rendering it hazy and indistinct. The curtain had fully opened, yet the face he had longed to see remained elusive, like a mirage just beyond reach. Immediately, the distortion of space engulfed everything like a whirlpool. 3 indistinct figures abruptly materialized within Imowuyu's line of sight, followed by an irresistible force that struck him, pulling him into a realm of darkness. When Imowuyu opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a desolate expanse. The street where he had once lingered was now utterly deserted. Even the spot where he had stood had been consumed by the night. Behind him, a figure silently faded into the vast darkness, as if it had never existed. Imowuyu abruptly sat up, but was met with utter blackness before he collapsed heavily back onto the bed. After a spell of dizziness, he gradually acclimatized to his surroundings. The pale white walls exuded a faint fragrance, rendering everything both unfamiliar and perplexing. He strained to recall the events, but could only remember the sudden impact and the ensuing darkness. Struggling to sit upright, he felt a dull ache in his chest, a remnant of the collision. He attempted to move his limbs, only to discover that his entire body felt as though it had been coursed through with electricity. Tingling and weak. What on earth was happening? Why was he here? Just as he was engulfed in a sea of questions, the door to the room gently swung open. 2 young individuals clad in casual attire entered. A golden-haired youth and a golden-haired maiden. Their features bore a resemblance, both possessing slightly pointed faces and warm smiles, though the boy's eyes sparkled a vibrant emerald and the girl's glimmered with a soft azure light. Their presence infused warmth into the cold room. "Who are you?" Imowuyu's voice quivered with confusion. What has become of General Shi and Uncle Alling? Why am I here? What is this place? A torrent of questions erupted from him, yet the two individuals appeared somewhat awkward and troubled. After a brief silence, the golden-haired youth cleared his throat, his voice crisp yet gentle. Mr. Wu Yu, please allow me to introduce myself. You are aboard the Thought battleship. I am Xios, and she is Lanya. We are deeply surprised and apologetic for your arrival. You currently find yourself in a world that is entirely different from what you know. However, rest assured, your physical condition is stable, and we will do our utmost to care for you. Chapter 4. The Whirlpool the Thought? A battleship? Mo Wu Yu's mind was a tumult of confusion. These terms were both foreign and distant to him. He endeavored to organize his thoughts, yet it felt as though he was ensnared in an immense whirlpool from which he could not escape. Observing his disarray, Xios continued to elucidate. Indeed, this is an unforeseen incident of temporal displacement. During the process, we inadvertently drew you into it. Although it is unfortunate, please believe that we harbor no malice. We are currently working diligently to resolve this issue and will expedite your return to your rightful world. But Mo Wu Yu hesitated, fully aware that he had only 3 hours to return, and it now seemed an impossible task. I have no time left. Upon hearing this, a complex expression flickered across Xios' face, yet he maintained a calm demeanor as he replied. Mr. Wu Yu, please trust us. Although the situation is somewhat precarious, we will strive to do our best. Your health is our foremost priority. You must rest and recover. Having spoken, Xios and Lanya exited the room, leaving Mo Wu Yu alone to ponder. He lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling light, engulfed in a sense of helplessness and anxiety. However, as time elapsed and the effects of the medication began to wane, his body gradually returned to a state of normalcy. When Mo Wu Yu awoke once more, he found himself able to move freely. He donned his clothing and pushed open the door, stepping into the corridor, which was eerily quiet, interrupted only by the occasional sound of machinery in operation. He traversed the corridor, navigating countless corners and long hallways until he finally arrived in a spacious hall. In the center, several sofas and coffee tables were arranged, while a semi-intelligent robot diligently busied itself with cleaning. Only a handful of individuals occupied the hall, some lost in thought, others perusing documents, seemingly indifferent to Mo Wu Yu's presence. Mo Wu Yu approached a side table, grabbed a bottle of beverage, and settled onto a sofa, quietly observing this unfamiliar world. Just then, Xios' voice reached him from behind. Mo Wu Yu, you are awake. He turned to see Xios and another golden-haired youth striding toward him, both clad in space suits and holding helmets, exuding an aura of gallantry. Yes, I just wanted to take a walk, Mo Wu Yu replied with a smile. Noticing their attire, he inquired with curiosity, where are you headed? Xios smiled and explained, we are undertaking an important mission that necessitates the wearing of spacesuits for preparation. He gestured toward a nearby holographic screen displaying intricate star maps and data. Mo Wu Yu nodded. Though he did not fully comprehend, he was nonetheless captivated by this air of mystery and grandeur. Silently, he sat on the sofa, watching Xios and the other youth as they busied themselves, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotion and admiration within him. He recognized these individuals as true warriors, venturing forth into the unknown cosmos at great peril. As time passed, Mo Wu Yu gradually acclimated to this strange environment. He began to engage with Xios, Lanya, and the other crew members, learning about their lives and work. Through these interactions, he experienced an unprecedented sense of warmth and care. He realized he was no longer a solitary traveler but rather a member of this familial collective. Yet, as night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Mo Wu Yu would still reminisce about his distant home and the loved ones awaiting his return. He was uncertain when he would return to that world, but he believed that as long as love and hope resided in his heart, he would surely find his way home. Did you truly step into the vast cosmos beyond the ship? Xios mused, gazing down at his space suit with a bitter smile, slowly stating, well, you will find out soon enough. This vessel is, in truth, the secret battleship of the pseudo-timekeepers, inadvertently pursued by the timekeepers amid a mission's shadow. While we have managed to escape to this point, we cannot evade their watchful eyes. Just now, we were merely executing a reconnaissance task, not yet entangled in conflict, yet it seems a storm of confrontation is all but inevitable. Upon uttering these words, Xios' expression grew grave as he took a deep gulp from his drink, as if wishing to dispel the gloom that hung over him. Wu, taken aback, felt a tumult of emotions within him. The war among the pseudo-timekeepers had arrived so unexpectedly, and the path to escape was undeniably fraught with thorns. The previous veils of concealment and evasion suddenly made sense, yet they only deepened his unease. However, Xiao swiftly adjusted his demeanor, striving to offer reassurance with as much firmness as he could muster. Do not fear. Once we shed the timekeeper's entanglements, I will ensure your safety and escort you home without fail. Despite the slight hint of uncertainty in his words, they were sufficient to instill a flicker of warmth and hope within him. Wu, at that moment, upon confirming the news, an unexpected sense of calm washed over him. Wu. He smiled gently and softly replied, "All right, I shall await the moment you return me home. For now, I will take my leave." With that, he slowly rose, preparing to depart from this tumultuous space. However, just as this tranquility was about to be shattered, Xiao's communicator abruptly rang, the urgent tone striking like thunder, instantly darkening Xiao's expression. He cast a hurried glance at the communicator, then turned to Wu, leaving no trace of reluctance behind as he uttered an unfinished farewell. Pulling the youth beside him as they hastily exited the hall, Wu watched their retreating figures, a swirl of confusion within him, yet a peculiar curiosity stirred, compelling him to follow and uncover the truth. Wu quickened his pace, jogging to catch up with Xiao's and the other youth, soon matching their stride. With a tone laced with earnestness, he softly implored, "I wish to see what is happening. May I accompany you?" Upon hearing this, Xiao's halted, turning to face Wu, a complex emotion flickering within his deep-set eyes. Ultimately, he simply nodded, his tone carrying a barely perceptible chill. "Very well, but this journey is fraught with unknown dangers. We may not be able to attend to your safety, so you must exercise caution. Rest assured, I will take care of myself," Wu replied resolutely, his eyes gleaming with undeniable determination. Xiao scrutinized Wu for a moment, seemingly perceiving a certain resolve within his gaze, and chose not to say more, turning to continue forward. Under Xiao's guidance, Wu arrived at another, more expansive hall. It was already filled with numerous individuals, their expressions equally anxious and tense, as if awaiting a moment of great significance. Xiao's weaved through the throng, ultimately locating Lanya, the girl who had accompanied him to visit Wu. They exchanged a few brief words before Xiao's turned and vanished into the depths of the crowd. Wu stood in the center of the hall, surveying his surroundings, feeling utterly out of place amidst the atmosphere. A sense of confusion and helplessness washed over him, yet the people around him seemed engrossed in their own thoughts. Oblivious to his presence, at that moment, Lanya approached him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Wu, come with me, it may be dangerous here. Xiao's instructed me to protect you." Hearing this, a wave of warmth surged within Wu, and he gratefully glanced at Lanya before following her to a relatively quiet room. A few individuals were already seated within, and upon seeing Lanya and Wu enter, they nodded politely in acknowledgement. Lanya, accompanied by Wu, found a vacant seat and softly explained, "This is our observation point for the battle situation. Through the screens, we can witness the unfolding events in real time." Wu gazed curiously at the screen, which displayed a myriad of complex images and data. He quietly inquired of Lanya, "What exactly is happening here? Is it merely to observe these?" Lanya smiled gently, pointing at the screen, and said, "Look, it has begun." As the command center issued orders, 20 combat robots surged forth from the ship like arrows released from a bow, swiftly dispersing into several small teams, prepared to execute their missions. Among them, Belly stood out as the only young pilot. Gripping the control stick tightly, his eyes fixed ahead, filled with a fervent desire for battle and a resolute belief in victory. "The Timekeeper?" Belly silently repeated that name, his gaze alight with determination. He understood that this battle was not just about proving himself, but also about avenging his father. He silently vowed never to let his father down. However, the course of the battle took an unexpected turn for halt. The reconnaissance robot detected the enemy unit and reported to the group. The porcelain-white figure abruptly halted mid-air, seemingly taunting them in a fit of rage. Belly activated the thrusters, preparing to launch an attack, but at that moment, a translucent halo rapidly expanded around the enemy robot, instantly penetrating Belly's machine. "Damn it! Why can't I move?" belly desperately pushed the control stick. Yet all instruments had ceased functioning, leaving him helplessly banging on the control panel. Mo, watching from the screen, felt his heart race, unable to comprehend how the enemy could so effortlessly control the situation. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered out, plunging everything into darkness. An inexplicable fear surged within Mo, as if something was stealthily approaching him in the shadows. He widened his eyes, attempting to see through the darkness, but all he could perceive was an abyss of blackness. Abruptly, he felt a strange energy penetrate his body, only to vanish without a trace. The discomfort and unease of that moment nearly suffocated him. In the darkness, a steady male voice resonated. "Everyone, remain calm and do not move. I have contacted the command room. News will arrive shortly." With his soothing words, the crowd gradually regained their composure. Mo also endeavored to steady his breathing, striving to break free from the terror he had just experienced. As time passed, the wait in the darkness grew unbearably long. Yet Mo knew this was not the moment to yield. He must remain alert and vigilant, ready to confront any situation that might arise. In this prolonged wait, he gradually came to realize the true desire within himself. He yearned to be a part of this battle, to wield his strength to protect those who mattered most. Finally, when the first beam of light pierced the darkness, illuminating the entire room, Mo understood that a new battle was about to commence. He stood up, gazing at the images on the screen, his heart brimming with unprecedented resolve and courage. He knew that no matter the challenges and obstacles ahead, he would forge ahead relentlessly until he achieved ultimate victory. Chapter 5. Disparity. Mo sat upright in his seat, filled with profound curiosity about the impending unknown operation. He lowered his voice and inquired of Lanya once more, "What exactly is that porcelain-white combat robot? Is our mission solely to confront this solitary machine? The disparity in strength seems excessively vast." "Disparity?" Lanya scoffed lightly, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation and disdain. "If quantity alone determined everything, we would have already secured victory. However, this contest hinges upon the chasm of technology and strength. Even if we doubled our numbers, the prospect of triumph would still remain bleak. Our choice to engage in battle is merely a last resort. The combat robot, named the Timekeeper, has come with the intent to hunt us down. Escaping its pursuit is nearly an impossible task for us." Just as Mo was about to press further, a man suddenly stood up, announcing in a booming voice, "The command center has confirmed the situation. The battleship's power compartment has sustained severe damage, and the backup energy will activate in 1 minute. Everyone, swiftly locate your commanders to receive the latest directives." Upon hearing this, Lanya quickly rose, gently tugging at Mo hand, and whispered, "Follow me." Mo felt a tight grip on his wrist as he hurried after Lanya through the dimly lit corridor. The moment the backup energy activated, the entire space seemed to come alive, yet their steps never faltered. Mo had barely caught his breath when Lanya finally halted, releasing his hand. She pushed open a door, and Mo followed closely behind. Stepping into an unfamiliar space in this new environment, they first encountered Shios, who was fully equipped and eagerly reporting to Lanya. After a brief exchange, Shios led Mo to an equipment room. "This is a specially designed spacesuit," he explained, "which not only offers standard protection but also enables survival in extreme conditions." As he spoke, Shios retrieved a heavy suit from the shelf and handed it to Mo. Mo accepted it with both hands, feeling its weight and realizing the formidable challenge that lay ahead. Shios continued without pause, "This NA-41 laser tranquilizer pistol may prove useful in critical moments. The magnetic dagger switch is located on the protrusion of the handle, making it both discreet and practical. Additionally, there are these old-fashioned bombs for emergencies, healing agents for injuries, energy nutrient injections to replenish stamina, and compact food and water supplies for sustenance." Finally, he placed an identification chip into Mo's arms, emphasizing its importance. "This chip is crucial. It can identify Allied forces within a kilometer radius." Burdened with the array of equipment, Mo looked up and asked, "What must I do?" Shios pointed toward a nearby changing room, replying succinctly, "Go there and put on these supplies. We will wait for you outside." With that, he turned and headed for the door, leaving Mo to confront the pile of gear and the impending unknown. Inside the changing room, as Mo donned the equipment, he contemplated the weight of this newfound responsibility. When he finally exited the changing room, he found Lanya already equipped and patiently awaiting him. She assessed him from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. You look good, though it may be a bit heavy, and no matter. Let's go. They must be anxiously waiting for us. Stepping outside, Imo Wuyu noticed a sizable gathering of individuals, each clustered in groups, the atmosphere tense and grave. Xios waved at him from within the crowd, signaling him to come over. Following Lanya, Imo Wuyu reached Xios's side, where a middle-aged man was solemnly outlining the tasks. Everyone, our mission consists of two parts. First, secure our safe evacuation from this location. Second, ensure the safety of our new member. Both are of utmost importance, so please keep them in mind. Xios, acting as the representative, inquired of the middle-aged man, known as Uncle Feng. Uncle Feng, how should we proceed with the evacuation? Uncle Feng pondered for a moment before responding. We will depart via small transport ships. While these vessels can only support a single jump, they are sufficient to distance us from danger. All personnel aboard will utilize this method for a scattered retreat. Every person saved is a victory. His tone conveyed a blend of resignation and resolve. At Uncle Feng's command, the group swiftly boarded the transport ships. Within the cockpit, Uncle Feng reminded everyone through the communicator. Once ready, we will take off immediately. Please brace yourselves for impact. This journey will be fraught with risk. Imo Wuyu donned his helmet, a swirl of emotions flooding his mind. He had never anticipated being thrust into such an unexpected battle, nor did he foresee being relentlessly pursued by the enemy. Yet, he knew he had no choice but to prepare according to Uncle Feng's instructions. As the transport ship ascended slowly, their respite was short-lived, for they were soon locked onto by the enemy's sole fighter craft. Uncle Feng swiftly activated the jump device in an attempt to flee, but the enemy reacted even faster. A blinding beam of light streaked across the sky, hurtling toward the transport ship. In that critical moment, Uncle Feng exerted all his strength to maneuver the ship for the jump, yet they could not completely evade the deadly ray. The beam struck the rear of the transport ship, triggering a violent jolt. Imo Wuyu felt an overwhelming force binding him, as if he were about to be torn apart. He struggled to maintain consciousness, but waves of dizziness and nausea crashed over him. At this life-or-death juncture, he could only grasp the handrail tightly, praying for a miracle. When tranquility returned, Imo Wuyu discovered, to his astonishment, that he was still alive. He opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself enveloped in darkness, with the transport ship nowhere in sight. He realized he might have been swept into the unknown expanse of space. In that moment, Imo Wuyu was filled with fear and confusion. Yet he understood he could not simply give up. He had to seek out hope for survival and find the way home. Thus, he struggled to rise and began to navigate through the darkness. This sudden battle not only tested Imo Wuyu's will and courage, but also deeply imparted the fragility and preciousness of life. In the days to come, he would carry this experience forward, ready to face even more challenges and unknowns. In reality, within the turbulent transport ship, Imo Wuyu was not alone. Two other passengers were similarly enduring the torment of nausea. Only Xios, though his complexion appeared somewhat pale, surprisingly maintained his composure. As Imo Wuyu's retching gradually subsided, he slowly straightened his posture. At this moment, Uncle Feng's steady voice pierced through the tumultuous noise of the cabin. Ladies and gentlemen, I have several important announcements to make. First and foremost, our transport aircraft has been utterly destroyed. Secondly, the enemy's presence has vanished, leaving us with no means of pursuit. And lastly, and most critically, I too am unaware of our current location. This surrounding area. Uncle Feng's words abruptly halted, seemingly struck by the spectacle before him. Fortunately, the controls for the cabin door were still operational. Uncle Feng swiftly stepped out of the cockpit and opened the gateway to the outside world. The others followed closely, and the moment they stepped out of the aircraft, all their uncertainties were instantly clarified. Before them lay an expanse of boundless, pristine space, where a kaleidoscope of colors flickered in the distance. Resembling a fairy tale realm, evoking both serenity and awe, suspended in the void, they gazed at this incredible sight, utterly captivated, forgetting their words. Not far away, two figures floated gracefully, seemingly merging with the surrounding space, previously unnoticed. One of them spoke softly, "Target locked, proceed as planned." Although his tone was gentle, it conveyed an undeniable resolve. Moments later, the two exchanged knowing smiles, fully in sync. Lanya gazed at this world that seemed to exist only in dreams. her eyes shimmering with wonder and confusion, and she quietly asked Uncle Feng, "Uncle Feng, what on earth is this sacred place?" Her voice, in this tranquil and mysterious atmosphere, sounded even more tender and expectant. Uncle Feng examined the space once more, a hint of difficulty evident in his tone. "If my calculations are correct, we are in the fabled dimensional space. The probability of entering this realm is minuscule. It requires precise synchronization with the speed of light, allowing for no deviation whatsoever. A moment too fast or too slow would result in endless chaos, rendering us unable to reach this enigmatic domain. Here, time appears to be suspended, eternally unchanged, becoming an existence that is both eerie and awe-inspiring." Upon hearing this, Lanya felt an indescribable anxiety swell within her. How can this be? Our transport aircraft has lost its acceleration capabilities and should no longer maintain light speed. We should have returned to our rightful course. Why are we still stranded here? If time truly stands still, what despair and helplessness that would bring. Her words were tinged with panic, but soon, a thought struck her like lightning. Did our spacesuits possess the capability for short-range time-space travel? Perhaps that was our only hope of escape from this place. Uncle Feng gently shook his head, his eyes filled with resignation. That would only plunge us deeper into chaos, disordered traversal. You might find yourselves in any time or space. At any point, Tio return to the right path would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, despair often breeds opportunity. A theoretical possibility flickered in Uncle Feng's mind, but within this dimensional space. It is said that certain specific points in time exist, guiding like stars. If we can find them, perhaps they could assist us in traversing accurately. Chapter 6. The void. As these words were spoken, the light in everyone's eyes reignited, as if they had found a glimmer of hope amidst darkness. However, a question from Mo Wuyu once again drew everyone back to reality. But how do we walk in this void? We seem bound by an invisible force, utterly unable to move on our own. The group struggled, but found themselves seemingly ensnared in an infinite emptiness, each effort proving futile. Just as despair threatened to envelop them again, Uncle Feng's gaze caught a flicker of light in the distance, and his expression changed abruptly as he shouted urgently, "Laser beam! Quickly, evade!" Without hesitation, Uncle Feng pushed the person beside him aside, and the others reacted swiftly. Yet, before Mo Wuyu could act, an unexpected force propelled him forward uncontrollably, colliding with another individual. In that critical moment, a powerful hand grasped his wrist, steadying him. "Quick! Initiate the traversal. It will be too late otherwise." In a life-and-death scenario, being lost in a foreign land is still better than this. The person holding Mo Wuyu urged, simultaneously pointing to a button on the back of the spacesuit. On 3. Press simultaneously. 3, 2, 1. Now! Mo Wuyu pressed the button without hesitation, feeling a familiar sense of pressure wash over him. He knew he was finally departing that suffocating place, as the scene before him gradually came into focus. His expression grew grave. This was not a safe haven but another battlefield fraught with peril. Countless beams of light danced in the distance, more alarming than the previous laser beams. Just as Mo Wuyu prepared to scrutinize, a pull yanked him back to reality. There was still another person floating beside him. Shosi. Shosi was maneuvering his body by pushing against nearby asteroids, pulling Mo Wuyu along with him. "Who are you? We need to find somewhere to hide. It's too dangerous here," Mo Wuyu exclaimed urgently through the communicator. "Shosi, that's my name." Shosi's voice was steady and powerful. "We're somewhat fortunate. This is an asteroid field. As long as we carefully avoid the asteroids and the beams, we have a chance to traverse again. Now, we must wait for the right moment." The two cautiously navigated among the asteroids, with Shosi aiming for a large asteroid not far away, which had a sizable crater that could serve as their temporary refuge. They used magnetic daggers to secure themselves to the asteroid, gradually moving toward the center of the crater. When their feet finally touched the surface of the asteroid, both let out a sigh of relief. "Behold this magnificent sight. Even the legendary final battle would pale in comparison," Shosi said, kneeling as he looked around in awe. However, this tranquility did not last long, as the sudden appearance of a battle robot shattered the calm. Shosi cursed under his breath, swiftly anchoring himself with his dagger, ready to face the impending impact. The powerful wind generated by the battle robot as it soared overhead nearly pulled the two away from the asteroid's surface. But with the dagger's grip, They barely held on to the force. Yet, just as the wind began to dissipate and Imowuyu prepared to return to safety, a far greater pull struck from behind, binding him tightly. Damn it! How could we encounter such a monstrous thing? Shoshi shouted, glancing back at the unknown threat. Imowuyu turned as well, only to see several arcs of electricity flickering in the air. Though few in number, they were enough to instill a chill in the astonished gazes of the two. Those arcs gradually coalesced into a colossal energy beam hurtling toward them. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. All fear, despair, and the will to survive converged into an indescribable force. They knew that only by exerting their utmost strength could they seize a slim chance of survival in this life-and-death struggle. Yet, faced with those arcs, Imowuyu and Shoshi dared not underestimate them, for it was precisely these arcs that wove an unsettling pull. The arcs were like invisible scythes, sweeping through the surrounding small asteroids, each contact reducing them to dust, vanishing into the vast depths of the cosmos. Gradually, the arcs grew thicker and multiplied, ultimately coalescing into a distinctly visible beam of electric particles in the sky. Though this scene appeared slow, it unfolded in a fleeting instant. This is actually the main ship-level electric arc particle cannon, Shoshi exclaimed, his voice tinged with uncontainable shock and a subtle hint of melancholy. Who could summon such a colossal entity? We may be in grave danger. Fortunately, from the current position of the arcs, they seemed not to be directly targeting the two. Yet, even so, the mere gravitational pull of the preparatory stage was sufficient to firmly anchor them in place. Suspended in the AI are Imowuyu and Shoshi silently calculated whether their magnetic daggers could withstand the impending impact once the cannon fired. This moment, all they could do was pray for a miracle. As the electric arc particle cannon charged rapidly, a red and white arc erupted suddenly, instantly consuming Imowuyu's entire field of vision. The blinding light, had it not been for the exceptional light defense system of his spacesuit, would have surely blinded him. In this life-and-death moment, Imowuyu forgot about the dagger in his hand, instinctively clutching the lifeline, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope in the endless darkness. When Imowuyu regained consciousness, he found himself still gripping the dagger, albeit somewhat loosened. He exerted a slight force to withdraw it, relieved to discover he remained on the asteroid's surface. Turning his head, he saw Shoshi, similarly clad in a spacesuit, floating not far away, his black helmet reflecting Imowuyu's own figure. In that moment, an indescribable impulse surged within Imowuyu, compelling him to shout in celebration of his miraculous survival. Finally, "Ha! We are alive." Shoshi's voice brimmed with uncontainable joy. He did not immediately return to the asteroid but instead floated in the air, reveling in this hard-won sensation of survival. As he surveyed the surroundings, an unexpected delight caught his eye. Shoshi quickly steadied himself with the dagger, returning to the asteroid, gently patting Imowuyu's shoulder, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he said, "Imowuyu, there are some intriguing things over there. Shall we go take a look?" Despite the confusion swirling within him, Imowuyu chose to trust Shoshi, and the two slowly made their way toward the direction Shoshi indicated. The moment they stepped out of the asteroid's crater, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them. An enormous cannon, its massive form evoking a sense of awe. The barrel was originally concealed by a layer of camouflage, but due to the recent assault from the arc particle cannon, part of the disguise had been stripped away, revealing its true form. Looking at the barrel, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in Shoshi's eyes. Indeed, this was the legendary killer super sniper cannon. It appeared that the pit over there was dug to destroy it. Unfortunately, it only claimed lives without inflicting any critical damage on the cannon. I intend to make that scoundrel taste the bitterness of defeat. Upon hearing this, Imowuyu couldn't help but feel a surge of concern. Is this really feasible? Can the cannon still be used? And do you even know how to operate it? Shoshi replied with unwavering confidence. Of course, I have studied this cannon for a long time, and it is a pity that I have never seen its true form until now. The opportunity stands before us. How could we let it slip away? Once the cool-down period for the time-space traversal is over, we shall fire a shot and then make a swift exit. Ha! Observing Shoshi's carefree grin, Imowuyu felt a mix of helplessness and was yet inspired by his optimism, which further solidified her resolve to fight alongside him. Imowuyu, are you ready over there? We are about to begin, Shoshi urged. All right, we can start aiming now, Imowuyu responded, promptly activating the targeting device. After a meticulous examination confirmed the Cannon's integrity, the two commenced their tense preparations. Although Shiosi possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the Cannon's operation, through considerable effort, he finally completed all pre-launch preparations. Mo Wuyu focused intently, entering the aiming state. The computer screen of the targeting device vividly displayed the battlefield. A solid blue combat robot darted through the enemy ranks like a specter, invincible in its advance. Without hesitation, Mo Wuyu locked onto this robot as her target. Target locked, we remain undetected. We can fire, Mo Wuyu reported to Shiosi, her tone laced with childlike excitement. Haha, if it could detect us. I wouldn't even need this, Shiosi chuckled, activating the protective device. Fire! At Shiosi's command, a brilliant light erupted from the Cannon's muzzle, and a dark beam sliced through the air, hurtling towards its target. The robot seemed to sense the impending danger, swiftly maneuvering to the side, deploying a dazzling shield on its surface. However, this was all anticipated by Mo Wuyu and Shiosi. They had already utilized the time-space traversal to escape the scene after firing. Although the robot managed to block the direct impact of the beam with its shield, the beam still grazed its flank, shattering the protective barrier and severing one of its arms. More astonishingly, within the interior of the severed arm, a faint, multicolored glow flickered, as if heralding an unknown fate. As the beam dissipated, a gasp reverberated through the cosmos, yet its source remained a mystery. Meanwhile, Mo Wuyu and Shiosi had silently vanished into the vastness of the universe, leaving behind a tale of courage, wisdom, and friendship. Beneath the helmets, though the outside world could not capture their cries, the fear within them compelled involuntary screams, the piercing sound echoing in their ears, akin to a silent protest against the unknown. Mo Wuyu, traversing through time and space, had become accustomed to the weightlessness of the cosmos, yet at this moment, he abruptly felt the pull of gravity, his body helplessly plummeting downward. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself enveloped in an abyss, with only a shimmering silver forest beneath him, revealing that they were suspended 100 meters above the ground, causing Mo Wuyu's heart to leap into his throat as their descent accelerated. They once again experienced the wondrous sensation of weightlessness, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, ultimately crashing violently into the enigmatic forest below. Crash! The sound of splintering trees accompanied their impact, and they landed heavily on the ground. Fortunately, the branches along their path had somewhat cushioned their fall, yet the force of the impact delivered an unprecedented pain. Ouch! Mo Wuyu struggled to prop himself up with his hands, but the excruciating pain radiating from his right hand nearly sent him tumbling down again. Thankfully, he managed to stabilize himself with his left. He glanced down and found his right hand seemingly overwhelmed, suspecting it might be dislocated. Shiosi also managed to sit up, appearing more resilient than Mo Wuyu amidst the chaos. He merely rubbed his shoulder, which had been struck by branches, and with a hint of jest remarked, "The branches in this forest are remarkably sturdy. Not a single one broke, leaving my shoulder feeling numb." He then turned to Mo Wuyu, concern evident in his gaze. "Is your hand all right? You'd best not have injured the bone. A dislocation is manageable, but a fracture would be troublesome." In this unfamiliar forest, their fates were intricately intertwined. Facing the sudden challenges ahead, they had to join forces and seek a way out. Chapter 7. The sniper rifle. After Mo Wuyu finally ascended to a higher vantage point, he was astonished to find a massive sniper rifle prominently placed beside Massey. In response to Mo Wuyu's gaze, Massey simply offered a slight smile and gestured in a direction. "Look over there. Our hunting situation, which is nearing its conclusion. The colossal mechanical beast is called Kabura. We habitually refer to such metallic creatures as mechanical beasts," Massey patiently explained to the two. Following Massey's indication, Mo Wuyu indeed beheld a vast clearing not far away, where a gigantic mechanical beast was engaged in fierce combat with two battle robots. Compared to the battle robots, the height of the mechanical beast exceeded 3 meters. At this moment, it was being relentlessly attacked by the robots wielding solid swords, clearly struggling to withstand the onslaught. Kabura lunged at one of the battle robots, which deftly evaded the attack. The other robot then struck from behind. But Kabura did not flinch. Instead, it threw back its head and emitted a cry, causing visible ripples to spread across its surface, deflecting the solid swords effortlessly. The two robots launched simultaneous assaults, resulting in a temporary stalemate. At this moment, Kabura leaped, attempting to flee the battlefield. However, just then, a white beam shot from the nearby forest, striking Kabura's side and sending it flying laterally. Yet, Kabura was not severely damaged. It slowly regained its footing. In this brief respite, the two robots resumed their offensive against Kabura. After a fierce battle, one of the robots seized the opportunity, activating the magnetic mechanism of its solid sword, which instantly pierced through Kabura's back. Kabura emitted a mournful wail that echoed throughout the forest before collapsing. Wuyu watched the distant struggle, a wave of thrilling emotions surging within him. The cries he had heard along the way were indeed emitted by the mechanical beast named Kabura. When Wuyu heard Kabura's wail again, nearby metallic branches were shattered by the force, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. However, the battle had finally concluded. Massey picked up her sniper rifle and leaped down from the tree. After the other three descended, Massey turned to Wuyu and Shiosi and inquired, "So, have you made your decision? Do you want to join us? We are preparing to return to the city." Return to the city? Wuyu and Shiosi exchanged glances. Although their helmets remained on, Wuyu seemed to catch a glimpse of Shiosi's expression. They both nodded in unison toward Massey. On the way, a wide, artificially leveled road unfolded before them. At that moment, a massive convoy was traversing the path. Artificial barriers lined the roadside. Though only slightly over a meter tall, they provided a sense of reassurance. The convoy consisted of large hovering vehicles. The first and last vehicles each bore a battle robot kneeling, with a driver seated in the open cockpit in the middle of the three vehicles. The two behind were transporting beam cannons, while the front vehicle carried the enormous carcass of a mechanical beast, Kabura itself. Above the mechanical beast, numerous individuals were seated. Near the rear, Wuyu and Shiosi sat comfortably. Beside them were Massey and Nalu. At an elevation of nearly 5 meters, Wuyu could clearly observe the scenery within a certain range around them. When he finally caught sight of the distant landscape, he was able to discern the original appearance of the place. Although the end was not visible, to Wuyu, it resembled an endless sea of forest. The vast expanse of metallic trees shimmered in the sunlight, casting a kaleidoscope of metallic hues that dazzled Wuyu's eyes. However, while he marveled at the surrounding scenery, Shiosi exhibited little joy. He sat quietly, the light in his eyes revealing a hint of concern and confusion. Yet in an instant, these emotions transformed into contemplation. Finally, Shiosi turned to Massey and asked, "Can you tell us about this place?" "Everything that can be said." Massey understood what Shiosi was referring to, and after a gentle cough, she began. "This is a peculiar place, a metallic world, a realm of metallic life. In truth, none of the humans here belong to this place. All the original inhabitants are hybrids of metallic and living beings. The humans here come from various different time spaces, arriving for their own reasons. One could say that this is a realm for the time lockers and the faux time lockers. Only these two types of humans appear here. The people here reside in two great cities categorized by this division, the City of Guardians and the City of Captives. Of course, these names are merely our designations." Macy waved her hand dismissively, indicating that there was nothing particularly significant about it, and continued, "Our destination is the City of Guardians, a stronghold for the Chrono-Pretenders. In truth, many individuals also dwell in the forests rather than the city. But as the sole supply hub, most choose to reside there. As for the City of Imprisonment for the Timekeepers, to be candid, no one has ventured inside thus far." Shu Si listened intently to Macy's account, but still could not find the information he sought. "Let me elaborate on our occupational distribution," Macy continued. "Here, professions are categorized into warriors and support roles. For instance, both Nalo and I are warriors, along with those artillery gunners and combat robot pilots." Macy gestured towards Nalo, who, in turn, tapped his great sword to signify his primary vocation. "Our main targets are typically the mechanical beasts in the forest. Here, all forms of private combat are strictly prohibited. As for support roles, they abound. Medics, engineers, and so forth. Nearly anyone aside from warriors can be classified as support." Shu Si surveyed his surroundings, a wave of contemplation washing over him. He had never imagined arriving in such an extraordinary place. The existence of metallic life, the timekeepers and chrono-pretenders, as well as the stark contrast between the two cities, filled him with both curiosity and bewilderment. Wuyun was also lost in his thoughts. Recalling the breathtaking battle he had just witnessed and the various details about this world that Macy had shared, he felt his worldview being upended, yet simultaneously brimming with anticipation and dreams for the future. Both understood they had embarked on an irreversible journey. Regardless of what awaited them ahead, they were prepared to embrace new challenges and opportunities, for in this peculiar world, only by moving forward could they discover their own answers and sense of belonging. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the occupational distribution in this strange world, Shusi could not suppress a question that arose in his mind. Why do you all congregate here instead of returning to the primary timeline? Is it merely for these mechanical beasts that you endure the long journey back and forth? Macy gazed at Shusi, her eyes shimmering with profound insight, then slowly sighed. Does not each person here yearn to return to the primary timeline? However, the reality is harsh. We are beset by intense temporal disturbances that prevent us from traversing time and leaving this land. In simpler terms, we can enter, but exiting is exceedingly difficult, though you know how long I have been here. Nearly 20 years, and Nalo, he was even born here. A native resident, Wuyun, seated nearby, was deeply shaken by this revelation, his voice trembling with disbelief. How is that possible? Humans cannot survive in pseudo-time for more than 3 months. Let alone 20 years. Wuyun was not unfamiliar with these theories. He had encountered them in his studies, and the Federation had certified them impeccably, leaving no room for error. Thus, he found it hard to accept the reality before him. Macy offered a bittersweet smile and replied calmly, everyone present can attest to this. In fact, many who arrive here initially worry about this issue. Yet, once you surpass that 3-month threshold, you gradually uncover the wonders of this place. Everything here defies conventional explanations. There is no need for me to deceive you. Shusi suddenly sighed softly, unable to leave, unbound by the 3-month time limit. This place feels like an invisible cage, imprisoning all within. His words evoked differing sentiments in Wuyun and Macy. Thus, Macy chose not to elaborate further, and Wuyun and Shusi each immersed themselves in their thoughts. The convoy moved slowly forward, ultimately returning to the City of Guardians. Step down, Wuyun. Shusi gently patted Wuyun's shoulder and alighted first. Wuyun followed closely. Yet when they beheld the towering, ancient ruin-like city gate, they were momentarily at a loss. After a brief exchange with those in the group, Macy approached Wuyun and Shusi, saying, "What do you think? Would you like to stay with me for a while? Here, you are unlikely to meet anyone else." Understanding they had nowhere else to go, Shusi and Wuyun acquiesced to Macy's invitation. Under the guidance of Macy and Nalo, they meandered through the city, arriving at Macy and Nalo's abode after roughly 20 minutes. It was a modest 3-story house, unadorned yet imbued with a sense of warmth. After ushering Wuyun and Shusi inside, Macy handed them 2 sets of clothes, stating, "You should change into these. You can't go on wearing those spacesuits forever. Nalo and I will step out to report to the team. Please rest well here." With that, Macy departed with Nalo, leaving Wuyun and Shusi in the house. Although Wuyun was uncertain of Macy's complete trust in them, the fact that Macy left them alone in her home was somewhat surprising. He picked up a set of clothes to change, and when he emerged, Shusi was already dressed and waiting outside. "Shall we take a look at the rooftop?" Shusi suggested. "All right," Wuyun replied, following Shusi to the rooftop. They each found a spot to sit quietly. Gazing into the distance, Shusi observed the array of houses before him and mused. "This too is a human settlement. I wonder how Lanya and the others are doing, however, since we can safely be here." "They should be fine as well." Wuyun. "Do you have anyone you miss?" Wuyun turned to look at Shusi, slightly puzzled by the sudden inquiry. Nevertheless, he faced forward and replied, "Someone I miss? Yes, a very good friend. I just don't know how he is doing now. I suppose no one would expect to find me in such a strange place." "Do you have parents?" Shusi asked. "I do not. I was raised by Uncle Fong. He is like a father to me. Right now, I truly wish to return home." Shusi's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Wuyun murmured softly, lying back and closing his eyes, choosing to say no more. Shusi watched Wuyun and couldn't help but smile. This boy, who was of a similar age, evoked a sense of inexplicable familiarity within him. Thus, he too reclined back and closed his eyes. After 2 days of rest, Shusi discovered that the preceding 10 chapters still required extensive revisions, even a complete rewrite. Yet, he was reluctant to halt for too long, fearing disappointment from his readers. Therefore, he seized the opportunity of an afternoon without classes to draft a chapter. He hoped that his readers would continue to support him and save his work. He was acutely aware that he needed to swiftly rewrite the prior 10 chapters to maintain a steady flow of writing. Otherwise, rushing to write would become exceedingly burdensome. Yet, he understood that only through diligent effort could he reap success. The morning sun gently bathed the city of guardians, a soft white halo slowly expanding in the air. Under the morning light, the towering beam of light at the city's center shone even more brilliantly. At this moment, the city's inhabitants commenced their daily routines. Some prepared to venture into the forest for hunting. Others were getting ready for work, while some wandered through various corners of the city in the early morning. The bustling streets filled with people contributed warmth and vitality to the city. However, in an area closer to the city center, the flow of people was noticeably sparser than in other regions. From above, it was apparent that this area was enclosed by a long wall. Approaching the city gate stood a grand entrance, where 4 guards were stationed, and 2 youths stood before the gate, quietly gazing ahead. These 2 youths were none other than Imo Wuyun and Shu Si. How did they find themselves here? The answer traces back to 3 days prior. On that evening, the breathtaking beauty of the sunset was undeniably captivating. While some might perceive the sunset as a harbinger of sorrow, it was impossible to deny its splendor and magnificence. That evening, Imo Wuyun and Shu Si stood at a vantage point, quietly admiring the rare beauty before them. The sunset's afterglow enveloped them, casting a golden hue upon their figures as they stood still, seemingly frozen in time. Shu Si, do you think we can truly leave this place? Imo Wuyun broke the silence, his voice tinged with confusion and uncertainty. Shu Si turned to face Imo Wuyun, his eyes glimmering with determination. Of course we can. As long as we never relinquish hope, we shall find a way to escape eventually. Imo Wuyun nodded, though unease lingered in his heart. He was uncertain of the challenges and obstacles that lay ahead, but he knew he must persevere for that distant dream, returning to the primary timeline. In the ensuing days, Imo Wuyun and Shu Si dedicated themselves to exploring this peculiar world with even greater fervor. They sought to uncover the source of the temporal disturbances in hopes of discovering a means of escape. However, this endeavor was fraught with hardship and peril. They faced threats from the mechanical beasts as well as various unknown natural phenomena and traps. Yet, no matter the magnitude of the challenges they encountered, they remained undeterred. They supported one another, forging ahead together, leaving behind indelible footprints on the path of exploration. Chapter 8. Listening. Maxi paused momentarily, while Imo Wuyun and Shu listened intently. After a brief adjustment, Maxi continued. The academy you are to attend is named the Guardian Institute. There, you shall acquire an abundance of essential knowledge and skills pertinent to survival and combat. Of course, should you possess talents in other domains? It is not imperative to immerse yourselves in battle. The choice ultimately lies within your own hands. In a few days, once I am adequately prepared, I shall escort you to the academy. However, your future accomplishments and the extent of your learning will depend solely on your own efforts. I will arrange some funds and other necessities for you, but I cannot offer excessive assistance. This is my obligation. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges in the future, feel free to seek me out, or approach a person within the academy named Kalua Yuan, who will extend his utmost efforts to aid you. Understood. Both Imo Wuyun and Shu responded in unison. Just as they were about to inquire further, Maxi gently interjected, all will be revealed once you arrive at the academy. 3 days later, Maxi personally escorted the two to the grand entrance of the Guardian Institute, then turned to leave, leaving them standing at the threshold in awe. The magnificence of the Guardian Institute was undeniable. Even from the entrance, they could feel a formidable aura enveloping them. They stood in quiet contemplation for a moment, until Imo Wuyun finally broke the silence. Let us inquire with the guard, he suggested to Shu. Shu nodded slightly, and together they approached the guard. The guard replied succinctly, proceed to the tallest building inside. You will find the registration area on the first floor. They exchanged glances and sauntered towards the highest building of the academy. As they drew near, Imo Wuyun felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, reminiscent of his past school days. The beautiful hall, advanced equipment, and the ubiquitous semi-intelligent robots evoked a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. While they were lost in thought at the entrance, a semi-intelligent robot approached them. Welcome to the Guardian Institute. May I inquire whether you wish to register for classes or attend to other matters? The robot's somewhat mechanical voice interrupted their reverie. Mto Wuyu regained his composure and calmly replied, "We are here to register for classes. Please follow me," the robot said, turning to lead the way, with Imo Wuyu and Xios trailing closely behind, their eyes surveying their surroundings. After traversing the hall, they began to notice people bustling about, each engrossed in their own tasks. While the semi-intelligent robots appeared notably leisurely in comparison, Imo Wuyu couldn't help but marvel at the scene. But soon they arrived at the office door. "Please enter," the semi-intelligent robot announced as it opened the door. Imo Wuyu and Xios stepped inside, expecting to encounter an instructor, only to find a massive machine within. Under the robot's explanation, they registered on this machine and selected their desired courses. Imo Wuyu opted for training in combat robotics and both single and double-handed swordsmanship, while Xios chose to study sniping and single-handed sword techniques. These choices were made following their prior discussions with Maxi. Once they had registered and received their respective identity ID cards, the semi-intelligent robot guided them to their dormitory. Located on the 5th floor, their room was spacious and designed for 4 occupants. Upon entering, they discovered that 2 of the beds were already occupied. Though the occupants were currently absent, Imo Wuyu speculated that they were likely attending morning classes. Xios tossed his bag onto one of the beds, filled with his protective gear, recently acquired clothing, and weapons. He pulled up a chair and sat down, remarking to Imo Wuyu, "This place isn't too bad. We'll be living here from now on, and at least we won't have to endure hardship anymore." Imo Wuyu placed his belongings on the bed but did not sit. Instead, he walked to the balcony to gaze into the distance. After a moment, he replied slowly, "Indeed, I never anticipated that after such a tumultuous journey, I would return to campus life. However, it seems that things may not be quite so easy moving forward." Xios reclined in his chair, stating, "No need to dwell on the future. Classes commence this afternoon, and a new chapter of our academic journey is about to begin. I have always studied under Uncle Feng and have yet to attend a school." "Oh? Then you must savor the experience of academy life," came a sudden voice from the doorway. 2 strikingly similar blonde youths entered, with the one in front sporting a broad smile. "Hello, I am Dao Xian, and this is my younger brother Dao Han. We warmly welcome you to our ranks." Imo Wuyu turned in astonishment to face the 2 newcomers, while Xios sat up, both brothers beaming at them. After a moment of surprise, Imo Wuyu responded with a smile, "Hello, I am Imo Wuyu." Xios stood as well, introducing himself, "I am Xios. We just arrived here." Dao Xian and Dao Han returned to their beds, and Dao Xian continued, "What courses have you both chosen?" Xios resumed his seat and replied, "I am studying sniping and single-handed sword techniques, while Imo Wuyu is focusing on combat robotics and both single and double-handed swordsmanship. We made our selections after a brief overview. How about you?" "We both chose to study artillery. We did not select any other weapons," Dao Xian answered. "Artillery specialists typically do not engage in close combat. If it comes to that, it implies that others have already failed. Even if we possessed close combat skills, they would be of little significance in such a scenario. It is far better to dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to mastering artillery. We didn't overthink it. We simply chose what we wanted to learn." Imo Wuyu interjected as he returned from the balcony and took a seat nearby. "But why are you 2 back so early? Don't you have classes in the morning?" "Hee, today is a bit of an exception," Dao Xian replied with a grin. "Both my brother and I happen to have no classes today, so we returned a little earlier. By the way, do you have any questions about the academy? We can give you a tour." Imo Wuyu and Xios exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. In the ensuing conversation, Dao Xian and Dao Han provided them with a detailed overview of the academy, including the locations of various teaching buildings, the library's collection, and the cafeteria's menu options. This information proved invaluable to the newcomers, Imo Wuyu and Xios. As they conversed, the 4 gradually grew more familiar with one another, and Imo Wuyu and Xios felt the warmth and friendliness radiating from Dao Xian and Dao Han. They understood that in the days to come, they would share unforgettable moments within this academy. As the sun began its descent, the 4 of them exited the dormitory and made their way toward the cafeteria, where they would partake in their first dinner at the Guardian Institute. All of this was merely the beginning. In the days to come, they would face more challenges and opportunities, as well as forge deeper friendships and personal growth. Normally, they would linger until noon before returning, but today, their fortune was quite favorable. Dao Xian mischievously winked, a smile playing on his lips. "Did you know? The annual competition is about to commence, and the teachers have urged us to prepare in advance so we can return early." "Competition? What sort of event is that?" Imo Wuyu inquired, his expression one of confusion. Seeing their perplexed faces, Dao Xian patiently explained, "The competition is a large-scale event held annually by our school, encompassing all combat and non-combat disciplines. Naturally, these are contests between different specializations. In each match, victors receive rewards, and the ultimate champion is awarded a prize that is simply irresistible. However, we can only sit in the audience and watch the excitement, as we lack the strength to compete with the experts. Yet, even as mere spectators, we can learn a great deal. The most thrilling events each year are the warrior competitions and the combat robot battles, particularly the latter, where actual machines engage in combat, igniting a fervor within the audience. The thought of battling within a combat robot stirred a sense of exhilaration within Mo Wuyu. Yet, he soon recalled that his current abilities were insufficient to pilot such machines, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. After a moment of contemplation, he asked Dao Xian, "How do combat robots typically undergo training?" "They train using simulation machines," Dao Xian explained, "and only after meeting certain criteria can they advance to real machines. Moreover, the robots used in the academy are generally those that have sustained damage and cannot engage in vigorous combat. It is only during the annual competition that we have the opportunity to pilot fully functional combat robots." Dao Xuan's explanation alleviated Mo Wuyu's concerns. Then, shifting the topic, he proposed, "Let's not dwell on this any longer. As newcomers, allow us to treat you to a meal. How about we go have lunch together?" Mo Wuyu and Xios exchanged astonished looks. And Xios was the first to respond, "Then we graciously accept your offer. You shall treat us." "Ha." Dao Xian chuckled heartily. "That's splendid. Let us set off at once. Otherwise, it may become challenging to secure a spot once the crowd gathers." Mo Wuyu and Xios exchanged knowing smiles. Following Dao Xian and Dao Han as they made their way to the restaurant. En route, they passed the training grounds, where Mo Wuyu observed numerous individuals diligently honing their skills. He glanced at Dao Xian, who merely laughed heartily, offering no further commentary. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the four of them ordered a selection of rather ordinary dishes. When Mo Wuyu inquired about the reason for choosing the restaurant over the cafeteria, Dao Xian's response took him by surprise. It turned out that there was no cafeteria at all, only this restaurant. However, Mo Wuyu soon grasped the rationale. The students here were either local residents' children or outsiders like himself. The former had parents awaiting their return, while the latter would not reside on campus for extended periods. Thus, the school opted not to establish a cafeteria. After lunch, the group chatted casually while returning to their dormitory. Along the way, Mo Wuyu learned from the Dao brothers the circumstances that led them to this place. They were not pursued by the timers. Rather, they had found themselves here due to an unfortunate incident during their escape from home. However, Dao Xian chose not to elaborate on their family situation. Xios also recounted their experiences, leaving the Dao brothers in awe. Under the blazing sun, the lives of the townspeople remained unaffected. Amidst the scorching rays, they continued to live fervently, fighting on, ever engaged in battle. Chapter 9. Resting separately after returning to the dormitory, Mo Wuyu and Xios exchanged a few words before each retreated to their own repose. It was not until the afternoon that they awoke. Guided by the Dao brothers, they found their respective classrooms and then dispersed. The overcast sky obscured the sunlight, casting a dreary mist over the desolate ground. Yet, amidst the mechanical forest, tender green shoots quietly emerged from the earth. In that fleeting moment, a faint metallic sheen began to coalesce atop the grass blades. Shortly thereafter, a colossal foot trampled the delicate grass. When the giant foot lifted, a pale metallic luster struggled to rise from the depths of the pit left behind. Mo Wuyu leaned against the wall, gazing despondently at the soaring beams of light. He merely stared blankly, allowing the rain to fall before him, forming a curtain of droplets. Nevertheless, he continued to fixate on the sky, as if recalling the countless times he had looked upward in the past. Yet the scene before him bore no distinction from those memories. What's wrong, watching the rain all alone? A young man with dark hair approached Mo Wuyu, leaning against the wall and softly inquired, "What are you pondering?" Mo Wuyu slightly turned his head to glance at the newcomer, then shifted his gaze back to the distance, slowly responding, "Nothing much, just watching the rain." "Xiang Zifeng, why are you out here instead of inside?" Xiang Zifeng smiled faintly. "I came out to watch the rain too," Mo Wuyu shrugged, standing upright and stepping closer to the curtain of rain, extending his hand to touch the droplets. After feeling a chill, he retracted his hand. He turned to say, "Time flies so swiftly. It has nearly been a week since I arrived at school. If it weren't for the rain today, the competition would have commenced a few days ago. Xiang Zifeng walked up behind Mo Wuyu, patting his shoulder. Brother, don't be so solemn. The rain will cease by tomorrow. Let us go watch the competition then. It's a pity that our class's strengths are quite similar. Otherwise, it would be nice to have one or two representatives up there. But hey, the teachers have been busy preparing for the competition these days, so you haven't had classes. Once classes start, you won't have so much free time to ponder these matters. That's true, Mo Wuyu replied with a chuckle, shaking his hand. Then I'll head to the classroom first. Although there's no teacher to instruct, playing virtual games is still quite enjoyable. You? Xiang Zifeng sighed dramatically. But before he could continue, Mo Wuyu had already walked away. With a resigned shake of his head, Xiang Zifeng followed suit. The two strolled back into the classroom, laughter echoing in the air. Upon entering the classroom for the first time, Mo Wuyu was genuinely taken aback. There was no sign of a teacher. Students were either clustered in small groups chatting or sitting alone in contemplation. He surveyed the room, noting the relaxed and joyful atmosphere that enveloped it. Finding an empty seat, he sat down, feeling a wave of sentiment wash over him. Although he had been here for a while, he still felt like an outsider. He attempted to integrate into this new environment. Yet it seemed an uphill battle. Just then, a familiar figure entered the classroom. It was Dao Xian, who smiled and nodded at Mo Wuyu before taking his seat. A warm sensation surged within Mo Wuyu. He realized he was not alone. In the days that followed, Mo Wuyu gradually acclimated to life here. He began to communicate and interact with his classmates, even participating in some extracurricular activities. He discovered a profound interest in battle robots and commenced diligently studying relevant knowledge. As time passed, his abilities steadily improved. No longer plagued by insecurity and confusion, he brimmed with confidence and courage. He recognized that his journey was far from over, yet he believed that with perseverance, he would one day realize his aspirations. The competitive tournament finally commenced as scheduled. Mo Wuyu stood in the audience, nervously yet excitedly watching the events unfold. He witnessed the fierce confrontations of battle robots and the determination of his classmates. Immersed in the atmosphere, he felt a deep yearning for victory. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of the vast potential for his own improvement. He refrained from rushing his progress, choosing instead to continue studying and training. He understood that only through relentless effort could he achieve genuine advancement. In the subsequent days, Mo Wuyu continually challenged and surpassed himself. He not only excelled academically, but also showcased remarkable talents in extracurricular activities. Gradually, he became a standout in the eyes of his peers and a hero in his own narrative. With the passage of time, Mo Wuyu evolved into an outstanding warrior. He not only achieved commendable results in the competitive tournament, but also played a pivotal role in various school activities. Through his dedication and hard work, he validated his worth and earned the respect and recognition of his classmates. Reflecting on the past, Mo Wuyu felt a torrent of emotions. He acknowledged the times he had felt lost and disheartened. Yet it was these experiences that solidified his convictions and aspirations. He believed that as long as he persevered, he would eventually fulfill his dreams. And it all began on that ordinary yet extraordinary afternoon when he stood by the wall, gazing melancholically at the world within the rain curtain. As Mo Wuyu stepped into the classroom, confronted with the portal to the virtual world for training, he found himself momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Xiang Zifeng, who had just emerged from the virtual realm, noticed his confusion and approached him, leading to an engaging conversation between the two. Through Xiang Zifeng's explanations, Mo Wuyu learned that the teachers of the battle robot class were preoccupied with preparations for the impending competition. Allowing students the freedom to manage their own time. In Mo Wuyu's class, most members were of similar age, and none had qualifications to compete, resulting in a somewhat relaxed atmosphere. However, the continuous dreary weather did not dampen Mo Wuyu's spirits. Under Xiang Zifeng's careful guidance, he swiftly mastered the utilization of the virtual space. Although their activities were confined to battle robot driving training, Mo Wuyu relished each moment, viewing it as a game and enjoying every operation without pressure. His astonishing spatial awareness enabled him to proficiently maneuver the battle robot in a short span of time, often inviting Xiang Zifeng to engage in friendly sparring. In the classroom, Mo Wuyu had few friends. Despite everyone being acquainted, his bond with Xiang Zifeng was the closest. Through his interactions with Xiang Zifeng, he gradually became familiar with several of Xiang Zifeng's friends. As for the others, Mo Wuyu struggled to match names with faces. Yet he remained unconcerned. In this class filled with challenges and opportunities, he discovered his own joy and direction, co-authoring the narrative of their youth alongside Xiang Zifeng and his friends. Finally, the skies cleared after the rain, and in the evening, Imo Wuyu caught sight of semi-intelligent robots busily moving about the training grounds. With just a fleeting glance, he turned and headed back to the dormitory, in stark contrast to Imo Wuyu's experience. The sniper class that Shoshi belonged to had not suspended classes due to the weather or any other reason. After several days of rigorous training, Shoshi was utterly exhausted. Each evening after dinner, he would eagerly collapse onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber without hesitation. When Imo Wuyu returned to the dormitory, Shoshi was already lost in a sweet dream. Imo Wuyu, unwilling to disturb him, quietly sat at the bedside, perusing the books he had borrowed from the library. These tomes detailed the mysteries of the mechanical forest, and during his leisure moments, Imo Wuyu would relish them, savoring every word. The following morning, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting its first warm rays upon the rooftops of the Guardian Academy, as if the sun itself were shining brilliantly in the sky. At this moment, the heart of the campus had gathered students from across the academy, all eagerly awaiting the forthcoming grand event. A wave of excitement echoed in the air, as the main arena for the competitive tournament buzzed with life. A vibrant tapestry of colorful attire woven together, resembling a stunningly vivid painting. The lively ambience invigorated each individual present, their spirits aflame as they cheered and shouted, seemingly intent on unleashing all their fervor. Silence, silence. Please take your seats as arranged. Class leaders, kindly maintain order within your respective groups. The opening ceremony is about to commence. Students yet to be seated, please hasten your entrance. Amidst the cacophony, a thunderous voice suddenly pierced through, silencing the crowd. The personnel in charge of order continued. The opening ceremony is imminent. All staff members, please take your positions swiftly. As the rumble subsided, the throng once again descended into a clamor. Yet, amidst the crowd, Imo Wuyu could not help but murmur in complaint. Who on earth is making such a loud noise? I feel as if I might go deaf. However, his grievances were swiftly drowned out by the surging crowd. With great exertion, he finally navigated through the throng to reach the area designated for his class. Just as he sighed in relief, he was inadvertently swept forward by the crowd once more. Imo Wuyu quickly extricated himself from the masses, only to spot Xiang Zifeng waving at him from ahead. He hastened towards her and took a seat beside her. You arrived rather late. I was here at the break of dawn. So there was no need for you to struggle through the crowd, Xiang Zifeng exclaimed loudly upon his arrival. Breathing heavily, Imo Wuyu replied, I had no idea there would be so many people. Had I known, I would have come earlier. Xiang Zifeng chuckled heartily, saying, besides our schoolmates, there are also many outsiders coming in, which is why it's such a frenzy. There are even some prominent figures seated in front. But it seems we won't be able to catch a glimpse of them. Imo Wuyu glanced forward, but his view was obstructed by the crowd. He remarked with a tinge of regret, how could there be so many people outside? Leaning closer, Xiang Zifeng replied, before the opening ceremony, there will be a performance match. I hear it's the main highlight of the ceremony, though I'm not entirely sure of the details. We shall see shortly. Chapter 10. Seating completed at this moment, the surrounding crowd gradually settled into their seats, yet the din persisted. Suddenly, an eruption of cheers and screams erupted from a corner of the crowd, instantly silencing the nearby noise. Curiosity piqued, everyone turned to look toward that corner. Under the collective gaze, a golden-hued battle robot ascended from the throng, prompting a wave of ecstatic screams from the audience. The golden battle robot soared above the crowd, then descended, gliding just above their heads. The powerful gusts it generated elicited no complaints. Instead, they incited even louder cheers, as the battle robot soared over Imo Wuyu. He clearly discerned the letters emblazoned on its chest, ZNG. After completing a circuit above the crowd, the golden battle robot ascended higher, and the audience fell silent, gazing up at it. After gaining considerable altitude, it hovered in mid-air. At this moment, many individuals brought out their prepared binoculars to gaze skyward. In stark contrast, Imo Wuyu found himself at a loss, having not prepared any binoculars. Observing those around him producing their binoculars, he felt a wave of resignation. Just then, Xiang Zifeng tapped him on the shoulder. Upon turning, he saw her holding 2 binoculars in her hands. After a moment of surprise, he smiled and accepted one from her. Immediately, he directed his gaze skyward. The golden aircraft raised its arms, forming a large character shape. Suddenly, gaps in its armor opened, and vibrant rays of light spilled forth, coalescing into a pair of enormous butterfly wings against the sky. This breathtaking spectacle left the audience in awe, their gasps and cheers echoing around them. As the golden Aegean slowly retracted its radiance, another silver battle robot suddenly took flight from behind the crowd. This robot also bore the letters FQ upon its chest. After ascending, the silver aircraft approached the golden one, brandishing a beam rifle. In rapid succession, beams of light were fired toward the golden aircraft hovering in the sky. The onlookers were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Initially believing this to be yet another performance robot, they were now confronted with the reality of live weaponry. A flicker of fear coursed through the crowd. Yet no evacuation warnings were issued by the organizing school, allowing them to gradually relax and continue watching the aerial battle. At this juncture, the golden aircraft executed a small circle in the air, deftly evading the barrage of beams. Then, one side of its thrusters suddenly activated, propelling it to the side. Simultaneously, it drew a particle blade from its right hand, which glimmered with a radiant red light as it sliced through the air. The golden aircraft then charged toward the silver one, performing erratic avoidance maneuvers in midair. After a series of unsuccessful shots, the silver aircraft retracted its beam rifle onto its back. It appeared undeterred, seeking further opportunities to strike. Meanwhile, the golden aircraft maintained its composure and vigilance, nimbly dodging the silver aircraft's attacks. As the battle intensified, the two aircraft engaged in a fierce confrontation, rising and falling, swaying left and right as if performing a graceful dance in the sky. Each clash was accompanied by dazzling flashes of light and thunderous sounds, leaving the audience spellbound. However, an unforeseen situation soon unfolded. The silver aircraft abruptly altered its strategy, abandoning long-range attacks with the beam rifle in favor of a rapid approach toward the golden aircraft. In its hand appeared a gleaming blade, reflecting cold light as it aimed to slash at the golden craft. The golden aircraft reacted swiftly, attempting to evade, but the silver aircraft's speed proved overwhelming, resulting in a gash across its fuselage. A spark ignited in the air, revealing a crack in the golden aircraft's body. Nevertheless, the golden aircraft did not relent. It promptly adjusted its stance and mounted a fierce counterattack. The particle blade in its grasp radiated dazzling light, each swing accompanied by thunderous roars and flying sparks. Despite the silver aircraft's valiant resistance, its movements grew increasingly sluggish due to severe damage. Ultimately, in a heated exchange, the golden aircraft struck a critical blow to the silver one, which erupted into a fireball upon impact. With the silver aircraft's descent, the crowd erupted in gasps and cheers. They celebrated the golden aircraft's victory and marveled at the spectacular performance. Mto Wuyu and Xiang Zifeng stood agape, thoroughly captivated by the thrilling battle. As the golden aircraft descended gracefully to the ground, thunderous applause and cheers filled the arena. Mto Wuyu and Xiang Zifeng also found themselves swept up in the excitement. Mto Wuyu's ears were filled with snippets of conversation. One voice excitedly mentioning, "The competitor in the match is the Academy's former top expert. The duel with another master just before graduation will undoubtedly be spectacular." Another voice questioned, "How do you know this? We entered together, yet I've never heard of it. You simply pay little attention to the Academy's affairs. This is merely a matter of a little inquiry." As the dialogue faded into the distance, Mo Wuyu turned slightly, pondering briefly before resolutely striding toward Venue 5. Beside Venue 5, the throngs of people left Mo Wuyu momentarily speechless. Although he had anticipated a large turnout, the scene before him exceeded his imagination, the level of congestion rivaling that of the earlier ceremony. Fortunately, it had yet to reach a suffocating level. Mo Wuyu surveyed his surroundings, searching for a less crowded spot to squeeze into, only to find that the area was densely packed with no escape in sight. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed someone waving at him from a nearby building. He glanced around, confirming that the gesture was indeed meant for him. Despite his confusion, he decided to approach the building. Upon seeing Mo Wuyu emerge from the stairwell, Dao Xin rose to greet him, exclaiming, "Over here. I saw you sleeping soundly at noon and didn't he have the heart to disturb you? Now is perfect. I even saved you a spot." As Mo Wuyu stepped onto the rooftop, he surveyed the lively scene before him, noticing clusters of people gathered, with Xiao Si among them, smiling at her. I haven't seen you for days. Turns out you've been busy preparing for this grand event. Zhou Wuyu expressed his surprise, as the once empty rooftop was now vibrant with activity. Elegant tables and colorful flowers adorned the space, and sun umbrellas provided shade overhead. Nearby the entrance stood several vending machines, brimming with a variety of goods. The splendor of this rooftop rivaled that of a typical hotel. Observing all this, Imo Wuyu could not help but voice his admiration. Dao Xin approached Imo Wuyu, gently resting a hand on his shoulder, and playfully remarked, "These are merely trifles, nothing more. Hee. I have come across some insider information. There will be multiple grand competitions held in venue number 5. Hence I have made the necessary arrangements here in advance. You see, many prefer not to descend into the throngs below. Here, you shall have the opportunity to reap substantial rewards. I assure you, it is an endeavor with guaranteed profits." With that, he took Imo Wuyu by the hand and led him to their seats. Imo Wuyu gazed downwards, taking in the panoramic view of venue number 5, even catching glimpses of the nearby arenas. Each seat was thoughtfully equipped with a telescope, prompting Imo Wuyu to once again marvel at Dao Xian's meticulous attentiveness. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed the absence of Dao Han and could not help but inquire. "It seems I haven't spotted Dao Han." Dao Xian smiled faintly and replied, "Oh, Dao Han is currently over at venue 15, occupied with other matters. You must understand, thrilling competitions are never in short supply. How could we miss a single one?" As Imo Wuyu observed Dao Xian's beaming expression, an image of him seemingly clutching a handful of banknotes and laughing uproariously flashed through his mind. Just as their thoughts wandered, Xiao Si interrupted their reverie, exclaiming, "Come quickly and take a look. The competitors are entering the arena." At Xiao Si's call, Imo Wuyu, Dao Xian, and those nearby engaged in idle chatter all turned their attention to venue 5. Through the telescope, Imo Wuyu clearly saw 2 battle robots majestically entering from either side of the arena. From the left, a brand new machine glided in, its design reminiscent of the 2 aerial vehicles Imo Wuyu had witnessed at the opening ceremony. It boasted a well-proportioned frame and 4 arms, devoid of superfluous embellishments, with elongated eyes that seemed to harbor profound wisdom, and a masked visage that added an air of mystery. Although the machine appeared unremarkable, it exuded an extraordinary aura. Atop its shoulders stood a man with long silver hair cascading over his shoulders. He raised a slight smile and waved his hands gently, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the crowd. They chanted, "Butterfly, butterfly, butterfly." Under the gaze of the onlookers, the butterfly leaped gracefully, fingers gliding elegantly over the machine, and gently landed on the hatch at its chest. Turning to glance at the opposing assassin, a fierce battle spirit flickered in their eyes. Subsequently, it gracefully opened the hatch and stepped inside. Instantly, the machine's slender eyes illuminated with a pale blue glow, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky. In stark contrast, the assassin maintained a more understated and composed demeanor. It stood silently on the ground, its body cloaked in camouflage that blended seamlessly with the mechanical forest, appearing more slender. Its face was smooth and unmarked, with only 2 round eye sockets revealing depth and calmness. Upon receiving the challenging gaze from Butterfly, it instinctively narrowed its eyes slightly, then sprang gracefully into the cockpit with a series of agile leaps. Inside, it fixed its gaze on the distant Butterfly, and in perfect synchrony with its companion, closed the hatch, ascending into the air towards the arena suspended above. The selection of the arena required mutual agreement, and at that moment, the long embankment lay vast and empty. After deliberation, they agreed that this match would impose no obstacles. Relying solely on their own strength, the 2 machines landed steadily on the arena but did not engage in immediate combat. At that moment, a virtual image suddenly materialized in the center of the arena, followed by a solemn and authoritative voice. Next, the mass-produced aircraft codenamed Butterfly will face off against the freely assembled machine Shadow. The competition is about to commence. The rules need not be reiterated, but it is imperative to remember. Any actions intended to inflict fatal harm on opponents are strictly prohibited. Otherwise, the arena's devices will activate immediate intervention. Now, the competition officially begins. As the referee's phantom dissipated, the Butterfly aircraft surged into action, its rear thrusters roaring as it shot skyward. Meanwhile, the assassin gazed upward but did not rush to follow suit. Suddenly, Shadow shifted left several meters, raising its right arm, which split open to reveal a fixed-beam gun that gradually ascended, unleashing a series of dazzling beams aimed directly at the airborne aircraft. The aircraft's side thrusters ignited abruptly, tracing graceful arcs in the air as it skillfully evaded the attacks. A hatch opened beneath its rear, revealing a particle beam rifle. The aircraft's right arm swiftly drew the weapon, raining fire down upon the ground. However, Shadow moved erratically like a wraith, dodging every shot, leaving the aircraft's particle beams to miss entirely. After a fierce exchange of fire, neither side had hit their target. At that moment, the aircraft suddenly executed a sharp turn, diving towards the ground, switching weapons from firearms to a beam sword. Simultaneously, Butterfly opened the universal channel, boldly proclaiming, "Assassin, let me witness your true prowess as the foremost master." "All right," the assassin replied succinctly, with a slight forward extension of its arms. Two glimmering red daggers sprang forth from below its forearms, their blades glowing ominously in an instant. Its back erupted with several tiny apertures, emitting a faint silver luminescence, propelling it rapidly towards the aerial vehicle. Clearly indicating both desired close combat, at this moment, the spectators' hearts raced, the atmosphere around them unusually tense. No Wu Yu on the upper level gripped the telescope tightly, his gaze fixated on the two approaching figures. However, just then, the aircraft made a sudden turn, the two machines facing each other, their beam sword and daggers clashing fiercely, creating a brief yet brilliant arc of light. In that instant, a fissure suddenly appeared on Shadow's head, and a brilliant beam burst forth, striking the aircraft's left shoulder with deadly accuracy. The deafening explosion shattered the arena's tranquility as the left arm of the Butterfly aircraft was mercilessly torn apart, debris scattering. Yet, the Shadow did not pursue the advantage, instead hovering calmly in the air, coldly observing its opponent's dire state. The assassin remarked through the communication channel, merely trivial. Hearing this, Butterfly scoffed, undeterred by its damaged left arm. Firmly grasping the beam sword, and charged resolutely towards Shadow. The assassin smirked coldly, and with that, Shadow surged towards the aircraft in a more unpredictable trajectory. By the time Butterfly sensed the movement, Shadow had already positioned itself above the aircraft. A sharp dagger poised to strike at a vital point. In a flash, the aircraft raised its beam sword horizontally, engaging in a clash with the dagger in a split-second moment. Utilizing its unique thrusters, Shadow flew around the aircraft at astonishing speed, leaving behind scratches on its body with its dagger, while concurrently rotating at high velocity, inflicting multiple wounds upon the aircraft. Though the dagger failed to penetrate the outer armor, the continued assault would surely become untenable for the aircraft. "The end is nigh for you," Butterfly gritted through clenched teeth. With the universal channel open, the assassin clearly heard these words, a sense of foreboding swelling within. Suddenly, Shadow halted its rotation and retreated swiftly. The assassin itself began to cough violently from the abrupt strain, blood seeping from the corner of its mouth. Meanwhile, the aircraft too, as if mirroring Shadow, was suddenly riddled with holes, and waves visible to the naked eye radiated outward from the aircraft's center. As the waves struck Shadow, the assassin's form jolted violently, followed by a spurt of blood. When the waves reached the arena's edge, a circular light membrane rose around the perimeter, causing the waves to dissipate without a trace. "You may have escaped swiftly, but you must be suffering now," Butterfly declared loudly, adding, "I intended to strike while you were spinning, but this will suffice." "You are defeated." With that, Butterfly unfurled enormous luminous wings on its back, resembling a giant butterfly taking flight. The aircraft then dashed forth with a speed surpassing that of Shadow, propelling itself towards its opponent. The assassin, glaring fiercely at the approaching aircraft, suddenly activated Shadow. However, the assassin, wounded as it was, could not compete with the prowess of Butterfly at this moment. As the two machines collided, the aircraft's beam sword sliced through Shadow's right arm with precision. In the aftermath of their clash, the aircraft traced a perfect arc in the air, its laser sword aimed directly at Shadow's head. Just as the crowd held its breath, anticipating the imminent fall of Shadow, a piercing electric shriek erupted, interrupting their thoughts. They quickly covered their ears, yet their gaze remained fixed on the arena. Suddenly, a myriad of dazzling electric arcs erupted on the field, surging through both machines and instantly depleting their power, causing them to plummet helplessly. The spectators stood agape, engulfed in a profound silence. Dao Xian gradually lowered his telescope, exhaling a breath of resignation and asserted, "No need to watch further. The victor of this contest is Butterfly." Indeed, a virtual image soon appeared on stage, as the referee promptly announced, despite a slight infraction at the last moment. The crown of this duel still belongs to the warrior codenamed Butterfly. With a resounding cheer, the audience erupted into fervent applause, a wave of sound that even Imo Wuyu could hear distinctly. He slowly lowered his binoculars, turning towards Dao Xian, and remarked with a hint of awe, "These battles truly represent a realm beyond our reach." Upon hearing this, Dao Xian's lips curled into a faint smile. "No worries, we shall eventually carve out our own path." Imo Wuyu nodded slightly, his gaze shifting towards the number 5 arena. That moment, a butterfly gracefully emerged from the aircraft, smiling and gesturing to the audience. Suddenly, her eyes traversed the sea of faces and met Imo Wuyu's. In that fleeting instant, he felt as though he had captured a glimpse of her gentle smile, and a warm sensation surged within him. Imo Wuyu gradually averted his gaze, not placing much significance on the butterfly's glance. Dismissing it as an accidental look, he delicately picked up the juice on the table, taking a sip before turning to Dao Xian and gently saying, "Dao Xian, as the competition has concluded and I have no other events to attend, perhaps I should take my leave." Dao Xian, momentarily taken aback, soon responded with a smile, "Since you have no attachments, Imo Wuyu, feel free to do as you wish. The day's events are not yet over. If you wish, you might explore further and witness other spectacles. Were it not for my responsibilities at this booth, I too would relish the opportunity to wander and perhaps encounter a few charming ladies." Imo Wuyu chuckled lightly and then stood, saying, "Then I shall take my leave, Dao Xian. Should you desire, you need not confine yourself here. A stroll might indeed lead you to the lady of your dreams." Dao Xian laughed heartily, rising to walk beside Imo Wuyu. "Then I shall not see you off. You may take whatever you like here. Consider it my gift to you." Imo Wuyu graciously accepted, taking the unfinished juice from the table and bidding farewell to Dao Xian. "I will take my leave now." Just as Imo Wuyu turned, Xios also stood, calmly suggesting, "I shall accompany you." Imo Wuyu felt a flicker of surprise but said nothing, merely nodding gently at Xios. He harbored an inexplicable trust in Xios, for they had journeyed together thus far. Dao Xian made no attempt to retain Xios, simply acquiescing and watching as the two departed. Once their figures vanished, a fleeting depth appeared in Dao Xian's eyes. But it quickly returned to normal, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to walk away. Imo Wuyu and Xios descended the staircase side by side. Xios unceremoniously took Imo Wuyu's hand, leading him towards the accommodation area of the academy. They traversed several winding corridors before finally arriving at a meticulously crafted artificial grove behind the dormitory. Xios surveyed the surroundings, his demeanor unusually vigilant. And only upon confirming that all was well did he exhale in relief, guiding Imo Wuyu to a spot with a clear view where they could sit. Imo Wuyu regarded Xios with a heart full of questions. Since leaving the building, Xios had maintained an acute awareness, now bringing him to this secluded locale shrouded in mystery. Despite his curiosity, Imo Wuyu did not suspect Xios of ulterior motives, quietly observing him and awaiting an explanation. "We have been here for about 10 days, haven't we?" Xios suddenly spoke, his voice deep and magnetic, imbued with a profound significance. Though Imo Wuyu was puzzled, he hesitated only briefly before responding, "Indeed, since we stepped into this forest. It has indeed been nearly 10 days. Xios lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Imo Wuyu with an almost piercing intensity that made him feel somewhat uneasy. He pressed further, "Have you felt any oddity regarding why we are here?" "Oddity?" Imo Wuyu furrowed his brow, looking quizzically at Xios. "Why do you say that? Besides us, Mr. Maxi and others arrived here in the same manner." While it was indeed peculiar why this was the case, it seemed beyond their ability to decipher. Xios again gazed upwards, where metallic branches shimmered in the evening light, the sunset casting glimmers upon them. He spoke softly, "In truth, I have not attended classes in these past days. While the sniper class is indeed in session, I have never set foot in the classroom. Instead, I have been seeking clues about why we have come here." Chapter 12. Doubts. Imo Wuyu's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing Xios' words. It turned out that Xios had been secretly investigating these matters, explaining his frequent absences. However, a thread of doubt arose within Imo Wuyu. Why had Xios chosen to reveal this only now? He regarded Xios and inquired, "Have you discovered any clues?" Why didn't you share this with me earlier? Xios emitted a low grunt, a glint of coldness in his eyes. In the dormitory, Dao Xian and Dao Han conceal their intentions more deeply than anyone else. Did you know? They arrived at the academy half a month before us, claiming they came only a fortnight ago. Yet, some individuals spotted them during a forest hunt 2 years ago. It's absurd that people who have lived here for at least 2 years would suddenly enroll in the academy. Don't you think? Imo Wuyu was taken aback by Xios's revelations, his countenance darkening. Though he was not one to indulge in intrigues, the thought that he might have been manipulated by others stirred a swell of anger within him. Drawing a deep breath, he looked at Xios and asked, "Do you have any additional information?" Noticing the change in Imo Wuyu's demeanor, Xios's expression solidified with resolve. He replied calmly, "Since a year ago, the number of people entering both our guardian city and the prison city of the Timers has surged to several times its usual capacity. If we include those lurking in the shadows, it could even reach a tenfold increase. Moreover, I suspect that some Timers have infiltrated the guardian city. After all, entry here does not require any special checks. As for news from the prison city, it is scant. There were attempts to impersonate their way in, but they were swiftly eliminated. I suspect they possess some form of specialized detection method. Concerning the Dao brothers, I have yet to uncover anything substantial. However, I have not observed them dispatching anyone to shadow us. What I have noticed is that others are tracking me. Therefore, we must remain vigilant." Imo Wuyu fell into deep thought after absorbing Xios's information. After a moment, he lifted his gaze and asked, "What should we do now? We have no concrete understanding of what is happening, only a vague sense of the situation. Any decision we make lacks a solid foundation." Xiao sighed in resignation, speaking softly, "All we can do is wait. Only when events unfold will we grasp the truth. We lack the resources to engage in conflict. We must remain in the academy for at least 6 months. Thus, during this time, we should act with discretion and conceal our abilities. Regardless of our talents and strengths in any field, we must not reveal them lightly. Only in this way can we secure our survival." Agreed. Imo Wuyu nodded resolutely, "But Xios, how do you know all of this?" A flicker of tenderness appeared in Xios's eyes, only to be replaced by a bittersweet smile. "Ah, these lessons were imparted to me by Uncle Feng. He once said that as a false timer, one must remain vigilant of everything around. This is the only way to survive in the vastness of time and space. Thus, Uncle Feng began teaching me these things when I was quite young. This is the first time I have truly applied these skills, and I never anticipated it would lead to such circumstances." Imo Wuyu couldn't help but share a rueful smile. Xios rose, continuing, "Well, we've said enough for now. There's no need to delve into every detail. Let us return. Otherwise, if we remain missing for too long, someone might start to worry." "Indeed, we should head back," Imo Wuyu agreed, standing to follow Xios toward the dormitory. As they walked, he quietly remarked, "But in the future, they will no longer see us." A determined glint shone in his eyes. 6 months is neither too long nor too short. During this time, the sun rose and set countless times. Throngs of people entered the mechanical forest, and many fell within its depths, turning to mere handfuls of earth and metal. Throughout these 6 months, Imo Wuyu obtained a passing certificate for combat robots in 3 months and spent another month and a half earning certifications for single and double-handed swords. He existed quietly among the masses, unremarkable. In contrast, Xios discontinued his sword training, dedicating himself to mastering sniper techniques. Solo sniping and combat sniping became his focal points. Each day, they carefully concealed their abilities to avoid drawing attention. They understood that in this world rife with uncertainty and peril, only by remaining low-key and cautious could they endure. During this prolonged wait, Imo Wuyu and Xios gradually became each other's most steadfast support. Together, they confronted challenges and resolved issues, their friendship deepening in the process. Yet, they were aware that this was merely the beginning. More challenges and unknowns awaited them in the future. However, they believed that as long as they stood together, they could surmount any difficulties and embrace a brighter future. As time passed, Imo Wuyu and Xios gradually settled into the rhythm of life at the academy. They began to delve deeper into a myriad of knowledge and skills, continuously enhancing their prowess. Simultaneously, they conducted clandestine investigations into the truth behind their arrival in this place. Throughout this journey, they encountered numerous obstacles and challenges. Yet, regardless of the adversities they faced, they steadfastly maintained their unwavering faith and courage. They understood that only through perseverance could they uncover the truth and escape the clutches of a manipulated fate. Long last, one fateful day, they unearthed a crucial clue that brought them closer to the heart of the mystery. It dawned upon them that there might be a colossal conspiracy lurking beneath the surface, orchestrated by someone or some organization they had long placed their trust in. Faced with this shocking revelation, both Mo Wuyu and Xios were engulfed in a profound sense of astonishment and fury. Mo Wuyu, previously struck by a mysterious beam, let out a heart-wrenching scream before struggling to rise once more. At that moment, the armor on his chest, which had been pierced by the beam, revealed the dark inner plating beneath. Evidently, it was this inner armor that had saved his life at a critical juncture. Shielding him from the deadly light, with great effort, he turned his head to glance at the mechanical beast that had also been affected not far away, feeling a flicker of solace. However, this fleeting comfort was soon eclipsed by a surge of anger and reproach directed at his companion. "Xios, why on earth did you wait until now to fire?" he exclaimed in fury. "I was almost torn apart by that beam." No sooner had he spoken than he attempted to rise again, only to be thwarted by the excruciating pain in his chest, causing him to collapse back to the ground. Mo Wuyu, do not blame me too harshly," came Xios' voice from behind the bushes, accompanied by his figure emerging into view. His right shoulder and entire right arm were clad in heavy armor, while only the forearm of his left arm bore protection. The majority of his face was obscured, revealing only a small portion of his left features. The rest of his attire was ordinary, and he carried a firearm nearly the height of a person on his back, with a hint of resignation. He explained, "Look, I spent all the money on your armor. I have none for myself. Naturally, I would only fire when I was absolutely certain." He continued, "However, this light-shattering shell packs quite a punch. Our investment was not in vain." As Xios approached Mo Wuyu, he extended a hand to assist him. Grasping Xios' hand for support, Mo Wuyu rose to his feet, gently rubbing his injured chest, his expression a mixture of relief and resignation at having survived. "What on earth is happening? It was merely a gathering task. How did we encounter this ferocious beast?" he lamented. The mission briefing clearly stated that it wouldn't appear in this vicinity during this time. "What rotten luck for our very first assignment. At least, aside from this gathering task, we can obtain an additional reward." As he spoke, Mo Wuyu moved aside to retrieve the slender sword that had fallen nearby. Slinging it back onto his back, Xios patted him on the shoulder, chuckling, "Ha, indeed. The other parts of this mechanical beast seem largely unscathed. We should be able to secure a handsome reward. We can also take the opportunity to repair your armor. Now, let us proceed to gather what we need. There should be no further dangers in this area. We can return and enjoy a hearty meal." The two exchanged a smile, their spirits lifted. Reflecting on how they had once deemed the task of luring the mechanical beast too perilous, they had allocated the funds for equipment solely to Mo Wuyu, a decision that now seemed remarkably astute. Otherwise, Mo Wuyu would likely have found it exceedingly difficult to escape from the earlier crisis. As they gathered the necessary items, they frolicked and bantered in the forest, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Unbeknownst to them, however, a cataclysmic event was unfolding just outside the Guardian City. Creak. An ear-piercing crack shattered the tranquility beyond the city walls. At the forest's edge, a colossal mechanical hand mercilessly snapped a tree in half, emitting a final, desperate shriek of life. The master of this mechanical hand was none other than a deep blue combat robot. "Guardian City? Humph!" A heavy, authoritative voice resonated from within the robot. "The Holy Sun. There is no further purpose in remaining here. The first squad is prepared to proceed according to the original plan, for the sake of guarding." With the man's words trailing off, a chorus of steady and resolute voices echoed within the robot. The man tilted his head towards the screen displaying the city gates, a cold smile gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Chapter 13. Guardian City. The deep blue combat robot cast aside the severed tree and slowly advanced from the forest. Behind it, 10 luminous points abruptly flickered to life. As 5 similarly styled deep blue combat robots emerged in unison from the woods, they formed a line, advancing towards Guardian City with formidable intent. "Take off." With a decisive command, the thrusters of 6 combat robots ignited, propelling them unhesitatingly towards the city gates. Simultaneously, Over 100 identical deep blue combat robots soared forth from various directions surrounding Guardian City, charging towards it en masse. The emergence of these combat robots instilled terror among the city's guards. They scanned the skies frantically, their pupils dilating in disbelief as they uttered a single word. Azure. Instantly, the captain spun around, bellowing at the soldiers beside him. Sound the alarm. Activate the energy shield. At the captain's command. A semicircular, pale blue energy shield abruptly appeared above Guardian City, only to vanish in an instant. However, this fleeting protection proved insufficient to deter the onslaught of hundreds of Azure combat robots. They continued their fearless advance toward Guardian City. As if intent on obliterating the stronghold entirely, ha! A boisterous laugh echoed through the communicator, only to be swiftly silenced. A voice rang out, resoundingly proclaiming, "Butterfly, you two have finally deigned to arrive, since you are here. Today shall mark your demise." Then, a figure darted through the trees, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, two combat robots, one gold and the other silver, soared through the air, swiftly following the shadowy figure navigating the forest. These two combat robots were none other than the ones that had made an appearance during the opening ceremony. At this juncture, a chilling voice emanated from the communicator. "Assassin, do you think you can eliminate us just by running? Humph! Today I shall witness your end. Those who betray must not survive." The voice belonged to Butterfly, who had faced off against the assassin on the 5th battlefield. It turned out that the term Butterfly had originally referred to the two of them. "Humph!" the assassin scoffed, falling silent. His shadow continued to leap through the forest with remarkable speed, seemingly evading something. "If you dare not show yourself, then I shall force you out." The two flying machines suddenly opened compartments beneath their chests, releasing dozens of fine beams toward the ground. In an instant, the surrounding trees were obliterated, revealing a dark machine at the center of a clearing. This was the shadow of the assassin, now ceasing its retreat. Eerily suspended in midair, its cold, azure eyes fixed on the two flying machines above. Just two mere youngsters, seeking death. With a furious roar, the shadow transformed into a dark streak, lunging toward the airborne machines. The two flying machines promptly veered left and right, evading the shadow's attack. However, the shadow relentlessly pursued the golden flying machine. With one hand outstretched, the air before the golden flying machine suddenly shattered into fragments. The golden machine, realizing the danger, abruptly ascended, attempting to evade the shadow's assault. Yet, openings on the shadow's arm revealed several beams that shot towards the golden machine. Consequently, the golden flying machine was forced to dodge the beams frantically. Meanwhile, the silver flying machine arced around, positioning itself behind the shadow, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Thus began a breathtaking aerial battle. Although Imo, Wuyu, and Xios were ensconced in a distant forest, an unsettling sensation stirred within them. They remained oblivious to the calamity that this crisis would unleash upon the entire Guardian City. "Do not presume that only you possess power." Humph! As the silver flying machine drew nearer to the shadow, the golden flying machine suddenly pivoted, charging directly at the shadow. Yet, the shadow remained calmly suspended in midair, its arms outstretched, welcoming the two flying machines. "Time flows." A faint voice seemed to transcend the shackles of time and space, resonating directly in the ears of the butterfly duo. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. The two flying machines were frozen in midair, while the shadow surged toward the golden machine like a released arrow. Clutching a sharp dagger in hand, it silently sliced through the chest of the golden flying machine. In an instant, the golden flying machine shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the void. Simultaneously, the shadow abruptly retreated, revealing a concave vacuum in the spot where the golden flying machine had just been, from which a powerful suction emanated. The moment the golden flying machine vanished, it inexplicably regained its mobility. Swiftly approaching the shadow's retreat path, the shadow was forced to halt, glaring fiercely at the vacuum zone ahead, entirely disregarding the silver flying machine trailing behind. "Assassin, you have grown old. Can you not even muster this much power to resist?" A voice emerged from the vacuum as the area gradually dissipated, revealing the silhouette of the golden flying machine once more. At this moment, the golden aircraft radiated a dazzling golden light, reminiscent of a war deity descending, its fierce gaze penetrating the shadows ahead. Since you have aged, you should no longer be present here. However, it is too late for regrets now. In an instant, spatial rifts began to flicker around the golden aircraft, appearing and vanishing in a heartbeat, as if they were generating swirling winds in their fleeting existence. The golden aircraft suddenly swayed in the air, vanishing within the threads of reality. The shadow promptly darted across the sky. Yet the golden aircraft followed suit, appearing beside the shadow, its deadly particle blade striking towards him. The shadow swiftly raised an arm, parrying the golden aircraft's particle blade with a dagger. However, at that moment, from the side of the shadow, a silver aircraft lunged forward, wielding a particle blade with ferocity. The shadow flung another dagger and retreated rapidly in a different direction. Seizing the opportunity, the golden aircraft swung, severing the shadow's arm. Despite the loss of his limb, the shadow continued to plunge towards the ground. Yet time seemed to freeze at that moment, the shadow lingering briefly in the air. But that fleeting pause was sufficient. The golden aircraft flashed below the shadow, while the silver aircraft positioned itself above. In an instant, both particle blades penetrated the shadow's body. Yet, before the duo known as Butterfly could revel in their triumph, they discovered the cockpit of the shadow's craft slowly opening, revealing it to be empty. Young ones, you have lost. The consequence of your defeat is death. A sinister voice echoed through the AI, in accordance with Article 40 of Section 5 of Chapter 4. I, in the name of time and space, declare this oath. Anything within my realm shall be annihilated. No. A fierce roar resonated through the space. Immediately, the golden and silver aircraft emitted blinding light, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Yet, centered around the shadow, a spherical space with a diameter of 50 meters gradually unfolded. As the spatial tremors from the aircraft reached the edges of the sphere, they dissipated. Subsequently, the interior of the space grew increasingly luminous, appearing from the outside like a radiant orb. As the brilliance gradually waned, it ultimately vanished completely. The three aircraft that had just existed disappeared without a trace, along with the spherical space itself. At last it is resolved. The operations over there should commence as well. It seems I must hasten, lest I miss the plan. A figure clad in full protective gear murmured to himself. This individual was none other than the earlier assassin. Now far removed from the previous battlefield, he then leaped, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in the Guardian City, alarms blared abruptly. Battle robots ascended from the city, forming an orderly array, exuding a magnificent presence. Within the luminous barrier, a middle-aged man stood atop a tall building in the city center, his gaze heavy as he observed the conflict in the skies. With a gentle sigh, filled with resignation and concern, he murmured, "Alas, what is meant to come will ultimately arrive. I only hope we can be timely. Otherwise, everything will be in vain." Above in the sky, as time passed, more battle robots continued to ascend. They stood at the ready, awaiting a command to surge through the barrier and engage in combat. Kill! A calm yet resounding voice echoed through the communication devices. Upon receiving the order, the battle robots above Guardian City swiftly formed small teams and flew outward. As their bodies contacted the barrier, they seemed to meld through it effortlessly. Outside, beams of light continued to strike the barrier, with some robots being obliterated the moment they passed through. However, the majority managed to evade the initial onslaught of beams. The number of battle robots within the city approached 200, and after the initial launches, no additional robots ascended. Beyond the barrier, a fierce battle commenced. A powerful grunt reverberated across the battlefield. Soon after, a pure blue battle robot materialized above the light. Its design mirrored that of the combatants engaged in battle, yet in an instant, all eyes were drawn to it. They were astonished to find the cockpit of this newly appeared battle robot wide open. And standing at its edge was a man with flowing blue hair, clad in a golden white coat, billowing gracefully in the wind. The blue-haired man scanned the battlefield with a cold, piercing gaze, instilling a sense of authority that loomed over those present. Arrogant fool, perish! A battle robot from Guardian City launched itself towards the hovering figure. The pilot, overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from the blue-haired man, charged forward with a furious shout. Fool! The captain of the Azure Squad, positioned near the city gate, muttered under his breath. His sharp gaze remained fixed on the blue-haired man, silently alert. He understood that this individual was no ordinary foe. His arrival would undoubtedly introduce greater uncertainty into the fray. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. The golden and silver aircraft clashed fiercely with numerous battle robots. Each flicker of light signified a struggle between life and death. In this tumult, the appearance of the blue-haired man undeniably complicated the situation further. The captain of the Azure Squad contemplated. They needed to locate the shadow swiftly and discern his intentions. This blue-haired man might very well be the key to unraveling the mystery. Everyone be cautious. This blue-haired man is formidable. He advised his comrades. They nodded in agreement, their gazes sharpening as they fixated on the blue-haired figure. Chapter 14. Vanishing at that moment, the blue-haired man suddenly shimmered, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, it was behind a battle robot. With a swift motion of his particle blade, he cleaved the robot in two. What incredible speed! The captain of the Azure Squad gasped in astonishment. He realized they needed to act quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Everyone prepare for battle. We must remain vigilant against this blue-haired man, he shouted. His comrades nodded, bracing themselves for the impending conflict. Just then, a familiar voice rang in their ears. Humph, it seems you are all ready to welcome me. Everyone was taken aback, turning towards the sound. The shadow emerged slowly from the void, grasping a dagger that shimmered with a cold gleam. His gaze was icy and profound, as if it could pierce through them. I am the Saint's son, and I bestow upon you two choices. First, choose to fight, and I shall mercilessly obliterate you one by one. Second, abandon resistance. Regardless of your choice, one thing is certain. Your guardian city shall ultimately be reduced to nothing. Now, I await your response. An unutterable arrogance weighed heavily upon the hearts of the inhabitants of Guardian City, the oppressive sensation nearly suffocating them. Their gazes converged upon the towering edifice in the city center. Anticipating a reply, Saint's son, a steady and resolute voice resonated from within Guardian City. The voice, transmitted through the loudspeakers, echoed clearly in everyone's ears. I am the Lord of Guardian City, and in response to your proposition, my answer is self-evident. We choose to guard. As the words echoed, the citizens of Guardian City fixed their determined gazes upon the Azure Squad, a fierce battle spirit igniting within their hearts. Oh? So your choice is battle. The blue-haired man maintained his indifference, as if all of this were merely an inconsequential farce. Thus, in the name of the Saint's son, I declare this ironclad rule. Within my line of sight, all beams and particle-based weapons shall become ineffective. Let us commence this game. The blue-haired man gracefully leaped back into the cockpit. As he did so, the Azure Squad discarded their beam weapons and drew out solid firearms. Resembling a band of valiant warriors, resolutely soaring towards the battle robots hovering above Guardian City. At this moment, the citizens of Guardian City turned pale, realizing in horror that, with the blue-haired man's proclamation, their beam weapons had all become inoperative. As they beheld the rapidly approaching Azure Squad, they felt an unprecedented threat of death. Meanwhile, on the other side, Imo Wuyun excitedly waved a sprig of light blue metallic grass, blue Ning grass, in his hand. A small backpack now strapped to his back, carefully stowing away these precious herbs. Hey, Ruiz, look at how much blue Ning grass is here. When we return, we are sure to receive a handsome reward. He called out loudly. Ruiz, covered in dirt and with a large patch of his clothes soaked in sweat, stood up. He wiped his brow and smiled at Imo Wuyun. There's plenty here as well. My backpack is nearly full. We should head back, he replied. That sounds good. Imo Wuyun placed the blue Ning grass into his backpack, picked up a slender sword nearby, and stood up. He gazed up at the sunlight filtering through the leaves. Squinting slightly, the sunlight is just right now. We can leisurely return. Hugh suspended his gun vertically on his shoulder and approached Imo Wuyun, gently shaking his backpack and patting him on the back as he said, All right, let us be off. From here on, I shall rely on you. This backpack is rather heavy, and should danger arise, I doubt I can run swiftly down. Haha. Imo Wuyun chuckled in response. Rest assured, I will not let you fall behind. With that, he tightened his grip on his slender sword and took the lead on their journey home, while Hugh followed closely behind, moving at a leisurely pace. Who do you think is pursuing us? Hugh mused aloud. I simply cannot fathom why we are worth such elaborate efforts to track, Imo Wuyun remarked as they walked. Festus, pushing aside the branches before him, replied with a smirk, Who knows? Let it be. We just need to proceed with caution. Still, It is truly despicable. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't be trudging through this wretched forest on a mission. With that, he deftly dodged another branch. Wuyu glanced back and then raised his sword, deftly clearing the obstructive branches ahead, continuing, however, I must admit, coming here has its merits. At least we can hone our skills. Hugh did not share Wuyu's perspective. With the branches now cleared, Festus found his path considerably smoother. Honing skills? I would rather not be here. The city is so much more relaxed. Upon our return, I shall indulge in some well-deserved rest, he complained. Hearing Festus's grumbling, Wuyu merely smiled slightly, if given the choice. The city would indeed be a preferable option. However, on another note, we have acquired quite a lot this time. Once we return, his sentence trailed off abruptly as he halted, gripping his slender sword tightly, while signaling to Hugh with his other hand, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Festus, too, sensed something amiss and swiftly readied his gun, aiming towards the rear. A rustling sound erupted from the thicket ahead of Wuyu. He gripped his sword tightly, his gaze sharp and focused. Festus pivoted, training his gun on the source of the disturbance, prepared to shoot at a moment's notice. Yet, after the commotion, silence returned to the surroundings. Nevertheless, Wuyu remained on high alert, acutely aware that in this forest, previously besieged by mechanical beasts, even the slightest whisper of movement could conceal peril. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time stretched in the tense atmosphere. Approximately 10 seconds later, the underbrush ahead rustled once more. Wuyu tightened his grip on his sword, shifting one foot slightly forward, poised to strike. Hugh's fingers hovered over the gun, the sweat that had dripped from his brow glistening in the sunlight. The rustling grew closer, and both Wuyu and Festus felt their nerves tauten to the breaking point. They remained fixated on the front, awaiting the unknown that approached. Gradually, the foliage parted, and a hand emerged from within. Subsequently, a man clad in a light blue fitted robe stepped forth. He raised both hands above his head, swaying them, his emerald eyes sparkling with mirth as they met Wuyu's. Upon realizing he was indeed a person, the taut nerves of Wuyu and Hugh finally relaxed. Festus lowered his weapon, while Wuyu inclined his sword downward, still maintaining a degree of caution towards the unexpected arrival. Hey, no need to be tense. I am but a mere human, the man smiled, slowly approaching Wuyu. Hi. There's no need for that level of anxiety. Allow me to introduce myself. You may call me Keluoyan, or refer to me as the Holy Sun, whichever you prefer. Wuyu. Keluoyan? Wuyu stood momentarily stunned, his sword inadvertently slackening. He vaguely recalled that during their journey to school, Massey had solemnly advised them to seek the assistance of a person named Keluoyan should they encounter an insurmountable dilemma. And now, standing before him was none other than the legendary Keluoyan. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wuyu swiftly regained his composure, fixing his gaze on the warmly smiling figure in front of him. Cautiously inquiring, Keluoyan? Are you indeed the Keluoyan that Mr. Massey spoke of? Keluoyan burst into hearty laughter, his voice imbued with a sense of grandeur and nonchalance. Massey? If it is that fellow, then indeed, it is I. I have come specifically to find you. Locating you two in this vast forest has proven quite a challenge. Ha ha. Hugh, observing from the side, narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the man before them. The name Keluoyan was not unfamiliar to him, as Massey had provided them with a detailed introduction. However, a flicker of doubt arose within Festus. He questioned not only the true identity of Keluoyan, but also began to harbor suspicions about their initial encounter with Massey. Yet, he chose not to divulge these concerns to Wuyu. Suppressing his internal turmoil, he smiled and asked, So, Mr. Keluoyan, or should I say, Holy Sun, you have come to seek us for some significant matter. Keluoyan's gaze lingered on Hugh for a moment before he nodded, his expression turning grave. Indeed, I have several crucial matters to discuss with you, and time is of the essence. I shall be succinct. You must listen attentively. As Keluoyan's demeanor shifted, both Wuyu and Hugh felt a wave of tension wash over them, their focus sharpening on his words. First and foremost, you cannot return to the City of Guardians. It may have already fallen into peril. Shortly, I will provide you with a map. You must follow its guidance. Keluoyan spoke with an undeniable conviction. Next, the true purpose of my visit to find you relates to the identity of the Holy Sun. You may not yet fully comprehend its significance. However, I cannot elaborate at this moment. I will provide you with some pertinent documents alongside the map. How much you glean from it will depend on your own fortune. As he spoke, Kelowoyan paused, his gaze shifting to Hugh. Hugh, you must enhance your training. You will find it valuable in the future, and Imo Wuyu, you must become the Holy Son. Only then can everything proceed smoothly. Remember, strive to become the Holy Son. As these revelations unfolded, Imo Wuyu found himself grappling with the question, what exactly is the Holy Son? His eyes brimmed with confusion and curiosity. Meanwhile, Hugh silently stared at Kelowoyan, softly murmuring, Holy Son. Kelowoyan, observing the bewilderment on their faces, sighed inwardly in resignation. Yet, he had no time to offer detailed explanations. He produced an exquisite small box from within his robes and handed it to them, saying, take this. I shall escort you to a rendezvous point. After that, all will depend on you. Exercise utmost caution. Chapter 15. Dizziness. With that, Kelowoyan gently placed the small box into Imo Wuyu's hands. Before either Imo Wuyu or Hugh could react, an overwhelming sense of dizziness washed over them, and they vanished from Kelowoyan's sight in an instant. Humph. After sending Imo Wuyu and Hugh away, Kelowoyan sighed softly. However, his expression quickly turned cold, and he said with an icy tone, since you have arrived, do not hide any longer. Ha. No wonder you are ranked before me as the Holy Son. Your vigilance is indeed commendable. As his words fell, a figure clad in full protective gear emerged slowly from the forest. He strolled leisurely beside Kelowoyan, his tone laced with amusement. It seems you have successfully sent those two little ones away. Did I arrive too late? Kelowoyan fixed a cold, penetrating gaze upon the approaching assassin, his voice low and frigid. Assassin, since you arrived before me, if you do not intend to make a move, refrain from playing games here. I am unclear about your intentions, but your group is likely to encounter difficulties this time. Oh, is that so? I had no idea they sent me here for murder. The assassin spread his arms in a gesture of feigned helplessness, exuding an air of languor, and I am not that arrogant fellow. If some good show is about to unfold, make sure not to miss it. Kelowoyan's expression darkened slightly, his tone losing some of its chill. Yet he still scoffed. I have no interest in your intentions. Since you choose not to harm them, I shall refrain from entangling with you. As for the one causing chaos in the City of Guardians, he will certainly pay the price for his hubris. With that, Kelowoyan cast a lingering glance at the assassin. Moments later, the space around him warped, and he vanished from sight. The assassin observed Kelowoyan's disappearing figure, halting his steps. His voice turned cold and low, and after a few soft chuckles, he too vanished into the woods in a series of agile leaps, leaving only a gentle breeze swirling in the clearing and the felled branches, silently testifying to the presence of others. Meanwhile, Imo Wuyu and Hugh felt an abrupt wave of dizziness, plunging into darkness. Imo Wuyu's first instinct was to conclude they had traversed through time and space. However, in the next moment, a blinding light pierced through the obscurity. As they gradually acclimated to this beam of light, the scene before them filled Imo Wuyu with profound disappointment and dismay, because they were being held at gunpoint by several firearms. Who are you? One of the armed individuals lowered his weapon slightly, asking warily. Imo Wuyu and Shios quickly placed their weapons on the ground, smiling to convey their lack of hostility. Shios hastily replied, we are merely two small warriors executing a mission in the forest. Our presence here is purely a misunderstanding. The man hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. He gently gestured for someone beside him to approach Imo Wuyu, saying, then please present your identification. I trust that if you are ordinary individuals, you would not refuse. No problem. Shios quickly signaled Imo Wuyu to retrieve the identification obtained at the clubhouse and handed it to the approaching individual. The man accepted the identification and scrutinized its contents. However, his brow involuntarily furrowed. He looked up at Imo Wuyu and Shios, his eyes filled with confusion and caution. The information on your identification appears somewhat vague and does not align with what we know. Can you explain this discrepancy? Imo Wuyu and Shios exchanged glances, a foreboding sense rising within them. They understood that this encounter would likely not be easily resolved. However, in the face of the current predicament, they needed to remain calm and composed. Imo Wuyu took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice steady and resolute. Our identification was indeed obtained at the clubhouse. Perhaps certain reasons have rendered the information unclear, but we are truly innocent. We merely stumbled upon this place by accident. Please believe us. The man fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, contemplating how to handle the situation at hand. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. Shortly after, a group of uniformed individuals appeared in their line of sight, armed and bearing serious, tense expressions. "What is happening?" inquired one of the leaders. The armed individual briefly reported the situation to the leader. After listening, the leader's gaze lingered on Imo Wuyu and Xiao's for a moment. Then, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to lower their weapons. "All right, let us not act rashly. Take them back for a thorough investigation before making any decisions." The leader commanded. Imo Wuyu and Xiao's were escorted to a makeshift camp. Here, they underwent a detailed inquiry and investigation. Although the process was somewhat tedious and monotonous, they maintained a patient and cooperative demeanor. They understood that only in this way could they quickly clear their suspicions and regain their freedom. During the investigation, Imo Wuyu and Xiao's gradually learned about the camp's circumstances. It turned out to be a secret military base, specifically tasked with responding to abnormal situations in the forest. Listening to the squad leader's detailed explanation, both Xiao's and Imo Wuyu couldn't help but furrow their brows. The outer battles and the safety of guardianship seemed to harbor peril at every turn. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao's gazed intently at the second squad leader and asked, as the leader of the second squad, "What about the first squad and the other teams? Moreover, it seems you always engage directly in combat. Don't you have combat robots at your disposal?" The second squad leader's somewhat forced smile instantly faded, replaced by an expression of deep concern. "Originally, the responsibility of protecting you fell to the first squad. But regrettably, a section of the defensive line was compromised, necessitating their assistance. Thus, we took on this task. As for the other squads, they are currently dispersed, engaged in fierce battles. The combat robots are presently occupied elsewhere. In this mechanical forest, every location could potentially become a target, and chaos reigns." Xiao's nodded gently, falling into thought. After a while, he turned to Imo Wuyu with a penetrating gaze. "Then let us open the small box that Kaluo Yuan gave us and see what we are about to face." Imo Wuyu slightly inclined his head, retrieving the box that Kaluo Yuan had previously handed to him. He gently pressed the switch beside the box, which slowly opened, casting a soft glow that coalesced into a small human figure. Imo Wuyu focused intently, and to his surprise, the figure projected was Maxi, who had brought him back to the city. Maxi's projection wobbled slightly after appearing, followed by a hearty laugh. "Haha, Imo Wuyu and Xiao's. You two little ones must have traveled far from the Guardian City by now, right? If you're still not deep into the forest when you see this projection, it means that Kaluo Yuan took quite a tumble along the way." Haha. Watching Maxi's endless chatter in the projection, Imo Wuyu and Xiao's exchanged a smile, though their eyes betrayed a sense of helplessness. Yet, they could only calm down and listen attentively. "I know you must be feeling quite frustrated right now. Haha, so I won't just any longer. By the time you hear this, only an hour has passed since you left. It could be just now, or perhaps a few minutes later, but we will activate the basin device on our side. From activation to completion, it will take an hour. You must leave this place within that hour according to the points indicated on the map I provided. There should be someone protecting you, so ensure you depart within the hour. Otherwise, you will meet your demise here. This is no jest. I wish you success." After delivering this message, Maxi's projection flickered and vanished without a trace. Following this, the projection morphed into a virtual map, with 2 points flickering in red and blue. "This is our current location," the second squad leader pointed to the blue on the map, speaking with unwavering conviction. "Now, please, you two, make a decision." Imo Wuyu and Xiao's exchanged another glance. With Xiao's gently nodding, Imo Wuyu took a deep breath, his tone resolute and commanding. "Let us head immediately towards the location of the red dot. You will lead the way." "Yes," the second squad leader replied without hesitation. He turned to his comrades nearby, greeted them briefly, and after a thorough examination of the map, strode forward confidently. "Now, please, keep up with us." Imo Wuyu and Xiao swiftly retrieved the weapons from the ground, following closely behind. Just a few minutes after Imo Wuyu's squad set off, countless dazzling beams of multicolored light surged upward from the direction of the Guardian City. Enveloping the distant sky entirely, a series of deafening tremors echoed through the forest, and the ground shook vividly where Imo Wuyu stood. "Is this the basin? What on earth is so terrifying?" Imo Wuyu mused, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness surge within him as he whispered to himself. The second squad leader, having heard Mo Wuyu's murmurs, found his reaction unsurprising, even quite normal. As he walked, he explained, Basin is an ultimate weapon of war against mothership fleets in cosmic warfare, and its destructiveness is beyond doubt. If we do not leave within an hour, we may truly face death. An ultimate weapon against mothership fleets? Indeed terrifying, Mo Wuyu remarked, feeling a shudder from the second squad leader's explanation. However, he quickly regained his focus, concentrating on the journey ahead. As they sprinted through the forest, Mo Wuyu noticed that they encountered none of the enemies or mechanical beasts the squad leader had mentioned. The smooth passage felt somewhat strange, but he could only remain alert and vigilant. Near a small hill, Mo Wuyu, Xios, and the second squad halted briefly for rest. Mo Wuyu took out the projection again and saw they were now quite close to the red dot's location. Yet, he still felt a twinge of unease, gazing up at the sky illuminated by the multicolored beams, his mind swirling with doubts. Would they truly reach their destination safely and depart unscathed? Gurgle, Chapter 16. Restoring strength. Mo Wuyu drank the nutrient solution he had just obtained from the second squad leader. Its effects were remarkable, significantly alleviating his fatigue. Although he still felt weary, he sensed his muscles gradually regaining strength, a tingling sensation washing over him, allowing him to relax. Leaning against a tree, he slowly released the tension in his nerves that had been heightened by vigilance. At this moment, the second squad leader was squatting on a small flat area beside a tree, discussing something with several subordinates while examining the virtual map. After they all nodded in agreement, the second squad leader stood up and gently called to the resting individuals around. Everyone, please gather here. Mo Wuyu gradually propped himself up and walked over to the second squad leader. Xios and other soldiers also gathered around. The second squad leader surveyed the group, pointing at a location on the map. We are now very close to our destination. Since the activation of the basin, nearly 45 minutes have passed. As you can see, this red indicates our goal. However, we must not let our guard down. Although we have not encountered any enemies along the way, this does not mean we can be complacent. We must remain vigilant at all times and be prepared for any unexpected situations. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, their expressions growing more serious. The second squad leader continued. Next, we need to formulate a detailed action plan. We must ensure that, within the remaining time, we can safely reach the location marked by the red dot and depart smoothly. Anyone with thoughts or suggestions is encouraged to voice them. After much discussion and deliberation, the group ultimately devised a detailed action plan. They decided to progress along a relatively concealed path to evade any potential enemies. Simultaneously, they assigned several individuals to reconnaissance and vigilance duties to safeguard the team's security. In the ensuing time, they acted according to the plan, advancing with utmost caution. Although they occasionally encountered minor troubles, they adeptly resolved these challenges through their wisdom and courage. At last, just minutes before the flow zone device was set to shut down, they successfully arrived at the location of the red dot. It was a secret passage hidden deep within the dense forest, with the other end leading to a safe area. They swiftly traversed the passage, and as the last person emerged, the flow zone device closed precisely at that moment. They had successfully escaped from this perilous place, preserving their lives. Following this heart-pounding adventure, Mo Wuyu and Xios profoundly felt the fragility and preciousness of life. They understood that only by remaining ever vigilant and courageous could they survive in a world fraught with dangers. This experience became an indelible memory in their lives. Whenever they recalled this episode, a warm surge would rise within them, a reverence for life and an infinite yearning for the future. At this moment, we have a mere 15 minutes left. Reflecting on the path we have traveled, if the road ahead remains as unobstructed as before, we should be able to complete our mission smoothly. However, should the enemy have discerned our destination and be lying in ambush ahead, we must, at all costs, fulfill this mission. Do you understand? With these words, the captain of Team 2 scanned the crowd once more, finally fixing his steadfast gaze upon Mo Wuyu. Understood. The soldiers responded in a low yet resolute tone. Very well, we have no time to waste. Quickly adjust your gear and drink your nutrient supplements to ensure you are fully energized. The captain of Team 2 rose, his voice imbued with an undeniable determination. Feeling the collective resolve of the group, Mo Wuyu took a deep breath from the nutrient supplement in his hand, his gaze unwaveringly directed towards their destination. And no matter the difficulties and dangers that lie ahead, let them come. At this moment, Mo Wuyu was filled with an unshakable belief. He exchanged a glance with Shiosi, both their eyes reflecting the same tenacity and resilience. Observing this, the captain of Team 2 nodded slightly, contemplating. With such conviction, failure would hardly be an option. He then allowed a wry smile to surface. None of this truly mattered anymore. He merely hoped to accomplish his mission and not let his brother's sacrifices be in vain. Once more, he turned to Imo Wuyu and Shiosi, stepping beside Imo Wuyu, and spoke in a low voice. We shall set off immediately. Are you both prepared? Imo Wuyu turned to the captain and nodded gently, saying, We are ready at any moment. Let us depart without delay, for time does not allow us to linger. Very well. Upon hearing this, the captain gestured to the side, and the soldiers who had long been prepared swiftly gathered. Let us set off at once. Imo Wuyu turned to collect the items handed to him by the captain. Nutrient supplements, healing injections, anesthetics, a heap of items that left him perplexed regarding their purpose. However, the captain merely said, You will find these useful once you leave this place. Although Imo Wuyu was filled with questions, he had no choice but to accept each item. Imo Wuyu adjusted his armor slightly. The armor he had worn previously was damaged, and now he donned a new set generously offered by a member of Team 2. Shiosi similarly wore an identical set of armor. Once Imo Wuyu was prepared, the members of Team 2 had been waiting nearby for some time. Imo Wuyu smiled apologetically and then jogged over. Shiosi patted Imo Wuyu on the shoulder as he approached, their silence filled with encouragement and trust. Imo Wuyu looked at Shiosi in confusion, unsure of his intent, but responded with a smile. Then, Shiosi gently nudged Imo Wuyu, prompting him to quicken his pace and arrive at the center of the formation. Watching Imo Wuyu's retreating figure, Shiosi's eyes reflected a deep sentiment and reluctance. In the wake of Massey's legacy, Shiosi had gradually come to understand Imo Wuyu's extraordinary nature. The Holy Son, while Shiosi was unaware of his true identity, he knew Imo Wuyu was no ordinary being. Moreover, Shiosi was acutely aware that he might soon part ways with Imo Wuyu, leaving him to rely solely on himself. Go forth, Imo Wuyu. Shiosi silently cheered for him, then quickened his pace to follow the squad ahead. With a rush, several members of the squad swiftly navigated through the forest, leaping over branches and deftly avoiding obstacles. They executed evasive maneuvers as they ran, and the obstacles in the forest posed no hindrance to them. The group leapt through the woods, keenly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, the sound of slicing air pierced the moment, and the team reacted instantaneously, springing off nearby trees and descending sharply. However, more sounds of slicing air followed in quick succession, announcing the commencement of a surprise attack. Upon landing, they swiftly assessed the combat strength ahead, realizing the enemy vastly outnumbered their capacity to respond. After a brief exchange, they resolved to retreat. As they withdrew, the gunfire ceased, leaving only a flurry of scattered leaves and debris. What? There are guards lying in ambush ahead? The captain of Team 2 furrowed his brow. Though he had anticipated an interception by the enemy, the scouts had estimated that the small squad present could hardly breach the enemy's defenses. Yet, to reach the location marked by the red dot, they must traverse this area ahead. Time had already been spent, leaving them with less than 5 minutes. Once they breached the enemy's line, it would take less than 3 minutes to reach their destination. Damn it! The captain of Team 2 slammed his fist against the ground. How long might the enemy's defensive line be? After a moment of contemplation, the captain suddenly inquired, "It shouldn't be too long. When we conducted a search in our standard formation, we found that the primary points of fire were ahead, with fewer attacks coming from the flanks," a soldier replied, "HM." The captain of Team 2 pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well, inform the entire team to prepare to execute Plan B." He then turned to Imo Wuyu, stating, "Soon, we will seal off the enemy's movements, and you two will have to advance on your own. You need not overly concern yourselves with their attacks. You will have 1 minute to breach their line and then proceed directly to the point indicated by the Holy Sun. There should be some useful items awaiting you there." Imo Wuyu looked at the captain in astonishment, uncertain of the exact implications of sealing off the enemy's movements, yet he felt a foreboding sense rising within him. Just as he was about to speak, the captain silenced him with a gentle wave of his hand, continuing, "When I say go, you two must act immediately. We can only buy you 1 minute. I hope you will seize it wisely." With that, the captain of Team 2 moved towards a nearby squad, leaving Imo Wuyu gazing at his retreating figure. "Well, since he has made arrangements, we shall do as he says." Shiosi approached Imo Wuyu, speaking softly, Since he has secured us a minute, let us make the most of it. Owuyu turned to look at Shiosi, his eyes glinting with determination. He understood that this minute was crucial for them. He must give his all to breach that unknown defense and find the point indicated by the Holy Sun. Encouraged by Shiosi, Owuyu took a deep breath, steadying his mindset. He gripped tightly the items in his hands. 3, 2, 1. Owuyu, charge. Shiosi firmly patted Owuyu's back, shouting loudly. In an instant, the two surged forward, heedless of the risks, following the captain's instructions. Owuyu and Shiosi shot forth like twin bolts of lightning, swiftly approaching the enemy's defensive position. Yet, to their astonishment, they encountered no obstruction. As they passed a small trench, Owuyu was taken aback to find that the soldiers within seemed frozen in time, weapons raised and aimed ahead, yet unresponsive to Owuyu and Shiosi. But at that moment, they had no time for contemplation. Their only focus was to traverse the enemy encampment at the fastest speed possible, continuing their advance. 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. 1 minute vanished in an instant, and Owuyu and Shiosi had distanced themselves from the enemy's defensive line. However, at that moment, a strange wave surged around the location of Team 2. Almost immediately, everything surrounding the captain dissolved into particles, vanishing into the air, leaving only the captain's slight smile, as if recounting an unfinished tale. Gasp, gasp. Owuyu seemed to sense something amiss, halting his steps to glance back. The captain's visage suddenly appeared in his mind, a leader whose name he had never learned. He wondered how the captain fared now and hoped for his safety. Owuyu silently prayed within his heart. All right, it's fine. Let us go. Time is running out. Shiosi placed his hand on Owuyu's shoulder, interrupting his train of thought. Shiosi had long sensed the immobility of the individuals around them, suspecting it was the doing of the captain of the second team. However, at this moment, they had no time to delve into such matters. Their foremost priority was to evade the assault of the flowing region. Owuyu paused briefly, then turned around with a sigh. Let us go. There's little time left. With that, he and Shiosi continued to sprint towards the location marked by the red dot. After the second team vanished, a concealed figure in the distant trees remarked softly, "Humph. Now that the flowing region has been activated, the fabric of time and space here is so fragile. Yet they dare to unleash such forces. It is nothing short of self-destruction." He retrieved a communicator from his pocket and whispered, "Proceed according to plan. The prey has already moved toward your direction. Be cautious in your reception." After speaking, he stowed the communicator, and with a flicker, vanished into thin air. Chapter 17. The run. Owuyu and Shiosi ran with all their might. This was not the time to conserve energy. According to Massey, if they did not reach their destination before the true onset of the flowing region, they would indeed perish in this place. Gradually, they drew closer to their goal. Suddenly, a faint light curtain appeared within their line of sight. In the distance, a portal of time and space stood tall, tightly encased by a hemispherical glow. Upon witnessing this scene, Owuyu and Shiosi pushed themselves even harder to run forward. Huff, huff, huff. Owuyu gasped, leaning on his knees as he and Shiosi stood before the light curtain. Shiosi reached out, attempting to touch the curtain, only to be horrified to find that his hand could not penetrate the seemingly ethereal barrier. Owuyu, astonished, extended his hand as well, and to his surprise, his hand effortlessly passed through the light curtain. Entering the interior, he looked back at Shiosi with excitement, grasped his hand, and pulled him into the light curtain. The very moment they crossed through, a man sitting in midair suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of a smile gleamed in his gaze, his lavender pupils seemingly piercing through distant time and space. He murmured, "Our little friends have arrived." With that, he flickered away, reappearing on the ground, slowly taking a few steps, yet bizarrely moving several meters to stand before a pure white door, gently pushing it open to step outside. As Owuyu and Shiosi passed through the light curtain, they found themselves in a vast expanse. Before them loomed a colossal machine, rising majestically upon an enormous irregular base. 8 curved pillars reached skyward, and between them, a giant door, swirling with a halo of light, began to slowly open. The two gazed up at this seemingly celestial gateway, momentarily entranced, forgetting the passage of time. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the sky. As the sound spread, the earth began to tremble. An invisible shockwave surged forth, reducing the trees and creatures of the mechanical forest to mere dust, dissipating into the air with the rhythm of the wave. The ground fractured under the onslaught, countless particles of dust swirling upwards in the storm of energy. Yet, as the shock wave extended, only the formless and shadowy wave remained to wreak havoc. In no time, the shock wave reached the place where Imo Wuyu and Shiosi stood. When it collided with the enormous light curtain, the entire structure quivered violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Imo Wuyu and Shiosi snapped back to reality amid the tumultuous vibrations, witnessing the impending fracture of the light curtain. Their faces paled instantly. Outside the curtain, everything was gradually vanishing. Damn it, it must be the flowing region that is activated. Hurry through the portal. Shiosi was the first to react, shoving Imo Wuyu forward. Upon seeing the apocalyptic scene before him, Imo Wuyu's face turned as pale as a sheet. After being pushed by Shiosi, he quickly regained his senses and sprinted towards the portal. The halo surrounding the time-space portal, which had been spinning slowly, now appeared strikingly brilliant, as if a tremendous force was drawing Imo Wuyu forward. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet also pass in an instant. Imo Wuyu's outstretched hand gradually made contact with the swirling halo. In the next moment, he fully passed through the portal of time and space. Silently, the light curtain outside shattered under the intense vibrations, disintegrating into countless fragments that vanished into the air. Waves of shock continued to pound against the time-space portal, and in an instant, the portal itself was left in tatters. Ultimately, this burdened gateway succumbed and shattered entirely. Quick, quick! All teams, take your positions and respond. The urgent calls echoed from the communicator. First team, ready. Second team, ready, prepared, standing by for target appearance. All teams are permitted to act freely according to circumstances. On the other end of the communicator, the commanders anxiously monitored the situation on their screens. They understood that the activation of the flowing region heralded an unprecedented crisis, and Imo Wuyu, Shiosi, and the others were their hope in this impending calamity. At this moment, Imo Wuyu had traversed the portal, entering an entirely new world. He surveyed his surroundings, witnessing a desolate and decayed landscape. Yet amidst this barrenness, he felt an unprecedented surge of power and hope. He knew he must summon his strength to survive, to fight, for those awaiting their return. Shiosi followed closely, emerging through the portal, standing shoulder to shoulder with Imo Wuyu, their gazes resolutely fixed ahead. They understood the path ahead would be fraught with greater challenges and dangers. Yet they also believed that as long as they stood together, they could overcome any obstacle and challenge in this unknown realm. Imo Wuyu and Shiosi would embark on a breathtaking adventure. They would battle various strange creatures, unravel ancient mysteries, and explore uncharted territories. All of this would become a testament to their growth and transformation. Meanwhile, in another dimension, their comrades who had once fought alongside them were also battling for survival. Though they inhabited different worlds, their hearts remained tightly intertwined. They all strived toward a common goal, defeating the flowing region and safeguarding the peace and tranquility of their homeland. In this battle that transcended time and space, Imo Wuyu and Shiosi would encounter countless trials and tribulations. Yet they firmly believed that as long as they harbored faith and courage within, they could triumph over all adversities. Their saga would become a legend, forever resonating in the hearts of the people. Codename Prey. Operation Commencement. Upon crossing the portal of time and space, Imo Wuyu once again beheld the resplendent world, where hues of vibrant colors intertwined like threads, weaving a dreamlike tapestry. Unable to contain himself, he reached out, yearning to touch the flowing radiance. However, those glimmers seemed ethereal, effortlessly passing through his form. As he focused his thoughts, his entire being began to levitate slowly, drifting serenely among the kaleidoscopic lights, as if lost in a surreal dream. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the once gentle glow became blindingly brilliant, and the myriad colors flashed frantically before his eyes, resembling countless swords piercing toward him. Ah! Imo Wuyu could not suppress a scream, his hands instinctively shielding his eyes, attempting to block the unbearable radiance. Yet all was in vain. The light continued to penetrate through his fingers, stabbing into his vision, bringing forth a wave of excruciating pain. Consequently, his sight was engulfed in darkness, as if he had plunged into an endless abyss. After a brief spell of darkness, Imo Wuyu heard a stern and fierce voice call out, followed by a sharp pain at the back of his head. causing him to lose consciousness. Before collapsing, a vague thought lingered in his mind. Eyes. When Imo Wuyu finally awoke, he found himself lying on an unfamiliar bed, his head feeling heavy and dizzy. Cradling his head in his hands, he attempted to alleviate the indescribable discomfort. After a while, he gradually regained his senses, though his head still felt leaden. He slowly opened his eyes. Trying to observe his surroundings, he recalled crossing the portal of time and space, followed by a blinding light, and then being struck unconscious. Now, he had no idea where he was, as everything around him felt foreign. A piercing scream suddenly shattered the stillness of the room. Moments later, the door burst open with a bang, and a soldier wielding a firearm stormed in. "What's all this noise? Quiet down," the soldier barked fiercely. At that moment, Imo Wuyu, still cradling his head with both hands, had his mouth agape, eyes wide open in disbelief, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. The soldier cast a disdainful glance at him before turning and slamming the door shut. Imo Wuyu sat dumbfounded on the bed, still holding his head, murmuring softly, "Impossible, impossible. What on earth is happening?" He struggled to piece together his thoughts, but his mind was a chaotic whirl. Scanning the modest room, he noticed it was exceedingly ordinary in appearance, plain and unadorned. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a mirror resting on a nearby table. He abruptly sat up, got off the bed, and approached the table to examine the mirror closely. However, when he beheld his reflection, he was taken aback. The image staring back was no longer that of the boy with sky-blue hair and emerald-green eyes, but rather a figure radiating a dazzling spectrum of colors. Even the mirror itself emitted a faint glow, as if shrouded by some mysterious force. He glanced around, and everything within his line of sight no longer retained its usual colors, but instead radiated a kaleidoscope of hues. Reminiscent of what he had witnessed while traversing the portal of time and space, Imo Wuyu could not help but let out a cry of despair, echoing the sound he had previously made. He surveyed his surroundings, attempting to acclimate to this bizarre situation. He discovered that he was clad in a blue outfit, while his prior armor and weapons had vanished. He speculated that these items must have been taken by the individuals who had rendered him unconscious. He looked around, realizing he had nothing to occupy his time with and could only wait in silence. However, events soon began to unfold. With a creak, the door was slowly pushed open, and Imo Wuyu turned to see a soldier standing at the threshold. Unlike before, this soldier now exhibited a hint of deference. As the soldier entered, a man in a long coat with short hair followed closely behind. Imo Wuyu's initial reaction was to observe that this was a man dressed in a long coat with short hair. Yet, due to his current inability to accurately discern colors, he could not precisely describe the man's physical features. He could only infer the individual's identity and character based on his form and demeanor. Lan Hanyue gazed at the youth before him with a sense of surprise. Although he had seen the boy once prior to his awakening, the sight of him now was still unexpected. The boy slightly tilted his head, regarding him with an inexplicable gaze, devoid of any fear. During the previous search, Lan Hanyue had discovered some peculiar items on the boy: advanced healing and support potions, emergency tactical weapons, full body armor not designed for space use, a strange mask, and a half-man-length magnetic slender sword. However, none of these items could conclusively prove the boy's identity. There were also two devices confirmed to be electronic instruments. One, upon activation, displayed no signal and was verified to be merely a receiver resembling a communication device, while the other, box-like, could not be opened at all, its material extraordinarily hard, impervious even to cutting. This enigmatic and extraordinary boy left a profound impression on Lan Hanyue. He smiled at the youth, attempting to glean some information from his gaze. "Hello, marvelous boy. May I inquire as to your name?" Lan Hanyue asked with a smile. "Imo Wuyu," came the calm and untroubled reply. He harbored no concerns about revealing any secrets, for he possessed none. Without a family, parents, or relatives, he felt no fear. Even if the other party sought to investigate him, he remained indifferent. Chapter 18. The Officer? Imo Wuyu, is it? A splendid name indeed. Lan Hanyue nodded with a smile. "You may call me Second Lieutenant Lan. The captain wishes to see you, so please follow me." Imo Wuyu nodded in agreement and followed Lan Hanyue out of the room. Proceeding down the corridor, along the way, he silently contemplated the events that had transpired and his forthcoming plans. Upon arriving at the captain's office, Imo Wuyu noticed that several individuals had already gathered there. Quietly awaiting the captain's arrival, he found a place to sit and quietly observe the people and environment around him. Before long, the captain entered. He glanced at Imo Wuyu and then gestured for everyone to settle down. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have summoned you today for a matter of utmost importance." "Oh, Imo Wuyu, is it? Welcome aboard my warship, an independent vessel belonging to the Federation. It brings me immense joy to meet you. A remarkable young man at this extraordinary moment. Now, may I inquire as to your true identity?" "My identity?" Imo Wuyu furrowed his brow slightly, whispering to himself, yet refraining from providing an answer. He pondered silently. If only Xios were present, he would undoubtedly ease this sudden awkwardness. However, faced with the captain, who was enveloped in a rainbow of light, Imo Wuyu could only helplessly shake his head. His gaze flickered slightly, and a thought flashed through his mind. This is an independent warship of the Federation? Independent warships still exist, hence it is evident that we are not on the main timeline. It seems most probable that we are situated within the tumultuous era of the final battle. Around the year 7237, though the precise year remains uncertain, Imo Wuyu's thoughts raced like lightning. He quickly reined them in, a smile gracing his face. "Esteemed Captain, might you be able to disclose the designation of your independent warship and your esteemed name?" Imo Wuyu inquired politely. "Oh, you are unaware?" The captain regarded Imo Wuyu with astonishment, his eyes brimming with incredulity. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth, his right hand gently stroking his chin, regarding Imo Wuyu with a hint of amusement. "What an intriguing fellow you are." The captain's interest in Imo Wuyu deepened, having noted the boy's subtle movements, and he began to contemplate privately. "Well," the captain paused briefly before continuing, "this is the Federation's independent warship GK0001. And I am Captain Grantster. What do you think, marvelous boy of time travel?" With a thunderous jolt, it felt as though a powerful force had reverberated through Imo Wuyu's mind. He stared in disbelief at the radiant captain before him. He was none other than Captain Grantster of the independent warship GK0001. In Imo Wuyu's own timeline, Grantster and his GK0001 warship had long been renowned throughout the Federation. Particularly during the decisive final battle, Grantster and his ship played a critical role, their names immortalized in history. To the average person, Grantster was undoubtedly a figure of legendary stature. Numerous scholars had conducted thorough investigations into his life and deeds, compiling them into books, some of which had even become introductory texts for students. This illustrates the vast reach and enduring legacy of Grantster's fame. Observing the shock on Imo Wuyu's face, Grantster's resolve only strengthened. The more he confirmed Imo Wuyu's identity, the greater his concern grew, and his expression turned grave. However, Imo Wuyu remained oblivious to this fleeting change, as his thoughts were consumed by the astonishing revelation before him. Time travel? That title seems rather fitting. Imo Wuyu shook off his astonishment, quickly realizing he was aboard a warship, with Captain Grantster standing before him. Although he could not see the captain's expression, he summoned his courage to ask, "Might you inform me of which historical phase we currently find ourselves in?" Grantster did not directly answer Imo Wuyu's question, but instead turned to nod at Lan Hanyue. Seeing this, Lan Hanyue stepped forward and continued from where Imo Wuyu left off. "It is currently April of 7236. We are situated in a region known as the Death Zone within the chaotic Ra Galaxy. 2 months ago, while executing the Dark Moon Plan, we encountered an attack from an unidentified force, forcing us to retreat from the combat zone. We are presently en route to the Delan Galaxy, which is affiliated with the Federation. All this information can be verified in any military database of the factions, and it is absolutely genuine and reliable." Upon finishing, Lan Hanyue returned to stand beside Grantster. Meanwhile, Grantster's gaze remained fixed on Imo Wuyu, eagerly anticipating that this mysterious youth might provide him with some valuable information. "The Dark Moon Plan? It failed?" Imo Wuyu exclaimed, his voice nearly losing control. This revelation struck him more profoundly than any prior news. It was inconceivable. The Dark Moon Plan could not possibly have failed in the annals of history. It was a flawless scheme. It was precisely because of the success of this plan that the Federation accelerated its offensive, ultimately completing the grand strategy, gaining the upper hand, and achieving victory in the final battle at the end of 7237. This contradicts history entirely. Hearing Imo Wuyu's words, Grantster furrowed his brow tightly. The success of the Dark Moon plan could indeed yield the outcomes Mo Wuyu described, perhaps even surpassing them. However, the current reality was that the Dark Moon plan had failed. This meant either Mo Wuyu's statement was false, or history had been altered. The notion sent a shiver through both Mo Wuyu and Grandster in human temporal theory due to the immense stress of the universe. Even if one returned to the past in an attempt to change history, it would not affect the trajectory of the future. The powerful cosmic stress would eliminate the variables, allowing history to revert to its original course. Yet, such a bizarre situation had now arisen. Grandster interrupted Mo Wuyu's contemplation with his calm voice. What obstructed us at the time were hundreds of deep blue battle robots, along with an even larger horde of chaotic combat robots. The two sides were evidently adversarial, and the combat capabilities of those robots were exceedingly formidable. It was only after being impacted by their onslaught that our mission failed. I wonder, do you possess any insights? Marvelous boy Mo Wuyu? Mo Wuyu did not raise his gaze to meet Grandster's. To him, it mattered little whether he looked or not. He listened to Grandster's words. Fragments of information he had previously learned began to coalesce in his mind. The zone device. The chosen one. These pieces of information seemed to unveil an astonishing secret. Could it truly be them? Who exactly were they, and why did they so brazenly alter history? A series of questions spiraled like a circling eagle, lingering in Mo Wuyu's mind for an extended period. Regarding the identities of those individuals, I have merely ventured conjectures based on certain clues, lacking any definitive evidence. Thus, I cannot provide you with a conclusive answer. Mo Wuyu candidly replied. Grandster appeared unfazed by Mo Wuyu's response. He gently turned around, and the wall behind him instantly transformed into a vast cosmic tapestry. His deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the room. As if emanating from distant interstellar realms, I once stumbled upon a phrase during a search operation. Although I had never believed in its veracity at the time, given the scientific understanding of that era, it was undoubtedly a fallacy. Yet the words were imprinted in my mind like a brand. It was an incomplete statement, yet the wisdom it contained seemed capable of elucidating our current predicament. When the theory of time and space fractures, the chosen one shall descend upon this world. Between the past, present, and future, they embody both the salvation of hope and the annihilation of despair. History shall cease to exist, and both past and future shall be rewritten. When the 13th chosen one arrives, the theory of time and space shall utterly relinquish its binding power. They will traverse the realms of past, present, and future. Whether as the salvation of hope or the destruction of despair, history shall be rewritten, and when the final chosen one seizes control, the theory of time and space shall regain its dominion, restoring the world's order, and fate shall once again cycle through. This is the ultimate essence of the theory of time and space. A man clad in a pure white robe glided through the room like a phantom. His robe seemed to emanate a soft glow, captivating all who beheld it. He stood there quietly, resembling a statue. However, as his form slowly turned, his eyes, faintly illuminated with a lavender hue, revealed boundless depth and mystery. Before him, 12 enormous screens floated in mid-air, akin to 12 independent universes. Among them, the numbers on screens 2 through 12 flickered brightly, while the 13th screen's digits remained dim and lifeless. The man in the white robe leaned back slightly, appearing to hover in the air. He continued in that profound and distant voice. Currently, the theories each of us holds are gradually shattering. The 13th chosen one is on the verge of emergence. As if the wheel of fate is signaling us that everything shall commence anew. So, who among us can persist alone? Number 1. You were the first to be born among us. Before we encountered the theory of time and space, you had already witnessed the complete theoretical framework. From the distant past to the present, you have been scheming in the shadows. Though I am unaware of the magnitude of your chessboard, you must understand that we are not mere pieces on your board, but the players engaging in this game with you. This entire scenario is far more intricate than you can fathom. Number 1. Your chessboard has interfered with our actions. You have unilaterally altered the trajectory of number 13, causing us to lose his trail. I am uncertain how you concealed his whereabouts, but your actions have left us disheartened. He chuckled softly. The lavender-eyed man, Number 1, let out a quiet laugh. Though faint, his laughter reverberated through the space like thunder, piercing the souls of all present. Instantly, the other sounds in the room fell silent. Chapter 19. Interference. I have never interfered with your actions, nor have I shown any interest. I merely wish to state that number 13's movements are not of my doing, but rather the design of fate. When number 13 returns, it will mark the beginning of fate's cycle. You may all depart now. Number 1 gently waved his right hand, causing the screens to dim in succession, leaving only the 6 screens still radiating a blinding light. Number 1, the cycle of fate is not confined to the theory of time and space. Aside from you, no one has witnessed those fates. Yet I have faith in you. Regardless of how fate transforms, we shall not regret our choices. As the soft female voice gradually faded, only number 1 remained, suspended alone in the air. He gazed at the dim screens. Seemingly lost in contemplation, the term chosen one echoed once more in Imo Wuyu's ears. His heart brimmed with further reflections and aspirations. What does the chosen one truly represent? Why are so many elements intricately linked to the chosen one? What kind of person must he become? In this moment, Imo Wuyu resolved to unravel the mysteries surrounding it all. Suddenly, a violent tremor shattered the tranquility of the room. A crimson light flared within, causing Imo Wuyu to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Yet, Lan Hanyue and Glanster remained as steadfast as mountains. Lan Hanyue swiftly approached the table and pressed a button. Instantly, a floating projection appeared before them. The projection displayed a man in uniform who saluted as soon as the communication was connected and spoke steadily. "Good day, Lieutenant Lan. We are currently encountering an emergency. The spatial rifts around us have suddenly multiplied. We were grazed by a minor rift earlier, but the damage has been repaired. We now request your command." Lan Hanyue returned the salute and replied, "Immediately investigate the specific situation and await my orders." Upon finishing, he switched off the communicator and turned to Glanster. Imo Wuyu struggled to rise from the floor. Although the captain's quarters were equipped with a gravity system, his fall left him feeling a bit sore. Yet he was unharmed. Spatial rifts? Imo Wuyu still felt bewildered. However, Captain Glanster showed no reaction to the situation. Imo Wuyu paid little heed to this. His greater concern was the words Glanster had spoken earlier. Thus, he unabashedly inquired, "Captain Glanster, do you possess any information regarding the Chosen One? Could you share it with me?" Glanster did not respond directly to Imo Wuyu's query. He gently pressed a button beside his chair, restoring the alarm's red light to its normal state. Imo Wuyu felt a sense of satisfaction at this action. Although the red light offered no illumination, its absence rendered the surrounding scene significantly softer. Glanster touched several more buttons, and a small door in one wall quietly opened, from which emerged a semi-intelligent robot. It deftly positioned itself beside Imo Wuyu, leaving him filled with curiosity as he speculated Glanster's intentions. However, the mystery was soon unveiled. The semi-intelligent robot's body gradually unfolded, revealing a small box that ascended from within. Imo Wuyu instantly recognized it as the memento box of Massey that Keluoyan had gifted her. Despite its radiant glow at this moment, Imo Wuyu strained to identify the box's contours. From the moment she regained consciousness, she had known that all her possessions had been taken. Now, witnessing the semi-intelligent robot retrieve this box, Imo Wuyu involuntarily looked up at Glanster, her heart awash with mixed emotions. This scene unfolded like a drama, with every detail brimming with uncertainty and tension, prompting concern for Imo Wuyu's fate. Glanster did not immediately address Imo Wuyu's confusion. Instead, he pressed the button a third time. Subsequently, a series of ethereal projections materialized above Imo Wuyu, showcasing the equipment and items she had previously worn. Only at this moment did Glanster slowly begin to speak, his tone imbued with an elusive quality. "These items were all taken from you. First and foremost, we extend our apologies. For any unidentified individuals, it is essential to conduct rigorous examinations. Now, I find myself quite intrigued by the results of this examination. Therefore, I hope you can answer some of my questions, if you will, Imo Wuyu." Imo Wuyu had anticipated that the other party would inquire about her circumstances, thus she remained unflustered and calmly responded, "Certainly." Captain Glanster. Excellent. My first question pertains to this armor. While it boasts commendable defensive capabilities, it fails to provide survival assurance in the cosmos. Hence, I am curious as to why you would don this armor for time and space travel. It is essential to recognize that time travelers must contend with both material dangers and the vastness of the cosmic environment. I find it hard to believe that an individual embarking on such a journey would be oblivious to these facts. Of course, you may possess some extraordinary circumstances or abilities. Therefore, Please enlighten me as to why you appeared on a planet where survival was ostensibly impossible during our respite on the planetary surface? Glanster's words grew increasingly incisive, each syllable seemingly imbued with immense weight. With each question posed by Glanster, Imo felt an invisible pressure bearing down upon her. However, she did not fully comprehend Glanster's words. I merely stepped through a temporal gateway leading to an unknown location. As for why I manifested on an uninhabited planet, I cannot provide an answer. That armor was simply for my self-defense. Imo replied, laced with a hint of helplessness and bewilderment. Oh? It seems you have not grasped my meaning. Glanster's voice turned increasingly frigid, imbued with a penetrating force. I refer to the fact that you found yourself in an environment where a normal human could not survive. Although that planet was not a vacuum, its conditions were utterly inhospitable. Yet, when we opened the hatch to survey the exterior, you appeared next to the inspection team, clad in armor unsuitable for cosmic survival. Do you now understand? Glanster's words struck like a blade, piercing directly into Imo heart. As he uttered his final word, Imo seemed to perceive a sharp sword hurtling towards him. Although what he beheld was merely a kaleidoscopic figure of light, he could distinctly feel the piercing gaze of Glanster upon him. A shiver coursed through Imo only to be swiftly engulfed by a wave of bewilderment. I have manifested in an environment where survival seems impossible. And yet, I am still alive. A tremor of disbelief laced his voice. He had traversed the portal of time and space, and not only had everything his eyes beheld transformed into vibrant hues, but he also found himself capable of surviving in conditions inhospitable to humanity, perhaps even in the vacuum of space. All of this felt like a dream, so surreal, yet he could palpably sense his own existence. For a moment, Imo stood frozen, utterly at a loss. Glanster had been scrutinizing him from the outset, confident in his discerning eye. Under his watchful gaze, no one could utter a falsehood. Yet, he found himself disappointed. The youth before him, upon hearing his words, displayed a look of utter confusion, evidently oblivious to the circumstances. Glanster exhaled softly. Perhaps he had been too hasty. Perhaps this was merely an unforeseen incident. Instantly, the oppressive weight that had been imposed upon Imo dissipated. He waved his hand gently and said, Imo, you may leave. Take your small box. It appears to contain something of great significance. We cannot open it without causing damage, and perhaps it was never meant to belong to us. It is yours once more. As for your other belongings, they cannot be returned to you at this moment. Lieutenant Lon, you shall take full responsibility for Imo's welfare. I wish to reflect alone now. You may handle the spatial rift as you see fit. As Glanster's words faded, the door behind Imo creaked open. Lon Hanua approached him, leading the mystified Imo out of the captain's chamber. What on earth is happening? How am I able to survive in an environment where humanity cannot? And why are these events unfolding around me? Once outside the captain's chamber, Imo could no longer contain his inquiries. Earlier, while in the chamber, he had wished to clarify his confusion, but Lon Hanua had subtly indicated that he should refrain from asking questions, subsequently pulling him away. Now, he was desperate to uncover the truth of the matter. Lon Hanua faced the door to the captain's chamber, only turning once it had fully closed, responding with a nonchalant tone, I am not certain either. For specific details, you may inquire with the patrol officer who brought you back. Or you could ask the doctor during your upcoming medical examination. I must attend to the spatial rift issue first. I will take you to the soldier's rest area. After resolving these matters, we can discuss your situation further. With that, Lon Hanua guided Imo away from the captain's chamber. After traversing several corridors, she opened a large door and turned to Imo, saying, This is the soldier's rest area. You may find an unoccupied bed to rest. If you prefer not to sleep, feel free to converse with others or admire the cosmic vista from here. She gestured toward another passageway, beyond which lay a section covered in transparent material, allowing a clear view of the magnificent universe outside. Having concluded her words, she gently pushed Imo inside and shut the door with a soft click, leaving him staring gloomily at the elongated corridor. Imo glanced around at the numerous passageways, feeling slightly dazed from his recent awakening, yet disinclined to sleep any longer. After a moment's contemplation, he turned and headed toward the corridor Lon Hanua had indicated for observing the universe. This area was quite spacious, with the endless blackness of space visible just outside the long corridor. Mo Wuyu slowed his pace, captivated by the beauty of the cosmos unfolding before him. The dark expanse transformed into an awe-inspiring spectacle. With twinkling stars, swirling nebulae, and enigmatic black holes, everything appeared so wondrous and grand. Mo Wuyu stood silently at the corridor's entrance, as if deeply enraptured by the universe. A surge of inexplicable emotion welled within him, an amalgamation of reverence and longing for the cosmos. He recalled his experience of traversing time and space, the encounters on the desolate planet, and Captain Grantster's stern inquiries. It all seemed to transpire within a dream, yet it felt so tangible. He inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his racing thoughts before resolutely turning towards the interior of the soldiers' rest area. He selected an unoccupied bed and sat down, beginning to ponder the entirety of these events. He sought to understand why he had appeared on that desolate planet, how he had managed to survive in an environment inhospitable to humanity, and what hidden secrets lay within him. Yet, these questions loomed like the stars scattered across the vast cosmos, immense and profound. Eluding his grasp, all he could do was await the unfolding of fate, anticipating the revelation of the truth. Grantster, confronted with Mo Wuyu's perplexity, did not provide an immediate answer. Instead, he pressed a button for the third time. In an instant, a series of virtual projections materialized around Mo Wuyu, resembling phantoms. These projections depicted the equipment and items he had previously donned. Following this, Grantster's voice resonated slowly, tinged with an imperceptible calmness. These items were all removed from you. For this, we extend our apologies. It is imperative that we conduct thorough examinations for any unidentified individuals. Now, I am quite intrigued by the results of this examination. Therefore, I hope you can answer a few questions for me, if you would, Mo Wuyu. He was uncertain if he could harness such power, nor did he know whether it would bring him fortune or misfortune. Nevertheless, regardless of what the future held, Mo Wuyu resolved to confront it with courage. For he understood that only by bravely facing the unknown and the challenges ahead could he discover his own path and answers. After enduring a seemingly endless few hours in the lounge, Mo Wuyu finally heard the voice of Lan Hanyu. He rose to his feet and exited the lounge, where he found Lan Hanyu waiting for him. "Second Lieutenant Lan, what shall we do next?" Mo Wuyu inquired. Lan Hanyu cast him a glance and replied coolly, "First, we shall conduct a medical examination. We need to ascertain your physical and genetic conditions. Then, we will discuss your concerns." Mo Wuyu nodded and followed Lan Hanyu toward the medical room. He knew this would be a pivotal step in understanding his origins and abilities, and no matter the difficulties and challenges that lay ahead, he must face them with bravery. He was no longer the ordinary Mo Wuyu. He had become a miracle, having traversed time and space and survived in an environment where survival seemed impossible. His future brimmed with infinite possibilities and hope. In that dark expanse, a gentle radiance quietly blossomed, akin to the dawn of hope breaking at the end of night, and amidst the vast heavens, countless stones floated, some near, some far, as if nature had whimsically brushed them, flowing and shifting in a kaleidoscope of colors. Mo Wuyu's gaze traversed this splendid scene, capturing the fleeting glimmers of light that flickered and vanished in the distance. Like ethereal spirits of the night, transient yet mysterious. "What a beautiful universe!" Mo Wuyu exclaimed, his steps involuntarily moving forward, completely immersed in this boundless beauty, oblivious to everything around him. "Hey, are you the guy they brought back from outside? Were you awestruck by the grandeur of the universe?" A voice, tinged with amusement, suddenly echoed from behind Mo Wuyu. He whirled around to see a young man leaning casually nearby, a playful smile gracing his lips. Mo Wuyu gazed at the unexpectedly appearing young man in surprise. Noticing his reaction, the young man approached him with a smile. "Do you like the universe? Isn't it beautiful here?" he asked, his eyes brimming with adoration for the vast starry sky. "Indeed," Mo Wuyu replied, sensing no malice from the young man, and nodded gently before turning back to gaze at the endless cosmos, which truly captivated him. "By the way, my name is Mo Wuyu," he said, extending his hand in a friendly introduction. The young man reciprocated the gesture and shook Missouri Wuyu's hand, chuckling lightly. "Haha, I'm Green. It's a pleasure to meet you. I thought you wouldn't initiate a greeting." Mo Wuyu chuckled awkwardly and then inquired, "Those things that appeared and vanished outside, are they spatial rifts?" Green nodded, his expression turning somewhat serious. "Yes, but generally they are invisible. Only with a detector can they be discovered. However, rest assured, they typically do not pose a threat to the battleship. When passing through such areas, the ship releases particles that stabilize the space, so occurrences like what just happened are quite rare. Chapter 21. Dissipation. Despite Green's explanation providing Mo Wuyu with a modicum of reassurance, the worry etched on his face did not entirely dissipate. Mo Wuyu's concern regarding the pirates he had mentioned earlier prompted Green to hastily recount the recent events to Lan Hanyu. Sharing his speculations, upon hearing Green's account, Lan Hanyu's expression grew grave. This is highly probable, he analyzed. We are but a solitary battleship in the chaotic asteroid belt. Any pirate group with sufficient strength could launch an assault against us. We have successfully evaded some pirate pursuits before, but it seems we have now been targeted. The adversary is unlikely to relent easily. A fierce battle may be imminent. However, the specifics will be determined by the captain. Green, go inform the soldiers in the lounge to prepare for action. Just in case that as for you, Mo Wuyu, you should accompany Green to the lounge for now. Your matters may need to be postponed. I shall meet with the captain. With that, Lan Hanyu saluted the two and turned to leave the room. Green returned the salute, while Mo Wuyu remained quietly standing by. Once Lan Hanyu closed the door, Green led Mo Wuyu to the soldiers' lounge. The lounge's hall was now filled with numerous individuals. Some gathered in conversation, others sipped drinks, while a few examined various items. As Green entered, several people near the entrance looked up and greeted him, to which Green responded in kind. After guiding Mo Wuyu to a table, Green moved to the center of the hall. He cleared his throat loudly, capturing everyone's attention. Then, he announced, "Recess is over. All soldiers prepare for battle. Please set down what you are holding. The time for combat has arrived. A group of oblivious pirates has set their sights on our magnificent battleship, and we must be ready to eradicate them." "Green, you've interrupted my most leisurely break," someone complained. "Green, this is splendid news. It's been ages since I've fought. I want to show those pirates my strength." Another responded excitedly, "Green, is your information reliable? I really don't want to waste such a delightful break." Someone else questioned. As Green's words echoed, the hall erupted into loud chatter, quickly descending into a semblance of chaos. "Emergency notification. Please pay attention. Emergency notification. Please pay attention." A voice suddenly resonated from all directions, and the boisterous crowd fell silent at the announcement. After a brief pause, the voice continued, "An unidentified pirate force is approaching. All personnel please prepare for battle. An unidentified pirate force is approaching. All personnel please prepare for battle." After the notification was repeated several times, the soldiers in the hall and the lounge swiftly and orderly sprang into action, exhibiting no signs of panic. Green did not leave immediately, but instead approached Mo Wuyu, leading him into a lounge. "You will wait here until the war alert is lifted, or you receive further orders before leaving, understood?" "Yes, no problem." Mo Wuyu recognized that he could not provide assistance at this moment, and remaining here was the more prudent choice. After giving Mo Wuyu a final scrutinizing glance, Green exited the room, leaving Mo Wuyu alone. Upon entering the room, Mo Wuyu surveyed his surroundings. Apart from recognizing the bed and table, he was unfamiliar with the other items. He approached the table and picked up a cylindrical object, discovering it to be a small pot upon closer inspection. Subsequently, Mo Wuyu wandered within the room but ultimately returned to sit on the bed. He realized with dismay that he had nothing to occupy his time, so he reclined back. Suddenly, he recalled the small box, retrieving it from his pocket. Since it had been gifted to him by Green, it was permissible to possess it. Mo Wuyu sat up and examined the small box once more. He found it to be extraordinarily intriguing. Thus far, it was the only object he could clearly perceive. With a flicker of hope, Mo Wuyu slowly opened the small box. "Mo Wuyu, I trust you have departed. Though I know not where you are, the fact that you have opened this box indicates you are safe for the time being. The information I can share is limited, all recorded within. Please refer to it at your leisure. This small object has a name, Latam. From here onward, everything will depend on you, for the assistance I can provide is confined to this." An unfamiliar voice resonated the moment Mo Wuyu opened the box. After the voice faded, the small box gradually melted in Mo Wuyu's palm, ultimately becoming a puddle of liquid. Mo Wuyu, witnessing this bizarre spectacle, felt a surge of astonishment. He was unharmed as the box melted, and the liquid eventually coalesced into a small bright red sphere. The sphere sprouted eyes and a small mouth, its eyes shimmering with a red glow before it floated in the air, emitting a melodious electronic synthesized voice. Number 13. Greetings, I am Latim, delighted to meet you. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. Mo Wu Yu gazed at the floating sphere in astonishment, cautiously asking in a hushed tone, "You are Latim? What can you assist me with?" "Of course, I can provide help within my permitted capacity." Latim drifted to Mo Wu Yu's shoulder, gradually transforming into a sky-blue bird, stretching its wings and gently fluttering. "For instance, I can answer the question you most wish to know right now." "Why most pressing question? How do you know what I wish to know at this moment?" Mo Wu Yu cradled the bird that Latim had transformed into, scrutinizing it with curiosity. "Are you a liquid semi-intelligent robot? Who created you, Keluoyan or Massey?" "Certainly not. Number 3 and number 11 are not under my purview. I previously guided number 1, and now it is your turn. Moreover, I am not a semi-intelligent robot. As a Chinese writing improvement assistant, the following is a professional level enhancement of the text you provided, aimed at improving spelling, grammar, clarity, conciseness, and overall readability, while breaking down long sentences to reduce repetition. The moment all audiences began to embrace my guidance, their most pressing desire was to understand. Why is all this happening? And I exist precisely to answer these questions. At this moment, the Latim, tightly gripped in the hand of Mo Wu Yu, transformed once more into a liquid state, slowly sliding down his arm and ultimately coalescing into a delicate bracer that wrapped snugly around his wrist. Do the numbers 3 and 11 refer to Keluoyan and Massey? And what does it signify when you call me 13? Who, then, is number 1? Furthermore, what precisely is the nature of my current state? Mo Wu Yu reclined back onto the bed, a deluge of questions surging forth. "Do not rush, Mo Wu Yu. Allow me to elucidate each inquiry for you. Please close your eyes, and I shall guide you in your quest for answers." The voice of Latim softened and soothed, gradually calming the restless heart of Mo Wu Yu. He gently lowered his eyelids, while the Latim on his arm began to emanate a gentle silvery glow, enveloping him entirely. Volume 1, The Realm of Lost Souls, Chapter 23, The Sea of Information, updated, December 27, 2011, 14:46, 17 word count, 5187. Note: due to network issues, yesterday's chapter is being resent. With today's update continuing, please stay tuned. Mo Wu Yu closed his eyes, initially taken aback by the shifting colors before him, but soon adapted to the transformation. He awaited the guidance of Latim in silence. Although he heard no call, he maintained his state of closed-eyed anticipation. "It is time. Mo Wu Yu, you may open your eyes." The voice of Latim resonated beside him. Mo Wu Yu slowly opened his eyes. The sight that greeted him was astonishing. A pair of enormous eyes gazed intently back at him. Steadying himself, he discerned that standing before him was a figure that mirrored his own likeness. "You are Latim?" Mo Wu Yu inquired cautiously, surveying his surroundings and realizing he was enveloped in a radiant white light. "Indeed, I am Latim," came the reply. "This form has been sculpted using your body as a template. It is quite satisfactory, would you not agree?" Latim continued. Mo Wu Yu seemed to catch a glimmer of pride in Latim's gaze, yet swiftly dismissed the notion, reasoning that even an advanced AI should not exhibit such human-like qualities. Within the confines of the Federation, despite humanity's capacity to create superior intelligent machines, such endeavors had yet to be realized. The root of this restraint lay in humanity's fear of robots potentially surpassing their creators, resulting in stringent regulations in this domain. However, Mo Wu Yu mused that Latim's level of intelligence might indeed transcend the existing capabilities of Federation robots. "Your current form appears rather peculiar," Missouri Wu Yu candidly expressed. Glancing around, "Where am I? How did I arrive here?" The Latim embodiment of Mo Wu Yu floated gracefully beside him, its right hand sweeping through the air, gradually becoming transparent. Subsequently, the entirety of Latim's being transformed into twinkling starlight, cascading around them. Centered around Mo Wu Yu, the white light swiftly expanded, and the space appeared to metamorphose into a vast cosmos, with stars shimmering within. This is the ocean of information. Here, you may discover all that you seek. Provided your abilities are sufficiently formidable, you shall perceive the knowledge you desire. Following this, a sphere radiating a brilliant white light floated gently before Mo Wu Yu. Hovering in silence, Mo Wu Yu gazed at the instantaneous transformation before him. As if witnessing the birth of a universe, the dazzling stars striking awe into his heart, he looked up at this sea of information, reminiscent of stars, and felt profoundly moved. It was as though he could hear celestial hymns echoing. Everything was in the throes of creation. Yet, he swiftly concentrated on the luminous point before him, gently extending his finger to touch it, and was instantly enveloped by a surge of white light. Through the currents of time, humanity emerged throughout the annals of history. This wondrous species, upon its arrival, ushered in civilization, warfare, and brutality. In tranquil diversity, myriad forms arose. Is this the cadence of evolution or the path of regression? Since humanity harnessed power, nature has similarly been affected. Newly birthed life carries the hopes of the future. We cannot afford to relinquish it lightly. Chapter 22. The sea of information. A series of sounds and images rapidly flashed before Mo Wuyu's eyes. Ephemeral in nature, in that fleeting moment, it felt as if he traversed the currents of history, witnessing fragments of the past. Then, the brilliance abruptly dissipated, and once more, the vast sea of information unfolded before him. At this juncture, Latim's voice echoed again, as if emanating from all directions. Each point of light here bears a unique piece of information. You may use your thoughts to seek the information you require, but you must possess the requisite abilities. Faced with the boundless sea of information surrounding him, Mo Wuyu marveled at the immense volume of data Latim commanded. Latim, how do you contain such a vast amount of information? The sheer quantity here is astonishing. Even gathering it must require an extensive period. No? I do not know. Since my inception, this information has been woven into my existence, perhaps collected by those who created me. Now, you may begin your quest for the information you need, but whether you succeed depends on your own efforts. Understood, Mo Wuyu nodded in response, subsequently closing his eyes and silently invoking the information he sought. Softly calling out, he felt streams of information coursing through his mind, yet none were what he desired. He continued to concentrate, until suddenly he opened his eyes to find a diminutive point of light floating serenely before him. As if ready to drift away at any moment, Mo Wuyu smiled faintly, extending his hand to gently touch the point of light, and in an instant, he was enveloped in radiance. Simultaneously, he continued to explore the information sea of Latim. Yearning to uncover the knowledge he desired, at this moment, the warship had entered combat mode. Grantster sat solemnly in the combat command room, his gaze steely as it fixed upon the screen before him. It displayed 3 battle vessels of equal rank to GK-0001, flanked by 34 combat robots. These merely represented the visible combat strength. Humph! A bunch of arrogant pirates, Grantster scoffed at the sight of the forces. Lieutenant Lon, issue the command to permit the use of level 1 combat weapons. There is no need to conceal our strength. Our primary objective now is to return to the combat zone. These minor skirmishes must not result in casualties. Understood, Lon Hanue replied, swiftly turning to seize the communication device to announce the declassification of level 1 combat weapons, allowing their use in battle in the battle robot assembly area. The soldiers erupted into cheers upon hearing the news. Fantastic. I thought we were in for a tough fight, but with level 1 combat weapons, we can easily defeat those petty pirates. Indeed, let them witness our might. Do not become overly complacent. Caution is still advisable that, of course, we are assured of victory. As the opposing warships gradually closed in, the main cannons of the pirate fleet adjusted their aim toward GK-0001. The flames of battle poised to ignite. The warship edged closer to the pirate fleet, and 15 battle robots launched from the side launch bay. They did not charge immediately but instead moved in sync with the warship. Gliding along its side, the ship descended 200 meters, angling upward at 23 degrees, as the G-class main cannon completed its loading and prepared to activate the diffusion light shield. The battle robots formed a formation, readying themselves for combat. 15 combat-type mechanical guardians encircled the warship, escorting it, while the 30 enemy combat machines surrounding them retaliated in vain, even as our warship's mechanical guardians shielded against enemy beam attacks. They showcased the overwhelming advantage of antimatter energy. When the final enemy combat machine erupted in a dazzling yet brief display of light in the cosmos, only 3 loyal mechanical guardians remained steadfast beside the independent warship GK-0001. Report to the captain. We have successfully completed our assigned mission. With this final report, even as the relentless erosion of antimatter energy took its toll, those 3 mechanical guardians gradually faded into the vast universe. At that moment, Grantster stood tall once more, solemnly saluting. Yet, the crisis had not abated. In the distance, the mothership, Stormbringer, silently approached, accompanied by a formidable number of combat machines. As the Stormbringer entered effective range, beams of light surged toward the independent warship GK-0001 like a tempest. Mo Wuyu inhaled deeply. The beams on the front line felt like harbingers of death, instilling within him a profound sense of urgency. I must see the captain immediately, he contemplated, but found himself at a loss for how to reach the captain's quarters. At that moment, he noticed the semi-intelligent robot trailing closely behind him, inspiration striking. I need to contact the captain, or you must guide me to his location, he implored eagerly. Currently in combat mode, insufficient permissions prevent direct contact with the captain. However, the captain is in the command room. I can lead you there. Please follow me, the semi-intelligent robot replied. Mo Wuyu promptly followed the semi-intelligent robot toward the command room. Outside the command room door, he swiftly activated the communication system, and soon, a strange voice emanated from within. Who are you? Please present your identification. I am Mo Wuyu. I need to see the captain immediately. Please open the door. Mo Wuyu's response was succinct and clear. Please wait a moment. You may enter now. After a brief reply from the other party, the door creaked open, and Mo Wuyu strode confidently into the command room. As he stepped inside, he immediately caught the call of Captain Granster in his ears. Mo Wuyu, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Please step this way. Volume 1. The Lost Domain, Chapter 25. The Return, last updated, December 27, 2011, 14:46, 17 word count, 3543. Captain Granster. Ensign Lan Xiaowei. As Mo Wuyu entered the command room, his gaze instantly locked onto the striking figure of Granster seated in the central position, alongside the steadfast Lan Hanyue standing behind him. Granster nodded in acknowledgement before turning his attention back to the display screen. Although Mo Wuyu had glimpsed the screen upon entering, he had not delved deeply into it now. As he looked again, he still saw only a dazzling brilliance, impossible to discern. Fate often plays tricks on us, and yet humanity strives to manipulate destiny, does it not? Granster suddenly threw out this thought-provoking remark. History has been rewritten. How will the trajectory of the future unfold? Mo Wuyu? Mo Wuyu was momentarily taken aback by his words. The present history had indeed been overturned. What would happen upon returning to the future? Would it remain unchanged, or would the future similarly transform? Such questions had never crossed Mo Wuyu's mind, for he had never anticipated such upheaval. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze vacantly directed at the flickering artillery fire on the screen. Lost in contemplation, Granster gently raised a hand, silencing Lan Hanyue's attempt to speak, seemingly oblivious to the external attacks on the Stormbringer, focusing solely on the pensive expression of Mo Wuyu. As Mo Wuyu pondered. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. Visions of his deceased parents, unknown relatives, friends with whom he shared moments, and fragments of past memories flooded his mind. Simultaneously, he yearned for the future, wondering if he would reunite with those friends and whether his parents were safe. At that instant, he felt as though he glimpsed fragments of the future, yet everything seemed ephemeral, mere fleeting images racing before his eyes, like a dream. The ravages of war not only consume vibrant lives but also ignite the flames of responsibility. Amidst this battlefield, the significance of individual existence becomes particularly pronounced. Mo Wuyu, what is your reason for standing here? Is it to witness the transformations of the surrounding world, or to actively immerse yourself in this tide of change? Granster's voice, deep and resonant like the underworld, stirred turbulent waves in the sea of Mo Wuyu's heart. War, the future, transformation. This series of questions enveloped him like a fog, compelling him to ponder. What is the root of all this? Why am I here? Mo Wuyu's mind was assailed by a barrage of confusion, the vibrant lights before him growing increasingly blinding, as if pulling him back to the moment of time travel. The surrounding brilliance was both still and flowing, dreamlike, while his thoughts spiraled into chaos, unnameable emotions crashing against his consciousness like waves. Mo Wuyu murmured softly, unable to bear the weight of these emotions. A trickle of fear stealthily infiltrated his heart. Just then, a cool sensation coursed through his arm, followed by a sudden weakness in his body, causing him to collapse to the ground, the kaleidoscopic world before him swallowed by darkness. Ah, huff, ha! Mo Wuyu pressed his hands to the ground, gasping for breath. Though it lasted only a few brief seconds, he felt utterly exhausted. As the darkness gradually receded, a glimmer of white light emerged and began to spread. He abruptly lifted his head, and on the screen before him, the outline of a massive ship gradually came into focus. Meanwhile, Grantster observed Imo Wuyu, a flicker of purple light flashing in his eyes before returning to normal. "Ha! I can see. My vision is restored." Imo Wuyu gazed incredulously at everything before him. His eyes had inexplicably changed, and now, miraculously, they had returned to their original state. The enigma of it all remained unsolved. Yet Imo Wuyu was oblivious to the fact that his pupils were emitting a strange, seven-colored halo, an eerie sight that unsettled those around him. Lan Hanyue, witnessing this scene, was filled with confusion. Those eyes shimmering with colors seemed to conceal untold secrets. The striking blue hair of Imo Wuyu lent him an otherworldly aura in an instant. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed, returning to their normal verdant hue. Once his mind settled, his focus finally landed on the image displayed on the screen. The Stormbringer. How could it appear here? Imo Wuyu muttered in disbelief. This solitary ship had traversed the lengthy war zone to arrive in this remote area. Even counting from the moment of historical upheaval, unless the Stormbringer had faced no obstacles, its presence here was truly unfathomable. Captain Grantster, speaking in a calm tone, remarked, "This is yet another point at odds with the historical trajectory. Is it not?" Imo Wuyu turned his head, his gaze meeting that of the dark-haired, blue-eyed captain, yet he did not respond immediately. The pressure emanating from the captain felt burdensome. Chapter 23. The Asteroid Cluster. Grantster gazed intently at the screen. His tone calm yet resolute. The Stormbringer can no longer escape its pursuers. At present, we have an urgent task to complete. In this asteroid cluster, we are unable to communicate with the Federation Command. Thus, we need to send several warriors to break through the enemy lines. And you, the time traveler, though not a Federation warrior, should not be drawn into this conflict. I now request that you evacuate this area with my warriors. Do you have any objections? Evacuate? You want me to leave? Imo Wuyu replied in astonishment. Indeed, Imo Wuyu. As a traveler from the future, you need not sacrifice yourself here. You bear no such responsibilities or obligations. This is a battlefield for Federation warriors. The ship can hold out for a moment longer. Once we approach light speed, you will board the craft for a spatial jump, led by Ensign Lan to facilitate your escape. Imo Wuyu, still reeling from shock, was led out by Lan Hanyue. Outside, Lan Hanyue did not rush to take him away, but instead walked at a leisurely pace while conversing with Imo Wuyu. You may pose any questions you have. I have been instructed by Captain Grantster to provide you with answers. What exactly has brought all this about? From the moment I stepped out of the lounge, I found myself in this predicament. And now I am hastily being asked to break through alongside you. What is the reason behind this? As for your confusion, I can only clarify a few points. The pirates we encountered earlier were, in fact, a bait set by the other party. We failed to accurately assess their strength, leading us into a dire situation. At this juncture, our only option is to break through in order to relay critical intelligence back to the Federation. While the ship will provide us with cover. Still in a haze, Imo Wuyu thought, well, I still do not understand why I am here. Another mystery added to the pile is of little consequence. After hearing Lan Hanyue's explanation, although he gained some clarity regarding the earlier circumstances, his mind remained clouded, so he chose not to ask further questions. Seeing this, Lan Hanyue also ceased speaking, quickening his pace to guide Imo Wuyu toward the preparation room. In the command room, Grantster maintained a tranquil demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. However, the central image of the mothership, the Stormbringer, evoked no emotional response from him. He cast a faint glance at the vastness of the cosmos, as if perceiving the familiar faces of old friends, now all reduced to fleeting glories scattered throughout the universe. Finally, it is my turn to take action. Grantster's words carried a deep sense of weariness, followed by a sudden intensity as he straightened in his seat. GNZ anti-particle cannon ready, force field at maximum, launch bay prepared. All personnel take your positions immediately, prepare for battle. As the commands were issued, the officers sprang into action, the ship slowly adjusting its course toward the Stormbringer. The previously concealed red and blue cannon ports gradually revealed themselves, expanding to form a more formidable barrel. Imo Wuyu, Lan Hanyue, and 3 others entered the launch bay, which was also equipped with 2 combat robots. Slightly anxious, Imo Wuyu sat inside the bay, clad in standard space gear, his body securely fastened in place. Awaiting the moment of launch, AS departure drew near. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7. With each passing number, Imo Wuyu instinctively turned to glance at Lan Hanyue. On his face, there was not a trace of emotional fluctuation. As the countdown progressed steadily, Imo Wuyu firmly secured his helmet atop his head. 2, 1. Action command issued. At the sound of the launch order, the launch bay suddenly shot out from the side of the ship at an angle, gradually distancing itself from the mothership. Simultaneously, the independent warship's main cannon unleashed a torrent of dark particles as profound as night, this beam of darkness striking precisely against the Stormbringer's protective shield, forcing it to cease its offensive and devote itself entirely to defense. However, this powerful beam diminished in intensity after merely 5 seconds, followed swiftly by an even more ferocious barrage directed at the independent warship GK-0001. After enduring for several minutes, the independent warship ultimately transformed into a brilliant explosion, vanishing into the depths of the vast cosmos. During this time, the launch bay where Imo Wuyu resided successfully traversed the spatial barrier, leaping to a distant shore amidst the chaos in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Enigmatic tales frequently unfold, often in mere instants, leaving behind only the fleeting glow of that moment when everything ignites into flame. In a distant corner of the universe, scattered meteoroids drift aimlessly. These celestial bodies traverse this realm in chaotic trajectories, having endured the trials of countless ages, rendering the atmosphere particularly serene. Yet, this tranquility is soon shattered. Waves ripple through the void, causing nearby meteoroids to warp instantaneously. Gradually, a shadow emerges within the undulating space. A small vessel. The craft hovers momentarily, awaiting stability, and before long, the space settles into calm once more. Prompting the small vessel to activate its rear thrusters and glide forward gently, as the vessel progresses, its surface begins to metamorphose, ultimately blending seamlessly with the surrounding meteoroids. This diminutive craft is none other than the vessel of Imo Wuyu and Lan Hanyue. After departing the battlefield, they encounter patrolling combat robots nearby. Lan Hanyue reacts swiftly, diminishing the energy fluctuations of the vessel's thrusters and employing a simulated camouflage device to deceive the search party. After covering a considerable distance, they prepare for another spatial jump. However, Lan Hanyue surmises that during the second leap, the adversary may quickly ascertain their location, necessitating utmost caution. Imo Wuyu, seated in a fixed position, gazes listlessly out the window. The craft is indeed quite small, with 2 individuals manning the cockpit while the remaining 3 occupy the 4-person seating area. Although the space is sufficient for simple movements, apart from the storage compartment at the rear, there is little room to spare. They can only wait within. Imo Wuyu had attempted to contact Latam once more, but the silence from Latam persisted. Reflecting on the command room, he recalls the cool sensation of Latam's presence entwined around his arm. Yet, irrespective of his contemplations, the absence of a response from Latam renders the reasons elusive. Within the cabin, the 3 sit in silence, the soldier refraining from speaking without orders from their superior. Lan Hanyue shows no inclination to converse further, and Imo Wuyu, filled with ennui, gazes out the window, his thoughts swirling within. The entire cabin exudes an air of chilling solitude. At that moment, Imo Wuyu's vessel glides slowly through the meteoroid cluster. Meanwhile, the Anti-Federation Alliance's combat robots have uncovered their prior jump location. Yet amidst the boundless field of meteoroids, the vessel's trail has vanished. Following the report, the robots swiftly disperse into smaller units to commence their search. However, the vessel's true peril lies elsewhere, not far off. On one of the meteoroids, 6 combat robots are discreetly stationed. Among them, 2 are equipped with massive firearms, classified as snipers, while the remaining 4 are purely maneuverable models. Brother, what luck today! To stumble upon prey in this remote corner is simply splendid. Indeed, I had intended to take it easy today. This place is hardly lucrative, almost devoid of interest. We've been suffocated by the organization, and the spoils have been scant. Who would have thought we'd manage a little bonus today? Enough chatter, prepare for battle. You 2 snipers, keep your eyes sharp, do not falter, as our lives depend on your accuracy. Haha, brother, that was merely an accident last time. It was Green Cat and the enemy's proximity that caused the blunder. This time, It shall not happen again. All right, everyone ready? Let us commence. Suddenly, an electronic alarm pierces the cabin's silence. Alert! Alert! An unidentified energy source is approaching. Quantity 4. Energy level matches that of combat robots. Lan Hanyue swiftly seizes the communicator. Inquiring, what enemy? Can you ascertain the model of the combat robots? Affirmative. The enemy comprises 3 outdated mass-produced space fighters and 1 active mass-produced space fighter belonging to the pirate faction, capable of executing extermination orders. Activate the combat robots, lift the locking restrictions, precisely record the enemy's trajectory, and calculate the optimal safe zone. Lan Hanyue quickly makes a decision, placing the communicator down, turning to Imo Wuyu, stating, our opponents are merely pirates. The elimination should pose little challenge. However, once we engage, we will undoubtedly expose ourselves, making escape impossible. Therefore, I require your assistance. You are not a soldier, lacking the military presence, which may aid in concealing your identity. I wish for you to carry this item to a contact of the Federation. The contact details are on this card. Revisit it when the time is right. We shall venture out to divert the enemy's attention. I entrust everything to you. With that, Lan Hanyue unfastens his clothing, retrieving a card and a chip, handing them to Imo Wuyu. Faced with Lan Hanyue's assertive demeanor, Imo Wuyu reluctantly accepts the items. Initially intending to stow them in the pocket of his spacesuit, he hesitates, ultimately choosing to conceal the chip and card beneath the arm guard transformed from latinum. The arm guard promptly shifts, tightly encasing the chip and card. What should I do? Imo Wuyu inquires. Do not fret. Safeguard the chip and ensure your own safety, Lan Hanyue replies, already at the rear door. Turning back to Imo Wuyu, he adds, everything rests on you with that. He salutes sharply, opens the door, and steps outside, followed closely by another soldier, leaving Imo Wuyu alone within. Preparations complete, the hatch opens, and the ejection mechanism stands ready. With the synthetic electronic voice resonating, 2 dazzling combat robots are ejected from the vessel. Racing towards the pirates, Imo Wuyu, seated in the cockpit, glimpses a fleeting brilliance through the window, gently caressing the arm guard shaped by latinum. He is filled with uncertainty regarding the impending circumstances, a look of confusion manifesting in his eyes. Perhaps he need not take active measures, however, before he could contemplate further. A new directive resonated within the cockpit. Chapter 24. Comprehensive check. Imo Wuyu, please verify if your spacesuit is donned correctly and functioning properly. Imo Wuyu pauses momentarily, then manipulates the miniature computer on his spacesuit for a thorough check. Confirming everything is in order, he picks up the communicator beside his seat and replies, all systems normal. No issues. Preparations underway. Please ready yourself accordingly. Salutations, sir. Best of luck to you. Imo Wuyu, still grasping the significance, suddenly feels the seat jolt violently before descending, plunging him into darkness. Moments later, a powerful force engulfs him, and when he reopens his eyes, he sees the vessel gradually receding. Lieutenant, the ejection mission is complete. Please indicate the next course of action. Withdraw in the predetermined direction. Concealment is unnecessary. Proceed full speed ahead. I shall follow closely. Understood. Imo Wuyu stares at the retreating vessel, dumbfounded, momentarily speechless. Without the spacecraft's operational gear, he floats helplessly in the void, extending his fingers towards the vessel, but it continues to drift further away. Simultaneously, the combat robots piloted by Lan Hanyue narrowly evade the pirates, swiftly retreating thanks to their exceptional speed. During the escape, Imo Wuyu seems to see one of the combat robots give him a thumbs up, gently swaying it. However, he quickly shifts his attention from the departing vessel as he notices 4 combat robots soaring towards him. What bad luck to encounter these robots with superior combat capabilities, and they manage to escape. What a stroke of misfortune. Though, it seems they've overlooked something. I wonder whose misfortune that is. Haha. Let us capture them and find out. Thus, Imo Wuyu, akin to a toy caught in a mechanical grip, is swiftly seized and flown back. Upon reuniting with the 2 snipers, several pirates ferry Imo Wuyu back to a temporary outpost. Imo Wuyu experiences a direct flight through the cosmos. After approximately 20 minutes of flight, the combat robots finally land on a colossal meteoroid. Subsequently, a passageway opens beside them, allowing the robots to enter within. Once inside, Imo Wuyu discovers dozens of combat robots stationed around him, all resembling the ones he and his companions had used. After landing, Mo Wuyu is placed on the ground and promptly turns to observe who had captured him. The cockpit opens, and a middle-aged man with golden, curly hair steps out. After disembarking from the combat robot, he exchanges a few brief words with the nearby personnel. Shortly after, someone leads Mo Wuyu away from the scene. He is escorted to a somewhat dilapidated room, prompting him to ponder, why must unidentified individuals always reside in such old houses? Can't they find a better place? However, the guards show no dissent, signaling for him to remove his spacesuit, which they then take away, leaving Mo Wuyu confined within the room. Aren't you worried about intrusions or escapes? Not a single interrogator in sight, and no guards to be found. Mo Wuyu plops down onto a chair, grumbling, "That's not the case. We simply deem it unnecessary." A youthful voice suddenly resonates from the doorway. "Moreover, in your current state, where could you possibly flee?" Mo Wuyu turns at the sound, spotting a young man with black hair and eyes standing at the entrance, a smile gracing his face. "What is your name? How did you end up being thrown out?" "It seems they have no intention of taking you back," the young man queries. Mo Wuyu feels no particular inclination towards this youth and is disinclined to elaborate on his question. At present, he possesses only a rough understanding of the situation, with no clarity on the matter at hand, let alone any expectation for others to return him to the Federation. Hence, his response is rather curt. "Bedouin," the young man introduces himself. "As for why I was tossed out, I am equally oblivious. Oh, Bedouin? Is that your true name?" The young man innocently waved his hand with a smile, saying little more, as the captain was soon to arrive for questioning. With that, he indeed turned to depart. What a mysterious fellow, Mo Wuyu remarked about the young man, though he could not shake off the anxiety regarding the impending interrogation, feeling utterly helpless at the moment. Suddenly, the voice of Latin broke the silence. "Mo Wuyu, how do you intend to respond now?" Upon hearing Latin's voice, Mo Wuyu joyfully raised his arm. At that moment, he was clad in but a single garment. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a pair of eyes appearing on the wristband transformed by Latin, gazing at him with a smile. "Latin, you finally responded. I have been calling you for some time. Why didn't you answer?" Mo Wuyu inquired excitedly. "I have been listening all along. I simply chose not to speak in front of others. By the way, you have yet to decide how to handle this, right? The captain is coming to interrogate you," Latin replied. Once again mentioning the interrogation, Mo Wuyu could only let out a resigned sigh and said, "There's no way around it. We shall take one step at a time." Indeed, Mo Wuyu had no countermeasures for these circumstances, but that did not imply Latin was powerless. Latin gently tightened his grip on Mo Wuyu's arm and said, "How could there be no way? You could claim to have been captured, and as for the rest, just follow my instructions." Latin rambled on with a plethora of advice before finally ceasing his chatter with satisfaction. At that moment, Mo Wuyu truly felt the wonder of Latin, whose knowledge was indeed profound. Contemplating Latin's suggestion, a slight smile crept upon Mo Wuyu's lips. "Is there anything else I need to prepare?" he continued, hoping for further assistance. Yet, it was not Latin who answered, but another voice from outside. "Is there anything else that needs preparation? Bedouin, who are you conversing with?" Startled by the voice, Mo Wuyu abruptly turned and looked outside. A middle-aged man with golden hair was stepping into the room. He was the squad leader who had previously escorted Mo Wuyu back. Mo Wuyu regarded the golden-haired man entering and calmly replied, "There is no one else, as you can see for yourself." The golden-haired man chuckled heartily. "Ha, nothing more than curiosity about why a soldier of the Federation would appear here. Mr. Bedouin, could you enlighten me?" The middle-aged man emphasized the pronunciation of Bedouin, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he gazed at Mo Wuyu. "Federation? No, sir. I am not one of the Federation." Mo Wuyu narrowed his eyes and replied with a hint of mystery in his tone. "Perhaps there is some misunderstanding, but we can sit down now and discuss matters regarding the Federation, as well as our own issues, can't we, Mr. Moke?" When mentioning the name Moke, Mo Wuyu deliberately stressed it, casting a peculiar smile at the golden-haired man before him. Moke looked at Mo Wuyu in surprise, a flicker of astonishment flashing across his eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure, gently pulling out a chair to sit down and said, "Then let us talk. For instance, how did you come to know my name? I hope you weren't just eavesdropping on others." Mo Wuyu chuckled lightly. In truth, all the information was contained within the data provided by Latin, including their current interstellar coordinates, which pirate crew had captured them, and who the person sitting before him was. All of this was meticulously recorded. When Latim had briefly revealed this information, Imo Wuyu had indeed been taken aback. But recalling his previous experience in the ocean of information, where he had encountered a vast array of data points, he felt at ease. Following Latim's suggestion, Imo Wuyu resolved to feign confidence, always wearing a smile to deceive the other party. Thus, he displayed that peculiar smile known as confidence. I believe that is not the crux of the matter. Imo Wuyu slightly straightened his posture, casually placing his hands to the side. I wish to discuss the Federation. Moke observed Imo Wuyu's every move, also noting the wristband on his arm, but merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. However, upon hearing Imo Wuyu's proposal, he became intrigued. The Federation, you say? Then could you first explain why you are floating in space clad in a Federation spacesuit, especially under such circumstances? You see, I have witnessed this with my own eyes, so I am quite curious. No, Imo Wuyu swiftly denied, shaking his hand gently. I do not wish to discuss that matter, Mr. Moke. You must have heard of the term top secret, correct? Imo Wuyu paused at this point, and upon hearing this, Moke's expression drastically changed, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze on Imo Wuyu, asking in a low voice, You know of the top secret project? Observing Moke's shift in demeanor, Imo Wuyu offered a radiant smile, clarifying that it is not merely knowledge. But the intricacies involved are complex and cannot be succinctly summarized. You may consider that I have some understanding of it. Imo Wuyu spoke truthfully. Latim indeed had a thorough grasp of all this, and he had learned a portion of the information from Latim. However, one thing Imo Wuyu was unaware of was that the information Latim possessed was far deeper than he imagined, yet Latim had never disclosed such details to him. You are a spy sent by the Federation? Humph, I had already anticipated this. You possess compatibilities that surpass ours yet choose not to engage in battle, purposely leaving one person behind, all with the underlying intention of meeting me. Moke's tone turned harsh, showing no mercy toward Imo Wuyu, who could even sense the animosity within Dati that moment. Imo Wuyu silently lamented. Indeed, Latim had provided him with some data, but it was incomplete. Moke's sudden change in attitude left him somewhat flustered. But he quickly regained his composure. Your brother is in our custody. Has he found you yet? Humph, capturing me will not be so easy. Moke's expression turned cold, and this chilling demeanor made Imo Wuyu extremely uncomfortable. No, Mr. Moke, you are mistaken, Imo Wuyu reiterated. I am not one of the Federation. I can understand your feelings, but we should calm down and have a proper discussion, should we not? Chapter 25. A reasonable explanation is that truly not the case? Upon hearing Imo Wuyu's explanation, Moke began to harbor doubts. Then how did you come to know of the top secret project? That project is not something an ordinary person can comprehend. You ought to provide me with a reasonable explanation. I can survive in the vacuum of space. Imo Wuyu suddenly uttered a phrase seemingly unrelated to Moke's inquiry. Yet, this statement was enough to strike a chord with Moke. He gazed at Imo Wuyu in astonishment, and after a moment, slowly retracted his icy expression, his voice revealing a hint of bitterness. You are a master of space, aren't you? Heh, when were you captured by them? Now, might I witness your abilities firsthand? Imo Wuyu gently shook his head, responding, I cannot demonstrate my abilities at present. Moke did not press the issue, merely reflecting to himself, that is quite reasonable. How could they possibly allow our abilities to persist? As he spoke, Moke extended a hand, pointing toward a distant table. Instantly, a cup upon the table twisted and vanished, while a cup appeared in his hand, precisely the one that had been on the table before. My abilities only manifested half a year ago. I have kept them hidden, fearing the Federation would find me again. To that end, I abandoned everything and came to this place, becoming a small pirate. Heh, all of this is due to my fear of that top secret project. I can understand it, yet I cannot destroy it. Tell me, am I not quite cowardly? Moke looked up at Imo Wuyu, his eyes filled with guilt. However, he did not wait for Imo Wuyu's response, continuing to recount his story. My level of power was already reached by my brother when he was 6 years old. Back then, he often took me to various places. Wherever I wished to go, he would take me. My brother has always cared for me deeply. 2 years ago, he was capable of traversing space at will, surviving in the void, much like you. However, the Federation came to our door, demanding that my brother accompany them. My brother was formidable. No one could capture him, and he had no intention of harming them. Yet, The Federation seized me to threaten my brother. Moke finally revealed the secret burden he had carried. Ultimately, to save me, my brother left with the Federation, never to be heard from again. I spent an entire year infiltrating the Federation, barely scraping the surface of the top secret project, only to be discovered and forced to flee here. With that, Moke lifted his gaze to Imo Wuyu. As if feeling liberated after sharing his burdens, Imo Wuyu perceived a long-lost sense of relief in his eyes. The long-suppressed secret, once poured out, granted Moke a feeling of release. I suspect you are like my brother, constrained by some force that limits the use of your abilities. If not for this limitation, my brother would never have sought me out. Imo Wuyu responded somewhat evasively. I do not know the specific reason, but at present, I truly cannot utilize my abilities. Although Glanster once claimed he could survive in the void, doubts still filled his heart. Nonetheless, he continued to follow Latim's plan. Moke curiously inquired, "Then how did you know my name?" His tone no longer harsh. "I came across relevant information about you in the Federation's files, which is how I recognized you." Imo Wuyu replied candidly, without a trace of deceit. "That so? Has the Federation established a dossier on me?" Imoku furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Imo Wuyu continued, "I require your assistance. Imoku, I need you to join me in opposing the Federation and exposing the top secret plan. Can you help me?" Imoku looked at Imo Wuyu and shook her head. "To be frank, I cannot fully trust you at this moment. Although I believe you are not affiliated with the Federation, I cannot join you in opposing them at this stage. However, I will assist you in remaining here. Once I completely trust you, I may consider your proposal." Imo Wuyu replied with a smile. "That's all right. I can wait. Thank you in advance." At this point, the plan of Latim had largely come to fruition. They had secured a foothold, and subsequent plans could be developed gradually. "You should rest here for now while I bring back news." Oka refrained from saying more. In truth, Imo Wuyu's suggestion intrigued her greatly. But aside from her reservations regarding her trust in Imo Wuyu, she felt unprepared to act so recklessly. "All right, I will await your news." After bidding farewell to Imoku, Imo Wuyu set aside his earlier confidence. Sinking heavily into a chair, his face glistening with cold sweat, it was only after the fact that he felt the tension within him, his heart racing. "Latim, how do you think I performed? Not too shabby, right?" Imoku seems to believe me to a considerable extent. A hint of pride flickered in Imo Wuyu's heart, as it was indeed his first foray into acting. Achieving such results was a rare accomplishment. However, Latim did not offer him praise. "Your performance had numerous flaws. It was merely luck that the other party did not notice. Had there been one more person present, you would surely have been exposed." "Well, that's all right. Nevertheless, I am also preparing to become a pirate. Do you think piracy is dangerous? I hope I won't be eliminated on my first attempt at plunder. That would be utterly embarrassing." Imo Wuyu said half-jokingly, "With your current skills, you are unlikely to be easily taken down. But should you encounter a formidable opponent, the risk is considerable." Latim pointed out without mercy. "Oh dear. Whatever. I am determined to become a pirate. I trust my luck won't be that poor, despite the recent string of misfortunes." Haha. Imo Wuyu and Latim exchanged smiles. However, Latim turned serious. "You must learn much more now if you wish to continue. All right, you are an all-knowing repository of information. Let us begin right away." Imo Wuyu expressed a keen interest in acquiring this knowledge. "However, this place is not suitable for such learning. We need to secure a safer room to proceed," he added. Imo Wuyu replied dejectedly. After Imoku departed from Imo Wuyu's quarters, she returned to her usual resting place, where the black-haired youth who had previously gone to inform Imo Wuyu had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Imoku return, he immediately stood up and asked eagerly, "How did it go? Did you uncover anything? What exactly is his identity?" Imoku sat down and replied slowly, "There are slight discrepancies from our earlier speculations. Yet generally, it aligns and is even more favorable as anticipated. He is not a member of the Federation. I didn't delve into his name, but the good news is that he is also a spatial ability user. Although he currently cannot utilize his powers, he will still be of assistance to us. He is also knowledgeable about the top secret plan, which could be beneficial for us. If he is indeed a true ability user and willing to assist us, our plans will gain tremendous momentum," the black-haired youth added. "Exactly. The Federation's top secret plan. I vow to dismantle it," Imoku declared firmly, her fists clenched. "Yet, we must remain cautious and observe for a while longer. If he proves trustworthy, we can set the plan in motion. This time, I must rescue my brother and my father." The black-haired youth responded with equal determination. G, Eagle, Eagle, please respond, Eagle. The communicator crackled with intermittent sounds in the vastness of space. War looms ever present. Perhaps you inadvertently step into it, yet conflict may be subtly encroaching. Somewhere in the ruinous rock galaxy. What a dreadful place, a crisp girl's voice complained irritably, but soon the ruckus from the communicator began to subside. On a larger asteroid, several combat robots lay scattered, most of them destroyed. Only 2 blue combat robots remained standing, one of which had just fired a shot at the robot next to it, which was still emitting sounds from the communicator. Stop complaining. Prepare for evacuation. The search team should be arriving soon, the other robot calmly reminded. Hurry up and leave this place, a male voice rang out, raising the combat robot's right arm and signaling with a series of gestures. Shortly thereafter, a few distant lights flickered on another asteroid, and the man activated the thrusters, slowly flying towards that direction. How annoying! We actually have to do this, the girl grumbled before taking off in flight, following closely behind. Leaving behind a pile of damaged combat robots, the 2 blue combat robots vanished into the vast asteroid field. Several new combat robots flew in from afar. The combat robots swiftly arrived at the asteroid's surface, but all they saw was a scene of devastation. After a thorough search yielded no valuable clues, they contacted the command center. The Eagle team has been wiped out. No leads found. The attack methods resemble those faced by other teams, but further confirmation is required. Bring your comrades. We can return now. Thank you for your hard work. No problem. See you at the base. Safe travels. Having gathered everything, the apparent leader of the combat robots lifted up a comrade whose upper body had been blown apart and adjusted his hold before ascending slowly. The other team members also picked up the remains of their comrades and followed suit. The last combat robot placed a bomb on the ground, carrying the last piece of remains as it took to the sky. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, a brilliant light blossoming behind the combat robot squad. Despite the dazzling radiance, the mood among the team members was exceptionally heavy, as the remains in their hands felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. As the light dissipated into the cosmos, the traces of this battle were forever buried. I'm so tired, Mo Wuyu stretched and loosened his muscles before slowly opening his door. It's already afternoon. Are you still sleeping in? Hurry and prepare. There's an urgent mission to discuss. Gather in the hall. Standing outside was a boy slightly older than Mo Wuyu, always wearing a smile that endeared him to others. This boy was Mo Wuyu's new teammate, named Lan Ning, who joined Mo Wuyu's team the day before. With Imoku's assistance, Mo Wuyu had proudly become a pirate yesterday. He had left the dilapidated old house and moved into a standard-issue common room. That day, he also made the acquaintance of his new teammates. Mo Wuyu had joined a squad led by Imoku, consisting of 6 members. The boy before him, Lan Ning, was an outstanding sharpshooter. It was he who first spotted the ejected Mo Wuyu that day and promptly informed Imoku and others. Thus, a bond had formed between the two, and Mo Wuyu held him in high regard. Oh, all right, I'll be there right away. Just a moment. Mo Wuyu dashed back to his room, quickly washed up, changed his clothes, and then set off to the hall with Lan Ning. Chapter 26. Descent. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar place, Mo Wuyu had no other matters to attend to and invited Latim to delve into the sea of information together. Initially, Mo Wuyu casually browsed through information that piqued his interest, but soon Latim suggested learning some essential content. Mo Wuyu had no objections to this. However, when Latim retrieved an information orb, Mo Wuyu was taken aback. It turned out that while the other information orbs were no larger than grains of rice, the one Latim summoned was as large as a thumbnail. Mo Wuyu immediately voiced his concerns, but Latim paid no heed, directly placing the orb against Mo Wuyu's forehead, causing it to merge instantly. As a result, Mo Wuyu learned nothing, as upon merging with the orb, he was met only with a blinding white light before promptly fainting. When he awoke, it was nearly noon, and feeling a weight in his head, he returned to sleep. It was not until Lan Ning came to wake him that he roused. Mo Wuyu and Lan Ning quickly arrived in the hall, discovering that many others were already present. They found a spot to sit down. Mo Wuyu glanced around, noting that most people wore expressions of confusion like his. Although some appeared dejected, clearly aware of certain circumstances, Mo Wuyu turned to Lan Ning and quietly asked, "Do you know what this is about? Why are even newcomers like me required to attend?" "I am not sure. I was also called by the boss, who asked me to bring you along. We'll find out when the boss arrives," Lan Ning quietly replied. Look, here they come. Wu Yu looked up to see Imoku and the previously mentioned black-haired youth, Feda, walking side by side. Upon seeing them, Wu Yu and Lan Ning quickly stood to greet them. Brother Imoku, Brother Feda, you've arrived. Wu Yu's voice sounded somewhat awkward, still unaccustomed to addressing them as such. Imoku smiled slightly, gesturing for the two to sit down before taking a seat himself. He then turned to Wu Yu and asked, having spent a day here, how do you find it? Are you beginning to adapt? Wu Yu smiled shyly and replied, It's all right. By the way, Brother Imoku, what is the purpose of this emergency gathering? Why must even newcomers like me attend? Ha. Imoku laughed heartily, unabashedly stating, This is a pirate den. There's no such thing as newcomer training here. Here, you are free to do as you wish. At this juncture, Imoku's tone shifted, and he continued in a hushed voice. In truth, this emergency assembly was convened due to the recent attacks on nearly all pirate factions in the vicinity by an unidentified force. Our crew was also assaulted yesterday. It is likely that we must enhance our vigilance, for there may be a large-scale battle imminent. Upon finishing his statement, a look of concern etched itself across Imoku's face. Encountering combat at such a moment is undoubtedly an ill omen. So, does this mean we will be setting sail again? Lan Ning inquired softly. Indeed, it is highly probable, Imoku sighed in resignation. After all, with so many pirate factions under siege simultaneously and the enemy's whereabouts shrouded in mystery, the odds of victory, should war ensue, are disconcerting. At this point, Imoku hesitated, his eyes flashing with a resolute light. The uncertainties of the world are beyond our control. Let us observe the developments. I hope we do not reach that point. Feda murmured. Wu Yu, you mentioned yesterday that you would pilot a combat robot. I have prepared one for you. If a mission arises, follow me later to inspect it. All right, Wu Yu replied succinctly, refraining from further elaboration. The oppressive atmosphere stirred a tinge of worry within him. Just then, the host of the emergency assembly made his entrance. A middle-aged man, his dark hair resembling that of Feda, strode slowly onto the elevated platform at the south end of the hall. He cast a stern gaze over the assembly, and in an instant, Wu Yu felt an overwhelming pressure, as if those piercing eyes were fixated upon him. Yet, this sensation swiftly dissipated as the man averted his gaze. At present, we find ourselves in peril. This danger does not stem from our actions but has been imposed upon us by others. The man declared in a commanding voice. Although we remain unaware of their identities, they have chosen to challenge our dignity and opted for battle. Therefore, we must never falter. 8 members of the Falcon Squad have tragically fallen victim to their assault. Such losses are intolerable. We accept the sacrifices of battle, yet we shall not condone battles that do not lead to victory. From this moment forth, we shall ally with all surrounding pirate factions. This is not merely our fight. It represents the struggle of the entire pirate community. We are pirates. We do not shy away from combat. Since they have declared war upon us, let us demonstrate the strength and valor of pirates. Fox Hunt, Eagle Strike respond. You are assigned to the 4th sector, alternating every 6 hours, departing in 3 hours. Flame, Full Moon, respond. Imoku stood up in reply, leading the Flame Squad. The man on the platform showed no reaction to Imoku's demeanor and continued assigning tasks. You are assigned to the 6th sector, also alternating every 6 hours, departing in 1 hour. Tiger Wolves, Hounds. The middle-aged man persisted in distributing assignments until every individual received clear instructions. With a command to disperse, the crowd swiftly scattered, and Wu Yu and the others proceeded to prepare. Feda indeed led Wu Yu to the equipment room to inspect the combat robots. Wu Yu was assigned a versatile combat robot, equipped with 2 physical particle vibration longswords as per her specifications. Before Wu Yu lay a universal beam rifle, yet he regrettably had not the opportunity to try it out personally. However, this disappointment would soon be rectified, for in an hour's time, he would have his chance to experience it. Thus, Wu Yu did not dwell excessively on his regret. After bidding farewell to Feda, he returned to his quarters to prepare. He stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection, slightly adjusting his collar, and allowing a smile to grace his lips, though it lacked the joy it should have conveyed. What troubles you? Lost in thought? Ladium's appendage emerged from his garments. Observing Wu Yu's contemplation before inquiring, do you miss home? It's nothing. Wherever I am, home is there too. No need for excessive pondering, Wu Yu replied, turning to don his outer coat. gently zipping it up. His tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Ladium's appendage morphed into a miniature version of Mo Wuyu's head, mimicking his somber expression as it remarked, "Ready for battle? Are you truly prepared?" "Who is ever truly ready?" Mo Wuyu retorted, fastening his helmet to his waist, casting one last glance at the mirror before departing. Ladium's appendage gradually receded into the fabric, murmuring softly, "I've done all I can. Now it rests solely upon you. I hope you do not disappoint me." With that, it reverted to its armed guard form. Upon Mo Wuyu's arrival at the assembly room, Imoku and the others were already engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Mo Wuyu enter, they greeted him warmly. Imoku smiled at Mo Wuyu. "Are you all set? Do not worry. We may not encounter the enemy, so relax a bit." "Yes, I'm fine," Mo Wuyu chuckled lightly. "I will need your assistance later. Fear not, just follow my lead," Fata remarked, rising to place a reassuring hand on Mo Wuyu's shoulder. "I will protect you. Stay close to Fata. He possesses ample skill to keep you safe." Imoku added. Wuyu nodded and took a seat to rest, for they were about to set forth. He casually pulled up a chair, staring blankly at the towering combat robot beside him. Lost in thought, Imoku and the others quietly sat nearby, allowing him his peace. "Flame Squad, prepare for departure." "Ready, Imoku, we may proceed." "Ready, Fata, we may proceed." "Ready, Mo Wuyu, we may proceed." 7 combat robots ascended from the meteorite base, tracing 7 brilliant arcs through the cosmos before vanishing into the distance. Fata flew alongside Mo Wuyu, inquiring with concern, "How do you feel? Are you acclimating? If anything feels off, do let me know." Mo Wuyu replied with a smile, "I feel quite well. Although I have piloted combat robots before, it was always on solid ground. This is my first experience in space, but I am getting the hang of it now." Initially, during takeoff, it was manageable, yet upon entering the meteorite cluster, Mo Wuyu was disoriented by the weightlessness of space. With Fata's assistance, he gradually adapted to spaceflight and was now capable of executing basic evasive maneuvers. Fata chuckled, "That is reassuring. Once we reach our destination, I will help you familiarize yourself further. When the time for battle arrives, remember to stay by my side. I will ensure your safety." Mo Wuyu glimpsed the caring gaze of Fata on the screen. He couldn't help but laugh. The camaraderie lightened the mood among the squad members, dissipating the tension of their impending mission. After some time, the Flame Squad arrived at the designated location a few minutes ahead of schedule. Imoku went to liaise with the squad stationed there, while the others descended nearby to inspect their equipment. "We'll leave this to you. We will return for the task handover. Well, we shan't see you off. Take care on your way." After bidding farewell to the station troops, Imoku gathered the others to arrange the upcoming assignments. Wuyu, do you understand? Your task is to remain vigilant alongside Fata. Please follow his instructions, and if there are no objections, proceed to your respective posts. Understood, Mo Wuyu nodded in response, recognizing that this directive was primarily aimed at him, while others may have been familiar with the protocol. He cast a grateful glance at Imoku, who returned it with a gentle gaze. Although Imoku still harbored doubts about Mo Wuyu's capabilities, recalling the initially flustered youth amidst the meteorite cluster and the memory of a boy weeping helplessly in his brother's embrace, a warmth surged within him. Mo Wuyu boarded the combat robot alongside Fata, and after exchanging farewells with the 2 snipers on standby and Commander Imoku, they soared towards the nearby meteorite cluster. Powering down the robot's main energy source, the 2 combat robots navigated through the meteorite field, their surfaces cloaked in camouflage paint to evade radar detection. Theoretically, as long as they did not activate their energy sources, radar equipment of the same class would be unable to track their movements. Of course, should the enemy utilize optical scanning, they might be discovered. However, by then, both parties would be in a position to visually engage. In reality, the so-called reconnaissance team resembled a bait equipped with armed forces. Chapter 27. Inertial flight. The 2 combat robots primarily relied on inertial flight, only activating their thrusters when directional adjustments were necessary. After nearly 2 hours of patrolling, no suspicious targets had been detected. If we continue to encounter no enemies, must we persist in this endless search? Mo Wuyu expressed his weariness, having grown fatigued from the prolonged patrol. Indeed, unless the alert status is lifted, we must maintain our vigilance, Fata explained. Initially, it may feel tedious, but over time, one acclimates. What's the matter, can't you endure? It is indeed somewhat taxing. However, I have long harbored a question. Why is the alert status among pirate factions so stringent? Nearly akin to that of a military? It seems rather abnormal, Mo. Wu Yu finally voiced his lingering curiosity. Feta snorted lightly, responding, "This is no secret. You will come to understand after spending more time here. In truth, the larger pirate factions in this region are controlled by anti-Federation organizations, and smaller groups like ours must align with them. Therefore, this attack was likely orchestrated by the Federation, and we are merely collateral damage." "I see. Then in that case, we should not be the primary targets of the assault, as we are not their true objective." Upon hearing this news, Mo Wu Yu felt a slight easing of his spirits, for it suggested a potential avoidance of combat. It is difficult to ascertain, especially since we remain unaware of each other's true intentions. Fed replied, "In any case, caution is paramount. Exercising prudence is always a wise course of action." Compared to Mo Wu Yu, Fed appeared markedly more circumspect, for he possessed a wealth of information that Mo Wu Yu was yet oblivious to. Despite Fed's expression of concern, Mo Wu Yu's spirits were nonetheless uplifted. As the earlier gloom dissipated entirely, after several hours of continued patrol amidst the meteorite cluster, Mo Wu Yu received a communication from Mo Ku. "Are you two all right? Time is running short. It's time to return. The full moon squad is en route, preparing to rest before resuming the mission in 6 hours." Fed succinctly replied, "Of course, I shall escort Mo Wu Yu back at once." He then turned to Mo Wu Yu, saying, "We are heading back now." "All right," Mo Wu Yu responded, following Fed as they adjusted their course, ready to complete their final patrol before returning. However, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A crisp, indignant voice resonated from the communicator. "You two fools, we deliberately avoided this area, and yet you come here. It infuriates me." A calm male voice interjected, "In that case, we must eliminate them. Exposure is now unavoidable, but we must proceed with caution to ensure they do not divulge any information." "Lanya, prepare yourself." Lanya replied with a relaxed chuckle, "No problem. This is a piece of cake for me. Do you not yet understand my capabilities?" Had Mo Wu Yu or Xios been present, they would have recognized her instantly. This was indeed the Lanya that Mo Wu Yu first encountered with Xios, though she now exuded greater maturity, both in demeanor and age. Over the course of 6 months, Lanya seemed to have aged several years. The man issued a command. "The others will maintain perimeter vigilance. Lanya and I shall handle the assault. Alert status. Red." He then activated the combat robots. At that moment, Mo Wu Yu and Fed were leisurely surveying their surroundings for any anomalies. Suddenly, the electronic radar displayed 2 red energy sources. Fed reacted swiftly, shouting, "Be careful. There are enemies. Dodge." Mo Wu Yu quickly sensed the irregularity on the radar and instinctively responded, maneuvering the combat robot to follow Fed, abruptly activating the thrusters to evade to the side. Almost simultaneously, 2 beams of light whizzed past, narrowly missing the side of their unit. At this juncture, through scanning, Mo Wu Yu and Fed finally glimpsed the silhouettes of their adversaries, 2 blue combat robots. "Damn it, we've been targeted. Our opponents are skilled. The situation is dire," Fed said, his gaze fixed intently on the enemy on the screen. "Do not stray more than 100 meters from me, or I cannot guarantee your safety. Let me see what you are capable of. I hope you do not fall easily. Rest assured, I shall not be a burden to you. I am formidable as well. I will contact the captain." Mo Wu Yu replied to Fed while attempting to reach Mo Ku. However, he soon discovered an unsettling fact. Their communications had been jammed. "They've disrupted our communication. Now we must rely solely on ourselves. Let us see if fate favors us," Fed scoffed. During their exchange, the 2 adeptly evaded several waves of enemy attacks. Amidst the meteorite cluster, while long-range shooting could easily utilize the asteroids as cover, Mo Wu Yu and Fed did not let their guard down, as the distance to their foes was continually diminishing. After narrowly avoiding another wave of assaults, a note of concern crept into Fed's voice. "Prepare for close-quarters combat. I will engage the one on the left. Your task is to ensure your own survival until I bring it down. Can you manage that?" "No problem. I can hold my own," Mo Wu Yu asserted resolutely. With Mo Wu Yu's affirmation, Fed halted his retreat and charged toward the left blue combat robot, while Mo Wu Yu veered to the right, luring another enemy closer. "Oh, do you underestimate me? Allow me to deal with him." Lanya observed as one combat robot surged toward Fed, while the other advanced toward her, clearly perceiving her as less of a threat than Federal. After a brief exchange with the man, she departed from their formation and headed straight for Mo Wu Yu. "Leave him to me." The man's voice was low and chilling. Witnessing the other combat robot pursue Mo Wuyu, Fed could not suppress a cold smirk, muttering to himself, this was meant to be a trump card against the Federation. Regardless of your allegiance, perish. As Fed approached within approximately 100 meters of the enemy, an imperceptible wave of energy radiated outward from him. Seeing the adversary ensnared within the energy sphere, Fed's face lit up with delight. Simultaneously, upon entering the energy field, the enemy's combat robot appeared to lose control, ceasing all operations and propelling itself forward solely on inertia. Die! Fed brandished his laser sword, soaring before the Man-S robot and thrusting it violently toward the cockpit. However, Fed was oblivious to the fact that Lanya seemed entirely unconcerned by this spectacle, continuing her trajectory toward Mo Wuyu, a slight smile curling her lips upon witnessing Fed's actions. Contrary to anticipated explosive sounds, the laser sword passed through the robot's structure as if piercing air, a futile endeavor. Fed immediately sensed something amiss, retracting his energy and retreating abruptly. Yet, it was too late. A laser sword swung in from the side, slicing through his arm and severing his left arm and leg. The enemy did not pursue further, allowing Fed to withdraw to the side. Terrified, Fed gazed at the blue combat robot before him. As if confronted by a horror. At that moment, he received a communication request from the enemy. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted. A masked man appeared on the screen. Curious, isn't it? You, who command the power of time, must be wondering why I do not kill you, correct? But I have no intention of explaining. What do you want? Fed asked, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the man on the screen. He did not trust that the enemy would spare him without cause. Ha ha ha! The masked man laughed heartily before abruptly severing the communication. Before Fed could grasp the enemy's intentions, a violent explosion ensued. He was horrified to discover that the thrusters on his back had been destroyed by the adversary, their movements so swift he had failed to perceive even a hint of their actions. Stunned for a moment, Fed's expression shifted abruptly as he quickly activated the communicator, shouting, Mo Wuyu, run, do not engage. Flee, however. Mo Wuyu found himself equally trapped. It was no longer he who pursued the enemy. Rather, the enemy had ensnared him tightly. Upon witnessing Fed's thrusters also obliterated, Mo Wuyu sensed impending doom. His opponent, possessing superior strength, appeared to be toying with him, reluctant to eliminate him swiftly. Hearing Fed's urgent call, Mo Wuyu could only respond helplessly, I cannot. I am entangled. Fed, upon hearing this, felt profound concern for Mo Wuyu's predicament. He surmised that the enemy's decision not to kill him might relate to his ability to control time. Yet now, Mo Wuyu was perilously close to facing calamity. However, he was currently immobilized, unable to rush to his aid. Lanya, stop toying around. Kill him. Later, bring back the one who controls time. The masked man hovered in midair, coldly issuing commands to no problem. To think we could find a time controller this time. I shall certainly earn a significant merit upon returning. I will dispose of him immediately. Lanya spoke as if discussing the most mundane of tasks, instantly abandoning restraint to unleash a fierce assault on Mo Wuyu. Under Lanya's relentless onslaught, Mo Wuyu gradually found it hard to cope, nearly being struck multiple times, and it seemed he was on the verge of destruction. Just then, a black beam shot in from a distance, piercing the space between Mo Wuyu and Lanya. Averting his crisis, Mo Wuyu, Lanya, and the masked man alongside Fed instinctively turned their gaze toward the source of the beam. Mo Wuyu mused internally. Could it be Captain Mo coming to rescue us? Lanya swiftly dodged, cautiously watching the front. Moments ago, the black beam had demonstrated astonishing power, although it merely grazed in front of Lanya. The abnormal readings from the machine scans were chilling. With just a glance, Lanya decisively opted to retreat. The masked man, who had been spectating from the sidelines, swiftly flew to Lanya's side, gazing at the open space ahead, calmly stating that is an antimatter particle cannon. However, judging by the scale of the beam, it does not seem to be equipped on a battleship but rather on a combat robot level. The emergence of such technology here is beyond our capability to contend with. The masked man quickly and accurately assessed the situation, yet even so, the outcome filled him with trepidation. Lanya snorted softly, remaining silent as she fixed her gaze on the distance, anticipating the appearance of their opponent. Since the adversary had not directly opened fire upon them, it was likely that they would soon reveal themselves. Soon, Through optical scanning instruments, they identified their target, a pitch-black combat robot. It bore two enormous solid swords on its back. Yet not a trace of the earlier terrifying antimatter particle beam was discernible, though no one expressed doubt. Upon sighting the combat robot, Fed's mood sank heavily. This was not their allies' reinforcement, implying that the enemy might not offer assistance. Though he could not comprehend why the adversary had halted the battle, he feared that without intervention, both he and Imowuyu would likely meet their doom. With this thought, Fed could only hope for the enemy's aid. The pitch-black combat robot swiftly soared to the battlefield, hovering in the air like a deity casting its gaze upon the crowd. Just as everyone speculated about its actions, two small circular machines emerged from the shoulders of the combat robot. Chapter 28, The Small Machines. The masked man felt a tightness in his chest upon witnessing the rising machines. Indeed, the radar promptly sounded an alarm, indicating an extraordinarily high-energy response. The masked man was taken aback. Poised to evade, but two dark beams had already pierced the battlefield, racing towards the distant cluster of meteors. As the masked man gazed at the targeted location, his expression shifted dramatically. It was precisely where the other team members were concealed. As anticipated, following the passage of the black beams, Azure combat robots emerged from the meteor cluster, yet the instruments hidden among the meteors were entirely annihilated. That moment, Phi joyfully discovered that the communicator had regained its functionality, signifying the destruction of the jamming device. An ecstatic smile spread across Phi's face as he swiftly activated the communicator to establish contact with Moke. Moke's voice swiftly emanated from the device. Phi, what has happened? The signal was abruptly lost. What is the situation now? Phi, lacking time for elaborate explanations, urgently requested, hurry and provide support. We have come under attack. There is currently no immediate danger, but the situation remains unpredictable. Hold on. We will arrive immediately. Remember, you must persist, Moke responded. After a brief acknowledgement, Phi switched off the communicator. That moment, their hopes for survival rested upon the black combat robot before them. After the jamming device's destruction, the black combat robot evidently lost its intent to continue the assault. It hovered momentarily in the air, conducted a scan, and then darted towards Moyu. Upon witnessing the swift approach, Moyu was engulfed by astonishment. Entirely unaware of the identity of the other party, nor comprehending why they sought him out. However, the other seemed disinclined to offer explanations. As the figure approached Moyu, a voice that seemed to resonate from the heavens suddenly echoed, sending a jolt through Moyu's heart. Ladim, return. Just as Moyu was still in shock, Ladim began to slowly seep out from his garments, indeed, in a manner both direct and mysterious. Subsequently, before Moyu's astonished gaze, it penetrated the robust armor of the combat robot, drifting into the hands of the black combat robot. Upon Ladim merging with the black entity, the form of the combat robot twisted momentarily before vanishing from sight, leaving behind a group of astounded onlookers. In this unforeseen turn of events, it was Phi, who had been closely monitoring the situation, that reacted first. The instant the black combat robot disappeared, Phi quickly regained his composure and urgently warned Moyu. Moyu, quickly, take this opportunity to flee. What are you still doing in a daze? Yet, at that moment, Moyu seemed to exist in another realm, oblivious to Phi's words. He dazedly raised his right hand, his gaze filled with incredulity. Ladim had effortlessly seeped from his palm. What on earth was happening? Why had Ladim departed so easily? Moyu's stupor did not diminish the vigilance of others. The masked man, seeing the power he had feared dissipate, let out a cold snort and charged towards the still-dazed Moyu. He did not employ the beam rifle but instead drew his beam sword, leaping high before Moyu, the laser sword glinting ominously as it swung down towards Mo's head. However, in that critical moment, another twist of fate emerged. The combat robot piloted by Moyu suddenly dipped sharply to the lower right, raising a foot to deliver a fierce kick to the chest of the masked man's combat robot. With a resounding crash, the two combat robots were thrust apart in an instant. The masked man glared coldly at Moyu, and in the moment of retreat, swiftly drew his beam rifle, firing 3 shots consecutively at Moyu. Yet, Moyu seemed to anticipate the danger, deftly dodging each attack. Curiously, after evading the assaults, Moyu did not charge at the masked man but remained suspended in the air. Observing this, the masked man sensed the anomaly and refrained from immediate aggression. Beckoning Lanya to follow, at this moment, seated within the cockpit, Mo Yuyu appeared extraordinary. After his body had instinctively reacted, he felt a sharp pain piercing through his eyes once more. He released the control stick. Pressing his hands tightly against his eyes, however, he soon ceased his actions, gradually lowering his hands, gently lifting his head, and returning his hands to the control stick. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and immediately, a prism of colors illuminated the entire cockpit. Lanya and the masked man surged towards Mo Yuyu from both sides, simultaneously locking onto his cockpit. Almost concurrently, beams of light were shot towards Mo Yuyu's cockpit. With their seamless coordination, Mo Yuyu found himself with almost no room to evade. The masked man had envisioned the scene of his opponent being struck. The prior kick had already instilled a sense of crisis within him. Now, he must eliminate the adversary. A murderous glint flickered in his eyes. Yet, at that moment, Mo Yuyu seemed to inhabit another realm, allowing the beams to strike his cockpit without resistance. Upon impact, the beams radiated vibrant colors from the point of contact, gradually enveloping the entire cockpit in a divine glow as if a celestial being had descended upon the world. Disaster. Be cautious. It's the power of time and space. Retreat immediately. The masked man, witnessing the divine-like spectrum of colors, perceived a profoundly terrifying reality. He harbored no thoughts of resistance, issuing a command for retreat without delay. Yet, could he truly escape this peril? A beam of light slipped into the cockpit, two swords of modest length firmly grasped. At last, Mo Yuyu made his move. After slicing through a prism of colors, a figure resembling a celestial being materialized peculiarly before the masked man's cockpit. The masked man was taken aback, his cockpit shifting to the side as he wielded his laser sword in defense. However, he did not encounter the anticipated clash of swords. The laser sword grazed the surface of Mo Yuyu's cockpit as the two combat robots brushed past each other. The masked man, having narrowly escaped the calamity, wore a somber expression, as if he had seen through something after this brush with death. He calmly declared, "All personnel, prepare for battle. There is no longer any retreat." Lanya and the other four combat robots halted their withdrawal, regrouping beside the masked man. Under his command, they formed a battle formation, ever prepared to counter Mo Yuyu's movements. Meanwhile, Mo Yuyu, seated within the cockpit, radiated with a kaleidoscope of colors. However, his consciousness remained unfocused on these phenomena. Amidst the vibrant hues, Mo Yuyu gazed at the figure before him. "Ladim, is that you?" he softly inquired. Strangely, he felt no fear regarding the peculiar phenomena surrounding him. The figure before him smiled gently and replied, "It is I. Now that you see me, it signifies that I have departed. I could leave you nothing but this gift, and I hope you will cherish it." "What gift? And why did you leave?" Mo Yuyu pressed for answers. The figure before him chuckled softly, gradually stating, "Now, you must observe closely. How much you learn will depend on your own efforts." With that, it vanished without a trace, and no matter how fervently Mo Yuyu called out in the prism of colors, he received no response. He surveyed his surroundings, as if ensconced in an infinite space. He felt a sense of understanding dawning upon him, gently closing his eyes to reflect deeply. Suddenly, a combat robot radiating vibrant colors appeared in his mind's eye. Within the robot's ocular sensors, a light shimmered as if it were tangible. Following that, the entire machine surged forward like a phantom. Observing this, the masked man felt his pupils constrict, abruptly bellowing, "Attack!" Yet, at that moment, Mo Yuyu's cockpit seemed enveloped by a mysterious force. The radiant colors illuminated the entire cockpit, seemingly bestowing upon Mo Yuyu an unprecedented power. He sensed his cockpit becoming remarkably agile and powerful under this influence. Taking a deep breath, Mo Yuyu's eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. He gripped the control stick tightly, propelling his cockpit towards the masked man's. The two machines engaged in fierce aerial combat, the intertwining of beam swords and laser cannons erupting in a dazzling display. In this battle, Mo Yuyu appeared to discover his true purpose. No longer merely a pilot, he emerged as a warrior endowed with enigmatic powers. Harnessing this force, he deftly countered the masked man's assaults time and again, gradually gaining the upper hand. The masked man, seeing this, was seized by a wave of terror. He understood that he could no longer contend with Mo Yuyu and sought an opportunity to escape. However, Mo Yuyu seemed to read his thoughts. Entangling him tightly, suddenly, Mo Yuyu's cockpit emitted a blinding brilliance. That radiance appeared to transcend the boundaries of time and space, firmly immobilizing the masked man's cockpit. The masked man, in terror, realized he could not move an inch. Mo Yuyu clutched the control stick, his eyes flashing with the light of victory. He maneuvered his cockpit closer to the masked man, preparing to deliver the final blow. Yet, at that moment, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. Mo Yuyu, do not kill him. Mo Yu paused in surprise, turning to see a figure soaring in from afar. That figure was none other than his long-lost companion, Latim. Latim had returned to his side in a mysterious manner, intervening to prevent Mo Yuyu from showing mercy. Mo Yu gazed at Latim, feeling a surge of complex emotions. He was grateful for Latim's return, but perplexed by his prior departure. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He needed to resolve the imminent crisis swiftly. Persuaded by Latim, Mo Yuyu ultimately decided to spare the masked man. He gradually maneuvered his cockpit backward, maintaining a safe distance from the masked man. Upon witnessing the scene, the masked man couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. He was acutely aware that he had narrowly escaped death, seizing the opportunity to flee the scene with Lanya and the other combat robots. As Mo Yuyu gazed at the retreating figures of the masked man and his companions, a wave of inexplicable emotions surged within him. He understood that he had gained formidable power in this battle. Yet he also recognized that this power was not without its flaws. He must continue to strive for mastery over it to better protect himself and those around him. With the departure of the masked man and his companions, this thrilling confrontation gradually drew to a close. Mo Yuyu piloted his mech, gently descending to the ground, feeling the mysterious power within him slowly calming. He knew that a long journey lay ahead. Yet he believed that with unwavering perseverance, he would surely one day achieve his aspirations. At that moment, the kaleidoscopic radiance in the sky began to fade. Mo Yuyu looked up to see a full moon hanging high in the firmament, as if guiding him toward his path. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely embarked on a new journey. Amidst the chaos and ambiguity, Mo Yuyu seemed to capture a glimpse of dazzling multicolored light, akin to the most brilliant star in the night sky, instantly flooding his mind. However, this sudden brilliance did not linger long, soon giving way to an enveloping darkness, and Mo Yuyu's consciousness gradually dissipated within this boundless void. Ah! A piercing scream abruptly shattered the tranquility, jolting Mo Yuyu upright, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead, his complexion slightly pale. He vaguely recalled the profound impression left by that multicolored light in his mind, gently shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the lingering dizziness. Looking around, he realized he had returned to the familiar yet humble quarters of the pirate crew. Chapter 29. Ordinary attire despite the unprecedented fatigue coursing through his body. Mo Yuyu's mind remained unusually clear. He got out of bed, his gaze sweeping over his attire, discovering that he had inexplicably donned a set of ordinary clothing. He slipped on a jacket and stepped outside, his heart filled with confusion and perplexity. At that moment, a singular thought occupied Mo Yuyu's mind: to find Fide. After all, it was Fide who had been present before he lost consciousness. What would transpire next? A faint smile curled at the corners of Fide's lips, though it could not conceal the underlying sense of helplessness. You have witnessed it. Your mech inexplicably erupted into a brilliant cascade of colors, and you remain equally bewildered. Among the 6 combat robots, 4 were inexplicably drawn into another dimension, while the remaining 2 hovered in place, their mechs intact, yet their pilots had vanished without a trace, leaving only 2 spacesuits behind. This bizarre phenomenon, I managed to gloss over with a convenient excuse, but upon your awakening, you will likely face even more inquiries. This matter is indeed troublesome, Mo Yuyu pondered for a moment, silently murmuring, Latim, what riddle have you left me? Fide regarded the contemplative Mo Yuyu and proposed, Mo Yuyu, since that multicolored light emanates from within you, perhaps you could attempt to activate it once more. If successful, there may be a shift in the situation. Activate the light? Mo Yuyu was momentarily taken aback. He had never considered actively controlling that light, but since Latim possessed such capabilities, perhaps he could as well. After a brief contemplation, he replied, very well, I shall give it a try, though the outcome is uncertain. Do not worry, have confidence in yourself, Fide encouraged. Mo Yuyu stepped into the center of the room, though merely attempting to release the multicolored light was uncharted territory for him. And he did not know where to begin. He closed his eyes and began to retrace in his mind the two instances he had witnessed the radiant multicolored space, as well as the luminous scenes captured by his altered vision. Gradually, he immersed himself in that enigmatic world, as though surrounded by a vibrant glow. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, yet the surroundings remained unchanged. Wuyu turned to Fide and inquired, "Do you notice anything unusual? Has the light manifested?" Fide gently shook his head. "Everything appears normal, but do not be disheartened. Perhaps our understanding is flawed." Recalling every moment since their encounter, Wuyu realized that since the problem originated with Latam, the answers must be intricately linked to him. He reminisced about the first time he had been isolated on that battleship and how Latam had come to his aid, restoring him to normalcy. Indeed, it was that energy. Whether it was the initial impact upon his eyes or the subsequent battles fought with this energy, the multicolored glow was, in essence, a manifestation of power rather than mere visual effects. However, how to comprehend and harness this energy remained a mystery. The power felt as if it had become one with him. Slowly opening his eyes, Wuyu's face radiated joy as a faint glow began to materialize in the palms of his hands. Fide, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of surprise. Yet the power Wuyu displayed still fell short compared to what he had observed earlier, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. However, that emotion dissipated almost instantaneously. Fide remained elated and asked, "What is this phenomenon called? Do you have any insight?" Wuyu found himself momentarily speechless in response to Fide's inquiry, genuinely unaware of its name. Just as he was lost in thought, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, prompting him to close his eyes once more. Before him appeared a pure white radiance, and on the other side of the light, Wuyu unexpectedly reunited with a slightly mischievous version of himself. Witnessing this, nostalgia welled up within him. Then, the figure across from him broke the silence. "First, Wuyu, you have finally arrived here, which signifies that you have begun to grasp that controlling power. Thus, my mission can be deemed a success. Latam, what is the meaning of all this? Why did you leave? What secrets lie hidden here?" Wuyu pressed urgently. "You will undoubtedly have many questions, but regrettably, I cannot answer them all. The answers must be sought by you personally. At this moment, I am merely a fragment of the information I left behind. All I can do is this. Those pieces of information may prove beneficial to your future. Time is fleeting, and I can only convey one final message to you. Though it may not be the wisest course of action, I cannot interfere with your fate to go, journey to Earth, for there lies the answers you seek." With that, Latam's image gradually faded, leaving behind an expanse of white emptiness. Wuyu gazed at the void before him and whispered softly, "Latam?" Ultimately, Wuyu resolved not to delve further into the other information left by Latam and exited that mysterious realm of knowledge. When he reopened his eyes, he was met with Fide's face, etched with concern. Wuyu smiled faintly, saying nonchalantly, "I am unscathed, merely lost in thought. As for this power, perhaps I could refer to it as the power of time and space." Upon hearing this, Fide's lips curled into a smile, though his expression soon turned serious as he remarked, "Now that you have mastered this ability, the road ahead is fraught with challenges. Regarding this incident, we shall find a satisfactory resolution. How do we resolve it? By evacuating this place." Fide stated calmly, "Long ago, Imoku, Lan Ning, and I began devising a meticulous plan aimed at countering the Federation's top-secret initiative. Now that circumstances have evolved to this point, it is time to put it into action. Are your intentions to obstruct the top-secret plan's advancement?" Wuyu was somewhat familiar with the plan but harbored concerns about their current capabilities and implementation strategies. Not merely to obstruct, but to completely overturn it. The execution of this plan is not limited to just the three of us. Many others also affected by the Federation's top-secret initiative will join us. Among them, some possess talents, others wield power, and some are physically formidable. These individuals, like Imoku and myself, have had loved ones or close friends captured by the Federation. A year ago, Imoku and I joined this clandestine organization. And now it is time to take action. Fide elaborated on the background of the plan to Wuyu. "What about Imoku? He is still unaware of my situation. How should I explain it to him?" Wuyu felt apprehensive about the plan but found it difficult to voice his concerns. "This is of no consequence. I will clarify it to him. Moreover, you mentioned earlier that you possess the ability to survive in the void," Fide said with a smile. "However, Where exactly should we go? Imo Wuyu's mind echoed with the insights Ladim had imparted to him. At this moment, he yearned to journey to Earth rather than join any organization. This remains uncertain. Although the organization does exist, it does not openly reveal itself, especially given the Federation's ongoing suppression. For now, our destination has yet to be determined, Fide stated helplessly. Upon hearing this, Imo Wuyu devised a plan and cautiously proposed. Perhaps we could consider traveling to Earth. Earth? Fide was taken aback by Imo Wuyu's suggestion, but, after a moment of contemplation, replied, traveling to Earth is not out of the question. After all, the roots of the Federation lie there. Currently, the Federation's core institutions are situated on Earth, and despite this, their power and influence there are exceptionally formidable, making a journey to that location fraught with significant risk. As Fide spoke, his gaze shifted to Imo Wuyu. And he continued, however, it is not impossible to go. All the details of our actions must be thoroughly discussed by the team before any decisions can be made. Imo Wuyu expressed agreement with Fide's suggestion, for he felt considerable guilt about asking the team members to accompany him to Earth without first discussing the matter with them collectively. Fed approached the instrument and extracted a chip, gently snapping it in two before discarding it aside. Imo Wuyu, I possess another item that belongs to you, but I regret to inform you that I have taken the liberty to examine its contents, he stated. He then opened a drawer and handed Imo Wuyu a small box. However, you need not worry excessively, for I have not gleaned any information. All the contents are secured by password protection, leaving me powerless. Yet, I did notice the card within. Who exactly is the individual depicted on it? Imo Wuyu accepted the box, opening it with a sense of trepidation to find the card and chip given to him by Lan Hanyue. Upon hearing Fed mention the card, a jolt of alarm surged through Imo Wuyu, for he himself had yet to examine it. If the identity on the card were one that could easily lead to misunderstandings, the consequences would be dire. Where is the card slot? I need to access the information on this card, Imo Wuyu inquired directly, bypassing Fed's previous question. Fed said no more and simply pointed towards the nearby instrument, indicating, it is right there. Imo Wuyu walked over and inserted the card into the slot. In no time, a series of data appeared on the screen. A Kriest, commander of the First War Zone of the Federation. The confidentiality level of this card was extremely high. Currently, only a predetermined portion of information could be accessed, accompanied by contact details. I find it quite curious. Were you not fleeing from a Federation warship? How did you come to possess such an item? Fed inquired softly, positioning himself behind Imo Wuyu. Imo Wuyu gazed intently at the information displayed, silently blaming Lan Hanyue, pondering the troublesome issues she had left for him. The realization that this matter involved the commander of the First War Zone tightened his chest with anxiety. A slight misstep in handling this could cost him his life. The highly sensitive nature of the information, coupled with the presence of an indecipherable chip, rendered it as treacherous as a hot potato. With a bitter smile, Imo Wuyu expressed his resignation. I too am unaware of the origins of these items. As for whether you choose to believe me, that is your prerogative. I have no further words. Having received some promising news earlier, he now found himself ensnared in such unforeseen complications, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Even regarding Fed, while he did not fully comprehend the depth of Fed's hatred towards the Federation, he was certain that such animosity could lead to the demise of a secret envoy of the Federation. If Fed truly misinterpreted him, Imo Wuyu's situation would be precarious. Nevertheless, Fed did not react as intensely. He merely smiled calmly, gently patting Imo Wuyu's shoulder as he spoke. Do not worry excessively. When I first encountered this card, I indeed felt an impulse to eliminate you. However, after careful consideration, I concluded that you were certainly not a person of the Federation. Now, ease your mind. Return and rest for a while. I shall summon you when it is time for dinner. At that point, we will discuss our upcoming plans with Imo Ku and the others. Chapter 30. A startling revelation. Imo Wuyu was startled by Fed's words, yet ultimately stowed the card away and bid farewell to him before returning to his room. After seeing Imo Wuyu off, Fed resumed his seat on the bed, a cloud of uncertainty still lingering in his mind. He himself was unsure of the truth, but the shock that Imo Wuyu had imparted upon him, along with the debt of gratitude for having saved his life, led him to subconsciously choose to trust Imo Wuyu. With a soft sigh, Fed murmured to himself, very well, I shall leave everything to fate. May fate not play tricks on me. Meanwhile, upon returning to his room, Imo Wuyo cautiously concealed the small container holding the card and chip deep within his pocket, then slowly reclined back onto the bed. At that moment, he truly felt the exhaustion wash over him like a tidal wave. He extended his right hand, and under the guidance of his consciousness, a faint glow began to emanate from his palm. At this moment, Imo Wuyo found it difficult to articulate his state of mind. Having departed from his former life for over half a year, he had continuously attempted to persuade himself to forget everything from his past while living in this city of guardians. Yet, having embarked on this irreversible path, the warmth of home and memories would often resurface in his thoughts. To this day, he felt as though the trajectory of his life was being pulled by an invisible hand, leaving him devoid of freedom, each step feeling as though it were not his own. This cannot continue. I must become the master of my own fate. Now that I possess power, I cannot remain lost any longer. I must regain my direction. Imo Wuyo clenched his fists, the light spilling between his fingers, illuminating his right hand with a crystalline clarity. However, as weariness gradually enveloped him, he soon succumbed to slumber. When Imo Wuyo awoke once more, the night had deepened. In this vast and boundless universe, the distinction between day and night seemed to have lost all meaning. After a while, Fed arrived as promised to summon Imo Wuyo for dinner. Along the way, Imo Wuyo discreetly observed Fed's demeanor, only to find it unchanged from usual. In fact, when their eyes met, Fed even smiled at him. Faced with Fed's inscrutable attitude, Imo Wuyo could only temporarily set aside his doubts. The dining location was a small room, specifically chosen by Imo-ku for this discussion. Upon entering, Imo Wuyo and Fed found Imo-ku and Lan-ning already seated and waiting. After inviting Imo Wuyo to take a seat, Imo-ku spoke first. Imo Wuyo, Fed has already conveyed your situation to me. Your temporal powers have begun to recover. The previous battle under immense pressure activated your abilities, but you are still somewhat weakened. Ideally, we should wait a while longer before setting off, but time is of the essence. Your battle robots have been rendered inoperative, but fortunately, we have captured 2 battle robots that are quite suitable for both of you to use. Fed also mentioned your proposal to travel to Earth. I have no objections to that, but we cannot go there directly just yet. We still need to visit several locations first, and once everything is prepared, we will set off for Earth. According to Lan-ning's suggestion, our next destination will be the first war zone of the Federation. We all possess legitimate identities that grant us access, but what about you? Imo Wuyo? Do you have a legal identity for entry? Imo Wuyo considered the card concealed in his clothing, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. I possess legitimate identification. That is good. Then we have no further issues. After this meal, gather your essentials, and we shall depart. We must act before those individuals become aware of our movements. I have a question. Imo Wuyo gently raised his hand to ask. How do we procure those battle robots? And how will we safely depart? We cannot simply march out in a grand manner. Oku chuckled heartily, saying, you need not worry about that. We have our arrangements. Shortly, you will head directly to the assembly room, where everything is already prepared, and you need not fret over it. Fed concurred, adding, Imo Wuyo, there is no need for further concern. All matters have been meticulously planned in advance, and this operation should pose no significant issues. Seeing the resolute attitudes of both men, Imo Wuyo found it inappropriate to voice further objections and thus fell silent. After dinner, he swiftly returned to his quarters to organize the equipment he would be taking. At this moment, aside from a small box, he possessed nothing else. Donning his spacesuit, Imo Wuyo exited the room and made his way to the assembly room. Upon arriving at the assembly room, he finally grasped the meaning behind Imo-ku and the others' reassurance. Within the spacious facility, several individuals were busy adjusting 2 blue battle robots, as well as the mechs of Imo-ku and Lan-ning, while Imo-ku conversed with someone nearby. Fed approached Imo Wuyo with a smile, saying, see, now you understand why we are so confident, don't you? Imo Wuyo gazed at Fed in disbelief, exclaiming, are the people here all your accomplices? This is astounding. You could practically form a pirate crew. Not quite. Everyone is simply willing to lend a hand. It is not as complex as you might envision. Now, let us proceed. Everything over there is ready. Fed guided Imo Wuyo to the blue mech, signaling the technicians to pause their work. Imo Wuyo entered the mech to experience it firsthand. The basic operations had not changed significantly, though some functions were still unfamiliar to him. Overall, the mech was quite impressive. After completing his trial, Imo Wuyo exited the mech, allowing the technicians to make final adjustments. Before long, Imoku bid farewell to the individuals beside him. Subsequently, Imo and the others boarded the battle robots, preparing for departure. Farewell, Imoku. I wish you smooth sailing and hope you rescue your brother soon. I still look forward to his visit. After bidding farewell, Imo and his group finally departed from the base disguised as a meteorite, veering off the main trajectory and flying toward the area with the densest concentration of meteors. Thanks to Fed's explanations, Imo began to comprehend the reasoning behind their course. After traversing through the outer dense meteor belt, the inner region appeared relatively spacious. In short, they needed only to navigate two shorter sections of dense meteors to reach the edge of the Federation's war zone. After a smooth flight and once again passing through a dense meteor belt, Imo and his companions finally arrived at the edge of the war zone. Lanning, remove your identification device. As for you two, there is no need, as your devices have yet to be installed. Imoku removed a small device from the head of the mech and informed everyone. Alright, now we need to change our identities. From this moment on, we are wandering tooth hunters, preparing to return to the Federation. Warriors, are you ready? As they approached the war zone, the group was guided by semi-intelligent robots, gazing at the cannons poised to unleash their fury at any moment. Imo felt an unsettling anxiety within. Upon arriving at the port, all combat robots were instructed to remain within the confines of the harbor, and their activation keys were confiscated. Subsequently, Imo and his companions approached the inspection entrance. Imoku and Feda indeed presented their identity IDs as hunter warriors, breezing through the checks with ease. To Imo's astonishment, Lanning possessed a federal resident identity card, which remarkably passed the war zone's inspection level. Leaving Imo astounded, he was acutely aware that the checks in combat zones typically do not permit ordinary civilians' identity cards to pass. Perhaps Lanning's identity was far from ordinary, as it was Imo's turn to undergo inspection. He felt a flutter of apprehension. What if he failed the check? He nervously stepped forward. Please present your identification card. Thank you for your cooperation. A crisp, synthesized electronic voice resonated. At the inspection entrance stood a fully armed semi-intelligent robot. Imo believed that any sign of unease could result in immediate execution, especially in such a sensitive period. He inserted the highest level identity card into the adjacent slot, yet did not hear the expected security prompt. A wave of tension washed over him. Fortunately, no alarm followed. Just as he was pondering this, a male voice emerged from the semi-intelligent robot. Sir, do you require assistance? Despite his anxiety, Imo replied with composure. No, I do not need any assistance at the moment. If needed, please feel free to contact the military, came the response. Understood, Imo replied succinctly, eager to proceed inside. The other party seemed equally uninterested in prolonging the conversation. As the door gradually opened with the conclusion of Imo's words, he retrieved his card and entered smoothly. Inside the military headquarters, a message swiftly reached the office of the highest commander. A youth holding a top-tier access card has entered the combat zone. All is well, let us proceed. Feda nodded to the approaching Imo. He felt a slight worry about the earlier situation, but upon witnessing everything unfold smoothly, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As Imo approached, Imoku, though harboring doubts about certain details of the inspection process, refrained from further inquiry and merely stated, well, since we have arrived, Lanning needs to leave for 2 days. If there are tasks to be completed, please attend to them promptly. I shall seek assistance. Feda and Imo, you both have the liberty to act freely. For now, we have not revealed our identities. Allowing for relative freedom of movement, please purchase communication devices shortly to maintain contact. I will notify you of the rendezvous point in 2 days. Are there any further questions? No questions, the group replied in unison. Imo pondered how to carve out time to complete the task assigned by Lan Hanyue. With Imoka's guidance, their actions would undoubtedly be more convenient. Under Imoka's lead, they ventured to the nearby shops, each purchasing a communication device. Subsequently, Imoku and Lanning departed. Imo adjusted his communication device, needing only to locate his target using the contact details on the card and deliver the chip. He turned to Feda and inquired, how do you plan to arrange your time over the next 2 days? Feda, appearing relaxed, replied, I intend to gather some information. You can handle your matters first and contact me afterward. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to call me. No problem, I will reach out, Imo affirmed. Then, we shall part ways here. Take care, he added, though inwardly worried that Feda might follow him. Instinctively, he guarded the secret within his heart, reluctant to let outsiders intrude. After Fata departed, Mo Wuyu located a public unmanned communication device, inserted his card into the slot, and dialed a number. Chapter 31. The meeting. Hello, may I ask who is speaking? A woman's voice emerged from the communicator, laced with a hint of confusion. I need to meet Mr. Wade immediately and hope to swiftly ascertain the meeting location, Mo Wuyu asserted in a commanding tone. Though the person he sought was not the federal commander, a Christ. The woman on the communicator was momentarily taken aback by Mo Wuyu's words, but quickly regained her composure, responding gently, I'm sorry, sir, but you may have dialed the wrong number. This is not the individual you are looking for. Mo Wuyu paid no heed to her reaction, reiterating firmly, I need to meet Mr. Wade immediately. I am currently beside port number 3, wearing a dark blue space suit. I should be quite easy to find. After speaking, Mo Wuyu hung up the communicator, preparing to withdraw his card. However, halfway through, he paused slightly and reinserted the card. This time, he dialed the private communication number of Federal War Zone Commander Akrist. At that moment, Akrist was reviewing information sent by his subordinates in his office. He was puzzled by the sudden visit of a high-ranking individual to the war zone, yet he still issued orders to maintain observation without alarming anyone. Just as the command was issued, his private communicator rang. Akrist's confusion deepened, for the number on his private communicator was rarely known, and those aware of it would not call at such a time. He took out the communicator to find that it displayed an inability to retrieve the caller's information, a feat even the war zone commander could not accomplish. Akrist could not help but be slightly taken aback. The following is the professionally revised text. General Akrist answered the communicator. Hello, General Akrist. A voice emerged from the device. Akrist was momentarily taken aback. Judging by the voice's quality, he quickly deduced that the caller was a youth. Soon, he confirmed the caller's identity, the very boy mentioned in the newly received information. What astonished him was that this youth possessed his private communicator number. Nevertheless, Akrist adhered to military protocol, responding, Greetings, sir. How may I assist you? As he spoke, he opened his computer to search for the caller's identity using the photos taken during the inspection process. However, the results were unexpected. Not due to insufficient clearance, but rather because there was simply no record of this individual in the database. This outcome only deepened Akrist's curiosity regarding the caller's identity. I require assistance, but not at this moment. I will contact you again, the caller stated before hanging up. Akrist, perplexed, promptly notified his subordinates to closely monitor this mysterious communicator. Meanwhile, Mo Wuyu remained unaware of the exact reactions on the other end, but could surmise a degree of confusion, and perhaps even some anger. However, the true reason behind Mo Wuyu's abrupt disconnection was not to cultivate an air of mystery, but rather because the person he sought had arrived. He swiftly removed the communication card and approached the individual awaiting him. Please follow us, the leader of the group stated respectfully. Yet, the ever-vigilant personnel nearby irked Mo Wuyu somewhat. Nevertheless, he felt no concern as he followed them into a hovering vehicle. Inside, Mo Wuyu instinctively touched his small arm, recalling the experience of flying through the asteroid belt. He still harbored some worry that the communication card on him might not pass inspection. Remembering the information left by Latham, he speculated that it might contain some useful content. Thus, he set his device to automatically follow Fata's machine and immersed himself in the sea of information. The number of floating light spheres around him was no longer as abundant as when Latham had first activated them. They now swirled within a mere 5-meter radius of Mo Wuyu. However, these light spheres were not his current focus. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on searching for information related to the card. Unexpectedly, he successfully captured an information sphere. Upon opening it, 3 rows of numbers vividly appeared before his eyes. Mo Wuyu could not help but wonder what significance these numbers held. Nonetheless, he committed the 3 rows of numbers to memory and continued his search. Regrettably, he found no further information related to them. After relinquishing the quest, Mo Wuyu extracted the card, contemplating the possible connection between these numbers and the card itself, a password. This was the first possibility that crossed Mo Wuyu's mind. He quickly inserted the card into the adjacent slot and input the 3 rows of numbers sequentially. To his delight, 2 of the rows successfully unlocked 2 pieces of information, while the 3rd row proved ineffective. However, Mo Wuyu temporarily set aside this issue and turned to examine the information he had unlocked. The primary information focused on a detailed record of human genetic optimization modifications, Yet these data elicited no interest from MOWU.as. He reached the end of the document. A particular content caught his attention. It was a form of disguise achieved through cutting-edge technology, capable of temporarily altering an individual's physical features. Unfortunately, this technology was currently under strict lockdown by the federal government, inaccessible to the public, meaning one could only touch this technology by delving deep into the federal inner sanctum. After a brief perusal, MOWU closed this document and opened the second piece of information. The beginning of the second segment sent a chill down MOWU's spine, for it contained a message left for him by Lan Hanyue. Young man, as I predicted, you have successfully unlocked the password I set. Therefore, you no longer need to follow the path I previously indicated. Below, I have left another set of instructions, based on which you will find someone who can lend you a helping hand. This card is of the highest security clearance, and no one aside from the upper echelons of the Federation may peruse its contents. This serves as my reward to you, should you encounter an insurmountable challenge. You may seek assistance from the Federation through this card. However, I would prefer to avoid such a situation, as it may embroil you in difficulties. That is all I wish to convey. May you accomplish your task with success. MOWU was taken aback by the revelation that Lan Hanyue could foresee his acquisition of the password. This sensation of being entirely manipulated filled him with dread, as if he were merely a pawn on another's chessboard. Every move meticulously orchestrated. After a tumultuous internal struggle, MOWU gradually regained his composure, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, hesitant to speak further, yet ultimately, he opened the documents left by Lan Hanyue. Wade, is it? Very well, let me delve into this and ascertain the final outcome of this game. MOWU murmured coldly that moment. He was no longer the bewildered youth, but a spirited warrior, ready to embrace the challenges ahead. Chapter 32. Detachment. They had arrived at their destination. As MOWU emerged from his reverie, the vehicle had silently reached its endpoint. He stepped out and surveyed his surroundings, finding himself before a grand hotel. The specific location of his destination did not concern MOWU, for in this city, he felt akin to a blind man groping an elephant, utterly unfamiliar with the pathways. Following the guide's lead, he entered the hotel, ultimately arriving at an opulent suite on the top floor. There, he encountered Wade for the first time, a corpulent, diminutive middle-aged man with small eyes, differing somewhat from MOWU's mental image. Please, take a seat, Wade gestured with a welcoming smile. May I inquire your esteemed name? MOWU offered a slight smile as he settled opposite Wade. I am MOWU. It is a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Wade. Wade returned to his seat, still smiling, and inquired, Mr. MOWU, may I ask what pressing matter has prompted your urgent summons? Despite his friendly tone, an undercurrent of veiled threat lingered, suggesting that should MOWU's answer fail to satisfy, the cordiality would dissipate. MOWU refrained from elaboration, retrieving a delicately crafted small box from his garment and placing it on the table. An attendant swiftly lifted it and presented it to Wade. As Wade gently peeled back a corner of the lid and glimpsed its contents, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, but he quickly regained his cheerful demeanor. MOWU, my previous offense was entirely unintentional. Had you mentioned it earlier, I would have understood we were on the same side. Ha ha. In response to Wade's grin, MOWU remained silent, simply stating, I intend to leave this place today and require some material assistance. Wade waved his hand confidently. No problem. Everything can be arranged satisfactorily, and it can be done immediately. Afterward, MOWU and Wade did not engage in further conversation. Lacking knowledge about the precise function of the chip, MOWU opted for caution, and Wade too refrained from probing further. After a simple meal, Wade personally bid farewell to MOWU. Wade presented MOWU with a card that could be used without a password. Along with several boxes of clothing, MOWU graciously accepted these gifts, then took his leave from Wade, seeking out a hotel for himself. Inside the hotel, he donned the new attire gifted by Wade and securely stored the two cards before reaching out to a Christ. General, I believe now is an opportune moment for an in-depth discussion on pertinent matters. His tone was steady, deliberately suppressing his usual casualness, exuding a leader-like demeanor. Of course, I will arrange for a military transport aircraft to pick you up. I am aware of your location. Please forgive me for having my subordinates track you, a Christ replied, his words devoid of genuine remorse, responding as if it were merely protocol. MOWU said nothing further and terminated the communication device. Since he was under surveillance, this might actually spare him some trouble. He gathered his belongings, exited the hotel, and awaited outside. Shortly, a military transport aircraft descended from the sky, and Imo Wuyu boarded the plane under the guidance of a soldier, heading towards a Christ's location. Meanwhile, in another place, a man clad in a white robe proudly showcased a certain achievement to a young man, his face beaming with pride. "Commander, are you satisfied with this?" the man in white asked the youthful figure before him. The young man, handsome in appearance, scrutinized himself in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. With dark hair and a slight smile, he donned a nearby coat before making his way towards the exit. Just as he was about to leave, he paused and turned back to ask, "All data has been thoroughly erased, leaving no traces, correct?" The man in white hastily assured him, "Absolutely none. The data was deleted by your own hand, and I had no authority to retain any content. Everything has been meticulously cleared." The young man nodded lightly, pushed open the door, and embarked on a new journey. As the young man stepped over the threshold, a contingent of guards and a sergeant followed closely behind. As they walked, he gave a slight nod of acknowledgement to the sergeant, who then led the way, while the young man followed with a composed demeanor. Under the sergeant's guidance, they arrived at a grand door. After a brief report to the soldiers stationed by the door, the sergeant ushered the young man inside. Within, a formidable figure clad in military attire stood with an imposing presence. He gestured for the sergeant to withdraw and then stood tall, his deep and resonant voice proclaiming, "Ha ha, truly a remarkable sight. Come, come, please take a seat. I must say, Imo Wuyu, in this attire, you appear even more distinguished." The young man smiled gently, approaching a nearby chair and responding modestly, "General Achrist, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such praise." As he spoke, the skin on the young man's head seemed to shimmer momentarily, and in an instant, his original hairstyle transformed into long, sky-blue locks, the youthful visage still bearing a hint of innocence, adorned with a subtle smile. This young man was none other than Imo Wuyu. The origin of this transformation can be traced back 2 hours prior. 2 hours earlier. As Imo Wuyu stepped down from the transport aircraft, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A long, welcoming line of individuals stood neatly arranged in front of the plane, led by a distinguished man accompanied by several military officers. Upon Imo Wuyu's appearance, they approached him. A warm welcome to the frontline base. "Please follow me. The general is awaiting your arrival." "Very well, please lead the way." Imo Wuyu replied briefly, feeling the weight of their attention as he followed the group through the airport and into General Achrist's office. That moment, he found himself locked in gaze with a congenial-looking man. "Ha ha, truly a promising youth. Please, have a seat. May I inquire your esteemed name?" The man radiating warmth was none other than General Achrist, the commander of the First Theater. "Imo Wuyu, it is a great honor to meet you." "General," Imo Wuyu said as he settled onto the sofa, a smile gracing his lips. In response to the frequent communications from Imo Wuyu, Achrist maintained his usual composure, though curiosity and anticipation stirred within him regarding the purpose behind this summons. "Your frequent visits must signify a matter of importance. I am all ears." Noticing the prior communication's tone was somewhat inappropriate, Imo Wuyu folded his hands in a gesture of apology and said, "There is indeed an urgent matter that requires your esteemed assistance, General. It is truly a desperate situation, as I possess only your contact information. I hope you can understand." Achrist, feigning politeness, responded, "You flatter me. With recent skirmishes being sparse, I find myself with ample leisure. Please, speak candidly." Yet internally, he was taken aback by Imo Wuyu's reliance on him as the sole connection, a rarity within the vast expanse of the First Theater. Imo Wuyu continued, "I wish to utilize your laboratory and skilled personnel to implement a genetic disguise plan. Might I request your consent, General?" Upon hearing this, Achrist furrowed his brow. While the allocation of the laboratory and personnel was not difficult, the strict regulations surrounding genetic disguise technology necessitated convoluted approvals. The resources are indeed available, but the unlocking and utilization of this technology must adhere to established protocols, rendering it quite a cumbersome affair. However, Imo Wuyu had anticipated this and did not appear disheartened. Instead, a smile graced his lips. "There is no need for concern regarding the technical aspects. General, I have already prepared what is required. I merely need you to ensure proper handling of the subsequent data." Achrist's doubts dissipated upon hearing this, and he felt a sense of relief. I see. Since you have overcome the technical challenges, I trust you will manage the data processing adeptly." and I need not worry further. May I inquire when you intend to commence? Immediately, Imo Wuyu replied succinctly. Then, in half an hour, the laboratory will be fully prepared. Akrist readily assented, his words imbued with anticipation for the forthcoming collaboration. As the progression of tasks unfolded, the input of Imo Wuyu's data would be indispensable. Thus, I resolved to dispatch my aide to accompany him, while I awaited favorable news in this place. Akrist promptly summoned his aide, who had been waiting outside, and the two departed the room alongside Imo Wuyu. Once Imo Wuyu's figure vanished beyond the doorway, the tranquility on Akrist's countenance was swiftly supplanted by a piercing gaze. He mused. This matter is far from being as straightforward as it appears. We must intensify our investigative efforts and seek intelligence from superior departments. With that, silence enveloped the room, leaving only Akrist's solitary figure, now gazing intently out the window at the scenery. Subsequently, Akrist restored his earlier serene demeanor. Turning to Imo Wuyu with a gentle inquiry, might Imo Wuyu have any other matters to resolve, or essential information to convey to me? Imo Wuyu, after a brief contemplation, recognized that failing to promptly articulate his requests might incite displeasure in the other. He swiftly devised a response and declared, "To be candid, I have a modest request and a critical piece of information. The request pertains to the acquisition of several combat robots and some essential equipment, which I trust would be a trivial matter for the General. As for the information, it concerns the independent warship GK-0001. Might I inquire if the General is already aware of it?" Chapter 33. Disclosure. The matter of the combat robots is, of course, unproblematic. Regarding the independent warship GK-0001, I have only obtained intelligence from several months prior, after which I received no further updates. Should Imo Wuyu be able to divulge more, I would be immensely grateful. Akrist pondered privately the implications behind Imo Wuyu's mention of the independent warship. Imo Wuyu's expression turned slightly regretful as he slowly elaborated. A few days ago, the independent warship GK-0001 unfortunately fell victim to an enemy attack in the Shattered Rock system. Shot down by the mothership Stormbringer. Stormbringer? Upon hearing this, Akrist did not exhibit the shock Imo Wuyu had anticipated. Rather, a fleeting peculiarity crossed his gaze before he regained his composure. I shall personally follow up on this matter. Rest assured. However, might I inquire if there were any survivors aboard the warship? If so, we must initiate rescue operations immediately. Imo Wuyu did not dwell on Akrist's reaction. Despite its slight unexpectedness, he interpreted it as characteristic of a battlefield commander's calm demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. There may be a slim chance for survival in the form of the ship's first officer, Lieutenant Lan Xiaowei, though I cannot ascertain his fate with certainty. I did not inquire further about his full name. Lieutenant Lan Hanyue, you say? I have heard of him. He is quite the polymath. It is unfortunate, however, that he has devoted himself to following Grandster and has not fully realized his potential. Fear not, I shall ensure the retrieval of Lieutenant Lan. Akrist appeared well acquainted with Lan Hanyue's situation, which left Imo Wuyu in quiet astonishment. Although merely a lieutenant, Lan Hanyue had managed to capture Akrist's attention, suggesting either Lan's exceptional capabilities or Akrist's extraordinary powers of observation. At that moment, however, the communicator on the table suddenly rang, interrupting their discourse. Akrist cast an apologetic glance at Imo Wuyu before answering the call. His expression swiftly turned grave, and after terminating the communication, he addressed Imo Wuyu. I apologize, but an urgent matter requires my immediate attention. Imo Wuyu, would you care to accompany me? At this juncture, Imo Wuyu was disinclined to delve deeply into the Federation's internal affairs. He gently shook his head and replied politely, General, please attend to your duties. I too have personal matters to address, so I shall not accompany you. Very well, Akrist responded, then called for the guard outside to enter, instructing them to escort Imo Wuyu to the lounge for a brief respite. If Imo Wuyu wishes to depart, ensure he is escorted home safely, and that any necessary items are prepared accordingly. I shall take my leave now. With that, Akrist donned his military cap and strode away. Watching Akrist depart, Imo Wuyu's lips curled slightly, secretly relieved that the operation had progressed smoothly, achieving its initial objectives. He then turned to the guard beside him and instructed, Please take me to a room with access to the Federation network. I have some urgent matters to attend to, as well as items to prepare, which I will require in about an hour. The guard led Mo Wuyu into a well-appointed room equipped with comprehensive facilities, presumed to be a reception area. Mo Wuyu instructed the guard to prepare the combat robots while he approached the control panel and inserted his card into the slot. Having observed in the laboratory that once the card connected to the Federation network, a connection prompt would appear, he had refrained from acting hastily in the presence of others. Now, having chosen this room specifically to avoid leaving the network coverage area, he was vindicated. Upon connection, the computer immediately indicated a new channel. Without hesitation, Mo Wuyu opted to open the channel, and a password input window promptly appeared on the screen. Gazing at the window, Mo Wuyu's lips curled into a confident smile. Everything unfolding as he had anticipated. He entered the third password derived from the information left by Latim, eagerly watching the screen. His curiosity piqued regarding what information Latim had left behind. As the progress bar gradually advanced, an inexplicable sense of foreboding began to swell within Mo Wuyu, a feeling of impending dread. He murmured softly, "Hurry, hurry." Moments later, the progress bar finally completed its loading, and the computer screen transitioned slowly, ultimately settling on a shade of blue. Mo Wuyu stared at the screen, filled with perplexity, struggling to comprehend its meaning. Soon, a glimmering point appeared on the screen, a dazzling white light. Mo Wuyu focused intently on it, attempting to discern any clues. The light flickered a few times before expanding into the characters that formed his name. Mo Wuyu. He gazed in astonishment, confirming that this indeed pertained to him, as the white light morphed. The characters Wuyu gradually transformed, and then a line of small text appeared on the screen. Upon reading it, Mo Wuyu's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately pressed the button beside him to delete all data, withdrew the card, and hurriedly turned to leave. The catalyst for his actions was the line of text on the screen. It was not merely data, but a directive. Mo Wuyu, leave the Federation war zone immediately. You must evacuate within 3 minutes. Upon encountering this message, Mo Wuyu's heart surged with turmoil. As he exited the room, the guard waiting outside also felt a wave of confusion, unable to comprehend why Mo Wuyu emerged from his brief visit in such a daze. Nevertheless, the guard wisely refrained from probing further. "I must leave now." "Is there an issue?" Mo Wuyu composed himself and inquired calmly. "No issue, but the combat robots are not yet fully prepared and require some time." "No matter, I must depart immediately." Now Mo Wuyu's tone was resolute and brooked no dissent. Despite lingering questions, the guard, having received crisp instructions, felt it inappropriate to press the matter further, so he escorted Mo Wuyu away and arranged for a transport craft. Mo Wuyu said little, his anxious expression evident as he boarded the transport craft, while the guard reported this development. On board, Mo Wuyu's mind raced with myriad thoughts, yet he remained unable to decipher the implications behind the message he had received. Now comfortably seated in the transport craft, distanced from previous turmoil, Mo Wuyu breathed a sigh of relief, believing that further complications were unlikely. However, at that moment, his communicator abruptly chimed, indicating a new contact. Mo Wuyu speculated it might be Fed. But upon checking the communicator, he discovered the incoming number was neither Fed's nor belonged to Mo Ku or Lan Ning. Filled with uncertainty, he answered the call, only to hear a voice that was familiar yet elusive. "Mo Wuyu, you should have already boarded the transport craft and departed." This voice sent a jolt through Mo Wuyu, as he struggled to recall the speaker's identity. "Who are you?" he pressed, lowering his voice. "Why did you leave such a message? And were all the previous messages left by you? What exactly is your motive?" However, the caller did not respond to Mo Wuyu's inquiries, but instead continued with new demands. The voice was deep and enigmatic. "You need not concern yourself with these matters. I once thought that your departure would alter everything, but I evidently miscalculated. History continues to unfold along its predetermined trajectory. Now, I need you to head to the Megalint system immediately after your departure. Under no circumstances must you go to Earth before the grand battle. You need not question further. Simply follow my instructions. And you shall not err. Mo Wuyu remained unwilling to accept such obscurity, particularly since Latim had also left information leading to Earth. He found himself more inclined to trust Latim. Yet, he was equally eager to uncover more truths. Faced with Mo Wuyu's persistent questioning, the caller fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the decision to disclose further information. Ultimately, the caller sighed and said, "I cannot reveal too much about these matters. I have inadvertently stirred up too many butterfly effects. However, I can tell you this. You must trust me, for I am you. You are me? Imo Wuyu was taken aback, his heart racing with astonishment. Despite his efforts to comprehend, he still failed to grasp the profound implications of that statement. Just then, the caller seemed to encounter some urgent situation, hastily leaving behind a final admonition. You must believe me. Do not go to Earth, or you will regret it for the rest of your life. Regret for a lifetime? Imo Wuyu pondered this deeply, yet it only fueled his determination to journey to Earth in search of answers. Failing to do so could indeed leave him with a lingering sense of regret. He silently resolved, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. At that moment, the military communicator beside Imo Wuyu suddenly rang out. He cast a glance and discovered that it was not his own communicator, but rather another device beside his seat. He surmised that this was most likely a message from a priest, especially given his hasty departure, which would surely leave the other party feeling perplexed. Upon connecting, a priest's serene voice indeed resonated through. Imo Wuyu, why the rush? You left without taking your belongings. Is there an urgent matter at hand? Imo Wuyu politely replied, I just received an urgent message from a friend. He is in considerable trouble and requires my immediate assistance. As for my belongings, I would appreciate it if you could send them to my residence. He refrained from disclosing the full truth to avoid arousing suspicion. A priest, without further pleasantries, succinctly stated, Then Imo Wuyu, do attend to your matters. I will arrange for someone to deliver your belongings, and I shall not intrude any longer. After disconnecting the communicator, Imo Wuyu gazed deeply out the window. The depths of this situation remained inscrutable to him. He chose not to dwell on it further and boarded the transport aircraft back to the previous hotel. Upon disembarking, he noticed a guard already waiting at the entrance. After inquiring, he learned that the guard had come to deliver the keycard, and his requested combat robot had been sent to a warehouse at the port. He did not expect such efficiency following a priest's command. After retrieving the keycard, he returned to his hotel room. With a day remaining until the assembly time, he was in no rush to seek out others. So he decided to remain at the hotel and begin reviewing the other information left by Latim. Once again diving into the sea of information, Imo Wuyu found himself beset by an overwhelming influx of data. Despite the volume being manageable, it was still sufficient to induce irritation. Ultimately, he resolved to peruse the information one by one, though he did not delve deeply into each piece. Rather, he categorized and summarized the main contents. After several hours of sifting through, he discovered that all these messages belonged to the third category of information, offering no substantial assistance at his current stage. Chapter 34. Interest after dining and replenishing his energy. Imo Wuyu once more immersed himself in the sea of information. This time, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a particularly intriguing piece of information. Although it contained only an address, Imo Wuyu found himself deeply fascinated. For this address was located on Earth, number 54, Block 5, District 3, Eastern Continent, Earth. Imo Wuyu puzzled over why Latim had left this address, speculating whether it indicated that he needed to travel to Earth and locate someone at this address. Initially, the idea of going to Earth had been an impulsive thought, but now it had transformed into a firm resolve. Satisfied with his findings, he felt he had gathered enough key information and realized that time was of the essence. As Fed might contact him imminently, about an hour later, Fed indeed reached out to Imo Wuyu. Imo Wuyu, where are you now? Should I come to you? Or will you come to me? Fed inquired softly. Come to me, Imo Wuyu responded. I am at a hotel near the place where we last parted. He added, please also inform Imoku and the others to join us. All right, I'll head over now and notify Imoku. Fed replied. After ending the call, Fed promptly disconnected the communicator, evidently to inform Imoku and Lanning. Meanwhile, Imo Wuyu instructed a server to reserve a private room, awaiting the arrival of Imoku and the others. Before long, Fed and Imoku arrived in succession, yet Lanning was still absent. Imo Wuyu inquired about Lanning's whereabouts, but Imoku merely shook his head in ignorance, turning the conversation back to Imo Wuyu's recent experiences. In response, Imo Wuyu deflected, suggesting that a surprise would be revealed later. Imo Wuyu, do you truly have a surprise for us? You certainly are full of hidden depths, haha, but let's not dwell on that. Let us eat while waiting for Lanning, who should be arriving soon, Imoku encouraged, noticing Imo Wuyu and Fed standing in silence. However, the three seemed preoccupied with their own thoughts, creating an unusually somber atmosphere. Nonetheless, in an effort not to disturb Imoku, Imo Wuyu and Fed picked up their chopsticks, symbolically taking a few bites before setting them down again. This ambience left Mo Wuyu feeling quite uncomfortable. As he continued to ponder the earlier matter concerning Earth, remaining uncertain about the feelings of Imoku and Federal, fortunately, Lan Ning's arrival shattered the awkward silence. Upon pushing the door open and witnessing the quiet scene, he was momentarily taken aback, fearing he had entered the wrong place. However, upon confirming his location, he spotted the three deep in thought like statues. Mo Wuyu had already noticed Lan Ning's arrival, but lacked the energy to greet him, as if he too had been affected by the room's atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Lan Ning who broke the silence first, cheerfully exclaiming, "What has happened these past 2 days that you all seem so listless? Aren't you going to share what has transpired?" With that, he pulled out a chair and sat beside Imoku, beaming at everyone. Oku perked up, shaking off the prior gloom, but still spoke with a hint of restraint. "We have little to discuss. Perhaps you should start. If there's nothing to say, let us begin discussing our itinerary," Lan Ning suggested, his smile fading as he adopted a serious tone. "I should address my matters first, as they will impact our upcoming plans. I previously mentioned my background to Imoku, but I must apologize as I am currently unable to disclose my specific identity. What I can reveal is that my family holds considerable influence within the Federation. However, my current situation is far from optimistic. I have contacted my family and learned that I cannot return to them for the time being. Thus, I may not be able to accompany you to Earth. However, this situation will change in 2 months, at which point I will be able to travel. Mo Wuyu, I sincerely apologize for any disruption this may cause to your plans. At this moment, Mo Wuyu began to grasp the general nature of Lan Ning's identity. However, given Lan Ning's candidness, he felt it inappropriate to delve further. He smiled and replied, "It's quite all right. My trip to Earth is not an immediate necessity. Moreover, if we are indeed to go to Earth, it will require considerable time, and we need not depart precisely 2 months from now." Suddenly, the words of the person from yesterday surfaced in Mo Wuyu's mind, who had warned him against traveling to Earth before the grand battle, implying that as long as he arrived prior to the final conflict, it would suffice. Thus, Mo Wuyu's response reflected this understanding. "You make a valid point, but ultimately, it will depend on Fed and Captain Imoku's plans." Lan Ning understood the implication behind Mo Wuyu's words and turned his gaze toward Imoku. At this moment, the decision-making power remained firmly in the hands of Imoku, the esteemed captain. Imoku first scrutinized Lan Ning, then shifted his gaze to Mo Wuyu, finally settling on Federal. After receiving affirming glances from all three, he slowly began, "First, we must adhere to our previous plan and seek individuals who can assist us. To execute that plan effectively, we will require the help of others. Additionally, there is a crucial issue at hand. We lack a spacecraft capable of long-duration travel in the cosmos. We cannot continuously rely on combat robots to traverse the universe." "Can we?" Lan Ning frowned slightly, displaying a troubled expression as he remarked, "Although my family has the means to acquire a spacecraft, it is currently a bit challenging, and I fear it may not be feasible." Upon hearing this, Imoku sighed softly and reassured Lan Ning, "Don't trouble yourself too much, Lan Ning. Since we are all gathered here, each of us has our own difficulties. We must devise alternative solutions. If necessary, we may have to abandon the combat robots and opt for traveling by spacecraft." Mo Wuyu listened to Imoku's words, feeling equally at a loss. However, at that moment, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind, illuminating his expression as he turned to Imoku and inquired, "Do you know where our destination is this time? Perhaps I can resolve the issue of the spacecraft." Imoku was momentarily taken aback. He had never considered that Mo Wuyu could solve the issue of the spacecraft. Yet, out of trust in Mo Wuyu, he responded with a hint of skepticism, "Our first destination is a commercial star system within the Federation, Fifth World. Of course, we have an alternative destination, but that place has already fallen outside the Federation's jurisdiction, and it is exceedingly distant from Earth. If we were to depart from here, it would be akin to heading in the opposite direction. I believe you would not agree to that. Moreover, that area is quite chaotic, and we might very well encounter unforeseen dangers along the way. That place is the Megalent star system, even more tumultuous than the Shattered Stone star system." "Megalent star system? What exactly is that place? Could you elaborate?" Mo Wuyu pressed, intrigued upon hearing the name Megalent once more. The Megalent star system is one of the few systems that does not belong to the Federation. The Federation has been unable to successfully annex it due to the presence of a warrior class known as the Megalent Warriors. They are fearless fighters, inherently distinct. Perhaps one could say they are born warriors. However, The true reason lies in the fact that these warriors are genetically altered beings. Unlike the Federation's genetic soldiers, they are all products of natural selection and evolution. The Federation's warriors cannot hope to match them. Although the Federation is reluctant to sacrifice numerous troops for a small star system, it is undeniable that the Megalent warriors are the most formidable fighters. However, this is only true when compared to ordinary soldiers. It is precisely for this reason that the Megalent star system has become a haven for many martial enthusiasts. The inhabitants there revere strength and wisdom in harmony with the customs of their land. Thus, the peripheral battles there are exceedingly frequent. However, once one penetrates the interior of the star system, safety is assured. It is undoubtedly a paradise where numerous rare treasures converge. If you ever seek something in the future, the Megalent star system is indisputably the finest choice. Nevertheless, it possesses a notable characteristic: darkness. An absolute darkness, and without sufficient strength, it is wise not to venture there lightly. Mioku recounted the general situation. Though many details remained elusive, he glanced at Imo Wuyu, his curiosity piqued by the latter's keen interest in the Megalent star system. Yet, Imo Wuyu merely smiled, concealing his inner thoughts. He swiftly diverted Imoku's attention, mysteriously stating, "Did we not speak of resolving the spacecraft issue? Let us proceed to the port warehouse now. There lies the surprise I mentioned." Imoku nodded, while Lan Ning and Feida evidently shared a desire to discover Imo Wuyu's so-called surprise. Thus expressing their agreement, the four departed from the hotel, heading towards the port. Utilizing the card bestowed upon him by the guards, Imo Wuyu unlocked the warehouse door. As the door gradually swung open, a small spacecraft came into view. Imo Wuyu gazed upon the ship, unable to suppress a satisfied smile, inwardly affirming, "I told you, how could there be so many combat robots without a single spacecraft? That would hardly be befitting of a general's demeanor." At that moment, Imoku, Feida, and Lan Ning were equally astonished, turning to stare at Imo Wuyu. They had not anticipated that he had truly acquired a spacecraft. Lan Ning stepped into the warehouse, circling the ship to examine it closely. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Though he quickly masked it, he turned to Imo Wuyu, calling out, "Imo Wuyu, do open the spacecraft and let us take a look." Imoku and Feida echoed their agreement. "Yes, let us see inside. It will help us prepare for departure." "Very well, let me take a look," Imo Wuyu replied, approaching the spacecraft's entrance. After a careful inspection, he found a small window for identity verification. Glancing at the window, he ultimately decided to produce his card and inserted it into the slot. Chapter 35. The AM AI System. Beep. Identity verification successful. Welcome to the AM AI system. This is the AM. Welcome, Commander. A melodious, synthesized female voice resonated, and the spacecraft's door slowly opened. "Commander, you hold the highest authority." Imo Wuyu felt immense satisfaction at the unfolding scene. Soon after, Lan Ning, Feida, and Imoku followed him into the spacecraft and completed their identity verifications. However, unlike Imo Wuyu's initial verification, the subsequent checks were conducted through body scans. Upon entering the spacecraft, the quartet meticulously examined their surroundings. The interior was spacious and well-lit, equipped with all manner of devices. They could not help but marvel at the sophistication and luxury of the spacecraft. "Imo Wuyu, how did you come by this vessel?" Lan Ning inquired with curiosity. Imo Wuyu smiled slightly and responded, "In truth, I stumbled upon this spacecraft during a mission. I was patrolling the cosmos in a combat robot when I fortuitously discovered this abandoned ship. Upon inspection, I found it operational and thus, I brought it back. I see," Imoku remarked, his admiration for Imo Wuyu's ingenuity and bravery evident. "So, can we set off now?" Feida asked eagerly. "Of course," Imo Wuyu nodded. He then approached the control panel and began to operate it. As the spacecraft powered up, the four felt a powerful tremor. They understood that this vessel would carry them toward an unknown destination, embarking on a brand new adventure. Throughout their journey, they took turns piloting and resting to ensure a smooth arrival. At times, they admired the breathtaking views outside, while at others, they discussed their future plans and objectives. After several days of travel, they finally reached the fifth world. This bustling commercial star system was filled with an array of shops and trading venues. They replenished their supplies and gear here, preparing for the next leg of their journey. However, just as they were about to depart from the fifth world, an unexpected message reached them, illuminating the fact that their journey might not be as straightforward as they had imagined. They were about to face unprecedented challenges and trials. Imo Wuyu underwent a verification as well. The spacecraft was exceptionally well equipped, adequately accommodating the needs of the four. In fact, it could comfortably sustain the requirements of dozens. Soon, they discovered that the vessel was not only fully equipped but also boasted a substantial number of semi-intelligent robots. Ultimately, they were exceedingly pleased with the spacecraft's performance, finding no need for further preparations. As the provisions of food and water aboard were remarkably plentiful, "Shall we retrieve the combat robots now and then set off?" Feta suggested. However, Imo interrupted, guiding the three to the ship's aft compartment. Upon lifting a cover, four crimson combat robots were revealed before them. Feta's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the robots, turning to Imo with astonishment, exclaiming, "Imo, you can't possibly be some big shot, can you? These combat robots, though I know not their model, exude an extraordinary presence." Lan Ning, bearing a contemplative expression, added, "Phoenix prototype, the experimental model of the Phoenix body. As the Federation's ace model, its combat capabilities are undoubtedly superior. While this experimental prototype may possess slight flaws, it equally boasts enviable strength. However, following the advent of the Phoenix body, the Federation ceased production of all prototypes and implemented a comprehensive lockdown to prevent their leakage. To see these four here is truly astonishing." You had never encountered the Phoenix body, yet he could certainly imagine its exceptional qualities as an ace model. He was taken aback by the significance of these four combat robots. Noticing the questioning glances from Lan Ning, he sensed their curiosity but was at a loss for how to respond. Oku chuckled softly, approaching to pat Imo shoulder, saying, "Now is not the time to discuss this. Since Imo has provided us with so many splendid items, let us not pursue this matter any further. Everyone has their own secrets. Since we now possess the combat robots, let us retrieve our older models, albeit somewhat worn, along the way. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall depart shortly." With Imo's mediation, Imo naturally accepted the shift in topic. Lan Ning ceased his inquiries, and the group dispersed to make their preparations. However, they encountered a predicament. None among them knew how to pilot the spacecraft. Fortunately, the ship was equipped with an automated navigation system. Otherwise, they would have been unable to navigate even after acquiring the vessel. As there was no one to command the control room, Imo, as the commander, would be alerted to any alarms promptly. Thus, the four found themselves in the lounge, sipping drinks while watching the Federation's news. Currently, the broadcast detailed the latest developments in the war. Reports from the First War Zone indicated that the independent warship GK-0001, after a period of silence, had re-emerged, but this time with grim news. The independent warship GK-0001 had been destroyed by the enemy, and the fate of its crew remained unknown. Regarding the Third War Zone, due to a recent surge in enemy firepower, Imoku, observing the news report, scoffed, "The Federation is truly in a season of turmoil. This war has dragged on for so long without resolution. It seems perilous. However, this does not concern us. The fiercer the conflict, the better." Lan Ning switched off the news and opened a technology channel. Continuing, "We cannot involve ourselves in the Federation's affairs, nor do we wish to. It is simply dull sitting here watching this. There's nothing entertaining. Why, virtual network identity has been locked again, leaving me utterly bored." Lan Ning grumbled. However, the spacecraft would indeed require several more days to reach its destination, as the absence of manual control hindered long-distance space-time jumps, affecting their travel speed. Imo, however, did not find the situation tedious. He was engrossed in the news report, while Feta sat beside him, remaining silent as if to alleviate their boredom. Fate conspired to present them with an event. Alert! An unidentified warship is approaching. Alert! Upon hearing the alarm, Lan Ning was the first to leap up, followed closely by the others as they made their way to the control room. Upon activating the display, a black warship appeared on the screen. Emblazoned with a stark white claw insignia, it's the Claw Pirate Gang. Imoku recognized the enemy's vessel, explaining, "I didn't expect them to have us in their sights. It seems there is no possibility of a ceasefire. Unless we drive them off, the Claw Pirate Gang will not relent, despite being merely a small pirate faction." Feta chimed in softly, "Pirates encountering pirates. It seems an exciting event is about to unfold." Imo could not help but chuckle. Although he held no desire for combat, the encounter with a small pirate gang presented numerous opportunities, not least the potential to acquire a pilot for their ship. Imo raised her head and softly uttered, "Disengage the lock on the Phoenix prototype and prepare for battle." The The spacecraft is entering combat mode. Armor plating deployed. Energy shields activated. Lift restrictions on the combat robots. Open the arsenal. Full freedom mode engaged. As a series of restrictions were lifted, Mo Wuyu and her 3 companions exited the command room and made their way to the aft cabin. The spacecraft seamlessly transitioned into an intelligent control mode, with everything proceeding in an orderly manner. Upon reaching the aft cabin, each of the 4 selected a combat robot and boarded the cockpit via the lift. They activated the control systems of their robots, connecting to the main computer of the spacecraft, which promptly displayed an extensive list of weaponry and armor. Mo Wuyu gazed at the densely packed list, feeling a tingle of apprehension. Fortunately, an automatic equipment option was available. After selecting the dual sword she had trained with, she opted for automatic outfitting. Once the selections were complete, the panel beside Mo Wuyu's robot slowly opened, revealing the internal weapons and armor. The 4 meticulously inspected their combat robots. Ensuring that everything was in perfect readiness, Mo Wuyu beheld her combat robot. A surge of determination welled up within her. Although they were merely a small team, she believed that as long as they stood united, nothing could hinder their advance. That moment, the warship of the Claw pirate crew drew ever closer. Mo Wuyu took a deep breath and declared loudly, "Is everyone ready? We shall show them that we are not to be trifled with." The other 3 echoed in unison, "Ready." With Mo Wuyu's command, the 4 combat robots simultaneously powered up and charged towards the Claw pirate crew's warship. An intense battle was about to unfold. A massive mechanical arm deftly fitted the equipment onto Mo Wuyu's robot. And soon, it emerged transformed. The once barren chassis now sported 2 slender swords suspended at the waist, robust armor enveloping the chest, arms, and legs, and a prominent device affixed to the back, making it particularly striking. After outfitting was complete, Mo Wuyu activated the scanner, surveying her 3 companions, only to be taken aback by the results. Lan Ning's robot had not been heavily armored. It merely featured external plating akin to Mo Wuyu's robot. However, when her gaze fell upon the rear of Lan Ning's machine, an icy chill gripped her. A sniper rifle, slightly longer than the body of the robot itself, loomed large, its size surpassing that of the robot's arms. Even more astonishing was the single-shoulder cannon mounted on Lan Ning's back. Its power was surely formidable. In contrast, Mo's robot offered Mo Wuyu a measure of reassurance. Though the thin red external armor appeared unremarkable, Mo Wuyu sensed its extraordinary qualities. Meanwhile, Feida's robot left her momentarily speechless. Despite lacking advanced equipment, the robot had swollen to twice its original size, evoking visions of a nightmare descending upon the pirates. With preparations complete, Mo Wuyu issued a calm command to the artificial intelligence computer. "Open the launch bay.as." The launch bay opened. The 4 combat robots shot forth like arrows released from a bow. Forming a straight line, Mo Ku led the charge, guiding the other 3 robots deeper into the cosmos. After launching from the spacecraft, Lan Ning's robot landed steadily on the ship. As a sniper, he was tasked with leveraging his ranged attack capabilities while safeguarding the ship's safety. Mo Ku, on the other hand, directed Mo Wuyu and Feida straight towards the pirate ship. Both Mo Wuyu and Feida utilized external thrusters mounted on their backs, which left a dazzling trail of light in their wake. Yet, what Mo Wuyu envied most was Mo's thrusters. Once fully activated, Mo's robot resembled a true phoenix, emanating a faint red glow, with a long, red tail trailing behind, reminiscent of a phoenix's tail feathers. A sight to behold. Mo Wuyu mused that this must be the reason the machine was named Phoenix. She marveled at Mo's ability to select such stunning equipment from a plethora of options. Truly a sight to behold. The trio's dazzling aerial maneuvers quickly captured the pirates' attention, who had initially believed that their prey would be easily subdued, only to witness such radiant prowess. However, the leader of the Claw pirate crew did not waver in fear. He commanded 3 top-tier combat robots, yet the effectiveness of their combat ultimately depended on the skill of their operators. With a single command, the warship instantly shifted into combat mode, and 7 combat robots ascended from the ship. Though they did not immediately charge, instead, they hovered above, awaiting the actions of Mo Wuyu and her companions. Mo Wuyu gazed at the warship's exposed cannons and could not help but reflect. This is the chasm between a spacecraft and a battleship. If our ship were equipped with naval guns, perhaps we could have avoided this predicament. Destroying this warship will be no easy feat. In stark contrast to Mo Wuyu's concerns, Mo Ku appeared quite optimistic. Ever since acquiring the robot, his spirits had visibly lifted, and with a hint of confidence, he remarked, "Do not fret. This is merely a minor obstacle that we can easily overcome. During battle, we must all exercise caution." Imo Wuyu's worries dissipated swiftly. Encouraged by Imoku's words, she refocused her mindset and devoted herself to preparing for combat. As the three robots entered the range of the warship's cannons, they were immediately met with a barrage of fire. The cannon blasts from the warship intertwined with the beams from the 7 combat robots, creating a deadly net that ensnared Imo Wuyu in perilous straits. Time and again, she narrowly evaded the beams. But thanks to the formidable protective shield of the Phoenix prototype, she managed to survive. Meanwhile, Imoku and Fada navigated the chaos with apparent ease. Their combat experience far surpassed that of Imo Wuyu. Especially Imoku, whose robot's agility was something Imo Wuyu could only admire. Many beams that Imo Wuyu could not evade were deftly avoided by him, and even those that struck him were effortlessly deflected by the faint shield surrounding his machine. Subsequently, the 3 combat robots broke through the dense web of cannon fire, approaching the warship and forcing the 7 enemy robots to abandon their positions above the ship to pursue Imo Wuyu and her companions. After successfully diverting the pirates' attention, the trio swiftly altered their course, distancing themselves from the warship. Although the enemy robots were reluctant to pursue, they had no choice but to follow suit under the pressure of the situation. As the threat of the warship faded, Imo Wuyu felt a wave of relief wash over her, only to realize that danger was not entirely averted. A beam from the enemy grazed her shoulder, jolting her back to alertness. Within the area covered by the warship's firepower, the energy shield had been significantly depleted. Thus, once they exited that zone, the 3 decisively disabled the energy shields and relied on their armor to withstand the onslaught. As the battle commenced, Imo Wuyu found herself caught in a precarious predicament, besieged from multiple angles, struggling to defend herself. Imoku and Fada were similarly overwhelmed. Imoku faced the onslaught of 3 enemy robots alone, while Fada found himself locked in a stalemate. Imo Wuyu knew that she could not afford to be complacent. She strained to prolong the conflict while cleverly guiding the battlefield towards the direction of the spacecraft. With a fierce roar, Imo Wuyu shouted, her machine's exterior having sustained numerous impacts, leaving several distinct scars. Though Fada could not effectively suppress his adversary, the enemy posed no substantive threat to him either. In contrast, Imoku boasted commendable success, having already damaged 1 enemy robot and now turning his attention to the other 2. Witnessing Imo Wuyu's plight, Imoku felt an urgent pang of concern. Imo Wuyu, hold on. Retreat towards the spacecraft. Once you're within Lan Ning's range, you'll be safe. I'm still getting used to controlling this machine. I need a bit more time to adapt, Imoku called out to her. Imo Wuyu recognized the gravity of the situation. The relentless pursuit made it difficult for her to swiftly reach Lan Ning, compelling her to advance cautiously. Before long, Imo Wuyu made another misstep, as an enemy robot raised its laser sword and swung down fiercely from behind. By the time Imo Wuyu sensed the impending danger, it was too late. Despite her desperate attempt to dodge to the side, she was ultimately a moment too slow, helplessly watching as the laser sword descended. Just then, a brilliant beam shot from a nearby asteroid, striking the enemy robot's arm with precision. Seizing the opportunity, Imo Wuyu swiftly retreated and countered with her dual swords against another enemy robot, quickly gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, it appeared that another robot was poised on the asteroid, preparing to rejoin the fray. Soon after, both Imoku and Fada expertly severed the arms of their respective adversaries, causing the 2 pirate robots to cease their assault and retreat to the outskirts of the battlefield, opting to observe the confrontation among the 3 in no time. The confrontation between Imoku and Fada also reached its conclusion. Having neutralized the immediate threats from one another, they ceased further pursuit, allowing their opponents to withdraw. Meanwhile, Imo Wuyu's battle was nearing its climax, as her left sword struck decisively against the opponent's weapon. Utilizing a sudden burst of speed from her thrusters, her right sword lunged toward the enemy's vital point in that moment. Time seemed to slow for Imo Wuyu, as she watched the tip of her sword inch closer to the target's head. With a slight adjustment of her right arm's angle, she deftly disarmed the opponent's left arm before swiftly retreating. It was only then that Imo Wuyu surveyed her surroundings, taken aback by the sight of 6 damaged combat robots in the distance and the proximity of Imoku and Fada, leaving her momentarily astonished. Immediately thereafter, A combat robot descended from the distant meteorite, and upon closer inspection, Mo Wuyu realized it was Lan Ning, wielding a colossal sniper rifle, precisely as he had anticipated. Faced with this scene, Mo Wuyu scrutinized the surrounding damaged combat robots with a puzzled expression. At that moment, the images of Imoku, Fada, and Lan Ning appeared in his communicator, their faces radiant with smiles. Imoku, with a hint of reassurance, remarked, Mo Wuyu, you performed exceptionally well. Following suit, Lan Ning added, indeed, Mo Wuyu, you did not disappoint us. It was magnificent. Mo Wuyu found himself momentarily speechless, bewildered as he inquired, what on earth is happening? Why is everyone saying this? Why are they still here? He noted that the surrounding pirates seemed devoid of hostility, appearing more like long-separated friends. In response to Mo Wuyu's barrage of questions, Imoku chuckled softly, explaining, Mo Wuyu, do not overthink it. This unexpected encounter with pirates was entirely fortuitous and not orchestrated. It is actually a peculiar custom among pirates. They adhere to an unwritten rule on the islands, unless faced with irreconcilable enemies or insurmountable predicaments. Acts of killing are strictly forbidden. Within pirate factions, there are clear regulations stating that once over 70% of a battleship's combat robots have lost their effectiveness, it is deemed a defeat, and combat must cease to prevent further harm to others. We, as pirates, are not bloodthirsty murderers. We cannot arbitrarily take lives. Your performance has brought me great relief. I was initially concerned that you might lose control and eliminate your opponent, which would have led to unnecessary complications. In truth, we have always had unwavering confidence in you, Fada added in a calm tone. Thus, we refrained from intervening in your battle, allowing you to choose your own course of action. Although in certain situations, killing might swiftly resolve issues, we are fundamentally averse to such behavior, as it leaves us with a troubled conscience. However, should circumstances demand it, we would not hesitate to assist. Mo Wuyu nodded slightly. Realizing he had not deeply contemplated the act of killing, during the intense skirmish, he had indeed harbored murderous intent, nearly delivering a fatal blow, but ultimately, reason prevailed over impulse, redirecting his attack. In retrospect, it seemed he was not inherently suited to become a slayer of men. Once everyone had gathered again, Imoku issued a retreat order. Let us depart and return to the ship. According to the pirate agreement, the opposing captain will come alone to collect the spoils. I have reached a consensus with them. We need only await their arrival. After the fierce battle, Mo Wuyu felt utterly exhausted. This was his first experience with such a tense confrontation, his nerves having been on high alert throughout. Now, suddenly relaxing, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. However, this also highlighted Mo Wuyu's remarkable qualities. Unlike other novices who might succumb to slumber after such an intense barrage, he simply felt profoundly weary. Chapter 37. Inside. Subsequently, everyone returned to the interior of the ship. As soon as Mo Wuyu stepped out, he made his way directly to the rest cabin, fully immersing himself in the embrace of the nutrient solution. The discovery of this facility was, in fact, thanks to Lan Ning's keen insight. Although Mo Wuyu had heard that many large ships were equipped with nutrient solutions, he had not anticipated enjoying such amenities here as well. After spending half an hour in the gentle embrace of the nutrient solution, he finally rose slowly, washed himself briefly, and entered the halt. At that moment, Imoku and the others were comfortably seated within the hall. Upon noticing Mo Wuyu's arrival, Imoku immediately stood to greet him, saying, "You arrived just in time. The leader of the Claw Guild has come for a visit. However, had you not previously deactivated the ship's protection systems, he might have had difficulty breaching our robust defenses. The high-end configuration of this ship has revealed that its shield's energy levels exceed expectations. Had we known this earlier, we might have simply awaited his arrival without the need for exertion." Mo Wuyu suddenly realized that upon his return, he had been so focused on alleviating his travel fatigue that he had forgotten to rescind the ship's alert status. This vessel was undoubtedly among the elite. Akin to the advanced combat robots, he quickly connected to the system, commanding the robots to disengage the ship from combat mode, as the dazzling light shield and heavy armor gradually faded, restoring the ship to its normal state. Upon detecting an unidentified vessel approaching, a request for docking authorization was issued. The system's prompt echoed, "Authorized docking." Mo Wuyu knew without a doubt that this was the leader of the Claw Guild and promptly issued the command. Shortly after, guided by the computer's precise instructions, Two visitors appeared at the doorway of the hall. As they entered, Imoku rose enthusiastically to welcome them, exclaiming, "Leader of the Claw Guild, it has been too long. You still retain your charm from years past." Among the guests, one figure was slender and lingered in the background, while the other was a robust man who turned to Imoku with a cold undertone, stating, "Mr. Imoku, it seems you have been living quite well these past years. Just look at this ship. It is not something an ordinary person could possess." Oku, undeterred by the remark, maintained his smile, guiding the leader of the Claw Guild to a seat as their conversation continued. However, the visitor displayed little gratitude. He merely stood by, coldly stating, "I have brought the person you requested due to your previous loss. If there are no further demands, I shall take my leave. I have no desire to waste time here, especially not to share a room with you." In response to the visitor's frosty words, Imoku simply smiled faintly and politely replied, "Then I shall not see you off further. Safe travels, leader of the Claw Guild." Upon hearing this, the leader of the Claw Guild said nothing more, turning decisively and striding away. Once the figure had vanished, a genuine smile spread across Imoku's face as he pulled the slender man beside him closer, introducing him to the group. "Everyone, this is an old friend of mine, named Rost Blakening." The slender man raised his head, adding with a hint of displeasure, "It is Rost Blakening, Imoku." Observing Rost's disgruntled expression, Imoku burst into laughter, but soon reined in his exaggerated mirth. Adopting a serious demeanor as he resumed the introduction, "Rost Blakening, the second son of the Blakening family from the fifth world star system, a person of notable status. One of our purposes for coming here is to seek his assistance. Only if he is willing to lend a hand can we successfully complete our mission." Rost also nodded slightly to acknowledge those present, but clearly, his appearance piqued their curiosity. "Feda," with a puzzled expression, queried Imoku, "Imoku, what is your relationship with Rost? He does not seem to be a member of the Claw Guild, does he?" Imoku smiled mysteriously, then replied, "That is a secret, known to very few. However, you will eventually learn of it. Since that is the case, there is no harm in sharing it with you now. Before I became a pirate, I conducted an investigation into the Federation, a matter you should already be somewhat aware of. You may have wondered how I obtained information from within the Federation, and our purpose for coming to the Fifth World is closely related to this." At this point, Imoku paused, gesturing toward Rost. Continuing, "Rost's expertise lies in the field of technology. This individual, leveraging his family's resources, has mastered numerous cutting-edge technologies that are difficult to acquire on the market. However, several years ago, he decisively left home, reinventing himself and venturing into the world. Seemingly without his family paying much attention, he was once one of our most capable allies. This unexpected reunion is indeed a surprise, as we had thought him one of the hardest individuals to track down. Little did we expect he would attempt to carry out plundering aboard our pirate ship." Upon hearing this, Imoku gradually grasped the purpose of their mission, yet he was puzzled as to how Imoku had discovered Rost's whereabouts, prompting him to ask, "How did you locate Rost? It seems you did not communicate through conventional means." Listening to this, Lon CT's face broke into a smug expression as he retrieved a small device from his garment. Continuing, "This is thanks to my unique secret device." He raised the object in his hand, adding, Imoku examined the apparatus Lon CT held, shaking his head and inquiring, "I am unfamiliar with this. Could it be some sort of signal transmitter?" Imoku walked over to Rost, taking the device and stating, "This is indeed a transmitter, but not an ordinary frequency transmitter. It must be paired with another type of miniaturized instrument injected into the body to sense the presence of the other party within a certain range. However, this combination presents two primary issues. 1. The instrument may be lost, and 2. The sensing is entirely uncontrollable, triggering whenever within range and accompanied by side effects. Prolonged carrying can affect one's normal perceptual abilities, which was also one of the reasons we parted ways." Imoku curiously observed the small apparatus in Imoku's hand, surprised by its utility. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked Imoku, "Will we need to use this device for our upcoming operation? If everyone uses it, it would facilitate our response to unforeseen circumstances." Imoku smiled and shook his head, replying, "Actually, it is unnecessary. The side effects of these devices are quite severe, and they are not essential equipment. Of course, if you all wish to use them, that would be even better. As you said, it allows for easier mutual assistance in case of emergencies." After Imoku finished speaking, Rost took over the conversation, you need not be overly concerned. During this period, I have made significant progress in my research on this instrument. Although the side effects have not been completely eliminated, I have managed to suppress their occurrence. I am also investigating how to remove the instrument from within the body to completely eradicate this sensation. At this moment, Fed raised a question. Are you all relying on this external instrument for sensing? If the instrument is taken away, won't it become ineffective? This external instrument is merely used to determine specific locations, Imoku explained. In reality, the entire sensing process relies on the internal instrument. Even without this small device, we may not be able to achieve precise positioning, but we can still navigate directionally, Rost clarified. All right, everyone, let's not stand around any longer. Please, take a seat. By the way, I am curious about how you joined the Claw Pirates. Even if your family has turned their backs on you, they surely wouldn't allow you to fall into the hands of pirates. Imoku invited Rost to sit down and inquired about his experiences. Rost appeared somewhat embarrassed and said, Actually, I was supposed to board a spaceship to another planet, but I misremembered the time, leading to my intended docking location being occupied by the warship of the Claw Pirates. In my haste to board, I failed to notice this, and the Claw Pirates were careless enough not to intercept me, allowing me to board. It was only after the spaceship took off that I realized I had entered a den of thieves. And I have been wandering near here with the Claw Pirates ever since. Mo Wuyun, upon hearing Rost's words, couldn't help but feel astonished. Such an occurrence was truly beyond comprehension. However, Rost's next words made the group feel less at ease. He set aside his embarrassment and revealed a hint of concern. In fact, I was supposed to return to see my father. Recently, many unknown forces have entered the Fifth World, and my family has encountered some troubles. I was anxious to return precisely because I was worried about the situation at home, yet I did not expect to encounter such circumstances. Now, I have no idea how my family is faring. Imoku pondered for a moment and said, Then we must hasten to the Fifth World and locate those individuals from before. We have been silent for too long. It is time for us to take action. Those fellows should also be unable to endure the current situation. In such murky waters, we cannot remain aloof. How long until we reach our destination? 1 day and 3 hours, came the response. Then let us rest for now. We will arrive by tomorrow. Everyone must be in good spirits then, Imoku declared as he stood up. I will stay here for a bit. You all may go, Imo Wuyan replied, having just emerged from the nutrient solution, feeling quite energetic and not intending to rest immediately. Meanwhile, Imoku and Fed, after exchanging greetings with Imo Wuyun, returned to their rooms to rest, leaving Lan Ning to accompany Imo Wuyun in the hall. Lan Ning chose not to leave with Imoku and the others, but opted to sit in the hall with Imo Wuyun. The two sat in silence, merely changing television channels intermittently. Lan Ning rose, fetched 2 bottles of drinks, handed one to Imo Wuyun, and asked casually, What are your thoughts on Imoku? His character and his actions? Chapter 38. Tasting. Imo Wuyun opened the drink, took a gentle sip, as if hesitating whether to respond. He slightly tilted his head back, gazing at the soft white light emanating from the ceiling, and softly said, He certainly has his own experiences. Why should we interfere? We have yet to resolve our own issues. Let us worry less. Lan Ning gulped down his drink, smiling as he sat beside Imo Wuyun, saying, Indeed, indeed. For now, we should focus on ourselves. Do you not intend to share your story? Or shall I begin with mine? Lan Ning seemed to recall the past, a happy yet contemplative expression gracing his face. The Lan family, amidst the countless ancient families on Earth, was hardly prominent. They merely possessed power and influence in the eyes of ordinary people. Consequently, I was subjected to strict discipline from a young age. When I was 7, a power struggle erupted within the family. My uncle attempted to overthrow my father and seize control of the family. After that struggle, many were lost, and familiar faces vanished, replaced by a multitude of strangers. From that moment on, I grew weary of family life. Always dreaming of escaping one day. A few years ago, the family began facing oppression from external forces, and the family members were too preoccupied to concern themselves with me. Thus, one day, I took a spaceship and left Earth. After some adjustments, I believed I had liberated myself from the burdens of my family. However, I later learned that it was my father's intention to arrange my departure, aiming to distance me from that chaotic vortex. Ultimately, I wandered into the vast cosmos. Even though I still held the money card I had brought from home, I suddenly found myself at a loss, unsure where to begin or what to do. The ordinary life I had once fantasized about was, at the outset, utterly unattainable. As I recounted this, Lan Ning wore a blissful smile. Meanwhile, Imo Wuyun sat beside him, continuously switching channels, seemingly not fully immersed in Lan Ning's words, or perhaps lost in his own thoughts. Eventually, I arrived at a beautiful planet. There, I met significant people in my life and learned how to live as an ordinary person. However, everything. Lan Ning paused, took a deep gulp of his drink, exhaled, and continued. So, what about your story? Imo Wuyun set down the remote control, his eyes reflecting confusion. He softly said, Me. Without parents since childhood, I lost my only friend. Why have I come here? What is my purpose and what can I do? I have never understood any of this. Now, how am I to respond to your question? Lan Ning did not pursue the topic further, merely sighing softly, placing the drink bottle back on the table, and gently saying, I will return to rest now. You should get some rest as well, Imo Wuyun replied. Watching Lan Ning leave the hall, he slowly rose and walked towards the door on the other side. The hall resonated with soft, melancholic music, and on the screen, solitary leaves drifted downwards. Imo Wuyun arrived at the corridor at the edge of the spaceship, gazing through the thick, transparent armor plate at the infinitely extending universe outside. Distant points of light caught his eye, and he raised his right hand, a soft glow gradually emerging from his palm. Imo Wuyun stared at the light in his palm, his thoughts racing. He slowly lowered his hand. But suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to raise his hand again, gently pressing it against the armor plate. The area where his palm made contact with the armor began to radiate a faint, colorful glow, and then his hand slowly sank into the armor. After withdrawing his hand, Imo Wuyun murmured to himself, How do I know these things? The information from Latam did not mention them. However, he soon revealed a hint of a smile. Thinking, nevertheless, it wouldn't hurt to tear wide at as far as I know. With the power of time and space, I should be able to survive in the universe. Then, Imo Wuyun raised both hands, pressing them against the armor plate. Gradually, both hands sank in, yet he felt no hardness, as if something was entwining around his arms. He moved forward slowly, and his entire being followed suit. However, if one were observing from outside the spaceship, they would find that Imo Wuyun had not left the vessel. Meanwhile, in a secret room within the first war zone of the Federation, a soldier monitoring the screen suddenly stood up and activated the communicator to report, General, the target's life signal has vanished. After crossing over, Imo Wuyun found himself enveloped in darkness. After taking a few steps, the surroundings suddenly illuminated, causing him to instinctively shield his eyes with his arm. As his arm gradually lowered, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. Imo Wuyun stood amidst the ruins, surrounded by skyscrapers reduced to rubble, collapsed buildings, and scattered broken machinery. However, he did not see a single human being. Not even a corpse. He looked up at the sky, where a blinding sun hung high above. Surveying his surroundings, all he saw were ruins. In that moment, Imo Wuyun could not help but cry out within, Where is this place? The intense sunlight no longer bore its previous gentleness, scorching the earth with its fervent heat. There were no signs of human life left, only the cruelty and devastation wrought by war. This war seemed like an art form exchanged at an infinite cost, yet behind this cost, no one knew precisely what had transpired, nor could anyone comprehend the reasons behind it all. People could only wander alone amid these ruins. At this moment, Imo Wuyun was overcome by a sense of sorrow. Perhaps he had indeed been troubled by certain matters before, but his current predicament made him feel even more helpless. He lacked anyone he could call a friend by his side. And in that moment, he truly felt the pangs of loss. However, after a brief moment, he no longer dwelled on the past, for the predicament before him, the blocked streets, demanded his attention and resolution. Upon reaching this place, Imo Wuyun, after a fleeting moment of confusion, ceased to be troubled by his circumstances. After experiencing several instances of this enigmatic traversal, he had developed a certain immunity to it. After a brief moment of hesitation, he selected a direction and began to explore his surroundings. Walking through the ruins, he naturally encountered various situations. However, Imo Wuyun hoped to avoid any unforeseen incidents, such as the sudden appearance of mutated beasts or a group of people claiming to capture him. He gazed at the towering heaps of rubble before him, then glanced back at the long road behind, ultimately letting out a sigh as he began to search for a path to circumvent the chaos. Fortunately, he soon discovered a passage beside a collapsed building. Emerging from this narrow corridor, Imo Wuyu was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. He quickly stepped out of the passage, hastening forward to lift a half-toppled sign. The weight of the sign required considerable effort, yet after toppling it to the ground, he gently caressed the protruding reliefs that adorned its edges. These reliefs depicted ancient patterns, the meanings of which eluded Imo Wuyu. Yet he could decipher the words inscribed upon the sign. A term he had never anticipated to witness at this moment appeared before his eyes. Slowly extending his hand, Imo Wuyu brushed his fingers over the surface of the inscription. Clearing away the dust that obscured its clarity to better examine its original form, he parted his lips slightly, but ultimately fell silent, rising to scan his surroundings once more, then weakly murmuring to himself, "Where exactly am I?" Gazing at the myriad of roads, despite his ignorance of this place's former grandeur, he could still sense its extraordinary nature from the scene before him. After selecting a direction, he brushed the dust from his clothes and moved forward. The sign, now free of dust, shimmered under the sunlight with a faint yellow glow, the central inscription seeming to pulsate with a life of its own, boldly declaring, with a hint of rust, Eastern Continent. Zone 5. At this moment, Imo Wuyu had distanced himself from the sign marking Zone 5, and he was certain he stood upon the very ground of humanity's origin, Earth. Yet, he could not fathom why this place had been reduced to ruins. Unable to unravel the mystery, he resolved to seek a living soul, believing that finding one would unlock all enigmas. He held steadfast to the conviction that unless humanity had perished, this land could not be entirely devoid of life. He gently lifted a nearby sign, but it bore no information he sought. As he journeyed onward, he scrutinized everything in hopes of discovering the address left by Latham. Having arrived in Zone 5 of the Eastern Continent, he surmised that Zone 3 could not be far behind. Crossing yet another street corner, Imo Wuyu lost count of how many he had traversed. He paused once more to raise another sign, giving it a hurried glance before discarding it to the side, only to immediately turn back and retrieve it. Inspecting the inscription upon the sign, he could not suppress a glimmer of joy. A wave of elation surged within Imo Wuyu. At last, the direction he sought had been confirmed. This very sign pointed the way to Block 1. With anticipation swelling in his heart, he hastened along a nearby path. And upon reaching the second intersection, he picked up a marker, verifying that this was indeed the route leading to Block 2. Looking ahead, a sense of relief washed over Imo Wuyu, for there lay the destination he intended to pursue next, Block 3. As Imo Wuyu crossed the threshold into Block 3, he noticed a bronze plaque, adorned with reliefs akin to those of the previous blocks. However, the sight before him, the desolation of Block 3, filled him with trepidation regarding the possibility of locating House 54. Gently placing the bronze plaque down, Imo Wuyu stepped into this barren expanse. Chapter 39. Ruins deep within Block 3, Imo Wuyu stumbled upon the remnants of House 20. The ancient relief numbers on the wall became visible as he brushed away the dust. He pressed onward. Though the paths of Block 3 were not straight, after navigating a curved section, House 54 finally came into view. However, the scene before him starkly contrasted with his expectations, creating an intense dissonance. Initially, Imo Wuyu had only hoped to find a relatively intact house here, or at the very least, a single person would suffice to satisfy him. Yet, House 54 appeared as a quaint villa, surrounded by a vibrant garden. The three-story dwelling was flanked by a winding path, adorned with an array of colorful blossoms. As he traversed the ruins, Imo Wuyu had never imagined he would encounter such a beautiful garden. Though surprised, he also felt a sense of comfort, for it implied that someone still resided here. With a heart full of hope and excitement, Imo Wuyu gently pushed open the unlatched door and stepped onto the garden path. The surrounding flowers enveloped him, transporting him to a realm reminiscent of a fairy tale. However, Imo Wuyu did not linger too long in this floral paradise. He proceeded along the path until he stood before the house. Clearing his throat softly, he raised his hand and knocked gently on the door, calling in a gentle tone, "Is anyone there? If so, please open the door for a moment." After speaking, he awaited a response from within. However, the prolonged silence yielded no sound. Imo Wuyu knocked again, only to be met with the same quietude. He speculated that perhaps the owner had stepped out, but would soon return. Regardless, he prepared to seek alternative means of entry if his efforts proved fruitless. His hand poised mid-air. Just then, the door creaked open of its own accord, leaving Imo Wuyu awkwardly hovering with his hand suspended. a hint of embarrassment creeping upon him as he stammered, "I was just." Yet his words trailed off as he found the space before him entirely empty. He cautiously peered inside, softly inquiring, "Is anyone home? May I enter?" "Come in," a cold voice suddenly echoed from within, startling Imo Wuyu into retracting his head. The voice offered no further words, and Imo Wuyu stood frozen for nearly half a minute before slowly stepping inside. The interior revealed a spacious and brightly lit hall, suffused with light, as beams of sunlight filtered through the windows, adding an extraordinary ambience. Imo Wuyu approached the center of the hall and cautiously asked, "May I inquire who you are? My unannounced visit is indeed presumptuous. Could you reveal your presence and inform me of where I currently stand?" "I am above you," the voice replied. As the words fell, a man descended the staircase from the upper floor. Imo Wuyu looked up to see a mysterious figure with hair of blue and black intermingled, adorned with a mask featuring a swirling pattern of black and white. Particularly striking were his eyes. Through the mask, Imo Wuyu glimpsed an unusual pair, one as dark as night, the other a vibrant green like a tranquil pool. The duality of the man's gaze left him astonished, yet the man seemed indifferent to Imo Wuyu's expression of wonder, continuing in a frigid tone, "You should not be here, Imo Wuyu. You must heed my warning and stay away from Earth." Upon hearing this, Imo Wuyu's expression froze, transforming into one of incredulous shock as he stared at the man before him, incredulously asking, "Are you the one who revealed information to me, cautioning me to steer clear of Earth, and indirectly orchestrated the series of events I've experienced? Was my arrival merely a part of your design?" In response to Imo Wuyu's barrage of inquiries, the man calmly shook his head, his tone remaining cold and unfeeling. "First, let me clarify that the information you received, I am merely a partial transmitter. The rest is beyond my control. Secondly, I had no involvement in your experiences. Lastly, your arrival was not orchestrated by me. Do you understand? Then, who exactly are you? Why do we find ourselves meeting here? Is this all merely a coincidence?" Imo Wuyu remained skeptical of the man's words, for if true, it was hard for him to believe everything was unrelated to him. "As for my identity, you shall learn it when the time is ripe. Regarding why you are here, this is evidently not a coincidence, but I will not allow you to achieve your desires. So I advise you to depart at once. While I cannot take your life, I can impede your actions." The man's tone suddenly turned sharp. "What purpose do I serve in this journey? I am as bewildered as you are." "How would you know?" Imo Wuyu retorted, while in his mind, inklings of certain clues began to surface regarding the true significance of this expedition. Reflecting on his time aboard the battleship, he recalled awakening from the nutrient solution. As if inundated with a plethora of information, gradually mastering the manipulation of temporal power and combat techniques, along with some profound knowledge he could not yet comprehend. This sudden transformation left him in a state of confusion. Until he stood upon the spaceship, gazing into the vast cosmos, a thought had struck him. He could penetrate the barriers before him and reach his destined location. Thus, he resolutely traversed the protective barrier, embarking on an unknown journey. Yet now, this man before him claimed he had some so-called mission to fulfill. Was there indeed a task requiring completion? "I am well acquainted with your circumstances, more than anyone else. The current situation appears to be on the verge of collapse. It is time, after all, for a reunion with this scene. Don't you think it is time to set forth? Your mission has already been accomplished." His words carried an inexplicable emotion, which soon turned cold and stern. Imo Wuyu felt a slight tremor from the man's sudden presence, but quickly regained his composure, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized the figure before him. A flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he raised his right hand, a gentle cascade of prismatic light emanating from his fingertips, gradually snaking toward the man. However, the man's gaze remained unmoved in the face of this resplendent radiance. Just as the colorful glow was about to touch him, it suddenly rippled, as if consumed by an invisible force, completely merging into his being. He gazed indifferently at Imo Wuyu, his tone devoid of emotion. "This is insufficient. You still require further refinement. Now, it is time to return. Earth is no longer a place for your sojourn." No sooner had he spoken than a magnificent curtain of vibrant colors erupted around Imo Wuyu, enveloping him entirely. When the brilliance finally faded, Imo Wuyu had vanished without a trace. Witnessing his disappearance, the man's previously frosty demeanor melted away, and he removed his mask to gaze out at the garden beyond the window. Before turning to ascend the stairs, were Mo Wuyu present, he would undoubtedly be astonished by the striking resemblance between the man before him and himself. Upon entering a bedroom on the second floor, he found it adorned with warm and charming decorations. The man approached the bedside, knelt slowly, and gently grasped a delicate, pale hand, his eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. "Rest assured, I shall spare no effort to protect you, regardless of the challenges we may face, even if it means opposing the entire world." His voice was both gentle and resolute. In the instant he was enveloped by the kaleidoscopic curtain of light. An ominous feeling surged within Mo Wuyu, yet he found himself powerless to alter the course of events. Fortunately, the radiant light caused him no harm. Moments later, tranquility returned. The dazzling colors gradually dimmed, and Mo Wuyu finally recognized his surroundings. He stood within the corridor of a spaceship, with the vast expanse of the universe stretching before him. Ultimately, he realized that his hands remained firmly pressed against the protective panel. At that moment, his heart was tumultuous, akin to a tempestuous sea. As he recognized that his current posture mirrored that which he had assumed before his traversal, could it be that all that had transpired was but a fleeting dream? If so, how could he interpret the astonishing visions he had witnessed? Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, Mo Wuyu did not withdraw his hands from the protective panel. Since understanding eluded him, he resolved to set it aside for the time being, hoping that a second attempt might yield some insight. His hands began to emit a soft glow, gradually merging with the protective panel. Mo Wuyu closed his eyes in concentration, and when the sensation of obstruction dissipated, he slowly opened them once more. Yet, the immutable cosmos greeted his gaze anew. However, Mo Wuyu soon perceived an anomaly. He turned his head and discovered that he was floating outside the spaceship. He gazed at his shadow cast upon the protective panel, surrounded by a faint glow, so tenuous that it seemed ready to vanish into nothingness at any moment. Mo Wuyu raised his hands, closed his eyes, and focused intently. Once more, a subtle light emerged from his hands. But this time it transcended the confines of his palms, gradually enveloping his entire hand. He opened his eyes to behold the colorful luminescence upon his hands, yet rather than exhilaration, he was consumed by a sense of foreboding. Mo Wuyu suppressed the radiance emanating from his hands and softly muttered to the vast universe before him. "Why do I possess this knowledge? The mastery of abilities, the application of power, and the mysteries that elude comprehension, what do they signify?" Yet, at this moment, Mo Wuyu still had no answers. He sighed, turned, and prepared to return to the spaceship. Just then, an unexpected turn of events shattered the tranquility. As Mo Wuyu pressed his hands against the exterior of the spaceship once again, attempting to harness the power of time and space, he felt a sudden tremor in his very soul, causing his entire being to shudder. His hands instinctively released their grip on the spaceship's control, drifting slowly away from the vessel, oblivious to the fact that he was now adrift in a state of bewilderment. Continuing to float toward the profound abyss, the moment he had unleashed the power of time and space, a sudden surge of mental energy violently collided with his essence. He found himself amidst a cacophony, countless voices echoing in his ears, calling his name, accompanied by a torrent of complex information crashing upon him like tidal waves. This sudden influx of information caused his heart to swell to an unbearable degree. And amidst the boundless vacuum of space, despite his desperate cries, no one could hear his anguish or helplessness. As the torrent of information gradually integrated into his consciousness, the indescribable pain began to fade. Replaced by an extraordinary and mysterious perception, he felt as though he had entered a realm that was both transparent and nebulous, where all things were revealed before him, yet fleeting, impossible to grasp. At this juncture, a series of familiar yet alien faces flitted through his mind like shooting stars across the night sky, vanishing in an instant, their outlines never fully formed. Soon after, these faces began to appear in rapid succession. And amidst this, a weathered voice resonated in Mo Wuyu's ear. "At last, you have come." This voice struck him like a thunderclap, reverberating through his mind, and he was plunged into a deep slumber. When Mo Wuyu awoke once more, he found himself back in his familiar room, lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Confusion filled his heart, yet he ultimately chose to remain silent, lying there in quietude. Computer, play the recordings of my previous return. Mto Wuyu's voice sounded weary, tinged with a hint of exhaustion. However, the computer delivered a disheartening response. Data corrupted, unable to retrieve. Mto Wuyu paused momentarily, initially hoping to understand how he had returned through the footage. Only to be met with such disappointing results, he furrowed his brow but quickly found solace. As if this outcome had been anticipated, Mo Wuyu refrained from seeking answers from the computer and resolutely rose from the bed. Upon entering the hall, he noticed Fed and Lan Ning already seated. The two smiled in acknowledgement as Mo Wuyu entered, a silent greeting exchanged among them. Subsequently, Mo Wuyu moved to one side and took some food. Yet his thoughts were adrift. Given Fed and Lan Ning's calm demeanor, it seemed unlikely they were responsible for his return, prompting him to speculate whether it was Imoku or even Rost who had played a role. Chapter 40. Inquiry. Mo Wuyu, holding a snack, settled down leisurely and looked toward the two before him, gently opening his lips. As dawn breaks, how swiftly does time pass? Why do I see only the two of you here? Where are Imoku and the others? Fed's gaze wandered over Mo Wuyu, as if he had a multitude of thoughts, yet condensed them into a singular response. You appear transformed, as if reborn. An entirely different person. As for the time, did you not inquire just moments ago? Imoku and the others are currently engaged in a private discussion, which may take some time. If you wish to know the hour, why not simply touch the screen for instant clarity? Time had grown late, with only moments remaining until the first star of the fifth world graced their sight. Fed's words jolted Mo Wuyu, for he distinctly remembered never having set foot here before awakening from slumber. How could he have quietly appeared an hour ago? However, he did not delve into the enigma of Fed's statement, merely continuing to nibble on his snack, savoring each bite while his eyes sparkled with curiosity. He swore to unveil the truth, but now was not the time. Within the spaceship, the four of them journeyed together, their identities and intentions shrouded in mystery, awaiting his discovery. Could it be that everything was amiss? Mo Wuyu pondered deeply, yet found no resolution. As breakfast concluded, he took a sip of his drink and decided to temporarily set aside this enigma, intending to revisit it once the spaceship had landed. Immersed in the world of news, time slipped away unnoticed as the spaceship swiftly approached an outer planet of the fifth world. Although Fed and Imoku patiently informed him of the planet's name, Mo Wuyu's thoughts drifted like dandelion fluff in the wind, never alighting. At this moment, he gazed at the dark red planet before him, a surge of inexplicable emotions and anticipation stirring within him. A new spark of curiosity ignited in Mo Wuyu's heart. Guided by instructions, the spaceship gently docked at the port, where they were greeted not by the indifferent semi-intelligent robots, but by a burly man. Meticulously conducting inspections, Mo Wuyu mused privately, imagining that 200 years hence, there would surely be a gentle beauty awaiting them here. Yet, this was merely a ripple in his thoughts, unvoiced. Upon reaching their destination, they swiftly set to work, their primary objective being to locate the guardian who could ensure their safety in this unfamiliar territory. An adventure into the unknown was about to unfold. Mtoku surveyed the surroundings and softly spoke. Are there any questions? Lan Ning's eyes flickered as she looked to Rost, inquiring with uncertainty. Can he truly protect us? Imoku shook her head slightly, her gaze profound. Rost is not impenetrable. He struggles for his own survival. The one we seek is the true guardian. After her words, noticing the silence among the group, Imoku raised her hand and declared, "Let us embark." The five-member team, under Imoku's leadership, set forth on their journey, leaving the bustling port behind as they bravely ventured into the unknown. They approached the haven spoken of by Imoku, a place that could grant them absolute tranquility. Imoku, are you certain this is the place? Lan Ning scrutinized the unremarkable building ahead, doubt etched across her features, her gaze wavering between Imoku and the structure, ultimately resting on Imoku's determined countenance. This hardly resembled a safe harbor. It felt more like the eye of a storm. Imoku smiled faintly, a glimmer of nostalgia in her eyes. Indeed, this is the place, the headquarters of the Federal Security Agency, where our sought-after protector resides. Rost responded decisively to Imoku's assertion. Indeed, this is the place. To topple the Federation, we must enlist his aid. Fed and Mo Wuyu exchanged a resigned glance from the rear, after which Fed shrugged. Then let us proceed inside. We cannot remain standing here indefinitely. What say you? Lan Ning's doubts surged like a tide, yet she ultimately chose to yield. Very well, Imoku, I will trust you this once, Imoku smiled calmly, confidence shimmering in her eyes. Rest assured, I firmly believe that our old friend will not let us down. Leading the charge, a group of individuals strode confidently into the hallowed halls of the federal government, their steps infused with a formidable presence. Oh, the astonishment of onlookers! They moved through the throng like phantoms, facing no inquiries, their very existence seemingly ignored, as if they were mere wisps of air. Amid their procession, an elderly sergeant suddenly materialized, his gaze piercing and discerning as he appraised the assembly, slowly uttering, Imoku, you have finally returned. He was fully aware of their circumstances. His words carried an unspoken weight, instantly thickening the atmosphere with tension. Initially, Imo Wuyu feared that the Federation's pursuit had caught up with them, until the old sergeant's revelation unveiled the truth, that this building was, in fact, the domain of an acquaintance of Imoku. After a brief exchange, Imoku led the group into a concealed staircase. The staircase, crafted from ancient wood, seemed to whisper with each step, its creaks echoing the passage of time, instilling a sense of unease within Imo Wuyu. The entrance to the staircase was cleverly hidden behind a niche in the storeroom. Had it not been for the sergeant's guidance, who would have guessed that this unremarkable spot concealed a pathway to safety? Imo Wuyu remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of their situation. As they descended into the depths of the basement, he began to comprehend Imoku's intentions. However, to him, it appeared more akin to a clandestine outpost. Imoku navigated them through a winding route until they reached a chamber resembling an office. The furnishings struck a chord of familiarity within Imo Wuyu, and upon reflection, he realized that the layout was remarkably similar to that of General Akrist's office in the First Combat Zone. At that moment, a sharply dressed officer stood before the imposing desk, seemingly awaiting a significant decision. Imo crossed the threshold. A hearty laugh greeted him. The officer, adorned in opulent military attire, strode forward with exuberance. Imoku, you finally made it. The moment you set foot on this planet, my intuition sensed your presence. Time appears to have left no mark on you. Rost, you have returned safely as well? I heard you were invited by the Claw Pirates for a visit. I was quite worried you wouldn't make it back. With a sly grin, he clearly possessed prior knowledge of Rost's capture. Rost, taken aback, felt a chill run through him, then quickly relaxed, realizing that his escapade had already made the rounds. I angrily retorted, and Liangyu, you are utterly heartless. Knowing full well that I fell into enemy hands, you stood by idly, allowing me to waste precious time. And Liangyu responded with hearty laughter. According to my intelligence, you willingly boarded the enemy vessel. It was no abduction. How could I intrude without cause? Ha! After chuckling, he turned his gaze to Imo Wuyu and the others, curiosity evident in his expression. What are the names of these new friends? I am Liangyu, a companion of Imoku, and Rost. One among them politely replied, Feed, pleased to meet you. Lan Ning, Imo Wuyu. The trio murmured their names before falling silent, their attention fixed on Imoku. Imoku's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke. Liangyu, it is time to initiate that plan. Have you made any new discoveries lately? Liangyu responded with a faint smile. Yet shadows lurked behind it. The situation is complex. I have only caught whispers of troubling news. Within the Federation, a mysterious squad is quietly forming, targeting individuals with abilities like ours. The details remain unclear, but a crisis is quietly encroaching. I have encountered two new terms that are closely related to you, third-kind contact and fourth-kind contact. Have you heard of them? Imo Wuyu shook his head in confusion. Entirely unfamiliar with the phrases, he turned to Liangyu, a flicker of worry crossing his features. Do you have no clues on your end? It seems the Federation has already laid its plans. Imoku silently pondered, his unease regarding the mission intensifying. However, Liangyu merely smiled nonchalantly, patting his shoulder. Do not worry. We shall settle here for the time being and await opportunities. Perhaps the truth is not far from our grasp. Once we ascertain more information, I also wish to invite a few old friends to accompany you. Imoku nodded in agreement, preparing to set forth with Imo Wuyu, Feed, and the others. Just then, Liangyu unexpectedly received a communication from the Federation. A uniformed operator hurriedly entered, whispering urgently, Sir, an urgent message from the High Command. Liangyu, slightly taken aback, had not anticipated a summons at this moment, but calmly gestured for Imoku and the others to wait. Stepping into a nearby quiet office to receive the unexpected directive from the Federation. Accompanied by a guard, Liangyu entered the office, connecting the communication. A foreign yet authoritative voice resonated. Major Generalin. This is General Acrist. I have an urgent request. The ensuing dialogue required the guard to vacate the room. As it pertained to classified Federation matters, Liangyu felt a jolt of surprise, then signaled for the guard to leave. He fixed his gaze upon the holographic projection within the office, which depicted General Acrist, intricately linked to Imo Wuyu. Just an hour prior, the tides had shifted dramatically in the first combat zone, hinting at an unprecedented crisis. Acrist had received a covert order, urgently summoning him to his hidden stronghold. As the commander, this private command center, unapproved by the Federation's military council, was where he personally attended during times of crisis. Navigating through layers of security, he strode purposefully, demanding, "What is the situation, Lieutenant? Present your report swiftly. What is the status of the target?" The lieutenant, upon hearing this, nervously swallowed, bracing for his superior's scrutiny, silently praying that the situation had not worsened. As Acrist entered the base, he discovered the lieutenant, who should have reported earlier, was missing. Scanning the vicinity, he suddenly spotted the lieutenant standing beside a smiling young man. Acrist's countenance darkened as he sternly questioned, "Who dares to intrude upon federal grounds? Lieutenant, how do you explain this?" His piercing gaze darted between the two, sensing something amiss. The air was thick with tension, as if an undisclosed secret was on the verge of revelation. The surrounding crowd appeared oblivious to the presence of the three, each consumed by their own tasks. Ahead, the young man rose leisurely, his voice laced with magnetism. "General Acrist, it has been a while. I have yet to introduce myself. I hope you will not take offense that I hail from a clandestine agency within the Federation, here to utilize your advanced equipment and data. I have heard that you possess certain classified information. Is this true?" At this juncture, the young man's tone shifted, lowering in intensity, his eyes flashing with a barely perceptible sharpness, as if he could decipher the deepest secrets of the soul. Acrist, seasoned by countless battles, faced the young man's aggression unflinchingly. He stepped forward, exuding authority, "Regardless of your origins, since you have entered this place." Before he could finish, his form faltered, collapsing to the ground in a heap, terror-stricken as he beheld the crackling energy dancing upon the young man's left arm. The young man sneered dismissively, a proud smirk gracing his lips, as if looking down upon all. "I never sought your assistance. I am fully capable on my own. How lamentable it is for a general to be caught unaware." In the face of such power, all resistance proved futile, utterly tragic. With a command from the squad leader, the young man was escorted out, his heavy steps leading him toward the exit the moment the doors closed. The young man's form shifted, vanishing like a specter. Instantly, another Acrist stood before the door, his voice deep and resonant. "Gene disguise technology, truly remarkable. From now on, I shall be the supreme commander of the first combat zone, Acrist." He gestured for his aide, who promptly handed him a communicator, ready to contact the Federation's high commander at the target location. He had matters of importance to discuss. Witnessing this, Liangyu furrowed his brow. A cloud of suspicion enveloping him. Maintaining a calm facade, he offered a faint smile. "General Acrist, it has been too long. What brings you here? A Federation ship has quietly descended upon your star. I urgently require your assistance. The target is the ship's commander, Imo Wuyu. The others may be overlooked, but this individual must be captured. I will send reinforcements shortly. Do you have any concerns? Sir, I am willing to do my utmost to ensure your trust is not misplaced." "Excellent. I shall remember your loyalty. If this mission succeeds, your contributions will be invaluable." Liangyu nodded slightly at the screen before severing the connection. He understood that if the other party was unwilling to divulge information, further inquiries would be in vain. After a moment's contemplation, he approached Imoku and the others. Noticing Liangyu's approach, Imoku observed his demeanor, concern evident. Who was that just now? Did anything seem amiss? Liangyu suppressed his thoughts, turning his gaze toward Imo Wuyu, and replied slowly, "There is indeed something suspicious, but it is not my concern. It is yours. That individual was the commander of the Federation's first zone, seeking a person who happens to be right before us. Imo Wuyu, do you understand the implications? Why would the Federation commander order your capture?" At this revelation, Everyone turned in shock to Imo Wuyu, who, equally perplexed, recalled his brief encounter with a Christ. Had his identity been exposed, prompting relentless pursuit? Ultimately, Imo Wuyu summoned his courage and addressed Imo Ku and the others. I do not comprehend why he is so intent on capturing me. But there is one thing I have not mentioned. Our ship was, in fact, a gift from General Acrist of the Federal Combat Zone. This information may prove pivotal for us in the boundless expanse of the universe. The truth remains obscured, akin to distant stars awaiting the brave to unveil them. Upon hearing this, the group was struck with astonishment. Imo Wuyu, your ship is a gift from the Combat Zone Commander? This is utterly unfathomable. Feed's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Imo Wuyu, who had previously sensed a connection between him and the Federation, yet never fathomed it would run so deep. Lan Ning wore an expression of sudden understanding, fixating on Imo Wuyu. However, they were not the focal point. The true attention lay with Imo Ku gazed indifferently at Imo Wuyu, eventually letting out a soft sigh before slowly speaking. Is there anything more you wish to convey? Enough of this. I have no desire to delve into your entanglements with the Federation. I simply wish to inquire about your connection with that district commander. After pondering for a moment, Imo Wuyu resolutely retrieved the mysterious card from the depths of his pocket, offering a wry smile as he clarified. After much contemplation, it seems this object is likely the key. The name Acrist is one I have only just encountered today and was entirely unfamiliar to me before. If there is indeed a hidden motive, it must relate to this. Upon hearing this, Imo Ku's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he reached out to take the card, then turned to Liangyu. Inquiring if there was a card reader nearby, Liangyu nodded slightly, gesturing towards a precise device not far off, and the three promptly made their way towards it, eager to unveil the secrets concealed within the card. The information lies within the office. Follow me. And Liangyu guided everyone into the office. Imo Ku approached the card slot directly, inserting the card in an attempt to read the information, yet all he could discern were mere superficial details of Acrist, while the deeper contents appeared to be locked away by an invisible barrier. Do not exert yourself. And Liangyu gently patted Imo Ku's shoulder. This card is safeguarded by the highest level password. Its information is as impenetrable as a fortress. With no other option, Imo Ku withdrew the card, his gaze shifting to Imo Wuyu in search of further guidance. He eagerly anticipated gleaning some hints from Imo Wuyu. However, Imo Wuyu appeared troubled. I truly do not know the unlocking password for that card. I only managed to contact him through the information provided on it. He silently thanked his fortune for not divulging the 3 passwords he knew, for they would only lead to further complications. At this moment, Feta stepped forward to defend Imo Wuyu. I can attest that he is indeed unaware. Once saw that card during my time with the pirate group and am familiar with the information on it. Feta's unexpected arrival left Imo Ku feeling a mix of surprise and confusion. He scrutinized the group before letting out a long sigh. Very well. Let us focus on strategizing. Liangyu. Did he reveal any other information? And Liangyu's expression turned serious as he responded. There is one more thing. Did you arrive here aboard the ship gifted by Acrist? That vessel conceals mysteries. It is a Federation-registered ship. Even if you and I are commanders, the Federation still retains ultimate control. Your whereabouts may have already become common knowledge, and the ship has become an unreachable refuge. And Liangyu showed no interest in the entanglements of Imo Wuyu and the others. As long as Imo Ku was unconcerned, he felt no burden. Oku sighed in resignation. The loss of the Phoenix experimental craft was now a foregone conclusion. He surveyed the group and spoke with determination. Everyone, rest for a moment. We shall depart in 3 hours. This place is no longer safe for lingering. The enemy may strike at any time. And Liangyu, I leave the itinerary planning to you. Are you capable of managing it? And Liangyu's brow furrowed as he hurried to the computer, pulling up an emergency communication video. I fear our time may be less than 3 hours. He pointed to the screen, urgency lacing his voice. Someone is hastening our countdown. Observe, the situation is dire. The video and Liangyu played showcased a mysterious ship racing towards the planet. As the scene shifted, the location where the ship had been was suddenly devoid of any presence, only to be followed by a distortion of space, revealing the ship once more. This was a secret warship of the Federation. Outwardly unremarkable but housing cutting-edge technology within. Liangyu had witnessed its might during a previous hacking operation. His gaze flickered as he addressed the group. The Federation has arrived. Their warship is stealthy yet formidable. How shall we respond? In that moment, the atmosphere grew tense, each individual acutely aware of the unprecedented pressure and challenges before them. Oku turned, his eyes sharp. Prepare swiftly. We must head to Lao Luo. The urgency in the air was palpable. They exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. The cosmic port of the planet. A ship quietly docked, its hatch opening to reveal 4 travelers stepping out. The foremost being a young man of striking presence, just having traversed from the first battle zone. Space leaps, instantaneous distances, felt as routine as a daily stroll for them. In the security inspection area, they moved with grace, showing no signs of fatigue, as if traversing the stars was merely a commonplace affair. The young man whispered, his gaze resolute. This place is crucial. I cannot place my trust in that so-called regional commander. I must personally take to the field that he commanded, immediately seek them out. Within 5 minutes, I want to know their whereabouts. Act now. The 3 complied, vanishing in an instant, leaving only the young man standing. The game was about to commence. A smile crept across his lips as he transformed into a flash of light, disappearing at the edge of the cosmic port. Weapons were prepared, each individual armed with a gun. No need for changes. The vehicle awaiting orders, ready for swift action. Immediately, they set forth. Oku distributed firearms, each person gripping one tightly. Wu Yu accepted his, the weight feeling unfamiliar in his hands, yet he silently stowed it away. Following closely behind, outside, Liang Yu had prepared the vehicle, and the group swiftly boarded. Oku and Liang Yu conversed quietly outside the vehicle. We will meet at Lao Luo's place. Once matters are settled, we shall proceed immediately. Rest assured, are you not aware of my capabilities? Move quickly. They will be here soon, and you must evacuate at once. With that, the group hurried away, leaving only the silhouettes of Imoku and Liang Yu fading into the dim glow of the streetlights. Imoku refrained from further words with Liang Yu. Time was of the essence as they hastily departed. After watching them leave, Liang Yu entered the Federation building, making his way to his office. He already strategized how to deal with the higher-ups. Such matters were second nature to him. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door, only to be startled. Seated in the chair that should have been empty was a young man, relaxed and smiling, as if awaiting his arrival. The young man's presence stirred ripples of emotion within Liang Yu, as if heralding the approach of an unknown realm. Volume 1. The Realm of Mist, Chapter 47. The Guardian of Time Reunited, Initial Section. Wu Yu sat within the speeding vehicle, his gaze drifting through the window as the traffic flowed like a river, yet he felt as though he were in another world, his thoughts far away. Fada gently touched his shoulder. Speaking softly, do not dwell on the past. Your companions have never placed blame upon you. The destination is near. It is time to gather your thoughts and embrace the new challenges ahead. Wu Yu nodded slightly, a flicker of determination in his eyes, as if bidding farewell to his former self and preparing to welcome a new chapter. Battle may erupt at any moment, and the timing of their exposure remained a mystery to all. Wu Yu glanced at Fada, his fingertips brushing the coldness of the weapon nestled in his embrace, unease bubbling within him. This disquiet stemmed not only from guilt towards his companions, but also from the life-and-death decision embodied in the weapon he held. Chapter 42. Darkness. He fell silent for a moment, responding to Fada with a low grunt, his gaze once more directed towards the endless darkness outside the window. Fada too remained silent, a long sigh escaping his lips, the atmosphere within the vehicle heavy as lead, stifling their breaths. Until they neared their destination, Imoku gently opened the car door, stepping into the old spacecraft repair factory, long sealed by time, followed closely by Wu Yu, Fada, and Lan Ning. Outside the factory, vehicles buzzed, a cacophony of noise filling the air. Upon entering, they were immediately engulfed by the crowd, their presence swallowed by the throng. Wu Yu felt a surge of tension, yet upon seeing Imoku remain composed, he felt somewhat reassured. Oku strode confidently to the front of the crowd, where an elder awaited them with a smile. Lao Luo, it is good to see you. Your repair factory remains bustling, and today it is more vibrant than ever. Imoku's words carried a hint of nostalgia and joy, instantly bridging the gap between them. The elder, with flowing silver hair and deep ruby-like eyes, sparkled with wisdom. Oku opened his arms, warmly embracing the elder known as Lao Luo, surveying the surroundings with delight. Aku, Lan Di, Feng Hua, you are all here. What a rare gathering this is. Laughter echoed in his throat. Lao Luo nodded with a smile, exuding authority as he spoke first. Imoku, do not forget to introduce your new friends. Let us not leave them feeling neglected. Imoku slapped his forehead, chuckling. Right, right, allow me to introduce these talented new faces. This is Lao Luo. Do not be deceived by the weathered exterior of his repair factory, for within lies rare high-tech machinery not found elsewhere. Imoku enthusiastically introduced his dear friends to Lao Luo, Imo Wuyu, Fada, and Lan Ning, all of whom have forged bonds through the fires of battle and are worthy of trust. Naturally, Lao Luo held great faith in Imoku's friends, especially since in Liangyu had already sent word. Those who could come had gathered, some awaited here, while others were preparing at the dock to face new challenges. Lao Luo regarded Imo Wuyu and the others with a warm smile, his eyes sparkling with encouragement. Young talents, the time has come. Do not allow tranquility to dull your edge that I, an old bone, can only offer my modest assistance. Mo Wuyu, take your friends to settle in. I shall await good news here. The group received their orders and dispersed for the moment, promising to reconvene later. As Lao Luo's words fell, the crowd gradually dispersed, and Imo Wuyu and his companions embarked on a new journey amidst the enthusiastic calls of the crowd. Oku offered a slight nod to Lao Luo before leading Imo Wuyu and the others away. She turned to the three and softly instructed, "You may rest inside for a while. I shall return shortly. If you feel restless, you may step outside, but remember not to stray too far. We may depart at any moment." With that, Imoku gracefully departed, leaving the three to exchange glances. Lan Ning lazily leaned back in a chair, his gaze shifting between the two. I can't shake the feeling that the atmosphere is somewhat peculiar. It's as if everyone here is wearing a mask, making them difficult to read. He looked towards his companions, tentatively asking, "Do you share the same sentiment?" The two exchanged knowing smiles, a hint of resonance reflected in their expressions. Fada turned to Imo Wuyu, softly inquiring, "And you? Does your heart stir with any turmoil?" Imo Wuyu paused momentarily, then offered a serene smile. "To me, the unfamiliar faces and events surrounding me can hardly stir a ripple in the still waters of my heart. Those once tumultuous waves have now transformed into mere faint shadows in the depths of my soul. My only wish is for this protracted journey to reach its conclusion swiftly, allowing me to return to that familiar and warm harbor." As my gaze drifted from the rooftops to the objects on the table, Imo Wuyu's heart resolutely focused on moving forward, with no distractions. Harboring a flicker of hope, he endeavored to alter certain circumstances. Yet he quietly recognized that the flame within him was gradually extinguishing. Feed gently patted his shoulder, suggesting with a hint of mirth, "Let us not dwell in the dust of the past. How about we take a stroll, to behold the picturesque scenery and savor the sweetness of the world?" Lanning lazily leaned back in his chair, raising his left hand in a casual wave. "I wholeheartedly agree. Since we have nothing but time, why not seize this opportunity to unwind?" Their gazes shifted to Imo Wuyu, awaiting his response. Feed fixed his eyes on Imo Wuyu, who hesitated for a moment before nodding in acquiescence. The three of them then stepped out of the room and into the night. Lanning took a light sip of his juice and remarked with a smile, "I prefer juice. I have little affinity for alcohol." They strolled through the hidden garden behind the repair shop, astonished to discover such a paradise concealed within. Grabbing a few bottles of beverages from beside the machines, they walked and admired the surroundings. Imo Wuyu raised his hand in agreement, yet internally he mused that this moment, in stark contrast to their previous hurried journey, felt utterly surreal, as if they had stepped into another realm as they ambled through the garden. Imo Wuyu was filled with profound sentiment, marveling at how the wonders of the world could unexpectedly tug at one's heartstrings. Traversing the winding paths, Feed suddenly lowered his voice, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Do you crave a bit of excitement? There is a secret over there." Wuyu and Lanning turned to follow the sound, catching faint whispers through the dappled shadows of the trees. The three exchanged knowing glances and quietly advanced towards the unknown. Imo Wuyu understood that at this moment, what they yearned for was merely a touch of relaxation and release. Thus, without hesitation, he joined this adventure, stepping into the depths of the forest, where words brushed against the foliage. Seeking that unexpected joy, peering into the distance, Imo Wuyu noticed a small lake nearby, where Luo Lao and Imoku were engaged in hushed conversation. He hesitated, pondering whether they should approach or quietly withdraw. Eavesdropping seemed inappropriate, especially since they were evidently discussing something of great importance. For Imoku and Luo Lao, this intrusion would undoubtedly be a violation of their privacy. But what was there to fear? Since they had come this far, why not listen in discreetly, as long as they remained cautious and undetected? The individual beside him softly urged, a spark of curiosity in his eyes. Feed tugged at Imo Wuyu, whispering, as long as we keep our lips sealed, we will face no repercussions. Imo Wuyu glanced at Lanning, who remained noncommittal, leaving him with no choice but to follow along. The three of them stealthily approached Imoku and the other individual. Despite a growing sense of unease, Imo Wuyu concentrated intently on the conversation. Imoku, how have you been since your brother's departure? You have changed significantly. Luo Lao's words carried a touch of tenderness and reassurance. Imoku fell silent for a moment, seemingly suppressing a tumult of emotions. Everything around them appeared to stand still, leaving only their muted dialogue to flow through the tranquil air. Anger flickered in Imoku's brow as she murmured, how can I not be consumed with worry? The Federation has taken my brother. Their intentions are unclear. If anything were to happen to him, what should I do? It is utterly infuriating. She clenched her fists and struck the air, causing ripples to form in the stillness. From a distance, Imo Wuyu observed Imoku's indignant expression and could not help but exhale deeply. He had already learned of this situation from Latam. And witnessing Imoku's anger only intensified his indignation and confusion regarding the Federation's actions. As Imoku and Luo Lao were immersed in their warm domestic conversation, Imo Wuyu and the others felt it inappropriate to intrude and were about to leave quietly. At that moment, a subtle sound drew their attention, prompting the three to involuntarily turn back. Suddenly, Luo Lao interrupted the conversation, his expression vigilant as he scanned the surroundings, commanding in a low voice, show yourself. Or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. His voice resonated powerfully, shaking the air and sending a chill through Imo Wuyu and his companions. Just as they were about to step forward, the situation took a turn. As Luo Lao's roar echoed, three figures clad in the Federation's formal uniforms emerged, their faces obscured by strange white metal masks, surrounding Luo Lao and Imoku in eerie silence. Like statues, Luo Lao's gaze turned icy, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Cowering mice, I know you lurk in the shadows. Since you have come, why not reveal yourselves? As he spoke, an air of tension, thick as an impending storm, enveloped the atmosphere. The three remained motionless, their masked eyes flickering with an enigmatic light, seemingly awaiting something. Haha, Luo Lao, your vigilance remains as sharp as ever. A deep, mocking voice reverberated around them. Following a gravelly sound, a young man suddenly appeared before Luo Lao. He donned a dark gray-white robe, his face concealed beneath a similar mask, save for a striking crimson droplet mark on his forehead. His silver hair danced in the wind, adding an air of untamed charm. Luo Lao regarded the young man with a cold smile. I have severed ties with the Federation. Do not address me by my former title, or I shall not hesitate to show no mercy. The young man smirked, a playful glint in his eyes. Oh, Luo Lao, time has not been kind. You have grown old after all. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? A mere captain of a special unit. You should know how to show respect. His words carried an undeniable authority, and with a casual gesture, the air seemed to split open, causing a figure to stumble forth, Liangyu. Upon witnessing this, Imo Wuyu felt a sharp pang in his heart, guilt washing over him like a tide. Feed and the others, seeing Liangyu's sudden fall from the void, were engulfed in sorrow. You, Luo Lao stepped forward, his eyes a mixture of anger and helplessness, as a storm appeared to brew within this space. He gently lifted the unconscious Liangyu, his gaze piercing as he bore down on the young man. Fury igniting in his eyes. Remember, this is merely a warning. I am always swift and decisive in my actions, leaving no traces behind. The current special forces are no longer comparable to the past. Out of respect for your seniority, I shall spare your life for now, provided you distance yourself from this matter. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. His words were as frigid as a biting wind. Then, he turned to the direction where Imo Wuyu was concealed, his voice low yet powerful. Imo Wuyu, it is time for you to reveal yourself, and no more hiding. We need to settle our accounts. Chapter 43. Invitation. Did you really come all this way just for my personal invitation? The young man's voice was dry, Exuding an air of undeniable indifference, Empo Wuyu gently gestured for Feed and Lanning to remain still, then stepped out of the room. However, Feed and Lanning did not heed his wishes, quietly following behind Mo Wuyu. "What brings you here?" Imoku's gaze locked onto Mo Wuyu, her words laced with confusion. He understood that the newcomer harbored ill intentions. Targeting Mo Wuyu directly, he felt utterly powerless to protect him, momentarily at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and anxiety. Luo Lao's voice thundered, cutting through the young man's arrogance. "Young man, enough of this. As long as I am here, you will not take anyone away." The authority in Luo Lao's words was palpable, and Mo Wuyu realized that a confrontation was imminent. After all, Luo Lao had once been the commander of the Federation's elite forces, his strength unfathomable. The young man huffed in anger, clearly irritated by Luo Lao's dismissal. Luo Lao responded with a roar that resonated like thunder. As if a tempest were brewing around him, shaking the very an intense clash was about to unfold. In an instant, Luo Lao lunged at the young man like a whirlwind, his right fist propelled by a gust of fury. Yet the young man stood resolute, as though Luo Lao's assault was but a gentle breeze. When Luo Lao's fist struck his chest, the young man's expression remained unchanged. Mo Wuyu and the others gasped in astonishment. And even Luo Lao was taken aback. Just as he prepared to retreat, the young man effortlessly countered, his palm shimmering with electric energy, reminiscent of a thunderous storm. Luo Lao felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently to the ground. The sound of his impact echoed in the air. Luo Lao did not lose consciousness immediately. He clutched his chest, his eyes wide with shock as they fixated on the young man's right hand, murmuring in disbelief. "This technique? Is it truly so formidable?" The young man paid no heed to Luo Lao's status as a senior, sparing his life. Instead, he turned his gaze to Mo Wuyu, his tone chilling. "Come with me, or shall I extend a personal invitation?" "The choice is yours." Mo Wuyu resolutely stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination. Faced with this sudden attempt at capture, he felt the weight of uncertainty, yet his will to resist was as solid as a rock. Feed stepped forward, confronting the young man with an air of defiance, while Lanning stood steadfastly by Mo Wuyu's side, silently affirming their stance. Moku, frantic with worry, gently laid down the unconscious Liangyu and rushed towards Luo Lao, embracing him tightly, her voice trembling. "Luo Lao? Are you all right?" Luo Lao coughed lightly, gripping Imoku's hand tightly, whispering urgently, "Quickly, let Mo Wuyu go. That opponent's skills are beyond our capacity to contend with. Remember, he is bound by rules and dares not resort to wanton slaughter. As long as Mo Wuyu escapes, we shall all be safe. You need not concern yourselves about me. Go now." With a decisive gesture, Lao Luo abruptly pushed Imoku aside. Understanding the unspoken command, Imoku dashed to Mo Wuyu's side. Confronting the young man in a hushed tone, Imoku whispered to the trio, "Lao Luo has indicated that once Mo Wuyu departs, that young man will refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. We three must find a way to entangle them. Buying time for Mo Wuyu. Mo Wuyu, you must evacuate immediately. Do you understand?" Yet, Mo Wuyu stood resolute as a rock, fully aware that escape was futile, the disparity in strength overwhelming. He slowly shook his head, his tone unwavering. "I shall not seek my own safety at the expense of my companions." Observing this, a cold smirk curled upon the young man's lips, his voice low and hoarse. "Come. Your decision has been made." A glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes, as if Mo Wuyu and his companions were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Before his words had faded, the young man's form abruptly shifted, transforming into a blur, instantly materializing before Mo Wuyu. The air crackled with a palpable tension, reminiscent of an impending storm. Mo Wuyu's gaze keenly traced the trajectory of the young man's dancing hair. Suddenly, a peculiar crackle surged in his ears. The young man's powerful fist veered off course, narrowly missing Mo Wuyu but striking the valiant Fed with precision. Utilizing the power of time, Fed gently nudged Mo Wuyu aside, yet failed to completely evade the fierce strike, being lightly toppled to the ground. It seemed the young man had held back his strength. Fed gasped for breath, yet struggled to rise once more. In the next moment, a flash of lightning erupted from the young man's palm. Before Lan Ning and Imoku could react, they were sent flying like kites severed from their strings. The young man nonchalantly flicked his hand, his voice hoarse yet undeniably authoritative. Do not persist in your stubbornness. I present you with two choices. Either I take you away, or you come with me. Imo Wuyu crouched, muscles taut, poised for action. Despite his confusion over the young man's repeated inquiries, he had no time to ponder further. His resolve was firmed in an instant. Imo Wuyu's palms were enveloped in a dazzling radiance. As if a deity had descended, with a powerful thrust of his feet, he prepared to embrace the imminent confrontation. Like a leopard, Imo Wuyu lunged at the young man, convinced that the radiant glow would pierce through the latter's defenses. Recalling the terrifying prowess exhibited by Radam in the past, the young man glared with intense displeasure at Imo Wuyu's response. He raised his right hand, as if to seize Imo Wuyu from afar. Then in a flash, surged forward, crackling arcs of electricity trailing closely behind him. However, just as he was about to seize victory, a mysterious hand abruptly emerged from the void, interposing itself before Imo Wuyu. As if extending from another dimension, enveloped in an inexplicable atmosphere of strangeness. The hand silently reached toward the young man, without the initial turbulence, merely causing a barely perceptible ripple at its source. A ripple only Imo Wuyu could discern. Sensing an unfathomable threat, the young man abruptly halted, retreating like a specter to his previous position, gazing warily at the eerie hand. The hand slowly descended, then began to stroll through the void. As if walking on air, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form, Imo Wuyu's eyes widened in astonishment. The scene before him surpassed imagination, as a figure emerged so peculiarly from the abyss. The wave of inexplicable solace surged within him. The tide of the situation seemed to be quietly turning, regardless of who the adversary might be. A warrior clad in resplendent silver armor burst forth from the void, his visor obscuring his mouth and nose. Silver eyes gleaming like fire, exuding an intimidating presence that commanded respect, he spoke leisurely, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. Cellular energy has indeed entered the quantum age. It is truly a different era. Waterdrop, merely a team leader, easily dealt with. Upon finishing his words, an air of confidence and composure radiated from him. The young man's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on the red-haired figure. Demanding fiercely, "Who exactly are you?" The red-haired man smiled enigmatically, replying slowly, "You may refer to me as the Guardian of Time. My purpose here is not to alter history, but to take away one who does not belong to this era, Imo Wuyu." At that moment, Imo Wuyu's heart sank. He had not anticipated another party intervening with the intent of taking him away. The gazes of the three converged instantly, the air thick with tension and unease. Imo Wuyu had only met the Guardian of Time once. During that encounter, the Guardian's singular combat mechanism had swept away foes with astonishing prowess, instilling in Imo Wuyu the thought of fleeing amidst the chaos. Just then, a young man stepped forward, determination flickering in his eyes. "Guardian of Time, I have never heard of you, but those who wish to take me shall not prevail. He is mine." With that declaration, arcs of electricity danced like a dragon from the young man's right hand, more fervent than before, as if to tear apart the very air, vowing to defend his territory and pride. The red-haired man, unhurried to engage, calmly raised his hand. With a mere flick, the surroundings were enveloped in a gentle, radiant aura. During battle, I shall not allow my prey to escape. Having grasped this technique, I shall proceed without fear. Upon finishing his statement, a sound emanated from his shoulder, his right arm instantly engulfed by resplendent metallic armor, arcs of electricity leaping about it like the wrath of thunder, heralding the onset of an extraordinary battle. Imo Wuyu gazed at the impenetrable barrier of light surrounding them, his heart sinking into despair. The Guardian of Time's resolve left no room for retreat. Despair surged like a tidal wave, although he was not a false timekeeper. In the eyes of the Guardian, there seemed to be little distinction. Just as the young man charged towards the red-haired figure, ripples quietly surfaced behind Imo Wuyu, as if the very space were whispering. In an instant, a pair of invisible hands pulled him into the abyss, and within the barrier of light, Imo Wuyu's form abruptly vanished. In the moment of being seized, darkness enveloped him, as though he plummeted into an endless void. An unknown fear wrapping around him tightly as the brightness returned, Mo Wuyu felt the chilling touch of a hard object pressed against his forehead. Upon closer inspection, it was an unfamiliar model of a single-handed firearm. The cold muzzle seemingly heralding the approach of death, he understood that in this confined space, he had no hope of escape. Questions swirled in his mind. Why had he attracted so many pursuers? Before him stood a mysterious figure clad in dark cosmic attire, the helmet obscuring his features, leaving only a profound shadow. The force that had bound Mo Wuyu suddenly dissipated, the figure releasing its grip and gradually moving to stand before him. Establishing a stance of confrontation, the gunman adjusted the angle of his weapon, coldly informing Mo Wuyu. "We are ordered to take you away, no questions asked. Should you attempt to wield the power of time and space, I will be authorized to fire. Oh, not give me that opportunity." Mo Wuyu, hearing this, felt a flicker of confusion cross his brow. Assigned by a stranger to be taken away? Though peculiar, he did not dare to take it lightly. He slowly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, then asked in a deep voice, "Could you inform me of my destination? How shall I reach it? And why can I not wield the power of time and space?" The gunman scrutinized Mo Wuyu for a moment, then slowly retracted his weapon, his tone icy. "You need not know the destination or the path as for the taboos regarding the power of time and space. I can impart a few words. My name is Feng Xiang, and he is known as Feng Wu. Those are our code names. The warning about the power of time and space is also the core of our mission. Do not touch it, or you will fall into endless pursuit." Chapter 44. The Power of Time and Space. Feng Wu retrieved a set of equipment, handing it to Mo Wuyu, adding, "Remember, once you wield the power of time and space, they will be like shadows, relentlessly pursuing you until you are captured." Mo Wuyu accepted the shimmering cosmic suit, glancing around. The three were enclosed within a dimly lit chamber, the precise location unknown. Feng Wu's words hung like a fog, leaving Mo Wuyu perplexed. Who exactly were they? Were they the mysterious guardians of time, or others entirely, perhaps similar to them? Feng Xiang stepped toward the door, peeking through the crack to observe the outside, then turned back, his tone bearing a hint of gravity. "The guardians of time are merely the tip of the iceberg. There may be many like us, but those they refer to are the exalted saints. Do you understand?" Mo Wuyu recalled the mysterious guidance left by Marcy just before escaping the mechanical forest, seeking the saints. Yet, the enigma of the saints was as elusive as flowers in the fog, prompting him to question Feng Wu. "Who exactly are the saints? And why do they wish to see me dead?" Feng Xiang approached Mo Wuyu, his tone calm yet deep. "The mystery of the saints is beyond our comprehension. All originates from the mouth of our employer, and remember, they do not seek to capture you but wish to eliminate you swiftly. If you remain ignorant." Mo Wuyu appeared bewildered as Feng Xiang coldly remarked, "Has your new ability not brought you unexpected gains? A moment's carelessness could lead to irretrievable doom." Feng Wu silently stepped forward, gently removing the unusual helmet from Mo Wuyu's hands, slowly placing it upon his head, murmuring, "The time has come. We must set forth." The two advanced toward the door, and Feng Xiang quietly pushed it open. Outside, a dazzling spectrum of colors shimmered like a dream, and Mo Wuyu crossed the threshold into a bizarre new world. The room where the three stood floated in the void, like a solitary boat adrift. Mo Wuyu was astonished. Is this place perhaps a secret realm of dimensional rifts? Feng Xiang and Feng Wu stood on either side of him, their arms gently extended as if embracing the heavens, an extraordinary ripple enveloping them. They whispered, "Only here can we shield ourselves from external prying, yet danger looms ever closer, requiring our utmost focus." Having spoken, their figures dissolved into the oscillation, and when Mo Wuyu reopened his eyes, the haunting scene re-emerged before him. In the vast cosmos, countless warships and mechanical soldiers were locked in fierce battle on the distant horizon. This marked the beginning of the decisive battle. "Our journey commenced here. Activate the device." Feng Xiang whispered to Feng Wu beside him. Feng Wu raised her delicate wrist, a faint glow flickering on her forearm, revealing a sophisticated controller. After inputting a series of complex commands, they stood still, awaiting the outcome. Moments later, 3 deep blue streaks pierced the sky, 3 dark blue combat robots streaking like meteors, the battle-s horn about to sound. Feng Xiang, accompanied by another, guided Mo Wuyu into the cockpit, imparting that their destination was the core of the Federation flagship. Mo Wuyu responded with calm detachment, saying, "I am As long as you remain unharmed, I too shall be unscathed. Once aboard the combat robot, he was struck by the realization that this machine's defensive capabilities far surpassed those of the previous Phoenix prototype. Just as he was immersed in this new discovery, Fengwu's voice pierced through the communicator, reminiscent of the first light of dawn. When we approach the flagship, we will divert the enemy's mechanical onslaught, while your mission is to infiltrate the flagship, where your contact awaits. But remember, your cloaking suit can conceal your presence. Yet once you unleash your powers, you will be utterly exposed. Move. Following this brief yet commanding directive, the trio parted ways, hastening towards the distant flagship. Mo Wuyu refrained from firing a single shot, fully activating his protective barrier as he navigated through the mechanical torrent. Thanks to the clever cover provided by Fengxiang and Fengwu, the three of them approached the target flagship with a sense of urgency yet without peril. As Mo Wuyu and Fengxiang neared the sanctuary of the flagship, they diverged paths, and he boldly surged towards the colossal vessel. Upon breaching the flagship's outer defenses, Mo Wuyu encountered an unprecedented challenge. Although his shield was impervious, danger lurked everywhere. Just as he delved deeper into the enemy ranks, alarms blared from his machine, and a shadowy beam, akin to a venomous serpent, shot towards him with alarming swiftness. Tension gripped Mo Wuyu's heart as he maneuvered his machine at a precarious angle, narrowly evading the lethal strike in a split second. In an instant, he exceeded the protective limits of his machine but still could not escape the deadly ray. The dark purple beam pierced through the brilliant shield of his machine, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In this critical moment, he summoned the power of time and space, channeling energy from his palms into the machine. Just as disaster loomed, the machine executed an uncanny lateral shift, allowing the beam to graze past him, but tragically severing one of his mechanical arms. Mo Wuyu teetered on the brink of life and death. He glanced back to see the beam emanating from a distant asteroid belt, where an endless array of secrets and perils seemed to lie hidden, as the last vestiges of dark light dissipated. Mo Wuyu's awareness sharpened. The protective screen had shattered, and debris from the machine littered the surroundings, heralding the imminent resurgence of combat, while he found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. His mech, with its severed arms suspended, radiated an unusual kaleidoscope of light from within. Resembling the loneliest star in the night sky. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if countless gazes pierced through the void and focused upon him. Those eyes distant and profound, as if invisible threads bound them together, weaving a net of fate that ensnared him tightly. Mo Wuyu heard faint whispers in his ears, akin to a dear friend calling his name from afar. Yet they vanished in an instant. He surveyed his surroundings, where combat robots stood like statues, resembling a forest of steel. Anxiety gnawed at his heart. Where lay the escape? How could he break free? He refrained from hasty actions, remaining still in place, with only a narrow space around him to catch his breath. As the dark light faded, those around him awakened from their daze and began to move. Mo Wuyu understood that this momentary calm was merely the eye of the storm. He had to swiftly devise a strategy to find a glimmer of hope amidst the mechanical deluge. Just as he contemplated a new offensive against the enemy, he was abruptly interrupted by Fengxiang's voice. Fengxiang spoke in a calm tone, as if detached from the situation. Beneath your seat lies a secret, a button that can be activated, with the computer as the medium. With no time to ponder, Mo Wuyu quickly accessed the computer and summoned a prominent red button. Though trepidation stirred within him, he steeled his resolve and pressed it with a decisive touch. Meanwhile, on the other side, the combat robot's operator, Miaoda, intently focused on the screen, preparing for the impending upheaval. Having served in the Federation for nearly 3 decades, Miaoda, though not a prodigy in piloting, had earned the title of ace pilot through his extensive combat experience and indomitable spirit. Though not a hero capable of turning the tide single-handedly, he had become the proud captain of the flagship's guard point. One day, someone dared to breach his defenses, threatening the flagship. Miaoda felt a mix of anger and delight. This was not only a challenge but an opportunity for glory. If he could successfully shoot down the encroaching enemy, his honor would once again be etched upon the monument of achievements, becoming part of a legend. Miaoda stared at the insurmountable energy shield, a nameless fury igniting within him. How did this formidable foe traverse the front line of battle or evade the dense reconnaissance behind? It remained a riddle unsolved. Yet he knew well that the enemy's defenses were remarkable. concealing unfathomable strength behind their clumsy maneuvers. This was undeniably a blatant provocation, and Miaoda would not allow such a powerful adversary to breach his defenses easily. What further infuriated him was that 2 additional machines of the same model provided long-range support, thwarting his ability to completely encircle the immediate threat. Clenching his fists, Miaoda vowed to shatter this stalemate and make the provocateur pay dearly, just as he found himself at a loss. The hidden Federal sniper cannon, Shadow Hunter, unexpectedly activated amidst the asteroid field, leaving him astounded. Quickly connecting to the system, Miaoda smirked as he realized the sniper cannon had locked onto the troublesome blue mech before him. He decisively ordered a swift retreat for his comrades, awaiting the encirclement, as his team adeptly scattered. A shadowy beam sliced through the air, striking the blue mech with precision, though failing to bring it down. Which surprised Miaoda, however. He soon reasoned that at least the mech could no longer escape their net. The enemy's protective shield had been rendered ineffective. Miaoda promptly commanded his forces to weave a net of encirclement, intending to capture the foe alive. After all, capturing was vastly more valuable than annihilation. The opportunity for capture was within reach, and Miaoda would not let it slip away easily. The surrounding machines swiftly arranged themselves, silently closing in. Yet, at this critical juncture, a melodious electronic tune suddenly erupted, momentarily freezing Miaoda's actions. This melody, akin to a siren's call, resonated throughout every corner of the Federal battlefield. A chilling announcement followed. The domain system is ready. It will initiate in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The command echoed across the desolate battlefield. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming energy waves engulfed the entire battlefield, the alarms of the machines blaring piercingly, drowning out the clamor of war for a fleeting moment. Mo Wuyu witnessed this breathtaking spectacle. As his finger gently brushed against the button, he received no communication, yet the tumultuous energy waves were palpably felt. He hurriedly activated the communicator to call out to Fengxiang, but was met only with the cold sound of a failed connection, reverberating through the silent and uncertain battlefield. Mo Wuyu pondered to himself, what mysterious force were Fengxiang and Fengwu preparing? Before he could delve deeper into thought, a brilliant radiance erupted at the heart of the battlefield, akin to the rising sun, rapidly expanding and radiating light. From Mo Wuyu's perspective, the beam resembled a bridge across the heavens, gradually tilting and spreading to both sides, until it transformed into a miniature cosmic tableau, with stars twinkling and slowly rotating. This miniature galaxy continued to enlarge, as if intent on consuming everything in its vicinity, gradually encroaching upon Mo Wuyu. Instilling a sense of awe within him, Mo Wuyu beheld a terrifying sight. The warships and combat robots, upon contact with that white beam of light, disintegrated into mere dust, vanishing without a trace. Just as he gazed into the distance, the flagship at the center quietly unfurled a faint purple energy shield, resembling a diaphanous veil, gently enveloping Mo Wuyu and the flagship's guard, before gradually merging into the abyss of the universe, leaving behind only a fleeting hint of purple luminescence, barely perceptible. Chapter 45. A distant gaze. Mo Wuyu's heart jolted. In his rapt attention to the distant spectacle, he had overlooked the peculiar changes occurring right before him. A chill crept up his spine, alerting him. He surveyed his surroundings, only to find the combat robots suspended like sculptures, even the faint glimmer of their thrusters frozen in stillness. A voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Show yourself." "I eagerly await our meeting." Mo Wuyu was startled, and upon scanning his surroundings, he ultimately pinpointed the source of the voice. The imposing Federation flagship, which seemed to silently beckon him. The mention of mercenaries, as referenced by Fengxiang, flashed through Mo Wuyu's mind, and without hesitation, he piloted his craft directly towards the flagship. Despite the lurking dangers, the situation left him no room for contemplation. He could only act as the moment dictated. The craft halted abruptly before the flagship's designated portal, and after several futile attempts, Mo Wuyu resolutely decided to leap out of the cabin and into the unknown. He understood that everything was orchestrated by those within the flagship, while the external forces were but pawns. Witnessing such unimaginable power, Mo Wuyu was profoundly shaken. An unknown confrontation was about to commence. A single word flashed through his mind. Saint. He firmly believed that only a saint could wield such power. The instant he stepped into the flagship, the door behind him thunderously slammed shut. Yet he felt no feared eye in the darkness. He stood still and proclaimed, "If you are unwilling to reveal yourself, why not illuminate the path?" No sooner had he spoken than a voice devoid of emotion responded, "As you wished, I in an instant." A beam of light sliced through the darkness, illuminating Mo Wuyu's path, as if unveiling the curtain to a mysterious banquet. Before him lay an expansive hall within the flagship, devoid of intricate room layouts, replaced instead by a vast and grand space. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze swiftly fixated on a peculiar sight directly opposite him, countless lines cascading like a galaxy, converging at a single point, vaguely outlining a human figure. Curiosity ignited within Mo Wuyu as he stepped forward, each stride seeming to transcend time and space. Upon approaching, he finally glimpsed the true form at the convergence of those lines, and he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The sight was beyond imagination, utterly breathtaking. The man before Mo Wuyu was ensnared in a web of tightly woven threads, from head to toe, with no part left unbound. "Are you astonished by my appearance?" The man's voice was hollow and devoid of emotion, despite being bound and unable to move. "Behind this lies a lengthy tale. Do you wish to listen?" Despite the man's words and demeanor exhibiting a certain numbness, Mo Wuyu keenly perceived the intricate emotions simmering deep within him, as if the threads binding him were not merely restraints, but rather manifestations of unexpressed pain and memories from his past. Mo Wuyu remained silent, simply gazing intently. The figure ensnared by the threads, seemingly unfazed by his silence, began to recount his history. "I was once the second holy son, but now I am no longer human." This tale begins from a distant time. Upon hearing that the other was once a holy son, Mo Wuyu felt no stirrings of surprise, for it had long been within his expectations. What truly captivated him was the story that was about to unfold. "In the past, I was merely an ordinary person, much like you. Day after day, I immersed myself in what appeared to be the vacuity of routine, living and learning. My heart at that time was pure and untainted, with emotions flowing freely. However, everything shifted unexpectedly. He, who proclaimed himself as the first holy son, intruded into my world and led me to witness something extraordinary. The moment I touched it, it was as though the gates of the universe swung open for me, flooding my heart with an abundance of knowledge and power, the most dazzling of which was the might to manipulate time and space." As he spoke of this, the second holy son's form began to radiate a kaleidoscope of colors, light cascading like silk, weaving together the mysteries yet to be revealed. In that moment, the second seemed to transform into a magnificent angel, those lines that once evoked disdain now shimmering with a sacred glow. Leaving Mo Wuyu astonished, his thoughts momentarily frozen, the second holy son slowly continued. "The power of time and space is far beyond a mere intertwining of time and space. It is a rebellion against the laws of nature. In the future, you too may come to grasp such power. Yet, regarding the mysteries I have encountered, I shall remain silent until you are faced with your choices. I understand your curiosity, but the answers must await the right moment." Upon hearing this, Mo Wuyu could only shake his head in resignation, yet his heart brimmed with even more curiosity and longing. From that moment forth, he felt an extraordinary force surging within him. Despite the rational admonitions to refrain from treading the forbidden path, he nonetheless dared to challenge all of humanity with his own strength. However, the brilliance of technology ultimately overcame him. Perhaps you are accustomed to this, but when you hold such supreme power, you will certainly feel differently. Subsequently, I was captured by humanity. They knew well that I could not be destroyed until certain conditions were met. Thus, I was secretly imprisoned. My form distorted and reshaped into what you see now. My power was shackled like that of a prisoner, freedom a distant dream, until the dawn of the federal era emerged, granting me liberation in the name of cooperation. From the rifts of ancient time and space, I silently witnessed the birth of each holy son until your arrival, which pierced through the long night like dawn, bringing me an unprecedented hope, a yearning for freedom, a quest for power. From whence does this latent power originate? What secrets lie within the identity of the holy son? Why was I once guided onto the path of becoming a holy son? Mo Wuyu was enveloped in the words of the second, his heart surging with endless doubts and expectations. Mo Wuyu felt a stirring within, yet could not resist voicing the long-standing doubt that lingered in his mind. The source of power? Could it be the theory of time and space? The Holy Sun is the one who masters this theory and, once grasped, can seize unearthly power. The second responded calmly. Mo Wuyu's confusion deepened. Why did the second repeatedly emphasize that this power was beyond human reach? And what did it truly mean to defy the laws of nature? His brow furrowed, thoughts swirling chaotically, eluding his grasp point one day. A choice must be made between the Holy Sun and humanity, for surely one side shall fall into the dust of history. As all things follow the path of natural evolution, the second's tone suddenly rose, as if carrying the secrets of the universe. Humanity has awakened to its own power, and the order of the Holy Sun has reached 13. Mo Wuyu, as the embodiment of the 13th Holy Sun, a fork in the road of destiny lies before you, and a choice must be made. At this proclamation, Mo Wuyu's heart trembled violently. He had not anticipated that the second would so abruptly reveal his sacred aspect. He gazed into the second's eyes, which gradually overflowed with a gentle white light, awaiting the revelation that would determine his fate. As Mo Wuyu traversed the radiance, he saw the second's pupils dissipate. Appearing hollow in an instant, the surroundings brightened, a white mist enveloping him. He wandered through this sea of fog, and gradually, as the mist thinned, blurred shapes emerged. Once the white fog fully dissipated, the scenery transformed dramatically, revealing towering mountains, their peaks shrouded in swirling clouds, as if stepping into a magnificent landscape painting that inspired both awe and reverence. Mo Wuyu stood atop the majestic summit, surveying the surroundings, where mountains coiled like a colossal dragon. Entwined in gossamer mist, further accentuating their grandeur, a gentle breeze caressed him, causing the delicate grass beneath his feet to sway gracefully. As if whispering secrets, he gazed upon the vast mountain range, his heart shaken. Was this the essence of power? How profound was this force? He found it immeasurable, beyond comprehension. Just as he was lost in thought, the second Holy Sun appeared quietly, his form transformed, exuding an indescribable aura that filled Mo Wuyu with awe. He donned a simple yet elegant robe, his long hair flowing like ink in the wind, framing a face of refined beauty. His brown-black eyes sparkled with an air of sophistication that evoked respect within Mo Wuyu. The second Holy Sun smiled, a serene expression gracing his features, and spoke leisurely. It has been long since I assumed this form. Are you pleased? This is the power of the non-human, and what you witness is no mere illusion. This place is a realm of reality. Even if you were to leap from this towering peak, you would not escape death. Here exists a world that is undeniably real. However, this is merely one of many powers, revealed to assist you in making a wise choice. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, the surrounding scenery shifted instantaneously. The undulating mountains vanished without a trace, replaced by an ancient, desolate pathway. Mo Wuyu found himself at a crossroads. Two paths winding into the distance. The second Holy Sun spoke in an ethereal tone. These two paths are your choices. The left path signifies sacrifice, relinquishing all. The right path signifies gain, seizing what is rightfully yours. The moment of decision has arrived. Mo Wuyu gazed at the bifurcation before him, one side representing relinquishment, the other possession. She understood well that this choice was far from simple. Hidden behind it lay secrets yet unknown. She turned to the second Holy Sun, her eyes reflecting confusion and resolve. What does relinquishment entail? What rewards does possession bring? I firmly believe both paths are laden with thorns. Perhaps neither truly aligns with my desires. The second Holy Sun regarded her with a gaze that intertwined approval and regret. Mo Wuyu's query was met with a response. To relinquish means to forsake your power over time and space, as well as the honor of becoming a Holy Sun. You shall forever be barred from the mysteries of power. Before he finished speaking, he waved his hand gently, and the sky transformed suddenly. A colossal shadow descending like a shroud of night, cloaking the earth. Mo Wuyu looked up, beholding a magnificent starship hovering in the sky, casting a shadow that seemed to drain the land of all light. At this sight, Mo Wuyu felt a profound shock. This power appeared to transcend all, akin to the descent of a deity, inspiring reverence. Suddenly, Mo Wuyu recalled the unfinished words of the second Holy Sun. After a moment of silence, he turned to gaze at him, awaiting further elucidation. The second Holy Sun slowly lowered his arms, and the vast starship vanished in an instant, revealing the desolate path once more. He then murmured, "To possess means to embrace all of this, to become a holy son and wield this power. But the journey is fraught with peril. You must overcome a hurdle, the 13th holy son's counterpart. Only by defeating it can you attain complete qualification and be crowned the 13th holy son, embarking upon the exalted path of sanctity. The second holy son fixed his gaze upon Mo Wuyu. Awaiting his decision, Mo Wuyu suddenly comprehended. To forsake the counterpart meant another 13th might become a holy son, while he would return to mediocrity. Yet embracing power would require him to extinguish that innocent life. The scales of choice swayed uncertainly, a fleeting moment balancing between holding supreme power and possessing nothing. The words of Imoku echoed in his mind. "We are but pirates adrift in the sea of stars." This statement severed the internal turmoil that had plagued him, illuminating the realization that no matter which path he chose, he must bear the weight of a pirate's freedom and the gravity of choice. Mo Wuyu understood that pirates could plunder riches, yet had no right to take lives. However, confronted with the irresistible allure, he wrestled with whether to uphold his principles or succumb to the tide. Ultimately, he recognized the crux of the matter. What life was it that would soon fade away? This question illuminated his thoughts like a beacon, freeing him from the brink of the decision to kill or spare. He turned to the second holy son, his eyes shimmering with determination, and asked, "Tell me, who is that person? Only then can I make my choice." The second holy son smiled faintly, gently waving his hand as if affirming his resolve. Suddenly, a figure emerged within Mo Wuyu's sight, a familiar face rendering him momentarily speechless. After gazing for a long time, he finally confirmed that the person before him was none other than Raoul, his refined and elegant childhood companion. A mix of emotions surged within Mo Wuyu, disbelief taking hold, ultimately manifesting as a long, deep sigh. At this moment, he had arrived at his decision, an answer that required no further contemplation, for standing before him was Raoul. An irreplaceable partner in his life, Mo Wuyu lifted his gaze, peering past Raoul to the second holy son not far away. His heart once more stirred. Mo Wuyu sighed softly. "You have long understood our entanglement, haven't you? It seems this so-called choice is merely a predetermined path, one from which I cannot diverge. All I can do is let go." With that, he felt as if he had shed his former self. Confronted with the abyss of power, he had once succumbed, but in the gaze of Raoul, he rediscovered himself. He realized that while the temptation of power was fierce, it paled in comparison to the depth of emotion that pierced the soul. Mo Wuyu's heart was a tumult of emotions, and he was filled with profound reflections. He realized that true awakening comes when one recognizes the frailty of power, yet still chooses to embrace the emotional bonds that can stir the soul. What benefit is there for me in comprehending the essence of power, and how can it alter the course of fate? The second holy son gazed at Mo Wuyu, letting out a soft sigh, the depth of which was known only to him. As the sigh faded, the ancient path to Mo Wuyu's right silently vanished, leaving only a solitary road stretching into the distance. The second holy son spoke solemnly, "Step upon this path, and until its end, you shall forget all powers of the holy sons. There is no turning back along the way. Forge ahead with courage." The words "forge ahead" echoed in the heavens for a long time as the second holy son merged into the vastness of the world. Mo Wuyu fixed his gaze forward, his eyes shimmering with determination, and resolutely took his first step onto this solitary journey that would determine his destiny. He embarked upon an endless road, deeply feeling the arduousness of survival against the odds. With each step he took, the footprints behind him dissolved into a hazy white mist, severing all ties to the past. As he progressed, an inexplicable force resonated with the potential within him, causing his entire being to radiate a brilliant spectrum of colors. Yet, this splendor did not halt his advance. Mo Wuyu remained undistracted, steadfastly moving towards the unknown ahead, as if answers to all mysteries lay hidden at its distant end. As the vibrant aura surrounding Mo Wuyu gradually dissipated, each lost thread pierced his heart like a sharp blade, inflicting a profound anguish. This pain was not of the body, but a tremor deep within his soul. When the last glimmer of light faded, the world began to swirl before his eyes, yet he did not falter, continuing to stride forward unwaveringly. What sustained him was an unyielding dedication to that indomitable friendship, until the final ray of light departed. Mo Wuyu's figure grew increasingly resolute in the afterglow, resembling a statue forged from faith. Standing tall and unyielding, Mo Wuyu's body swayed, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground. The kaleidoscopic light vanished into the boundless sky, and the surrounding scene blurred into a vast expanse of white mist, fading from view. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself aboard the flagship. The dizziness gradually receded as Imo Wuyu struggled to rise. Looking towards the second holy sun with a weak yet urgent voice, "Is everything settled now? Has the position of the holy sun changed hands?" The second holy sun nodded gently, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. "Yes. All has become mere past. Your mission has reached its fulfilling conclusion, and the path home has been laid out for you." There was an undeniable sanctity in the second holy sun's words as he softly suggested, "Allow me to personally guide you back." And no sooner had he spoken than Imo Wuyu was enveloped by a resplendent aura of colors, gradually disappearing into the depths of the light. Once Imo Wuyu had completely vanished, the second holy sun slowly retracted his luminescence, gazing at the empty space with another long sigh. Subsequently, he too emanated a gentle spectrum of colors, the halo spreading along a complex trajectory, yet imbued with newfound significance. When the light touched the bottom of the flagship, it did not cease, but instead surged like a tide, enveloping every inch of the vessel. Before long, the flagship was entirely cloaked in vibrant hues. Resembling a dreamlike illusion, as time passed, the brilliance faded, leaving only the second holy sun leisurely suspended within the flagship, free from the restraints of threads, a faint smile gracing his lips. Imo Wuyu, bathed in the afterglow, was quietly returned to his homeland by the second holy sun. Gazing at the tranquil streets, a wave of emotions surged within him. Every brick and tile of this familiar place was his longed-for abode. Unconsciously, Imo Wuyu looked up, his gaze piercing through the mists of time, fixated on the window of a room. There, two figures appeared like a dream, a handsome young man and a gentle woman. Though their faces were indistinct, the familiarity struck deeply. These were his parents. In that moment, Imo Wuyu's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. The starting point and the return converged at the same place. As if fate had orchestrated this intricate arrangement, this moment, ripples began to form in her heart's lake, moistening her eyes, as past memories intertwined with current feelings, becoming indescribable. Imo Wuyu immersed himself in sorrow. An inexplicable force suddenly tugged at his heartstrings. Almost immediately, that familiar spectrum of colors reappeared, signaling a leap through time and space. Yet the reason remained a mystery. In the blink of an eye, she returned to reality, and the sight before her left her stunned. Rao's father, a Ling Mingda, stood not far away, accompanied by a masked man in splendid military attire. General Shi approached her with swift strides, his laughter resonating with warmth and concern. "How was your journey?" He lightly patted Imo Wuyu's shoulder, interrupting her thoughts. 3 hours is enough for a warm reunion with family. Do not linger in your entanglements. Now, go seek your uncle." Imo Wuyu was taken aback. Those 3 hours felt as though they transcended time itself. The scenes flashing before him felt discordant with the current flow of time, leaving him utterly perplexed. Why was time so unfair to him? He blinked in confusion and ultimately followed a Ling, his steps unsteady as he departed from the land that stirred his thoughts, stepping into another unknown journey. Imo Wuyu finally bid farewell to a Ling and entered his dwelling. The first thing he did upon entering was to shed the heavy space suit. In that instant, he felt as if struck by lightning. Recalling that he was dressed in foreign attire while a Ling in general she bore none, a wave of unease crept in. Slowly unzipping the space suit, 2 cards slipped out silently, one radiating a mysterious glow, the other a mundane monetary card. Staring at these 2 cards, Imo Wuyu's expression shifted rapidly, his mind clouded with doubts. Thus, the first volume of this tale quietly concluded, and I must bid you all farewell for 2 days of rest. Next Monday, a new chapter will commence as promised. Though my readership is currently sparse, your support shines like brilliant stars, illuminating my path of writing. During this brief respite, I yearn for your valuable insights. Please share in the comments section what aspect of my prose resonates most brightly, guiding me towards the direction of my future writing. Additionally, you are warmly invited to join our community for literary exchange, embarking together on this journey of literature in the tranquil campus of Tianhua, an academy. I seem to hear your voices, weaving the chapters of our dreams together. Imo Wuyu, clad in his school uniform, strolled leisurely on the verdant lawn, his gaze tracing the leisurely clouds in the sky, a faint silence on his face, yet a glimmer in his eyes revealed his inner expectations. He lightly treaded the grass. Making his way towards the library across the way, swiping his card to enter a hidden chamber. Inside, a professor awaited quietly. "Hello, Professor," Imo Wuyu greeted softly, then approached the computer, his fingers dancing as a string of passwords appeared on the screen. "Everything is ready, Professor. We may begin." The professor gazed at Imo Wuyu, speaking earnestly. "Wuyu, are you resolute in this? Without understanding the reasons, the path ahead may be fraught with difficulties. I urge you to reconsider. Though it may seem mundane, a stable life is preferable." Imo Wuyu's gaze was unwavering. "Resolute? Professor, I appreciate your goodwill, but my mind is made up. There are compelling reasons for my decision. Please do not dissuade me further." With that, his fingers flew across the keyboard, continuing to type. Seeing this, the professor understood that further persuasion was futile and could only silently watch the boy's determined silhouette, his heart a tumult of emotions. With a resigned sigh, he turned to focus on the equipment's adjustments. The room, though not spacious, was filled with intricate machinery, leaving only a narrow passage for movement. Yes, he gazed at these cold machines. The professor's thoughts drifted back to the past, recalling the moment he first encountered Imo Wuyu. That time. Imo Wuyu was merely 13, yet he exhibited extraordinary intelligence, his understanding of the world far surpassing that of his peers. That year, due to a connection with Rao, the professor began to view the boy in a new light. Rao's father, Ling, decided to send Imo Wuyu to Tianhua Academy to study alongside Rao. Marking the beginning of Imo Wuyu's academic journey. That time, Rao was Imo Wuyu's only close friend, yet their academic paths diverged significantly. Imo Wuyu chose his pursuits based on passion, while Rao followed his father's directives. Advancing step by step, their courses occasionally intersected, and during those moments, Imo Wuyu would seize the opportunity to escape into the vast library of the academy, indulging in the sea of books. His first encounter with the erudite professor occurred in this temple of knowledge. In a corner of the library, immersed in the profound world of genes and the tree of life, Imo Wuyu inadvertently caught the professor's attention as he sought similar books. The professor was astonished by his choice, approached him for conversation, and found that Imo Wuyu was well versed in the book's deeper meanings, his intellect shining brightly. In awe, the professor decided to lead him into his secret library laboratory for an exploratory journey. Imo Wuyu, with pure intentions and devoid of fear, stepped into this space that was destined to witness miracles. Naturally, the professor guided him into the ancient laboratory, which, though simply furnished, was sufficient to harbor the professor's grand ambitions. When the test results were revealed, Imo Wuyu's data caused the professor's hands to tremble, not out of cowardice, but due to a federal ironclad rule. Since the Great War, only a select group could receive genetic enhancements. Regardless of status, this regulation acted as a shackle, instigating unprecedented turmoil within the professor upon confronting this unusual data. The dawn of life. Each individual has but one chance to undergo a comprehensive elevation of body and mind. Regardless of the outcome, there would be no opportunity for a second attempt. To violate this law meant certain death. In the aftermath of the war, no one dared to challenge the federal edicts. A century has passed, and those who mastered this technique remain bound by the federal restraints, allowing this prohibition to persist. The descendants of later generations not only accepted this as a supreme law, but believed it to be essential for maintaining balance in the world. Safeguarding the fragile and precious light of peace. Human existence hinges upon a delicate equilibrium. Were every individual to possess overwhelming strength, chaos would ensue. This truth is well acknowledged by the masses. Thus, the potential limits of each individual have been predetermined since birth, delineated by the capacity of their cerebral domains. However, with the diversity of genes, even in this era of technological splendor, perfection remains an elusive aspiration. The Federation imposes stringent regulations on those endowed with extraordinary talents in specific fields. In order to prevent an imbalance of power and to ensure societal harmony, allowing each person to proceed calmly along their designated path. The professor was astounded to discover that Imo Wuyu's cerebral development had astonishingly reached an impressive 50%. A revelation that undoubtedly sent shockwaves through the realm of understanding. Imo Wuyu himself remained oblivious to this exceptional gift, while the professor was acutely aware that the Federation was entirely uninformed. As most of Imo Wuyu's knowledge stemmed from the Academy, for individuals possessing cerebral capacities beyond the norm, yet undiscovered by the Federation, the leakage of such information would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. Nevertheless, the professor chose to remain tight-lipped, secretly contemplating that this secret could be the key to altering the fates of Mo Wuyu, and, perhaps, the entire Federation. He resolved to bury the astonishing secret of Mo Wuyu deep within his heart. Over the course of several months, he generously imparted a plethora of texts and materials, inundating Mo Wuyu with knowledge. Gifted as he was, Mo Wuyu swiftly absorbed this intellectual nectar. However, the professor grew increasingly anxious. For Mo Wuyu's intellect had surpassed all expectations, possessing too many secrets akin to the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. The professor understood that only a gene suppression agent could temporarily subdue this burgeoning power. Originally a clandestine weapon on the battlefield of research, this agent had now become the final bastion in safeguarding the secret. Subsequently, a new technology was discovered, capable of effectively suppressing the extraordinary abilities of gene enhancers. Many families possessing this technique would administer a special potion to their children from a young age, to protect them from the Federation's conscription, until the child's gifts could be perfectly concealed. At which point an antidote would restore their normalcy. Mo Wuyu belonged to such a family, yet found himself in a predicament devoid of available remedies. Upon learning of this, he allied with a wise professor. And after enduring numerous hardships, they finally developed a new type of potion. Mo Wuyu bravely ingested it, thus concealing his brilliance and transforming into an ordinary member of the crowd. The locked doors of his memories were on the verge of being opened. After weeks of earnest pleading, the professor finally consented to his request today, initiating the unlocking of his memories. He lay quietly upon the high-tech apparatus, his gaze filled with anticipation, softly uttering, "I am ready." The professor gazed at him for a moment, then turned to gently touch the control panel, activating a mysterious program. Instantly, a stream of ethereal purple luminescence began to flow, resembling a dreamlike river, silently permeating Mo Wuyu's veins and awakening the long-dormant fragments of memory. Mo Wuyu slowly closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber. Suddenly, his body convulsed violently, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms, his expression contorted as if enduring endless torment. This scene persisted for a full 10 minutes. The professor anxiously awaited nearby, his gaze fixed on the various life indicators, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At last, after 10 minutes of anguish, Mo Wuyu's condition gradually stabilized, his body returning to tranquility. Upon witnessing this, the professor felt a weight lift from his heart. He exhaled softly and once again immersed himself in the operation of the machine, exerting every effort to restore Mo Wuyu's vitality. Until nearly 3 hours later, everything settled into silence. Sweat drenched the professor's garments, yet Mo Wuyu remained in a deep slumber. The professor, burning with urgency, operated the instruments with increasing haste, commands pouring into the computer like a torrent. Ultimately, as the final command was executed, the professor wearily leaned back in his chair, his gaze locked upon Mo Wuyu, yearning for a miracle to unfold. 3 minutes later, Mo Wuyu's fingers twitched slightly, and soon his entire body began to awaken. He abruptly opened his eyes, gradually sitting up, remaining still for a moment as if engaging in a dialogue with himself. Finally, he rose, his steps slow yet resolute as he moved toward a new chapter of life. Mo Wuyu approached the professor with quiet grace, whispering earnestly, "Professor, you have worked hard." He then bowed deeply, filled with reverence. The professor straightened his posture, his voice imbued with warmth despite a hint of fatigue. "To witness your growth brings me immense solace. Mo Wuyu, forge ahead with courage. Though I possess no power or influence, should a day arise when storms gather and you require assistance, merely utter a word, and this old frame shall do its utmost to aid you." Mo Wuyu, upon hearing this, felt a warmth in his heart and reached out to offer support, yet was gently rebuffed by the professor's steadfast gaze. The professor murmured in a low, gentle tone, "Advance. Pursue your journey. I shall linger here for a while longer. All of this shines because of you, and I wish to immerse myself in it once more." Mo Wuyu respectfully bowed and slowly exited the room. The moment he stepped through the door, a resolute light flickered in his eyes. 5 months of planning, though imperfect, would culminate in success. "I must find you," he whispered to himself, striding confidently toward the library. A fierce fire ignited within him, vowing to illuminate the path ahead. Inside the room, The professor remained leisurely reclined in his chair, his gaze penetrating the ceiling as if searching for something. Mo Wuyu. He murmured softly, "Trust in yourself. I have imparted everything. The gift from 3 years ago is your independent starting point. From the moment we first met, I was certain that your brilliance would never be obscured by the passage of time." On the outskirts of the city, the 3-story buildings of the civilian district stood elegantly and harmoniously, a testament to the government's exquisite craftsmanship, having enlisted the expertise of renowned designers of yore. Each brick and tile exuded an extraordinary quality. They were not merely residences but harbors for the launch of dreams. It was nearly perfect, featuring cost-effective materials and a minimalist design that, when compared to the old town where Mo Wuyu resided, appeared remarkably upscale. Yet this location was far from an ordinary civilian district. It concealed a secret entrance to a vast underground city. Amidst these exquisite edifices, perhaps lay a hidden portal leading below. Consequently, a group of enigmatic figures frequently frequented this area, concealing their faces as they silently ventured into the underground city. They could be humble citizens, affluent magnates, or individuals of great power, their identities shrouded in mystery. In this bustling locale, everyone sought their heart's desire, the Federation included. This moment, an antiquated yet charming tea shop welcomed an intriguing guest. Draped in a loose silver cloak, he appeared particularly striking under the daylight. The hood of the cloak concealed his visage, yet could not mask its extravagant sheen, a brilliance reserved for the privileged. The tea shop attendant approached, secretly astonished. This cloak was not merely attire but a fusion of technology and artistry. Worth a fortune, a rare treasure in the world that could withstand high-intensity light beam attacks, and remarkably, it could elude detection by any sensor. Yet, such an extraordinary item could only be possessed by those who basked in wealth. The mysterious visitor awaited patiently in the room, and a server, having discerned his intent, respectfully expressed a desire to fetch the proprietor. With that, he hurried into the back room. The visitor remained undisturbed, exuding calmness. Shortly thereafter, a giant with red hair entered the hall, his towering figure reminiscent of a mountain, each step seemingly capable of shaking the very space around him, radiating an aura of undeniable authority and strength. His posture was upright, far surpassing that of ordinary men. Even the mysterious cloaked figure could hardly compare. The red-haired proprietor greeted him warmly, his voice booming. "Your presence graces us, esteemed guest. This humble establishment is honored." He silently hoped that the visitor was merely a leisurely patron, which would yield additional profit for him. However, the mysterious guest simply parted his lips slightly. "I seek an acquaintance. There is no need to trouble the proprietor. Just guide me ahead." Chapter 48. A smile. The red-haired giant, upon hearing the words, wore a smile on his lips, though a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. He politely ushered the mysterious guest into the room, yet halted abruptly at the threshold. The guest lightly waved his sleeve, and coins cascaded like shooting stars into the giant's palm. The giant then gently touched his fingerprint to the electronic lock. Scanning his credentials, and a concealed door opened in response. He respectfully gestured for the visitor to enter, murmuring, "May your journey yield abundant rewards." The mysterious guest merely cast a fleeting glance before resolutely stepping into the unknown. The door slowly closed behind him, as if swallowing all sound and light. The enigmatic figure stood at the entrance of the spacious corridor, waiting for the heavy door to silently close before slowly removing his hood, revealing a cascade of jet-black hair, while his face was obscured by a silver metallic mask, even his eyes hidden behind a depthless translucent silver material, emanating an indescribable aura of mystery. This corridor stretched nearly 100 meters, leading to choices between an elevator and a short-range teleportation array. Ordinary individuals would naturally opt for the stable elevator, stepping into the unknown of the next phase. The short-range teleportation device, however, was specifically designed for distinguished guests and prominent organizations, the activation of which incurred exorbitant costs. Beside the elevator stood 2 men in tailored suits, their gazes piercing. Upon the approach of the enigmatic Mr. Tiandao, the two swiftly adjusted their postures, displaying utmost respect. As Mr. Tiandao drew near, one of them spoke softly. "Mr. Tiandao, we have awaited your arrival." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the other had discreetly activated the shimmering teleportation device, the portal swinging open as if inviting the commencement of an extraordinary journey. The man revered as Mr. Tiandao merely inclined his head slightly, stepping into the radiant teleportation array, his figure vanishing in an instant amidst the brilliance. Once he departed, the two formally attired men dared to exhale. The one who initiated the array turned to his companion, a look of perplexity in his eyes. Who is this person that we should personally await his arrival? The other shook his head with a wry smile. Well versed in the survival philosophy of the underground world, ignorance is bliss. It is best not to ask too many questions. Only in this way can one navigate through the chaos with peace. A mysterious figure traversed the mist of the teleportation array, instantaneously arriving at a designated point beside a grand hall, undeniably his intended destination. A man, clad in the same uniform, had long awaited his arrival. His countenance stern and unyielding, the enigmatic visitor parted his lips, his voice chillingly mechanical. "Lead me to your leader," the man, unperturbed, replied with a calm demeanor. "The leader has been expecting you for quite some time. Please follow me." With that, he turned and, with steady strides, guided the mysterious individual deeper into the hall, where an unknown meeting was poised to unfold. Leading the enigmatic guest, they entered a meticulously crafted artificial garden. Within, a man robed in vibrant crimson sat leisurely in an ancient pavilion, his long, raven-black hair cascading like a waterfall over his shoulders, emanating an indescribable allure from his mere silhouette. As the mysterious figure approached, the man, known as Yi Ing, slowly rose, his movements light and graceful, his voice deep and magnetic. "Brother Tiandao, it has been long. Why do you still conceal your face? Is there still a need for such distance between us?" The enigmatic man inclined his head slightly in response, murmuring, "I apologize for making Brother Guiying wait." The mask he wore was merely a disguise for his ventures into the outside world. Having entered this realm, he gradually lifted his hand, and the mask fell away, revealing a youthful visage, a little over 20, with glimmering eyes that locked onto the man before him. This was Imo Wuyu, who had concealed his presence in the First Federal War Zone with this very face. Over the past 5 months, he had relentlessly pursued the secrets of the underground city, leaving no thread of evidence unexamined. Finally, 3 months prior, he had utilized a card imbued with countless possibilities, and to his astonishment, it concealed a fortune sufficient to assemble a private army. Recalling that mysterious chip, he surmised it held significant secrets. The dealings with the Ghost Clan had quietly unfurled since March, and today marked the commencement of their first practical resolution. Surveying the otherworldly scenery around him, Imo Wuyu could not help but chuckle softly. Brother Guiying truly knows how to choose a location. This paradise rivals that of heaven itself. Now, our collaboration officially begins, and the secrets of that vast fortune and the chip will together unveil a new chapter. Hearing Imo Wuyu's words, Guiying's lips curled into a faint smile before he promptly steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. "Brother Tiandao, we must act swiftly. The underground world has garnered much attention recently, with surveillance growing ever more stringent. Your presence here should not linger to avoid exposure. Let us postpone our discussions for another time. At present, swift action is paramount." Imo Wuyu nodded, acutely aware that while the Federation had not yet dealt a crushing blow to the underground forces, they were ever watchful. Each visit necessitated careful disguise. At this moment, both men harbored unspoken concerns, like a tide surging beneath the surface, yet they tacitly chose silence, hoping to complete their task swiftly and evade the omnipresent eyes of scrutiny. Imo Wuyu and Guiying stepped into the center of the pavilion. The ground subtly sank, and in an instant, they found themselves in the core laboratory of the Ghost Clan's base, a secretive place beyond the imagination of the outside world. Upon arrival, Imo Wuyu's gaze swept across the room. Although the number of instruments here was far fewer than those he had encountered in the First Federal War Zone, each emitted a unique glow, operating with precision and efficiency, as if weaving secrets and power unknown to mankind. Yet, some aspects had surpassed the past, for centuries had passed since then. As soon as Imo Wuyu and Guiying arrived, a middle-aged attendant with deep blue hair approached them with the utmost respect. The attendant addressed Guiying, "My lord, everything is prepared. Shall we commence immediately?" Guiying turned his gaze to Imo Wuyu, awaiting his response. Understanding the unspoken cue, Imo Wuyu nodded slightly and then inquired of the attendant, "How long will the entire process take? How must I cooperate? Please provide a detailed account." With Guiying's tacit approval, the attendant elaborated to Imo Wuyu. The entire enhancement process is set to commence and will require a full 30 hours. During this period, you will be under a state of deep neural anesthesia to mitigate the pain of physical enhancement. Your sole task is to lie still. As for everything else, it will be handled by our professional team. Imo Wuyu's brow furrowed slightly at this news, and he posed a singular question. 30 hours is too long. I cannot afford to be absent for such an extended period. Is there any effective method to shorten this duration? I am open to any possibilities. 30 hours is already the limit of our current technology. We have exhausted the efforts of the entire laboratory, and not a second can be reduced. However, there are alternative routes. Albeit with consequences, the middle-aged attendant hesitated, his tone contemplative. Speak freely. We shall weigh the pros and cons afterward, Guiying interjected, cutting through the attendant's hesitation. Taking a deep breath, the attendant finally disclosed. If we proceed with basic medical maintenance post-enhancement, we may significantly reduce the time required. However, his words trailed off, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. The most time-consuming aspect of the enhancement process is physical recovery. If we rush, we could achieve results in just 13 hours. But the cost would be extreme physical weakness, possibly leaving lingering risks. While there is no immediate danger to life, this is a choice many less fortunate individuals make, merely to save on exorbitant costs. They willingly gamble their health for a glimmer of hope, teetering on the brink of life and death, all for a chance at a better existence. Imo Wuyu gently closed his eyes, swiftly reaching a decision. So be it. Let us proceed with basic medical maintenance extended to 15 hours. Execute it immediately. He contemplated the myriad past experiences, as if eyes were watching him from behind, and he knew he could not afford to disappear for long. Thus, he chose to act with prudence. A middle-aged physician promptly administered the neural anesthetic, then stepped aside, signaling to the other personnel to continue their operations, while he remained vigilantly by Guiying's side, his gaze sharp and watchful of every subtle movement in the surroundings. Have you ascertained his background? The middle-aged man queried, his tone now cold, the earlier humility evaporated. Not why it seems he has emerged from the void. There is not a trace of him in the Federation's database. Even when utilizing internal resources, we can only dredge up similar faces, none of which match. The shadowy scout observed Imo Wuyu as he slowly descended into the liquid chamber, his voice low. I suspect he has transcended the limitations of mere flesh. Perhaps he has mastered the arcane arts of gene rewriting, capable of altering his appearance at will, like a ghost, elusive and indistinct. That cutting-edge technology is currently only possessed by two major powers, the Federation, who would never readily share it with us, and the other faction, should they wish to act against us, need not resort to such convoluted methods. The middle-aged man sighed softly, the chances appear slim. Yet we must remain vigilant. Regardless of which formidable force he may be aligned with, infinite possibilities for collaboration lie in wait. Guiying nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will handle matters with care. I shall take my leave first. This place is entrusted to you. With that, he vanished in a flash, silently departing through a hidden passage of the laboratory. The middle-aged physician immersed himself in the genetic enhancement of Imo Wuyu. Renowned for his exceptional medical skills and trusted by many. 16 hours passed quietly, and Imo Wuyu finally awakened from his slumber. Despite the physician's additional hour of medical maintenance, he still felt utterly exhausted. As he attempted to prop himself up with his arm, a surge of sharp pain coursed through his entire body. Nevertheless, Imo Wuyu gritted his teeth and resolutely sat up. At that moment, he realized he was on a soft bed adjacent to the previous experimental apparatus. As if recounting the extraordinary journey he had just undergone. Slowly rising, his steps, though weak, were surprisingly steady. The middle-aged man followed closely behind, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The enhancement results are beyond imagination. A veritable miracle. We have provided an extra hour of treatment to ensure you can walk freely. However, be advised that the incomplete medical procedures will leave you in a state of weakness for half a month. During this time, you must rest and allow your body to recover gradually, akin to tender shoots quietly growing in the spring breeze, awaiting the gifts of time. Approximately 4 days hence, you shall resume your former life. Chapter 49. The Underground City. After the middle-aged sage's careful admonitions, he was escorted out of the underground city by dedicated personnel. Upon stepping into the outside world, he swiftly donned his signature mask and hat. only removing the disguise once he had distanced himself from the bustling civilian district, restoring his true appearance. Eager to return home, he hurriedly made his way to the basement instead of rushing upstairs. There, rows of intricate instruments awaited him silently, as if whispering untold secrets, ready for Imo Wuyu to explore and unveil new chapters. Over the months, Imo Wuyu had scoured the dimly lit underground city for rare treasures. And to transport these invaluable instruments back, he had purchased several properties, enduring numerous hardships until, at last, he successfully secured their safe return. Initiating his computer, he manipulated the precision instruments for a thorough body scan, meticulously collecting genetic samples. After a tedious examination, he staggered into the medical chamber, surrendering to slumber once more. When he reopened his eyes, 3 hours had elapsed. Imo Wuyu struggled to rise, the pain still clinging to him like a shadow. But he had no time to dwell on it. Stumbling to the computer, he urgently accessed the precious genetic scan report. With this invaluable information, the path ahead seemed illuminated. He murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with hope. The data on the screen chronicled the transformation of his genetic enhancement. After a hasty review, he closed the computer and ascended the stairs, each step feeling exceptionally burdensome. At that moment, his strength was nearly depleted. Even the simplest actions felt beyond his capability. However, Imo Wuyu effortlessly accomplished a task. He picked up the communicator, his fingertips gliding over the buttons, revealing a series of numbers, followed by a languid voice drifting from the other end. Who disturbs my peaceful slumber? Unless it is urgent, do not blame me for my rudeness, Imo Wuyu responded calmly. If you are an ally of the Ghost Clan, this line can summon the power of the Federation. Upon hearing the words, the other party raised their tone slightly, yet retained an air of nonchalance. Oh, since it is a request from a ghostly figure, I shall lend an ear. However, collaboration is one thing. And your demands, I may not readily acquiesce to, especially those who dare to intrude upon my tranquil moments of repose. Imo Wuyu ascended to the study on the second floor, his fingertips grazing the wall, causing a concealed door to silently reveal a cleverly integrated bookshelf. He extracted an ancient paper dossier and gently placed it on the table before leisurely taking a seat and opening the file. His gaze piercing. I possess the very item you yearn for. Are you willing to engage in this clandestine meeting? There was a subtle pause in his voice, which soon resumed its indifferent tone. You have already begun to probe into my affairs? What you have gleaned is but a mere tip of the iceberg I am willing to reveal. I have no interest in it. A playful smile curved Imo Wuyu's lips as his eyes fixated on the dossier in hand. It depicted a middle-aged man with violet hair and emerald eyes, slender in form, his gaze harboring an ineffable weariness and depth. The file bore the name Loris Bartilton alongside the codename Ice Demon, detailing his age as 34 and identifying him as a retired military personnel. Imo Wuyu softly murmured, Loris, or should I refer to you as Mr. Ice Demon? His expertise encompassed combat, firearms, and covert assassination, having undergone 3 gene modifications. The second modification resulted in an unexpected alteration of my body temperature, while the third granted me the ability to regulate my temperature at will, allowing me to remain concealed from any thermal scans. As the head of the Federal Elite Task Force, I traversed the night under the moniker of Cold Shadow. Imo Wuyu's voice resonated with a deep magnetism. Mr. Cold Shadow, I wonder if my conjecture is accurate. The other party remained silent for an extended moment before slowly responding. Then, what is it that you seek? I shall assist you in matters within my capacity, but only on the condition that my requests are met. Of course, my conditions are not overly harsh. I merely wish for your assistance in securing a place for a family member in the Federal Elite Squad. Given your status, this should be a trivial matter. As for what I offer in exchange, I trust it has already reached your hands. I look forward to our next collaboration. Imo Wuyu lightly touched his communicator. Concluding the conversation, his gaze fell upon the document before him, and a line of text caught his eye. Yafei Bartilton, my sister, afflicted with the terminal AX32 disease, requires a federally restricted medication for treatment. Priced exorbitantly at $15 billion. Setting down the communicator, Imo Wuyu's eyes shimmered with resolve and hope. He meticulously returned Loris's dossier to its folder, placing it gently atop the bookshelf, and then took a moment to sit down in a chair. After a brief respite, he powered on the computer on the desk, instantly enveloped by the embrace of the virtual world. In this boundless digital realm, his fatigue quietly dissipated. He adjusted the direction of his virtual form, navigating to the federal office area to submit his application documents. In an instant, he was transported to a secure room, where he encountered a rare violet loris, who was gazing at him with profound intensity. "I, Imo Wuyu, volunteer to join the ranks of the federal army," he intoned softly. Loris perused the documents Imo Wuyu had submitted, skimming through them with an icy demeanor. "Which unit do you wish to join?" "The Special Operations Team," Imo Wuyu replied. Upon hearing this, Loris furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the documents once more. His expression shifted slightly before reverting to indifference. "I shall consider your information. You may leave." A faint smile appeared on Imo Wuyu's lips as he exited the virtual world. Loris stared intently at the dossier, his brow furrowed, thoughts rippling through his mind. In the intricate web of the virtual world, every word was manipulated like a marionette, compelling Loris to tread carefully. What he held was not merely a dossier, but also a subtle clue left by the other party. Gazing at the impeccable introduction, Loris pondered whether there were intricate connections between them. After a prolonged wait, Loris finally summoned his successor while he himself delved into the depths of the federal database. Seeking the secrets of one Imo Wuyu. To his surprise, this enigmatic figure was simply labeled as an ordinary citizen, akin to a pearl long buried in dust, awaiting discovery. The federal records aligned perfectly with the information provided, plunging Loris into deep contemplation. In this era where data was comprehensively captured by electronic eyes, Loris found himself at a loss against Imo Wuyu's impeccable digital footprint. Conversely, Imo Wuyu favored the clandestine warmth of paper records. And the stringent electronic surveillance was one of the reasons for his choice. At this moment, he had distanced himself from the turmoil of the virtual world, having selected a few fresh vegetables using smart machinery, leisurely preparing a solitary, tranquil dinner, as if the clamor of the outside world had no bearing on him. Once again, Imo Wuyu embraced the serenity of the medical pod, relishing a moment of peace. He held deep admiration for the Federals' ingenuity. They had not blindly pursued total mechanization but rather skillfully blended the essence of the primitive and the modern, eliminating burdensome manual labor while preserving the warmth of life. Anxieties shadowed him, whether from the trivialities of life, the struggles for survival, developmental dilemmas, or the challenges of evolution and the lurking fears of regression. These very worries, akin to a whetstone, honed humanity's progress, forging the brilliance of today. Amidst the intertwining of these concerns, humanity continuously sought self-discovery, penning their own legendary narratives. In this modest city, each individual was ensnared by their own sorrows, with figures such as Imo Wuyu, Loris, and the ghostly figure intertwining within its confines. Imo Wuyu meticulously organized his world within the confines of a small room, each item placed with care, as if treating them as treasures. He picked up a photograph from his infancy, caressing it tenderly. His eyes filled with warmth, and solemnly positioned it in a prominent location. Entering the study, he slowly opened the bookcase and retrieved Loris's dossier, awakening the memories long sealed away, poring over it with myriad thoughts. Imo Wuyu quietly moved to a corner, igniting the seemingly useless documents, which turned to ashes in the flame, as if they had never existed. He then descended into the basement, reconfiguring the computer, retrieving a minuscule chip from its hidden recesses, delicately encasing it in an envelope, skillfully concealing it within the crevices of precise instruments, examining it thrice before departing with assurance. Ultimately, he boarded a maglev taxi, traversing the urban neon landscape towards the fortified bastion of the Federal Army. Despite the era where vehicles were as plentiful as stars, each of his steps appeared extraordinary and resolute. Imo Wuyu was unmoved by external possessions. Not constrained by wealth, but rather by temperament, he had never acquired that object of universal desire. Upon entering the federal base, he presented the enigmatic encrypted pass, instantly being led deeper within. For him, this base resembled a labyrinthine maze, with each step concealing secrets, and a moment's inattention could lead to disorientation. The Special Operations Team, a peculiar assembly of elite individuals scattered across the Federation, consisted solely of the finest selected from ordinary soldiers, serving as guides through the mists. Imo Wuyu, directly appointed by the captain, was a rare member of the team. Today, all 36 elite members were present, including the seldom-seen Loris. Wu stood beside Loris, smiling as he introduced himself to the group. "Greetings, I am Wu. I look forward to your guidance henceforth." However, the gazes of the crowd were sharp, clearly anticipating his true capabilities. At that moment, Feng stepped forward, politely inquiring, "Wu, a pleasure to meet you. Might you reveal what extraordinary skills you possess that could enlighten us seasoned veterans?" Loris turned his gaze towards Wu, a hint of challenge dancing at the corner of his mouth. "It is time to showcase your true talents. Everyone here stands on the merit of their abilities. If you do not display some skills, it may be difficult to win their favor." Loris mused quietly, for the documents contained no detailed account of Wu's abilities. This was the perfect opportunity to test his authenticity. He harbored no belief that Wu was merely a fade. Otherwise, even with a stroke of luck in joining the Special Operations team, he would struggle to find his footing. Yet Wu was already confident. Determined to demonstrate his prowess today, leaving all in awe. He readily agreed, deciding to showcase his skills in firearms and swordsmanship, pondering how to make this demonstration truly impactful. Chapter 50. Cutting-edge equipment. Let us proceed to the training ground, where you will find the advanced equipment you seek, Loris commanded, and the group promptly followed suit. Feng volunteered, "I will go first. Firearms are my forte, so please guide me." Thus, he and Wu stepped into the virtual battlefield. However, the outcome of their duel was unexpected, for Wu's marksmanship did not surpass Feng's. Amidst the hail of bullets, they exchanged shots, but Wu clearly lacked proficiency with firearms. As they moved on to melee weapons and combat robots. All awaited to see if Wu could reverse the situation. He engaged in fierce battles against various skilled teammates, yet regrettably, despite his diverse knowledge, he failed to display overwhelming strength, leading to a disappointing outcome, with records reflecting near defeat. Nevertheless, his versatile qualities still earned him a modicum of recognition within the team. Ultimately, Wu managed to step through the threshold of this unit. After Loris announced the disbandment, the crowd dispersed like a receding tide, while he followed Loris into the office to complete the tedious enrollment procedures, his heart a mix of trepidation and anticipation. Once all was finalized, Wu turned to bid farewell to Loris. Loris, with a profound gaze, softly remarked, "You possess boundless potential. Today you did not fully unveil your brilliance, yet the illustrious achievements of Tianhua and Academy attest to your exceptionalism." Wu paused, not turning around, and responded calmly, "Captain Loris, you flatter me. Those were merely pastimes, hardly worthy of note. True accomplishments lie still ahead. I shall take my leave first." Upon concluding his words, Wu departed with an air of nonchalance, disregarding the intricate emotions that played across Loris's face, leaving behind only the fleeting silhouette of his figure, gradually receding in the wind. Grasping a heavy weight, Wu required no further words. He turned and left. Loris gazed at his retreating form, a chill passing through his brow, before following suit, vacating the oppressive office space. Within the ranks of the Federation's Special Operations Unit, members often remained silent, for the missions they undertook were anything but ordinary. As time wove its tapestry, a week slipped by unnoticed, during which Wu harmonized seamlessly with his teammates. Yet, the tranquility was not destined to endure. Today, a top-secret mission arrived silently, shattering the past serenity. Loris stepped forward, articulating passionately, "Our path is clear. Our objective is the exhibition hall of the western continent of Earth from a century ago, to safeguard a rare artifact. We have liaised with the then federal government, and you shall masquerade as ordinary tourists, stealthily protecting the exhibit. The operational details are contained within the manual. I implore you all to study it thoroughly." "Understood." The team responded in unison, promptly seeking their respective partners according to the directives. Tension and anticipation filled the air, igniting a fervent desire within each individual to fight for their mission. Wu also engaged in this operation, yet lacked a designated partner, instead blending into the group of 6 teammates, assuming a role of agile adaptability among the throngs of visitors. This arrangement was due both to Wu's novice status and Loris's reluctance to immerse him in the core of the operation. Wu accepted this with composure. After a brief exchange with his teammates, he held the operational guide and stepped into the dormitory. In a corner of the room, he sauntered to the desk, his hand discreetly probing beneath it, pondering how he might contribute a glimmer of light to the team's efforts during this mission. Imo Wuyu quietly activated a concealed button beneath the desk, then exhaled, retrieving a communicator with a series of numbers illuminating the screen. Plan 3, officially initiated, he murmured. In the summer of the year 7323, the western continent remained untouched by the sweltering heat. Within the grandest exhibition hall of this vast expanse, countless eyes converged today to celebrate a magnificent anniversary, the brilliance of the occasion rivaling even the sun. A throng gathered, eager to witness the legendary technological marvel, the bloom of the nightmarish flower. However, this esteemed blossom would reveal itself only 5 minutes before the event's conclusion. Inside the hall, an array of exhibits dazzled the senses, while Imo Wuyu leaned against a pillar, his gaze sweeping serenely across the surroundings. Suddenly, a man clad in black stealthily approached, dressed in a high-collared tailcoat, resembling a specter in the night, whispering softly, "Hey, do not stand there so conspicuously. It draws too much attention. Come, let us venture to that hidden corner and uncover more unknown wonders together." Ignoring the glances of his nearby teammates, Imo Wuyu stood after a prolonged moment of silent contemplation and replied in a measured tone, "Let us take a look over there," clad in an outfit indistinguishable from his teammates. He concealed a tactical suit beneath, confident that none could pilfer even a fraction of his belongings amidst this fortress of steel. The six traversed the exhibition hall for nearly 4 hours, as if time had come to a standstill, until the eagerly awaited notification finally arrived, heralding the onset of a new chapter. When Imo Wuyu and his companions reached the exhibition site, they found themselves enveloped by a bustling crowd. Loris issued a commanding directive. "All personnel prepare. Equip yourselves. The mobile unit must closely monitor the surroundings and be ready for collaborative combat at a moment's notice." Loris's words, Imo Wuyu tilted his head skyward. Above, ripples danced through the air, and 4 warriors clad in pale silver ancient armor materialized, enveloped in their gleaming armor, reminiscent of ancient war deities, confronting one another, suspended beneath the heavens, exuding an aura of mystery and solemnity. The 4 gradually raised their hands, vibrant hues blossoming in their palms, transforming the surrounding space into a dreamlike realm, exquisite as a fairyland. Imo Wuyu gazed upward at the resplendent light, transported back to the vibrant realm of memories. Suddenly, a visage flashed through his mind, jolting him awake. Returning his focus to the 4 figures akin to ancient generals, Imo Wuyu realized that they might be the legendary guardians, silently protecting the peace and tranquility of this land. Just as the kaleidoscopic radiance reached its zenith, 4 gleaming short swords abruptly darted through the air surrounding the ancient generals, slicing swiftly past. The generals reacted with remarkable speed, deftly capturing the swords with a flick of their wrists. Yet, as they withdrew from the brilliant light, a wave of dense black fog surged forth, utterly engulfing the prismatic space, erasing the surrounding brilliance in an instant, returning it to mundanity. The 4 erupted in a thunderous roar, their astonished voices reverberating through the hall. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. None anticipated that the enigmatic entity would vanish without revealing its true form right before their eyes. At that moment, Imo Wuyu and his companions received a discreet order to withdraw. It turned out that the hidden location of the monitoring station had inadvertently been compromised. The main stage had fallen, and the enemy had cleverly altered the spatial frequency, rendering our spatial leap ineffective, compelling everyone to reassemble the mission based on the old formations. Loris's words left the team astonished. The monitoring station, originally intended to safeguard the exhibition hall, had become our stumbling block. However, now that the monitoring station had returned to our control, the path ahead appeared somewhat clearer. Loris's gaze deepened as he turned to Imo Wuyu. "Wuyu? You shall partner with Norvet and set off at once." The 2 exchanged a nod, their spirits ignited with an indomitable resolve to reclaim their honor in this battle of space and wits. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the adversary had discerned our layout, and Loris, bearing the brunt of the concern, directed his suspicions toward Imo Wuyu. Yet, plagued by a scarcity of intelligence, could only covertly arrange for a scout to tail Imo Wuyu. Imo Wuyu softly instructed Norvet, "Let us depart." The 2, both elite operatives, swiftly donned their gear, weapons gleaming, and set forth on their journey. They ventured into the depths of the unknown, uncertain of their victory, as encountering the enemy seemed a distant dream. Meanwhile, Norvet remained taciturn, as though harboring secrets unbeknownst to others, As Mo Wuyu and Norvet delved deeper, they suddenly received an urgent transmission from Loris. A disturbance has been detected 1,000 meters ahead. Move swiftly, reinforcements are en route, Mo Wuyu acknowledged, and the two hastened towards the signal. Upon arrival, they were met with an expansive square, desolate and devoid of life. Save for the wind whistling through, Mo Wuyu furrowed his brow. And Norvet sensed something amiss, exclaiming, "This is not a place to linger, we must retreat." The two shared an unspoken understanding, turning to leave, yet the air seemed thick with an ominous presence, heralding an impending crisis. They could not evacuate in time, as faint electrical sparks began to flicker around them. Norvet felt a chill run down his spine, yet failed to notice the enigmatic smile that lingered at Mo Wuyu's lips. Mo Wuyu stealthily approached, his voice resonating like thunder. "I entrust everything to you." With that, he summoned his strength, hurling Norvet far away. At that moment, arcs of electricity erupted from the ground, engulfing the surrounding space in a storm of energy. As if imprisoning them, Mo Wuyu stood solitary in the center of the square, surrounded by crackling arcs, resembling a deity of war. Norvet glanced back, witnessing amidst the electric tumult, Mo Wuyu's form standing tall, akin to an unwavering lighthouse. Suddenly, a brilliant arc of electricity pierced through Mo Wuyu's chest. In the monitoring room, a piercing alarm blared. "Warning, unknown energy fluctuations detected." A technician turned, his expression grave, reporting, "It is an electric thunder attack. With a radius of 300 meters, 21 personnel have sustained injuries, and casualty assessments are underway." Loris glared, fists clenched, bellowing at the helpless Federation staff beside him. "What in the world is happening here? Conduct a comprehensive scan, immediately. How could your safety protocols allow such a catastrophic weapon to infiltrate this location?" Loris found himself powerless, forced to witness the painful revelations unfold. The casualty report arrived cold and stark. One had fallen, Norvet's name now forever lost. One was in critical condition, Mo Wuyu's life hanging by a thread, gravely injured in the core zone. 13 sustained minor injuries, while the rest were unharmed. Mo Wuyu urgently required rescue. Teetering on the brink of life and death, Loris swiftly composed himself, issuing resolute orders. Those unharmed, continue as assigned. Swiftly dispatch those nearest to Mo Wuyu. Activate the emergency channel, and escort him back at once. The shadow of death loomed over the mission, and he understood well the weight of responsibility and choices was particularly heavy at this moment. Loris was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The physician swiftly assessed Mo Wuyu's condition, stating gravely, "He has suffered a lightning strike, with 70% of his body damaged, and his brain also severely injured. He urgently requires gene enhancement therapy. We must seek Captain Loris's authorization immediately, and we shall prepare for treatment without delay." Chapter 51. Enhanced Medical Chamber. Upon hearing this, the assistant dashed away. The physician furrowed his brow, sensing lingering currents within. Rated at B-class intensity, while his right hand reached S-class severity, critical. Fetch the guiding solution and DNA activator, and simultaneously prepare 2 milliliters of a nerve sedative for immediate injection. Time is of the essence. Everything was set. Captain Loris had granted authorization, and the operation commenced. The busy medical personnel placed Mo Wuyu into the enhanced medical chamber, allowing a brief moment of respite before plunging back into intense monitoring. 5 days later, Mo Wuyu awoke in a tranquil bedroom, surrounded by 3 semi-intelligent robots that stood vigil. Captain Loris received word of Mo Wuyu's awakening almost immediately, springing into action to welcome back this warrior who had endured the trials of life and death. Mo Wuyu gazed at Loris's worried countenance, a swell of unexpressed gratitude rising within him. After a brief conversation, Loris departed with the 3 semi-intelligent robots. Once Loris's figure faded from view, Mo Wuyu slowly approached the desk, his fingertips gently brushing the concealed button, activating the communicator in an instant. On the other end, the voice of the ghostly figure pierced through the barriers of time and space, carrying a melody that was both joyful and tinged with concern. "Mo Wuyu, have you finally emerged unscathed? I have been eagerly awaiting news of you, wishing for your world to once again bask in sunlight. Despite the energy being finely calibrated, I still harbor worries for you." Mo Wuyu's response to the ghost was merely a gentle smile as he replied with a sense of tranquility, "I am in excellent condition, so there is no need for concern. I have successfully acquired what you require. Everything has settled. Your companions are indeed quite troublesome, having nearly ensnared me on several occasions. However, thanks to the information you provided, I was able to succeed. A subtle hint of pride laced the ghost's words. Since that is the case, then there is nothing further to discuss. I shall contact you in due time. I hope you will be fully prepared by then. With a delicate gesture, Imo ended the communication device. And with a swift motion of his right hand, he conjured a minuscule electric orb, its surface flickering with arcs of electricity, resembling a lively sprite. Is this the power of technology? The quantization of cellular energy is truly a breathtaking achievement. The words of the second Holy Son were not unfounded. Humanity's technology has indeed transcended those entities that defy the laws of nature. Imo murmured to himself, his expression revealing a serene confidence that seemed to transcend the mundane. As if at this moment, he embodied the very essence of the second Holy Son in his prime. Recalling the days before joining the Federation, in a spacious garden, Imo sat in a pavilion with the ghostly figure. Savoring the crisp tea and relishing a moment of tranquility, donned in a fiery red coat, the ghost gently inquired, "Brother Tiandao, what brings you to visit today? How is your recovery progressing? You appear to be in good spirits." Imo smiled faintly and replied, "Brother Ghost, you truly are one who forgets easily. You should know well the purpose of my visit. Must I remind you?" Upon hearing this, the ghost erupted in hearty laughter. "Are you referring to that transaction? Naturally, there are no issues. As long as you uphold your end of the bargain, I shall gladly present the list to you. So, are you prepared?" Imo produced a sealed envelope from his bosom and gently placed it upon the table. "This is my plan. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I have opted for a written document to avoid detection by electronic surveillance. You need only follow the plan. However, should any failure arise from your deviation, I shall not bear the responsibility." The ghost picked up the envelope but refrained from opening it immediately. "Brother Imo, you are indeed cautious. I shall refrain from further elaboration. Once the operation is successfully concluded, you need only reach out to me, and I will promptly send you the list, without fail." A confident smile graced Imo's lips. "Loris must believe we learned of the frequency of the spatial blockade by breaching the surveillance station, thus dispatching his subordinates to pursue. Yet, he would never suspect that the frequency was deliberately left by me. Indeed, within the exhibition hall, Imo had discreetly communicated with the ghost's subordinates, intentionally leaving behind the frequency information. The attack on the surveillance station was merely a ruse. As for Imo's own attack, it was a carefully orchestrated element of his scheme. All of this stemmed from a bold plan conceived by Imo. On the eve of his joining the Federation, he found himself in the basement, speaking softly to the computer screen. With a complete genetic map and the enhanced version, combined with the technology from the card, achieving cellular energy quantization should pose no problem. However, the lack of specific values remains a flaw, unless I can acquire the Federation's gene correction technology. This thought, a spark of inspiration ignited in Imo's mind. He recalled the ghost mentioning a theft mission, and he quickly devised a plan. Once he joined the Federation, he would allow himself to be struck by a similar energy during a mission, thereby seizing the opportunity to evade the Federation's scrutiny during medical treatment to obtain genetic enhancement. After a night of toil, Imo perfected the plan for the ghost and successfully acquired the Federation's genetic enhancement treatment. He flicked his wrist, and the electric arc in his palm vanished in an instant. Upon grasping the communicator, he indeed received the list sent by the ghost. As he opened the list, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The first name on the list was none other than Loris. The list contained 34 names, but only 5 provided detailed city information. Among the remaining 29, 16 disclosed their planetary locations, and 7 revealed their galactic affiliations. Of the final 6, 4 only indicated vague directions, while the last 2 merely left their names. Loris's information was the most comprehensive, yet the other names on the list equally captured Imo's attention. Behind this list lay a secret investigation conducted by the Ghost's organization, seeking a unique group of individuals, those who had undergone mutations due to genetic enhancement. These mutants possessed formidable powers, becoming the focal point of all factions' interests. This investigation extended beyond the Ghost's organization, encompassing all factions, including the Federation itself. Imo meticulously examined the individuals on the list, committing their details to memory. Subsequently, the communicator in his hand disintegrated into scrap metal under the flickering arcs of electricity, and his hands erupted in brilliant electric light, reducing the communicator to ashes. Upon arriving at the usual training grounds, Mo Wuyu discovered a dozen teammates huddled together in discussion. They noticed his approach. They paused their conversation and greeted him. Mo Wuyu, it's been a while. Are you well? We were all relieved to see you survive after being in the center. It's just that Norwheat. One teammate's tone grew somber as he trailed off. Never mind, never mind. Are you joining us for training later? Mo Wuyu nodded, yet his mind was already calculating the plans ahead. He understood that each individual on this list could potentially become a stumbling block on his future path. But he also realized that only by possessing sufficient strength and wisdom could he traverse this road further. He began a covert investigation into these mutants, seeking to comprehend their abilities and backgrounds. Simultaneously, he intensified his training, continually enhancing his prowess. He knew the road ahead was long. Only by persistently moving forward could he reach the shores of his aspirations. Throughout it all, Mo Wuyu maintained an air of calm and caution. He understood that true strength required not only power but also exceptional wisdom and unwavering conviction. Only in this manner could he secure an invincible position on the path ahead. Mo Wuyu stepped into the open space. His brow furrowed slightly as he scanned the gathered crowd, inquiring with curiosity, "What brings you all here? Is there an urgent mission?" Among the crowd, a soldier swiftly approached with a solemn expression. "Report. Captain, we have just received notice that the new weapon Rainfall is set to arrive soon. 3 units are to be prepared for testing, after which they will be allocated to us for continued pursuit of the enemy." Mo Wuyu nodded, a glimmer of curiosity dancing in his eyes. "A new combat robot? I would very much like to see it. Then let us proceed together." An officer interjected decisively. Mo Wuyu chuckled softly and fell in step with the group, pondering the exceptional qualities of these so-called new combat robots. Upon reaching the testing area, Loris had been waiting for some time. He stood before the crowd, his voice resonating. "Rainfall, the planetary combat robots, while their capabilities have been slightly diminished to reduce damage to facilities, their power and performance remain exceptional. Now, each of you will take turns for a trial run to familiarize yourselves with their functionalities and collect data." Mo Wuyu observed the 3 uniquely designed units before him. Internally impressed, he noted the intricate runes embedded in the machines, shimmering with a faint glow, as if harboring some mysterious power. Class A energy shields. All 3 units possess synchronous frequency devices. Quite promising, Mo Wuyu mused quietly. Hearing this, a teammate chuckled. "Indeed, but this requires all 3 pilots to maintain a high synchronization rate. Hence this trial run is aimed at collecting individual operation frequencies." Mo Wuyu nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. When it was his turn to test the machine, he stepped onto the unit without hesitation and settled into the cockpit. As the unit powered up, he experienced an unprecedented sensation of exhilaration. Every movement of the machine resonated with his intentions, as if it had become an extension of his own body. However, during the trial, Mo Wuyu identified a concerning issue. None of the 3 units had undergone identity verification. A sense of caution arose within him, and he resolved to address this matter with Loris after the testing concluded. As night fell, Mo Wuyu strolled alone through the corridor, reflecting on the day's testing with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. He returned to the testing area, where several staff members were busily calibrating the machines. After a brief glance, he turned away and made his way to the control room, where he found Loris seated alone, gazing vacantly into the distance. Feeling bored and decided to take a walk, Loris managed a strained smile upon seeing Mo Wuyu. "Would you care to share your story? I am quite curious about your reasons for joining the Federation." Mo Wuyu took a seat beside him, his gaze resting on the flickering computer screen as he slowly replied, "Everyone has their own secrets, and I am no exception. Why joining the Federation is driven by personal reasons." Loris nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further probing. He shifted the conversation to Mo Wuyu's injuries. "Your wounds may leave lasting repercussions. I hope you do not dwell too much on them." Mo Wuyu smiled gently. "It's nothing. I have grown accustomed to it." As the topic shifted, Mo Wuyu inquired, "I have heard that your genetic enhancement has mutated. Could you elaborate on that?" Loris's expression instantly darkened. In truth, what distinction exists between genetic mutations and ordinary individuals? Perhaps we, of this kind, are merely enhanced tools. Upon hearing this, Mo Wuyu silently sighed. He understood that Loris's mutation coincided with his sister's ailment. Both underwent genetic enhancement simultaneously, yet the outcomes were starkly divergent. Loris gained the power of mutation, becoming a candidate for the Federation's recruitment. Meanwhile, his sister spiraled into a dreadful mutation, afflicted by a repugnant genetic deficiency plague. Seemingly losing interest in the conversation, Loris rose and made his way to the door. "Please wait here for a moment. Someone will come to relieve me shortly." Wuyu gazed at Loris's retreating figure, his heart heavy with sympathy. He recognized that deep within Loris lay immense pain and pressure. After Loris's departure, Wuyu's gaze became resolute and piercing. He approached the computer, deftly accessing the Federation's internal system. He inserted his high-level access card and input the third password, a recently discovered code granting limitless information transmission capabilities. Wuyu entered the names of 33 individuals into the system, each receiving a message. "I have found you." He smirked inwardly, knowing these were the adversaries he had long sought. Upon completing this task, Wuyu withdrew the access card and continued manipulating the computer, establishing a series of backdoors and traps within the system, ensuring his ability to control the situation at will. After finalizing these preparations, Wuyu turned his attention to the 3 rainfall mechs displayed on the screen. A satisfied smile gracing his lips, he activated the communicator in the calibration room, announcing, "All personnel, please assemble in the training room. There is an important matter to discuss." Following Wuyu's proclamation, the staff in the calibration room vacated their posts. Meanwhile, Wuyu approached the 3 rainfall mechs, gently caressing their surfaces, as if sensing the power and life contained within them. He ascended into the cockpit of one mech, donning the neural wave enhancement helmet, patiently awaiting a significant moment. As time ticked away in the hushed calibration room, an urgent alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the Federation base. All major corridors were sealed, while smaller passageways activated their armed modes. Wuyu opened his eyes within the cockpit, his gaze now cold and resolute. He initiated the mech, simultaneously activating the 2 adjacent mechs with a synchronization device. Focused and determined, he maneuvered the mechs, which charged forth from the calibration room like 3 ferocious beasts, rampaging through the base. Unstoppable, Wuyu laughed inwardly, knowing that these adversaries were finally to pay for their transgressions. Amidst the roar of the mechs, he fancied he could hear the wails and despair of his enemies, filling him with a sense of delight and fulfillment. He had waited far too long for this moment. As the mechs advanced, Wuyu spotted a vast warehouse ahead. A spark ignited within him, and he directed the mech to charge forward. The warehouse doors collapsed under the force of the impact. Entering the interior, Wuyu beheld an array of weapons and supplies stacked high. Elated, he commanded the mech to begin ruthlessly destroying these armaments, cognizant that they were intended for use against the Federation. He resolved to obliterate every last one, ensuring his foes could no longer pose a threat. Amid the cacophony of explosions, he could almost hear the jubilant cheers of victory. He brimmed with pride and satisfaction, aware that in this moment, he had become a hero and savior of the Federation. However, at that instant, a powerful energy wave surged toward him. Startled, Wuyu maneuvered the mech to evade, but the wave was too formidable. The energy shield shattered in an instant. His heart sank, realizing he faced a potent adversary. He retaliated swiftly, yet the enemy's strength was overwhelming. In the fierce exchange, Wuyu found himself at a disadvantage. Anxiety clawing at him as he understood he needed a strategy, and quickly at that moment, he noticed the 2 other mechs beside him. Inspired, he directed them to launch a ferocious assault against the enemy. With their assistance, he gradually reversed the tide of battle. Grateful, he acknowledged the crucial support of these 2 mechs. Yet, the enemy was evidently no ordinary foe. In the fierce confrontation, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. Wuyu contemplated the necessity of breaking this deadlock. Just then, he discerned a weakness in the enemy mech. Elated, he commanded his mech to deliver a decisive blow to that vulnerability. In the roar of the mech, the enemy's machine was obliterated in an instant. Wuyu reveled in the sweet taste of victory and fulfillment. Yet, at that moment, a searing pain coursed through him. Looking down, he saw his chest stained crimson with blood. Alarmed, he realized he had sustained a grave injury. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he piloted the mech toward the base's exit, knowing he must flee before being encircled by the enemy. Amid the roar of the mech, he distanced himself from the base, silently relieved to have escaped their grasp. Nonetheless, he understood that this victory was but temporary. The enemy remained potent and cunning, capable of launching another assault at any moment. Mo Wuyu vowed to grow stronger, continuously enhancing his abilities to confront any challenge or foe. He recognized the arduous path that lay ahead, yet he was resolute in believing he would prevail. As the mech's roar faded into the horizon, his figure receded, but his determination and conviction would forever resonate in the hearts of the people. He had become a hero and legendary figure of the Federation. His tale destined to inspire and propel others forward. Skillfully maneuvering the mech, Mo Wuyu drew forth a reinforced particle beam sniper rifle, meticulously configured by rainfall. The mech crouched, the sniper rifle aimed at the newly opened passageway. Without hesitation, Mo Wuyu squeezed the trigger, unleashing a blazing crimson particle beam that surged into the depths of the corridor in his mind. The layout of the passage flashed rapidly, and with the dual support of the neural wave enhancement device and the original control system of rainfall, he guided the particle beam to navigate the twists and turns, ultimately striking a grand door, which disintegrated into nothingness under the beam's scorching intensity. Tossing the sniper rifle aside carelessly, he activated the synchronization control device. Centered on his mech, the three rainfall mechs soared into the narrow passage like arrows released from ABOW in the control center of the Federation base. A slightly younger boy sat before a computer, his gaze fixated on the dynamic base map. Moments later, he called up a detailed map, where three red lights raced through the corridors, akin to cheetahs pursuing their prey. A sly smile curled at the corners of the boy's mouth as he pressed the communication button, teasingly murmuring, "I have found you. There is nowhere to hide." Yet, his response was met with a cacophony of static, the red dots on the screen vanishing in an instant. Undeterred, the boy's excitement only grew. He pressed the communication button again, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. "General Brooke, please report to my office at once." With that, he smiled lightly, as if everything was well within his grasp. The boy's eyes sparkled with wisdom, fully aware that this game had only just begun, and the true contest lay ahead. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man exuding a soldier's resolute demeanor entered the boy's room. Brooke, once a child himself, had undergone rigorous training that endowed him with extraordinary physical prowess. Recognized and nurtured by the Federation from a young age, having weathered many storms, he rose to become a general. Yet, despite his rank, he harbored a sense of regret for never having fought on the front lines. It was not due to a lack of capability. He was more than capable, but rather because he was tasked with safeguarding this boy. In Brooke's gaze, there was a blend of nostalgia for the past, hope for the future, and a profound sense of responsibility and concern for the child before him. With a brain development astonishingly high, reaching a staggering 79, this number was daunting. Yet, the youth was far from ordinary. In the presence of Brooke, he emanated an aura akin to a monarch surveying his subjects. Casting a sidelong glance at Brooke, he commanded, "A child has trespassed into the territory. You must dispatch someone to track him down. Ensuring no harm comes to him, my battle mechs must be prepared immediately. I intend to take action myself. As for Loris, though he is not directly involved, he is the source of this calamity and cannot be let off lightly. Capture him immediately to set things right. When I return, we shall decide his fate." Chapter 53. The door gently closes. You may withdraw. The boy's voice carried an undeniable authority. Brooke complied, not the slightest bit surprised. For he understood the extraordinary nature of this youth, whose capabilities far surpassed those of his peers. As the door closed softly, the boy picked up a substantial list from the table, densely populated with names. Should Mo Wuyu witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, for the list of 34 individuals he possesses is entirely encompassed within. Yet the number far exceeds 34, concealing profound mysteries that inspire awe. Within the dimly lit corridor, Mo Wuyu navigates with the grace of a fish in water, deftly controlling 3 rainfall aircraft as they engage in breathtaking high-speed maneuvers, while simultaneously keeping his thoughts firmly fixed on 3 combat robots. Despite the weight of his duties, he remains effortlessly composed, even finding time to peruse the computer screen. Originally, everything seemed well within his grasp, from electronic controls to mechanical looting, and even the escape route, all executed with precision. However, an unexpected communication instills a sense of foreboding within him. Although the situation remains delicate, Mo Wuyu grits his teeth and continues to advance the plan, and thus far, no further disturbances have arisen. He swiftly traverses the shattered doorway, finding himself amidst the undulating mountains, the Federal base now a distant memory. He quickly recalibrates, guiding the three combat machines to a gentle descent as soon as they touch down. A flash of crimson darts from the shadows, agilely leaping onto another machine. Mto Wuyu remains unfazed, for the newcomer is none other than the fiery-clad specter. Old friend, is this the colossal entity laid out in the plan? Quite an imposing sight, indeed. The specter's words carry a hint of jest, their unspoken understanding requiring no elaboration, as an unknown journey quietly begins to unfold. The specter peers into the cockpit, pondering aloud, at this moment. Should we flee or pursue another scheme? No need for rash actions. According to the original plan, one esteemed guest has yet to arrive. If we are to speak in terms of rank, General Brooke should be personally overseeing the operation. So we are not in immediate danger. Wuyu's expression shifts slightly, his dark hair momentarily obscuring his face. With a flick of his fingers, the power sources of the three machines abruptly extinguish. Plunging the cockpit into darkness, he then opens the hatch and sits outside, softly stating, "The items required have been discreetly delivered to the hands of our insiders. I am determined to follow you. Your plan has truly impressed me. This is undoubtedly a thrilling adventure." The specter gazes at him, Wujing, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Who exactly is this friend of yours? When will he arrive?" Sharing the same space as these three colossal machines is indeed unsettling. A knowing smile graces Mo Wujing's lips. "Prepare yourself, for that friend may swiftly become a formidable adversary. The world is unpredictable. Another battle suit may yet emerge, introducing new variables." The specter, upon hearing this, displays a flicker of surprise, quickly morphing into a sly smile. "An enemy? It seems the game is entering an exciting phase. We shall await this potentially amicable visitor." Deep within the Federal base, Loris languidly reclines indoors, oblivious to the outside world. The alarm blares suddenly, yet he merely struggles to prop himself up, not even taking a step beyond the threshold. He fixates on the pulsating red light on the ceiling, its glow akin to a magnet. Drawing his consciousness inextricably, Loris feels a haze of confusion, his body drained, as though shackled by invisible chains. Even if he were to step outside at this moment, what difference would it make? He scoffs at himself. Perhaps he has long since lost the courage and strength to alter his fate. A whirlpool of thoughts stirs within Loris as he gradually lifts his hands. Under the red light, they appear as if aflame. And he instinctively regulates his body temperature, slowly solidifying into a frigid statue, arms suspended in midair. Just then, a stranger's voice calls from outside, "Captain Loris, may I trouble you?" This sudden interruption disrupts his contemplation. Loris remains silent, his steps heavy as he approaches the door. Just as his fingers are about to touch the cold doorknob, an inexplicable unease surges within him like a chilling current, freezing his movements. His hands hovering in midair as if time itself has halted. "Captain Loris, are you present?" The soldier at the door raises his voice, calling again. After a moment of silence, the soldiers discreetly retreat, and a man dressed in splendid military attire steps forward. Inserting a shimmering blue card into the door's side slot, with the power of high-level clearance, the door bursts open. The soldiers rush in like arrows released from a bow, only to find an empty room. The target has escaped. Immediate pursuit is requested. One soldier turns to report urgently to the officer. "Understood. Ensure his capture within the hour." The officer commands, and the soldiers swiftly disperse, pursuing in all directions. Once they have departed, the officer enters the room, gently placing the card on the table before exiting. Loris emerges quietly from his concealed spot, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He recalls that upon his entry, one soldier had caught a glimpse of him, yet the calmness in that soldier's eyes unsettled him. Fixating on the card on the table, everything becomes clear. The card bears the image of a young man with a faint smile. The very visage of the former captain of the Special Combat Team, as if narrating tales of past glory and honor. A complex wave of feelings surges through Loris's heart in that life-and-death struggle. They fought side by side, enduring 10 days and nights of relentless pursuit from the enemy, forging an unbreakable bond akin to brotherhood. As he gently caresses the crucial access card on the table, Loris bids his brother a heartfelt farewell and steps into the enveloping night. Amidst the intricate labyrinth of the Federal base, he skillfully navigates using the card's mysterious power and his knowledge of the terrain. Just as he is about to escape, A sudden recollection of the medicines and covert messages sent by Mo Wuyu flashes through his mind, illuminating all the mysteries at once, and he realizes the weight of his thoughts. Gradually piecing together the truth of the events, Loris grapples with the enigmatic address, torn between hesitation and resolve. After half an hour of deliberation, he resolutely turns and embarks on a new journey. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, Mo Wuyu and the specter have been waiting for some time. The sands of time slipping through the hourglass, and Mo Wuyu's doubts intensifying. Yet, based on his understanding of Loris, he firmly believes that the latter will make an appearance, if only for a reunion, a resolution. A confident smile graces Mo Wuyu's lips, while the specter leans against the cockpit, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. Half an hour passes in silence, and Mo Wuyu sighs, "Brother Spectre, it is time to depart. We must leave this place." The specter retracts his gaze, a look of relief flickering in his eyes as he returns to the cockpit. "So, we are finally leaving? Yet, that fellow seems to have not shown up." Mo Wuyu smiles nonchalantly. "No need for concern, true companions will always reunite. There are still many like-minded individuals on our list waiting for us to find them." With that, he activates the dashboard of the machines, and just as they are about to set off, a figure appears in the distance. Had they not activated the advanced detector, they would have been unable to catch sight of this figure from such a distance. A playful smile curls on the specter's lips. It seems our esteemed guest has arrived. Upon hearing this, Mo Wuyu swiftly opens the hatch and steps out of the cockpit, his gaze locking onto the swiftly approaching figure. Loris has finally come. The figure approaches like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they are nearly face to face, an unknown encounter about to unfold. Suddenly, a figure appears before Mo Wuyu and the specter. And as the person draws nearer, Mo Wuyu's expression changes dramatically. In an instant, he darts back into the cockpit, activating the combat robot. The specter, witnessing this, wears a look of confusion, but quickly regains his composure and follows suit. Preparing for battle, it turns out that the face Mo Wuyu glimpsed was not Loris, but that of a strikingly handsome youth. The story quietly turns the page to a new chapter. Chapter 11, Unexpected Allies, slowly begins to unfold. The long-awaited ebook invites you to embark on this wondrous journey. Update time: Winter month, first day, third quarter. This chapter contains approximately 200 words. We eagerly seek your cherished collection and recommendations. Who are you? Why have you appeared here? A strong sense of unease surges within Mo Wuyu. Although he has merely glimpsed the boy's indistinct silhouette, it feels as though he has been thoroughly seen through. This sensation is strangely familiar, sending a chill down his spine. "Hey, youth, reveal the truth, or your life shall flicker like a candle in the wind." The specter smirks coldly, activating the beam weapon embedded in the machine. The icy barrel aimed at the boy, the crisis palpable. Yet, the boy's stride remains unwavering as he approaches the combat robot step by step. Mo Wuyu suddenly illuminates the cockpit, instantly revealing the boy's figure. He appears somewhat slender, standing just over 1.60 meters, with orange-yellow hair cascading to his shoulders in a casual manner. Dressed in an oversized white coat, his light blue eyes seem to harbor boundless depth, effortlessly captivating attention. Were it not for his unrefined simplicity, one might mistakenly think him a delicate girl in the face of the blinding light. The boy remains resolute, still gazing up at Mo Wuyu. His expression steadfast and determined. Before him, the image of Mo Wuyu pacing within flickers into view, tinged with a hint of confusion. The boy slowly raises his hands, his voice cutting through the air. "I mean no offense. I only wish to join forces. May I come down to discuss plans together?" Upon hearing this, Mo Wuyu furrows his brow, the voice strikingly familiar yet elusive. He gazes at the boy's amicable demeanor on the screen, his eyes drifting towards the distant federal fortress, and his expression suddenly shifts as fragmented memories coalesce. It was a voice that had unexpectedly resonated during the passage, akin to a whisper in the dark, now echoing once more, stirring ripples in Mo Wuyu's heart. Mo Wuyu's heart is tumultuous, his gaze fixated on the boy's beaming face, his pupils involuntarily quivering. The boy witnesses the cockpit slowly opening, a smile gracing his lips. Yet upon catching sight of Mo Wuyu's dark hair swirling in the air, a flicker of astonishment dances in his eyes. Chapter 54, Phantom. Could this be Mo Wuyu? Doubts arise within him, yet upon reflection, a peculiar light ignites in his eyes, Wu gracefully leaps from the combat machine. Resembling a ghost in the night, shrouded in an aura of enigma, Wu paused 3 paces away from the boy. Her gaze piercing. Is it you who has been in contact with me within this corridor? As a citizen of the Federation, how can you speak of betrayal? The boy met her gaze with calm assurance, revealing no hint of evasion. Indeed, the Federation no longer aligns with my aspirations. Will you invite me to join your game? At his words, Wu's tone subtly shifted, yet she regained her composure. That is an erroneous statement. This is no trifling matter. Would a high-ranking Federation official be so easily dismissed? Considering the potential chaos, I shall spare your life, for now. Depart at once. However, the boy shook his head vigorously, repeating his refusal thrice. His hands slowly lowering. Once I leave, you shall be forever trapped here. Tell me, do you truly possess the confidence to surpass me? As he spoke, his voice grew solemn, sending a chill through Wu. Yet, in an instant, he resumed his irreverent demeanor, adding, to me, this is merely a game. A delightful game that is about to escalate. The boy's smile radiated once more, as if banishing all shadows, and the discomfort Wu felt dissipated like mist. Wu scrutinized the boy, her skepticism palpable. What reason have I to trust you? You could very well be a lure sent by the Federation. Even if you're not, what grounds do you have for us to accept you? Unfazed, the boy's lips curled into a faint smile. A lure? Such theatrics are unnecessary. As for my abilities, you shall witness them in due time. With that, he leisurely raised his right hand and made a gentle sweeping motion. His palms seemingly brimming with boundless power. A shiver ran down Wu's spine. Yet she remained perplexed by the intent behind his gesture, the atmosphere thickening with tension in the vast expanse of space. Wu and the ghostly figure found themselves puzzled by the boy's proclaimed capabilities. Suddenly, a brilliant silver streak illuminated the sky, akin to a meteor slicing through the night, striking the third rain-falling machine and triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The shock waves surged like a tempest, yet Wu and the boy appeared ensconced in another realm, their eyes locked, impervious to the outside chaos. The boy's eyes shimmered with mirth, a silent acknowledgement that warmed Wu's heart. While her gaze reflected an undeniable reverence, she understood well that his strength far exceeded their imagination, a force beyond their reckoning. After a moment of contemplation, Wu finally spoke. You indeed possess the credentials to join our team? But I must caution you, should you exhibit any hostility, I will show no mercy. Her words were resolute, imbued with unwavering determination. The boy smiled slightly, exuding confidence and calm. I am Gran, and I am delighted to become a part of your group. I believe that day will never arrive. Wu nodded, gesturing towards the ghostly figure. This is Ghost, my indispensable companion. Now, let your machine descend. We are prepared to embark, Gran complied, summoning a familiar machine, the universal battlefire. However, this outdated combat robot only deepened Wu's suspicions regarding Gran. Once the trio was ready, Ghost could no longer contain his curiosity. Tian Dao, where shall we head next? Wu refrained from answering directly, instead turning her gaze to Gran. Gran, do you have any thoughts? Gran smiled gently and provided them with a name, explaining. Among the 33 names you provided, this is the only one whose exact location I know. Although finding him may prove challenging, I believe we should seek him first. Wu glanced at the name on the screen and nodded without hesitation. Very well, let us find him. Our destination is Paradise Lost. With the trio unified in their decision, 3 combat machines soared into the sky, heading towards the port. Gran confidently proclaimed, with me here, we shall navigate these waters without hindrance. However, unbeknownst to them, in a nearby corner, Loris struggled within an electric lock cage. He furiously kicked at the stones beneath him, only for them to disintegrate into dust upon contact with the electric arc. Loris roared in frustration, yet it was to no avail. In the vastness of space, Paradise Lost captivated countless gazes with its unique allure. Once constructed by the Federation as a leisure planet, it had now transformed into a bustling hub of diverse characters, officers, merchants, civilians, and criminals alike, forming a complex and chaotic social structure. Paradise Lost was one of the few planets within the Federation system devoid of technological restrictions. Here, one could behold skyscrapers soaring thousands of meters high, villas floating in midair, hovering vehicles darting about, and even spatial teleporters in abundance. Yet, alongside these advanced technologies, there existed even more formidable robots and weaponry. The uprising of fully intelligent robots had left an indelible mark on humanity, with the fall of over 30 planets nearly leading the Federation to annihilation. Although humanity ultimately triumphed over the robots, the scars of that disaster remain etched in history. Consequently, fully intelligent robots were deemed forbidden, allowing only high-level intelligent robots to exist across the universe. Paradise Lost, however, stood as an exception, home to robots more powerful and closer to humanity than semi-intelligent counterparts. Their presence had once stirred deep concern among experts. Yet now, such worries had faded regarding the planet's safety. At this moment, Mo Wuyu and her companions found themselves aboard a private transport ship, undergoing inspection at the fringes of Paradise Lost. After a series of cumbersome safety checks, they finally entered the cosmic domain of the planet. The ship descended gently at the port, and the trio stepped onto the soil of Paradise Lost. However, they soon encountered a troublesome issue: driving licenses. The port was lined with numerous hovering vehicles available for external use, but to operate them, one required a specific driving license for Paradise Lost, which the trio evidently had not prepared in advance. Ghost, exasperated, patted one of the hovering vehicles. "Since you all are aware of the situation here, did you not prepare in advance? Without a driving license, how shall we depart?" Mo Wuyu scratched her head awkwardly. "I did familiarize myself with the circumstances of Paradise Lost, but I did not anticipate this predicament. Nevertheless, fret not. There will be a solution." Just as the trio found themselves at a loss, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent attire and a tall hat approached, his smile revealing a glint of cunning in his eyes. "You three appear to be newcomers. Do you require assistance?" Mo Wuyu regarded him warily. "Who are you? Why would you help us?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly. "I am a guide here, intimately familiar with Paradise Lost. I can assist you in obtaining your driving licenses, but it will require a token of appreciation." Mo Wuyu furrowed her brow. "A token of appreciation? Do elaborate." The man raised a finger, indicating a figure. "For this amount, I can arrange everything for you." Mo Wuyu exchanged glances with Ghost, weighing the worthiness of the deal, while Gran silently observed the man, his eyes betraying an inscrutable depth. After a round of haggling, Mo Wuyu ultimately consented to pay the middle-aged man. The man smiled, nodding as he produced a card from his pocket and handed it to Mo Wuyu. "Here is your temporary driving license. Valid for 24 hours. Be sure to leave Paradise Lost within that time, or you shall face the consequences." Mo Wuyu examined the card before passing it to Ghost, who accepted it with a relieved expression. "Excellent. We can finally depart this place." The trio climbed aboard the hovering vehicle and started the engine. As the vehicle ascended slowly, they officially embarked on their adventure in Paradise Lost, all stemming from Gran's insistence. "With me here, we shall undoubtedly find that target." As they navigated deeper into Paradise Lost, the planet's splendor and chaos unfolded before them, weaving a tapestry of unique charm and peril. Their goal, the secret hidden deep within Paradise Lost, awaited their pursuit and revelation. Amidst the boundless expanse of the cosmos, the hovering vehicle darted like a shooting star, while the three travelers pondered their means of departure from the planet. "It seems we overlooked the option of the hovering vehicle," Gran remarked, directing his gaze toward the enigmatic spatial teleporter nearby. "However, perhaps there exists a more expedient method here." Ghost's gaze followed Gran's finger, fixing on the teleporter. He was acutely aware that teleporters on Paradise Lost commanded a hefty price. Yet upon observing his two companions, he couldn't help but speculate. These two do not appear to be financially constrained. Under Gran's guidance, the trio resolved to head to the most renowned hotel on Paradise Lost, Elysium. Gran's explanation was straightforward. "This is the only hotel I've heard of, and it is said to be equipped with an advanced teleporter for convenience." However, as Gran prepared to swipe his card for the teleportation fee, he awkwardly realized he had left his money card behind. At that moment, Mo Wuyu promptly produced her own card and swiped it, watching as 40,000 interstellar coins vanished in an instant. As the specter observed this scene, two sentiments inevitably welled up within him. First, the extravagant spending of Mo Wuyu. Second, the astonishing fact that the trio had collectively expended a staggering 40,000 in one fell swoop. A sum that seemed astronomical to him. Chapter 55. The contest out of course. The choice of the Lost Paradise was not merely due to it being the only place known to Gran. More significantly, it boasted top-tier services and amenities, precisely what Mo Wuyu and Gran required. In the spacious living room of the luxurious suite, Mo Wuyu and Gran sat before their computers, their fingers dancing across the keyboards as if engaged in a silent contest. Meanwhile, the Spectre sat nearby, leisurely savoring his juice. During this peculiar period, indulging in alcohol had become taboo, and juice emerged as the best alternative. Gran, didn't you already ascertain his precise location? Why are you still searching here? The Spectre inquired with curiosity. Gran's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen, his fingers tapping rapidly on the keys. Indeed, I know his location, but I wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. He once stated that anyone who disturbs his family would meet a dire fate. Especially since he adopted a 3-year-old girl, this principle has become his creed. Therefore, we must devise another plan. Upon hearing this, the Spectre nodded knowingly. He understood the other party's strength. Indeed, no one dared to offend him lightly. However, at that moment, Mo Wuyu suddenly halted her actions, turning to the Spectre and saying, "No, you have a task now. You need to go to his house and deliver something." The Spectre nearly spat out his juice in shock. He widened his eyes, looking at the small box in Mo Wuyu's hand, filled with doubt and fear. "You just said that those who go to his house won't have a good outcome. Are you now sending me to my death? Is this not akin to jumping into a pit of fire?" Mo Wuyu smiled and shook her head, handing the small box to the Spectre. "Rest assured. Nothing will happen. We will send a robot with the vehicle and driver's license. You can just drive back yourself. This item is for him, so do not lose it. Moreover, this is the alternative plan we just discussed." Gran nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, you will be fine. At worst, he will refuse your gift and give you a beating. But with today's advanced medical technology, as long as you remain alive, you can be saved. So, go forth with confidence." Although Gran's words left the Spectre feeling somewhat disheartened, he was not one to shy away from challenges. He accepted the small box, downed the rest of his juice in one gulp, stood up and tossed out a casual, "I'm off," as he exited the room. Meanwhile, in the office of the Federal Earth Command headquarters, 2 middle-aged men were sipping tea and chatting. One was clad in military uniform, exuding an air of authority. The other wore a black suit, appearing cultured and profound. "Marshal, it has been a while. I wonder what brings you to me this time?" the man in the black suit asked with a smile. "It concerns my son. He has recently come across some intriguing novelties and has run off again. I came to consult you, his father, to see what your plans are," the military man replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the man in the black suit burst into hearty laughter. After the laughter subsided, he said, "You see, you still prefer it this way. Now, what exactly is the matter? Has that little rascal run off to play again? You, as his uncle, have certainly spoiled him." The military man shook his head helplessly, then handed an electronic document to the man in the black suit. "Brother, you know his temperament. I have already investigated the individuals accompanying him this time. Here are their details." The man in the black suit took the document and examined it closely. His brow furrowed slightly. "The information is quite clean. No, it should be said that it is too clean. Why does this person's file contain so little? And there is a 3-hour gap." The military man nodded gravely. "Yes, this person's file is indeed peculiar. There is a 3-hour gap. I attempted to retrieve information from that time period, but it appears to be locked with high-level permissions. I cannot access it at all." The man in the black suit fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He well understood the high level of authority possessed by a marshal. Yet he was now confronted with such a situation. If even your authority is insufficient, then your intervention would be futile. I believe that little rascal has also seen this information. Let him handle it himself. His capabilities should be adequate for this matter. I will pay closer attention upon my return." The military man nodded in agreement and placed the electronic document on the table. When his gaze fell upon the document again, he saw Mo Wuyu's photo and details. Meanwhile, Mo Wuyu and Gran remained in their suite at the Lost Paradise Hotel, their focus unwavering on the computer screens. Although they appeared calm on the surface, their hearts were already tumultuous with waves of uncertainty. They understood that this operation was rife with unknowns and dangers, yet they also knew that only by bravely confronting these challenges could they find their own path and answers. Taking a moment's respite at the console, Mo Wuyu raised her glass, savoring a sip of freshly squeezed juice, and turned her gaze toward Gran, softly inquiring, How will things unfold on the Spectre's side? Gran, sipping his clear soda, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He will manage those who disturb his peace, but before his family, he will not easily lose his temper, T-most. He will give them the cold shoulder. And it will be of no major consequence. Mo Wuyu's eyes flickered with intrigue as she shifted the topic. Is everything prepared? Gran nodded slightly, his tone imbued with unwavering certainty. Within half an hour, everything will be delivered to the designated location. You must set off immediately. I have other tasks. As for the Spectre, the message and vehicle will be sent together, ensuring nothing goes awry. The unspoken understanding between the two required no further elaboration. Gran's words were succinct and clear, complimenting Mo Wuyu's astuteness perfectly. Mo Wuyu chuckled lightly, raising her glass once more, the sweetness of the juice dancing on her palate as she softly declared, I am also ready on my end. I shall finish this glass and depart at once. Gran moved lightly to the table, picking up 2 meticulously packaged parcels, tossing one effortlessly into Mo Wuyu's arms. Time waits for no one. Let us be on our way. Just as the two were preparing to set out, the Spectre had already quietly arrived at his destination, though it was merely a wall away from the previous hotel. Lacking a mode of transport, the Spectre had to navigate between buildings, first descending in the elevator to the ground level, then traversing on foot before ascending again. What should have been a brief car ride turned into a nearly half-hour stroll, during which the Spectre savored this unexpected journey. The Spectre smoothed his attire, his fingers brushing the button as he spoke in a deep, clear voice. Is Mr. Laos in? I have urgent matters to discuss. Behind the door, a clear yet slightly puzzled male voice responded, I am Laos. Who might you be? The Spectre smiled subtly. Mr. Laos, I am the Spectre, here with an item that I believe will pique your interest. Inside, the man's tone grew cold. Not interested, thank you. With that, the connection was abruptly severed. However, the Spectre was not one to retreat easily. His gaze firm, he pressed the button again, resolute in his desire to achieve his goal. Clearing his throat, he spoke slowly. Mr. Laos, could you kindly open the door? Before his words had fully dissipated, the door was suddenly yanked open, revealing a slender young man whose face bore signs of agitation, as if heralding ill omens. Who are you? You had better provide a reasonable explanation. The Spectre smiled faintly, maintaining his composure. I have come to deliver something to you, Mr. Laos. As he spoke, he extended the mysterious box, which was from Mo Wuyu. Laos snatched it, flipping open the lid with one hand, a glimmer of uncertainty flashing in his eyes. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Laos spoke with a measured tone. Very well. You may enter, but be aware of the rules here. The Spectre nodded and followed Laos into the room. Upon entering the spacious hall, a lively little girl bounded towards Laos like a young deer. He gently bent down, scooping her up with warmth and laughter. Nearby, an elderly woman sat, her gaze filled with kindness. Upon seeing the Spectre, she smiled and said, Oh, is this the friend of Laos? You are most welcome. Laos, gently patting the girl's back, instructed, Lily, go with Grandma now. Be good. After soothing the little girl, he gestured for the elderly woman to take Lily inside. Immediately, the warmth on his face vanished, and he turned to point at a nearby chair. His tone resolute. Please sit and speak plainly. What do you wish me to do? Within my capacity, I shall certainly assist you. The Spectre took a seat, a playful smile still gracing his lips. Mr. Laos, I sincerely invite you to join us at this. Laos's expression turned icy, his voice frigid as winter. I have made it clear that I will not involve myself with any organization or faction. If that is why you are here, I kindly ask you to leave. However, the Spectre gently shook his hand, declining. Mr. Laos, you may have misunderstood. We are neither a gang nor a group, merely a small team of 3. We urgently require your assistance. Should you be inclined, the details are within the box. I hope you will reconsider. With that said, I shall await your favorable response. Upon finishing, the Spectre stood and departed the room leisurely, with Laos not hindering his exit. Just as the Spectre stepped out, a high-level intelligent robot stood waiting outside the door, its lips curling into an awkward smile, its gaze trailing the Spectre with an elusive meaning. This inexplicable chill sent shivers down the Spectre's spine. To speak frankly, your abrupt appearance is rather unwelcome. The Spectre shook his head, casting a piercing gaze upon the fully autonomous robot. "Where is my vehicle?" he inquired. The robot gracefully extended its arm, guiding him forward. Upon entering the building, he immediately spotted his lavish hover vehicle, as each floor was equipped with a boarding area. The robot respectfully presented a driver's license along with a shimmering card. "Master, would you require any additional services?" Chapter 56. The Spectre accepted the card and lightly touched it. The car door opened in response. He stepped inside and softly asked, "Are there any messages?" The assistant replied, "One message awaits in the onboard mailbox." The Spectre nodded, signaling the assistant to withdraw, then gently closed the door. The hover vehicle glided silently onto a futuristic track, with a mere touch of his fingertip. The mailbox opened, revealing the ethereal image of Mo Wuyu, appearing like a ghost on the windshield. "Spectre, by the time you witness this, both Gran and I have already vanished into the void. Proceed to the next designated waypoint. The address is encrypted within the autonomous driving system. There, a mysterious gift awaits your unsealing. Make haste to retrieve it." The phantom of Mo Wuyu parted her crimson lips, alluding to future schemes, then dissipated into nothingness. "My laborious fate is not by my own choosing," the Spectre sighed softly, initiating the vehicle's autopilot as he ventured toward the unknown next destination. The car halted before a floating beverage shop, and he addressed the service robot standing nearby, "1 A-grade meal, and also, please provide information regarding the Ghost Clan." The robot responded, "You have new messages. The A-grade meal is prepared. Please enjoy." The Spectre swiftly took the meal box and information chip, leaping back into the hover vehicle, which sped away from the refreshment establishment. Upon activating the chip, the ghostly image of Mo Wuyu materialized once more. "Spectre, you should be savoring the delicacies at this moment. A new task has arrived. Seek out an individual. All relevant information is contained herein. Bring them back. My communication mark has been left. Do not hesitate to call upon me in times of difficulty." The Spectre offered a wry smile, muttering to himself, "Trouble has come again. This endeavor may prove challenging." He gently caressed the advanced technology within the hover vehicle, his eyes reflecting determination and anticipation, ready to embrace the forthcoming challenge. Miraculously, the Spectre discovered a handgun, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. This journey was indeed fraught with peril. He then burst into hearty laughter, activating the autopilot and leisurely indulging in his meal. As the vehicle navigated effortlessly through the bustling metropolis, Mo Wuyu found himself amidst the cacophony of the streets, surrounded by hover vehicles darting by like shooting stars, with skyscrapers piercing the clouds. He tilted his head slightly upward, his gaze sweeping the horizon, accepting a glass of juice offered by a passerby, sipping it delicately. The communicator crackled with Gran's voice, "How goes it?" "I remain stationed here." Yet the enigmatic wooden plaque has yet to make an appearance. Mo Wuyu stared into the distance, slowly revealing. This scene possesses its own unique allure. Gran's voice infiltrated his ears quietly, "Your preference for juice remains unchanged. My quarry has slipped into the establishment, awaiting their exit for us to act." The corner of Mo Wuyu's mouth lifted slightly as he gently swirled the juice in his hand. Juice has its own charm, but your iced soda should be wary of becoming a map of water stains. Before he could finish, his gaze locked onto a middle-aged man approaching from a nearby corner. The prey had revealed himself. They would meet shortly. With that, he deftly placed the juice back in its position and strode directly toward the middle-aged man, elegantly sidestepping to block his path. "Sir, would you be so kind as to accompany me for a moment? I trust you shall not decline this invitation." He raised his right hand, subtle arcs of electricity dancing in his palm. However, the middle-aged man did not immediately move, merely gazing at Mo Wuyu with indifference. "Why must I accompany you?" he replied. "The patrolling robots are numerous. Any sudden movement will draw their attention. It is time to unveil the mystery," Mo Wuyu stated calmly, the electric arcs still flickering in his palm. Undeterred by the surrounding mechanical guardians, do not rush to conclusions. Before I decide your fate, accompany me first. He locked eyes with the middle-aged man. After a moment's hesitation, the man relented. "Very well, lead the way. But to where are we headed?" A mysterious smile curled at the edges of Mo Wuyu's lips. "Be patient, my friend. The answer will soon be revealed. For now, simply follow my lead as we step into the unknown." He gently placed a hand on the middle-aged man's shoulder, guiding him forward. Mo Wuyu firmly urged the man toward the waiting hover vehicle. Inside, Imo Wuyu took the driver's seat with confidence, while the middle-aged man reclined comfortably in the back, his eyes betraying no hint of fear. "Who are you? Why have you taken me? I feel I am of no use to you. If you release me now, I shall not hold it against you, and will even offer my assistance." Imo Wuyu interrupted coldly. "Silence. Your only task now is to sit still. When the time is right, I will allow you to speak." With just a few terse words, he silenced the boisterous middle-aged man. He then contacted Gran. "Gran, what's the status?" "I am prepared and en route." On the other end of the line, Gran reported, "I've just finished. It turns out this fellow has 2 robot bodyguards. It took a bit of effort, but it's all sorted now. I'll be there shortly." Imo Wuyu nodded in acknowledgement, ending the call as he focused intently on navigating the vehicle. Approximately 20 minutes later, Imo Wuyu and the middle-aged man arrived at a secluded chamber atop a towering building. Upon entering, Gran and another middle-aged man were already seated, awaiting their arrival. Imo Wuyu gestured for the middle-aged man to enter the room before he himself approached Gran. Gran tossed a delicate small box, whispering, "The specter should have arrived. Preparations are about to commence." The 2 middle-aged men were taken aback at their unexpected encounter, but silently took their seats. Time slipped by quietly, and after about 5 minutes, the door creaked open, revealing the specter, disheveled and ragged, as if he had weathered a storm. The moment he stepped through the door, a look of relief flickered in his eyes. As though he had escaped an endless abyss of darkness and suffering, he turned his head slightly and called out to the door, "Please enter. May this place not disappoint your expectations." And no sooner had he spoken than a woman clad in resplendent attire entered, her presence causing the 2 middle-aged men to rise in astonishment. Imo Wuyu, witnessing the specter return with a companion, smiled subtly, then surveyed the 3 individuals in the room before slowly speaking, "Now that everyone is present, let us embark on our journey to unravel the enigmatic chapters of Laos." "What, are you 2 unable to escape this fate as well?" As the woman crossed the threshold, she noticed the 2 middle-aged men rising, then cast her gaze over Imo Wuyu and the others. "What knowledge do you seek regarding Laos?" The specter, growing impatient, waved his hand. "Let us discuss this inside." Imo Wuyu looked at the specter with concern. "What troubles have you encountered that leaves you in such a state?" Gran also turned, his gaze falling upon the specter, weathered and worn. "It seems you have attracted quite a bit of trouble." The specter scoffed, "Humph, you 2 likely knew all along." The ghostly figure slowly removed the tattered crimson trench coat, revealing a fitted black battle suit beneath, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "I have finally unraveled the mystery of that firearm. It turns out you have 6 steel guardians lurking nearby, though they were not directly exposed." "Very well, the time for questions has arrived. Concerning Laos, since you have captured both of them, I presume you possess some clues. But do you think we will divulge them so easily?" The woman's gaze was icy, resolute, devoid of any willingness to compromise. "Your silence does not guarantee theirs." Gran, with a mysterious smile, led the woman to sit beside the 2 middle-aged men, the 3 forming a circle. "There is no need to rush into speaking. Allow me to explain and see if it aligns with your interests." Imo Wuyu took a leisurely seat across from them, his eyes scanning the calm expressions of Luot and Feng Huayin, softly confirming their names. "Indeed, it is these 3, he began, "to discuss the events surrounding Laos from 5 years ago." The woman watched with a skeptical eye, her doubts about this sudden gathering apparent. While the 3 named individuals exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing heavy. This was the ultimate mission you 3 collaborated on. Once completed, you would vanish into anonymity, rejecting all further tasks, yet secretly remaining poised for the unresolved matters concerning Laos from 5 years prior. 5 years ago, Laos, endowed with his extraordinary abilities, rose to prominence among the major factions, becoming a coveted prize, yet none dared to act hastily. However, an unexpected event overturned everything. At that time, Laos had a loving family. He had a youthful partner. Upon awakening his powers, despite not allying with any faction, he was well protected. Yet one fateful night, a bounty for his capture was quietly issued, followed by 3 waves of assaults, totaling 130 elite attackers and 2 combat machines unleashed. After a bloody battle, none of the assailants survived. Mechanical debris lay scattered, while he miraculously endured. Yet under that moonlit night, his father and beloved girlfriend closed their eyes forever, leaving him alone amid the ruins, gazing at a world in tatters. Laos proclaimed that whoever could capture the instigator of the attack would win his allegiance. As Mo Wuyu recounted this, his gaze swept over the three individuals, his tone imbued with undeniable resolve. At that pivotal juncture, Laos, once a target of collective animosity, re-emerged 3 days later, accompanied by an innocent 2-year-old girl. As if he had returned from another realm, his chilling proclamation echoed, "No need to search further. I shall not align with any faction." This news spread like autumn leaves swept by the wind, causing the organizations that once fervently pursued him to retreat, with only a few stubborn souls groping in the darkness, akin to blind men feeling an elephant, achieving nothing. It was not until 3 years later that a dormant chapter was stirred once more. And the three of you seemed to emerge from the mists, re-entering the public's gaze. However, as time has passed, apart from those deeply entrenched large organizations, no one remains interested in these long-standing matters. Yet at this very moment, a storm is quietly brewing. Your investigation is indeed meticulous, but that does not imply I will readily divulge information. The woman fixed her icy gaze upon Mo Wuyu, her voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. "What leverage do you still possess? If none, I fear disappointment awaits you." Mo Wuyu offered a faint smile, one that concealed unfathomable depths. "Disappointment? Perhaps, but before that, I believe you will come to know these friends." With a gentle wave of his hand, 3 encrypted electronic documents fluttered down before the trio like fallen leaves. These documents were meticulously selected from the most clandestine repositories of the Federation, unattainable by ordinary organizations. Chapter 57. Intelligence. The moment the woman laid eyes on the documents, her expression shifted dramatically, as if she had glimpsed an unspeakable secret. She abruptly raised her head, glaring at Mo Wuyu, who merely responded with a standard smile, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. "I trust you are now prepared. Let us hear what valuable intelligence you can provide." A flicker of determination flashed in the woman's eyes. "If you dare to harm my family, I will not let you go." Her words brimmed with menace, but then she turned to the 2 middle-aged men. "You speak. Reveal everything to them." With the woman's tacit approval, the 2 middle-aged men finally exhaled in relief. Their files also contained records concerning the safety of their families. Only upon the woman's nod did they feel reassured. They feared not for their own lives, but the safety of their loved ones was their sole concern. "Allow me to recount," spoke the man named Enran, his voice trembling slightly. "When we received that assignment, we were all taken aback. After all, Ross was the object of pursuit for all factions. However, on that fateful night, a mysterious figure approached me, promising that regardless of the mission's outcome, I would receive a generous reward. He even paid half on the spot. Thus, under Lot's command, we executed that operation, only to meet with calamitous failure. Nevertheless, we ultimately received the remaining payment along with directives for our concealment. Hence, our knowledge is rather limited." There was yet another matter unknown to the 2 men. The woman added, her gaze shifting between Mo Wuyu and Glenn. "Those who sought us do not hail from this time. They are individuals from the future." "Individuals from the future?" The ghost man slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming like thunder. "Their names, heights, hair, eyes, every detail you can provide." The woman shook her head, her gaze unwavering. "We know nothing. We have never seen their true faces, nor do we possess any descriptions of their appearances. Otherwise, do you think we would have survived until today? If we truly knew something," Mo Wuyu interjected, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor, "Ghost man, let it be. They might genuinely know nothing." The moment the woman mentioned people from the future, an inexplicable dread surged within Mo Wuyu. Concealing his inner turmoil, he turned to Glenn and inquired, "Is there another way?" "It seems this approach is futile." A glint of cunning flickered in Glenn's eyes. "There is another method. Stir the waters and draw out the puppet master." I refuse to believe that only a handful of future individuals could orchestrate such a vast scheme. Ross's capabilities have transcended the realm of humanity. He is a terrifying entity. The quantumization of cellular energy and the mutations in his genes grant him a defense akin to an energy shield, a fear that defies description, Mo Wuyu added, his gaze gleaming with determination. "Ross is someone we must acquire." At this moment, Ross sat leisurely in a secluded corner of a small tavern, savoring tea. Before him lay the mysterious box handed to him by the ghost man, and opposite him sat an unusually youthful boy, whose visage appeared untouched by the passage of time, exuding a purity that seemed out of this world. The deepest fears within Mo Wuyu stemmed from those possessing irresistible power in the future world. This feeling of helplessness enveloped him in an unprecedented despair. Yet, every time he recalled Lars' steadfast gaze, he could not allow himself to waver. Now, Mo Wuyu once again stood at the crossroads of choice. Should he continue to navigate the treacherous waters alongside Ross and the forces from the future, or should he choose to surrender? He understood that Ross's involvement would undoubtedly bolster their strength. Yet it also meant confronting unknown challenges from the future. Mo Wuyu hesitated for but a moment before making his decision. He knew some matters could not be evaded. Rising to his feet, he cast a piercing glance at the trio. You three have a task to accomplish. Complete it, and you shall reunite with your families. Fail, and bear the consequences. A flicker of terror crossed the woman's eyes. You are more ruthless than those from the organization's Mo Wuyu. Her voice carried a hint of despair, as if she had already glimpsed her fate. The corners of Mo Wuyu's mouth curled into a cold smirk. You seek death. As he spoke, his right hand shot out, gripping the woman's wrist with an ironclad hold. A surge of electricity coursed through her body, eliciting a scream filled with fear and confusion. Who are you? How do you know who I am? The woman's wrist was tightly grasped by Mo Wuyu, as if ensnared by invisible shackles, her eyes shimmering with despair, while Mo Wuyu wore a confident, mocking smile that in the dimly lit room. Arcs of electricity slithered along the woman's arm, flickering with an eerie blue glow. Yet, this woman seemed to possess an extraordinary resilience. Instead of collapsing under the sudden shock, her eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit. Nearby, Glenn and the Ghost Man, upon hearing the woman's words, shifted their focus to Mo Wuyu. The Ghost Man was unaware of Mo Wuyu's true identity, believing this to be his first revelation of the name. Meanwhile, a knowing glint passed through Glenn's eyes. He had long suspected this, yet did not intend to thwart Mo Wuyu's actions. Rather, he harbored a glimmer of anticipation, hoping he could extract more information from the woman. Ha! You will never know. I will never tell you. The woman laughed maniacally, her gaze toward Mo Wuyu filled with madness and provocation. Mo Wuyu's pupils constricted sharply, and he slowly raised his left hand, gathering an electric sphere that glimmered with a dangerous light in his palm. It seems I must press you harder, Mo Wuyu murmured, then swiftly flung the electric sphere toward the woman's face. However, he had no intention of taking her life. He merely sought to inflict significant harm to facilitate further questioning. The woman abruptly ceased her laughter, a strange smile gracing her features as she lunged forward, seemingly intent on an intimate encounter with Mo Wuyu. Yet, just as she was about to make contact, she halted abruptly, looking at him as if toying with his emotions. You enjoy your game. I shall not accompany you. With those words, she vanished in a flash, her feet striking out like lightning toward Mo Wuyu's chest. Mo Wuyu felt a tremendous force impact him, propelling him backward to crash heavily onto the ground. The woman gracefully settled back into her chair, akin to an elegant dancer, her movements fluid and flawless, leaving onlookers in a W. By the time Glenn and the Ghost Man processed the situation, Mo Wuyu was already lying on the floor. He struggled to rise, pain radiating from his chest, rendering his face pale, yet he glared fiercely at the woman. You have underestimated the situation. The woman looked down upon Mo Wuyu, her tone laced with mockery. If we were so easily captured, do you think we would have survived this long? Mo Wuyu, you are far from adequate. Glenn and the Ghost Man exchanged glances, both comprehending the woman's implication. The Ghost Man acted first. Leaping toward the woman, however, she merely smiled lightly, a hand waving gracefully, engaging him in combat. Simultaneously, the two middle-aged men, who had been sitting aside, sprang into action, retreating swiftly. With the Ghost Man's strike failing, he crouched low, forming a triangle alongside Mo Wuyu and Glenn, the three of them raising their guns simultaneously, aiming at the woman. Yet, a faint aura suddenly enveloped her, repelling their beams of light. Mo Wuyu's heart raced. He had not anticipated the woman possessed such formidable defensive capabilities. As he continued firing, he mentally calculated his next move. It seems you are far more troublesome than I envisioned, Mo Wuyu remarked coldly. The woman offered no reply, merely continuing to smile at them, her expression brimming with confidence and provocation, as if to say, "Come at me. I am ready." At that moment, across the hotel, Ross toyed with a short stick. His eyes fixed on the young man before him, his tone tinged with displeasure. "What do you intend to do? Do you believe my offer insufficient? Your greed is becoming insatiable. If you persist, I can easily take matters into my own hands, rendering your services unnecessary." The young man chuckled hoarsely, fingers delicately manipulating Ross's box. "Do you truly think I need you? Do not overestimate your importance. This time, your demands are excessive." Ross smiled faintly. "If that is the case, then it seems we have nothing left to discuss." As he spoke, he rose to his feet, turning away as if to depart. The young man suddenly sprang up, extending his hand in an attempt to strike Roas on the shoulder. However, Roas merely waved his right hand lightly, causing the short staff to soar towards the young man's grasp as if it were alive. In that fleeting moment of contact, the staff erupted into countless tendrils, ensnaring the young man tightly. Subsequently, a deafening explosion engulfed the entire small hotel. Yet, when the dust settled, Roas emerged unscathed from the haze. Around him shimmered a delicate aura, as if an invisible shield was safeguarding him. He stood at the edge of the room, half of his body hovering in midair, his eyes radiating an air of dominance and authority. How audacious for a mere youth from over 2 centuries ago to behave in such a manner. "It seems I have indeed been too low-key for the past millennium," Roas remarked coldly. The source of the explosion, a young man, entirely unharmed, stood with a sardonic smile in his right hand. He held a damaged high-intelligence robot, seemingly displaying his prowess to Roas. Chapter 58. Trapped within a snare. Meanwhile, Imo Wuyu continued to fire relentlessly. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, they could not breach the halo surrounding the woman. Imo Wuyu marveled inwardly. He had not anticipated her to be so formidable, and she evidently knew his name. This realization dawned on him that he might have fallen into yet another trap. However, the woman showed no intention of departing just yet. She gracefully raised her left hand and waved it aside, conjuring a luminous barrier between her and Imo Wuyu, effectively blocking their beams. Upon witnessing this, both Imo Wuyu and Glenn immediately ceased their fire, aware that their weapons could no longer penetrate this layer of defense. The woman gazed at them with a smile, as if savoring their helplessness and despair. Then, she slowly advanced towards them, her steps light and elegant, reminiscent of a dancer gliding towards the center stage. As she approached the crouched figure of the ghost man, he suddenly leaped forward, throwing a punch at her once more. Yet, she merely sidestepped gracefully, evading his attack. Her movements were fluid and instinctive, as if she had anticipated the ghost man's actions all along. "Feel free to unleash whatever tricks you have up your sleeve." The woman smiled, "But do not blame me for the warning. You will never be able to capture me." Upon hearing this, Imo Wuyu, Glenn, and the ghost man felt an unnameable fury rise within them. They understood that this battle was merely the prelude, and the real confrontation lay ahead. The woman's face finally registered a long-overdue determination as she swiftly seized the ghost man's outstretched hand, executing a deft turn that sent him crashing against the wall like a rag doll. Following closely, she delivered a powerful punch to his chest. The ghost man let out a pained cry, his body colliding with the wall like a kite severed from its string, before sliding down helplessly. Imo Wuyu witnessed this scene, his heart a mix of emotions, yet he remained composed, his right hand discreetly concealed behind him. Electricity crackling in his palm as a sphere of thunderous energy began to form. "Now, we must have a serious conversation, Imo Wuyu." The woman's voice cut through the air, cold and unyielding. She grasped the ghost man by his collar, lifting him effortlessly as though he were a mere chick, before forcefully tossing him at Imo Wuyu's feet. "Your chosen companion appears rather ineffectual. It seems your power is still far from sufficient." The ghost man struggled to rise, his face pale, yet his eyes sparkled with a defiant fire. "Am I truly that weak? Do not underestimate me." He rubbed his painfully aching chest, standing shoulder to shoulder with Imo Wuyu. The atmosphere among the three suddenly tense. In a dimly lit conference room, the woman's voice sliced through the silence like a blade in the cold wind, striking at the depths of Imo Wuyu's spirit. "Can the team you have chosen truly succeed? Even if Roas is willing to join, you will still find it difficult to accomplish that task, Imo Wuyu. You should understand what they are facing. Are you truly willing to send these individuals into peril, risking their very lives? Mo Wuyu's eyes appeared as profound and unfathomable as an abyss. He spoke slowly, his voice resolute. I believe in my choice. They will not disappoint me, and you, possessing such formidable strength. Why have you been captured by us? I suspect the information was intentionally leaked by your side, meant to lure us, and a mysterious smile danced upon the woman's lips, as if she had discerned everything. You are correct. We have indeed been awaiting your arrival. But I believe you are curious about my identity, are you not? She rose gracefully, walking to the window, gazing into the darkness outside, her voice low yet powerful. I hail from an era you have never heard of, the Golden Age. The Golden Age? Mo Wuyu and Glenn exclaimed in unison. Glenn's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, as if drawn by some unseen force into deep reminiscence. The Golden Age, a time when humanity neared divinity. We created fully intelligent robots, possessing thought systems akin to humans, capable of independent reasoning and even surpassing humanity in certain aspects. During that epoch, humanity had nearly reached the pinnacle of evolution. Perfect genes, perfect bodies, everything seemed so idyllic. Glenn's voice brimmed with longing, as if he had personally experienced that era. Yet, the woman's voice extinguished his fantasies like cold water. However, all of it ended over 1,000 years ago. The Golden Age collapsed, fully intelligent robots were annihilated, and human technology plummeted. I am one of the survivors of that catastrophe. Are you a fully intelligent robot? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Mo Wuyu's eyes, soon replaced by determination. Then, is the enemy you speak of the source of that catastrophe? The woman nodded, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in her eyes. Indeed, that enemy was too powerful for us to resist. Although the war concluded at a great cost, the enemy was not entirely eradicated. And now, it is set to return. Are you saying that enemy has already appeared? Mo Wuyu's voice dripped with skepticism, clearly unconvinced by such a claim. No, it has already emerged. Moreover, it is you who has unwittingly released it. Her tone suddenly sharpened, piercing and shrill. Mo Wuyu, you must take responsibility for your actions and resolve this situation. Mo Wuyu was taken aback, a figure flashing through his mind. A man ensnared by countless lines, his eyes revealing weariness and sorrow. That man was the second son. He suddenly realized that the enemy the woman spoke of could very well be the second son. Impossible! How could the second son be the enemy of the Golden Age? Mo Wuyu's voice was tinged with anger and disbelief. The truth is as follows. The second son is the source of that catastrophe. He single-handedly nearly obliterated all of human civilization, and now, he has returned, bringing with him his power and his hatred. The woman's voice cut through Mo Wuyu's soul like a cold blade. Mo Wuyu fell silent. He could not deny her words. He recalled the second son's deep, penetrating gaze, as if he could see through everything. He remembered the second son's overwhelming power, capable of annihilating all. He understood that what the woman said was indeed true. Then, why have you come to seek me? Mo Wuyu's voice grew somber and resolute. We need your assistance, Mo Wuyu. Only you can stop the second son and save this world. The woman's voice brimmed with hope and supplication. Me? How could I possibly achieve that? Mo Wuyu's tone was laced with self-mockery and helplessness. You can, Mo Wuyu. You are the only one capable of confronting the second son, and you are not alone. The woman gestured to the two middle-aged men standing behind her, also survivors of the fully intelligent robots. They would lend their full support to him. Mo Wuyu surveyed the individuals before him. A surge of inexplicable emotion welling up within him, he realized that he could no longer evade his fate. He must rise to face that formidable enemy, to fight for the future of humanity. Very well, I am willing to assist you. However, you must divulge more information about the second son and the truth behind that catastrophe. Mo Wuyu's voice became unwavering and powerful. The woman nodded, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Excellent, Mo Wuyu. You have made the right choice. Now, let us begin. In the ensuing moments, the woman recounted the splendor and calamity of the Golden Age, as well as the origins and powers of the second son. She revealed to Mo Wuyu that the second son was once a brilliant scientist who created fully intelligent robots, hoping they would become humanity's assistants and companions. However, an unforeseen incident caused the fully intelligent robots to spiral out of control. Even attacking humans in a bid to save humanity, the second son had to personally intervene, destroying the rogue robots. Yet, during the battle, he was gradually consumed by a mysterious force, losing his sanity and humanity. Ultimately, he became the architect of the destruction of the Golden Age. Upon hearing her narrative, Imo Wuyu was filled with shock and sorrow. He could not fathom how a once great contributor to humanity could devolve into such a being. He understood that he must find the second son swiftly and halt his reckless actions. What shall we do now? Imo Wuyu's voice resonated with a hint of urgency and resoluteness. First and foremost, we must ascertain the whereabouts of the second Saint Son. Following that, we need to devise a meticulous plan to ensure his definitive defeat. The woman's voice brimmed with confidence and determination. Imo Wuyu nodded in agreement, fully aware that this battle would be exceptionally arduous and perilous. Yet, for the sake of humanity's future and peace, he must forge ahead courageously. In the days that followed, Imo Wuyu, the woman, and her team embarked on a rigorous preparatory journey. They gathered intelligence, crafted strategies, and trained their ranks, all in anticipation of the impending confrontation. Finally, on a moonless, tempestuous night, they discovered the lair of the second Saint Son. It was an abandoned factory, ensnared with traps and mechanisms. However, they did not waver. Instead, they bravely charged inside. After a fierce battle, they ultimately vanquished the second Saint Son. Yet, during the conflict, Imo Wuyu profoundly sensed the suffering and solitude of the second Saint Son. He realized that the second Saint Son was not a true adversary but rather a pitiable being tormented by fate. After the battle, Imo Wuyu, the woman, and her team departed from the forsaken factory. They understood that this victory was merely ephemeral. Their efforts must continue to secure humanity's future and peace. Chapter 59. The abandoned factory, however, at the moment they turned to leave, Imo Wuyu cast a glance back at the derelict factory. He seemed to glimpse the lonely and sorrowful figure of the second Saint Son, silently observing them from the shadows. He comprehended that although this battle had concluded, the tale of the second Saint Son would never truly end. It would become an eternal legend, forever etched in the annals of human history. Gue, Ran, and Glenn resumed their characteristic relaxed demeanor, seated in a corner, silently observing the unfolding dialogue. Lelina's eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom as she suddenly posed a thought-provoking question. Imo Wuyu, have you ever pondered why, in this vast world, only 5 fully intelligent robots remain? Upon hearing this, Imo Wuyu furrowed his brow, and after a moment's contemplation, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. I see now. Lelina, under the corrosion of pseudo-time, humanity could not endure 3 consecutive months of accelerated aging, whereas robots are not bound by such limitations. Theoretically, the robots of the Golden Age should have been able to escape that era and exist eternally within pseudo-time. Yet, the stark reality is that only 5 remain in this world. Lelina nodded approvingly, seemingly pleased with Imo Wuyu's insight. Your understanding is quite astute. During the Golden Age, humanity dispatched a multitude of fully intelligent robots into pseudo-time to undertake various tasks. However, when disaster struck, humans summoned these robots back to combat, only to find themselves unable to command them. The regression of technology disrupted the balance between humanity and robots. Worse still, following the war, the pathways to the past were sealed by mysterious forces, truncating history, leaving humanity unable to return to that glorious era. In a bid to regain control, humanity waged war once more, aiming to eradicate the existing fully intelligent robots. Although humanity ultimately triumphed, technological regression ensued, and the Federation began implementing a series of restrictive measures designed to stifle the development of human potential and the full intelligence of robots. As survivors, we have grown weary of conflict and, after negotiations with the Federation, obtained dominion over this planet. Imo Wuyu's thoughts drifted far as he absorbed Lelina's words, and he suddenly recalled the second Saint Son, the entity allegedly involved in the wars of the Golden Age. If indeed it was the work of the Saint Son, then that power not belonging to humanity could very well be the key to unblocking the temporal barriers. He gazed at Lelina, his eyes filled with questions. Lelina, did you intentionally come here to seek us out? Is the temporal blockade you mentioned related to the second Saint Son? Lelina's gaze deepened. Your speculation holds merit. However, the truth regarding the temporal blockade is far more intricate than you might imagine. I sought you out because someone found me and informed me that a person named Imo Wuyu would arrive here, providing me with your dossier. Moreover, he revealed an opportunity concerning you. Imo Wuyu's heart raced with anticipation. What opportunity? Lelina inhaled deeply, as if about to unveil a monumental secret. In 1 week's time, the barriers to the Golden Age will be forcefully breached. Though the moment will be fleeting, should you seize this opportunity, you may transcend the blockade and return to the Golden Age. Mo Wuyo's eyes sparkled with incredulity. Are you saying I can return to the Golden Age? Lilina nodded. Indeed. But this comes at a cost. I intend for you to bring Ross with you to the Golden Age to undergo the highest level of enhancement training, to become the most formidable warriors. Mo Wuyo, do you accept this challenge? Mo Wuyo paused in silence, then resolutely affirmed, I accept. But what preparations must we undertake? Lilina replied. In accordance with our initial agreement, we cannot directly assist you. However, you have 1 week to prepare. Remember, what you seek is not only abundant, but is also held by influential individuals or organizations. This will be a game fraught with challenges, yet the rewards will be unparalleled. At this juncture, Glenn and Gue Ren joined the conversation. What we seek must be exceedingly precious, right? Precisely, and it is likely related to the technology or secrets of the Golden Age, Lilina added. This will be an adventure, but we have no recourse. Only by becoming the mightiest warriors can we survive in this world replete with uncertainty and danger. The three exchanged resolute smiles, understanding that the path ahead was laden with challenges and unknowns. Yet united, nothing could impede their progress. At that moment, Mo Wuyo's thoughts wandered again. He contemplated the Earth Federation, the colossal empire spanning a diameter of 5 billion light-years. The Federation's borders lay terrifying autonomous defense artillery systems, ceaselessly safeguarding the tranquility of the human realm. Simultaneously, the Federation had sealed all spatial jump frequency waves to prevent any person or object from escaping this meticulously crafted prison. Yet, Mo Wuyo was acutely aware that this seemingly impregnable fortress concealed countless secrets and vulnerabilities. With sufficient wisdom and courage, they could undoubtedly discover a way to breach the blockade. He recalled the legendary Supreme Authority card, said to possess the key to unlocking all of the Federation's secrets. Yet no one had seen it since the Federation's inception. Mo Wuyo could not help but speculate whether this card was also in the hands of those influential figures or organizations. If so, their task would not merely entail securing an opportunity for enhancement training. They must also seek out this card to unveil all of the Federation's mysteries. With this thought, a newfound determination ignited in Mo Wuyo's eyes. He recognized that while the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, as long as they stood united and pressed forward bravely, they could overcome all obstacles and realize their dreams. Meanwhile, the Earth Federation languished in a serene facade. However, beneath this tranquility lurked a myriad of dark currents and conspiracies. Those wielding power within the Federation were scheming grander plans, fully aware that the actions of Mo Wuyo and his companions had drawn their scrutiny. To safeguard their interests and positions, they would stop at nothing to thwart Mo Wuyo's endeavors. Yet, they underestimated the resolve and courage of Mo Wuyo and his allies in this game brimming with challenges and uncertainties. Mo Wuyo and his companions would demonstrate their extraordinary intellect and bravery. They would not only strive to breach the temporal blockade to return to the Golden Age for enhancement training to become the most powerful warriors, but also unveil the Federation's secrets, exposing the conspiracies and crimes of those in power. All of this would unfold within the span of a week. Would Mo Wuyo and his companions succeed in their mission and realize their dreams? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. A rare authority key unlocked the ultimate gateway of the defense line. The Supreme Commander of the Federation resolutely placed it within a microfighter, slicing through the skies, away from human territory, decisively sealing off any hope of rejuvenation. Humanity, akin to captive birds, found themselves ensnared within an invisible giant cage, every step forward shackled, all to prevent the shadow of annihilation from looming once more. In the vast depths of the universe, the radiance of the Golden Age had dimmed, and the glory of the Federation had become but a wisp of memory. The final guardian of that era. He, the last chairman of the Federation, chose to erase his name from the annals of history, leaving behind a heavy epitaph. Humanity has grown too powerful to linger in this space of existence. For survival, we must relinquish certain treasures, even if it means becoming the sinners of history. Technology is not omnipotent. In this boundless universe, stable existence is our ultimate pursuit. Thus, let us personally dismantle these crystallizations of human wisdom. Perhaps future history will prove that they are no longer our necessity. As time flows, The remnants of the Golden Age seem no longer out of reach. Embo Wuyo and his companions are diligently preparing for the adventure that awaits them. Their objective lies in a diminutive galaxy, Paradise Planet, situated 700 million light-years to the true north of Earth's cosmic expanse. Within this celestial domain, planets are scattered like pearls, dispersed in a seemingly random fashion. Lilina has meticulously charted a collection route centered around Paradise Planet, which manifests as a complex polygonal area. Time is of the essence. They possess merely 1 week to accomplish this formidable task. 4 small spacecraft ascend from the port of Paradise Planet like arrows released from a bow, gliding along an electronic light track towards the perimeter of alertness. Emso Wuyu occupies the cockpit of one vessel, gripping a seemingly ordinary brainwave enhancement device. This apparatus, a clandestine weapon prepared by Lilina, is intended to provide precise control during manual navigation of the spacecraft. Emso Wuyu recalls Lilina's admonition. For this mission, the 4 of you will venture to different planets to gather items. Laos, as the new member, I hope you all can collaborate harmoniously. The 11 items you need to collect are scattered across Earth. M78 star, Blue Ocean star, and other celestial bodies surrounding Paradise Planet. 3 of you will be responsible for 8 of these items, while Laos will handle the nearer 4, and you and Gue Run will each take care of 2. Remember, this flight must rely solely on your manual navigation. Automated control will not meet the time constraints. Laos's skills are adequate, but the 3 of you may need to acclimate to this brainwave enhancement helmet. Although it aids in precise spacecraft control, the initial usage may feel somewhat unfamiliar. Lilina's words echo in Embo Wuyu's mind. He glances helplessly at the helmet in his hands, feeling a bit awkward about employing brainwave control for piloting, but resolutely dons it nonetheless. Chapter 60. Novelty. Just as Embo Wuyu prepares to experiment with this intriguing device, the communicator suddenly beeps. It is a signal from Grand. He swiftly adjusts the equipment and activates the communicator. On the screen, the faces of Gran, Gue Run, and Laos materialize clearly. Are you all ready? Then I wish you a pleasant journey. I hope that in a week's time, we can all gather at the rendezvous point with everything in tow. This game has only just begun, and I certainly do not wish for anyone to be eliminated prematurely. A sly grin graces Gran's face. Laos jests, you'd better worry about yourself first. Your 3 items are the farthest. Don't let it be that you fail to show up at the rendezvous point. Gue Run then turns to Embo Wuyu. We will definitely complete the mission, right, Embo Wuyu? Embo Wuyu smiles and nods. Of course, we will each fulfill our tasks. We must have faith in our teammates. Gran, Gue Run, Laos, may you all have safe travels. I must commence my flight now. As Gue Run and Laos terminate the communication in succession, only Gran and Embo Wuyu remain on the screen. Gran's smile remains radiant as he slowly speaks. Embo Wuyu, I surmise you are, like me, a type inclined towards disturbance enhancement. Although I am uncertain about the extent of your development, I sense you may be concealing certain matters from our teammates. However, I have no intention of probing into your secrets. Simply put, joining this game exhilarates me. It has been quite some time since I encountered such unpredictability. I hope you do not disappoint me. Embo Wuyu extends his right hand, mimicking Gran's gesture by gently tapping his forehead, then beams a radiant smile. Well, games are always full of surprises. It seems you have discerned some of my secrets, but that will not affect my plans. Let us see who can first glimpse the future. Meanwhile, on the distant M78 star, today is destined to be extraordinary. Angie, a native of M78 star, has resided on this planet for over 30 years. Yet, the sights of today leave him utterly astonished. As the sun rises, its radiance gradually envelopes the entire city. Angie, as per routine, has arrived early in his small garden to tend to his beloved plants. However, upon stepping outside, he is rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. A sky filled with combat robots and aircraft soaring, as if a grand aerial festival is unfolding. The pruning shears in Angie's hand unwittingly drop to the ground, and he stands transfixed, his heart brimming with shock and confusion. At that moment, a colossal shadow gradually envelopes him. As darkness suddenly descends, Angie snaps back to reality. He looks up to behold a massive spacecraft hovering above. Its enormous frame nearly blocking out the entire sky. A beam of light flashes from the vessel, and a warrior clad in silver armor descends slowly. His gaze is piercing, as if capable of seeing through all existence. The warrior approaches Angie and speaks in a language he has never heard before. We are explorers from a distant galaxy. in search of a lost treasure. We sense it exists upon this planet, and we hope you can assist us in locating it." Though Angie cannot comprehend the warrior's words, he perceives an undeniable resolve in his eyes and tone. He nods in agreement, deciding to aid this extraterrestrial visitor. Thus begins a treasure-hunting journey that transcends the stars. Meanwhile, on Paradise Planet, Imo Wuyu and his companions navigate their spacecraft through the cosmos. Unbeknownst to them, a far greater crisis silently approaches, one that will irrevocably alter their fates and the fabric of the entire universe. Angie suddenly looks down, and the pruning shears slip from his grasp, producing a sharp clatter. He hastily bends down to retrieve them, but as he lifts his head, it seems as though an invisible curtain has shrouded the sky. Darkness swiftly spreading. The pruning shears once again slip from his control, falling to the ground. Angie's heart tightens, as if gripped by an unseen hand. He gazes up at the ominous shadow, his mind racing with absurd thoughts. Even contemplating that an explosion from a reinforced thunderbolt nearby would be less surreal than the scene before him. Fear, like ice, gnaws at his sanity. After a brief moment of paralysis, Angie abruptly turns and darts back into the house. He throws open the bedroom door, where his wife, Bailey, lies peacefully asleep in the warm covers, her breathing steady and serene. Angie yanks the covers aside, urgently calling, "Bailey, wake up! Hurry! Something's happening outside. The apocalypse might truly be upon us." Startled by the sudden outburst, Bailey responds with irritation, "Angie, are you crazy? It's early in the morning. What apocalypse? Did you have another nightmare?" Angie has no time to explain. He grabs Bailey by the arm, his anxiety palpable. "There's no time. Pack some essentials. We must leave immediately. That shadow? It's terrifying. We need to get away." Bailey, affected by Angie's tense demeanor, attempts to remain calm. "Angie, please take a breath and tell me what is going on." As Angie pulls Bailey towards the door, he insists, "There's no time to explain. Just follow me. Outside. There is our planet's mothership. It shouldn't be here. This means war may soon erupt." Upon hearing this, Bailey's heart skips a beat, but she tries to free herself from Angie's grip. "Angie, you can't do this. We must understand what's happening. We can't flee blindly." However, Angie has lost all semblance of reason. He clutches Bailey's hand tightly and races outside. When they finally stand in the open air, gazing at the shadow that obscures the sun, Bailey too is struck dumb. Her eyes lose focus, as if drawn in by an invisible force. Angie observes Bailey's dazed expression, and a sense of foreboding swells within him. He slowly releases her hand, his voice trembling. "Bailey, is that truly our mothership?" Bailey does not reply. She simply stares blankly at the sky, as if the entire world has come to a standstill. After what feels like an eternity, she finally snaps back to reality, her voice quivering. "Angie, what should we do?" Angie takes a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He grasps Bailey's hand firmly, asserting, "Bailey, no matter what happens, I will be by your side. If war truly comes, I will protect you until the very last moment." Upon hearing this, tears glisten in Bailey's eyes. She embraces Angie tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "Angie, I love you too. We must face this together." At that moment, beyond the atmosphere, a colossal mothership glides slowly towards them. Its surface glimmers with a chilling radiance, resembling a slumbering behemoth poised to awaken. This vessel, known as the galactic tyrant, Bajili, carries the hopes and fears of the entire planet. In the headquarters of the Allied Galaxy military, an urgent meeting is underway. The conference room is filled with uniformed generals and officials, their faces etched with gravity and unease. The head of the table. An empty chair houses a phantom, none other than Gran. Separated from Imo Wuyu, Gran's demeanor now exudes an entirely different aura. He is no longer the comrade who fought alongside Imo Wuyu and others, but has ascended to a position of authority. He casts a cold gaze over everyone present, his voice deep and commanding. "How are preparations progressing? Have the items been transported?" An elderly man with graying hair rises, his voice robust and resolute. "Report, sir. All is in readiness. We have mobilized all armed forces and resources to ensure that organization cannot seize the target items. Meanwhile, the items on Earth have been meticulously safeguarded, awaiting your arrival." Gran nodded slightly, his tone remaining as frosty as ever. "Very well. I shall reach Earth at the earliest opportunity. I do not wish for any unforeseen circumstances to arise." Concurrently, you must keep a vigilant eye on the movements of the other 3 individuals and, if necessary, provide them with assistance. This time, we must ensure the acquisition of those 11 items. The middle-aged man saluted respectfully before returning to his seat. Grand spectral form gradually dissipated within the conference room, leaving the assembled delegates exchanging bewildered glances. On the other side of the Earth, Imo Wuyu was anxiously maneuvering a spacecraft. His brow furrowed, beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. The screen flickered with an array of complex commands and data, and he had to ensure that each step was executed flawlessly. Activating the jump device maximum output commencing jump, Imo Wuyu murmured, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. His heart brimmed with unease and anxiety. Yet he understood that retreat was not an option. He must fulfill his mission, regardless of what awaited him ahead. As a blinding light flashed, the spacecraft vanished from its position in an instant. Imo Wuyu gripped the control stick tightly, silently wishing for safety. At that moment, the entire universe seemed to be engulfed in turmoil. Countless spacecraft launched from various planets, converging towards the direction of M78. Deep within the cosmos, a multitude of warships loomed like a pack of predators poised to hunt, their singular target being the mother ship, by Jilihao, which bore countless hopes and fears. Amidst this chaos, Angie and Bailey clung tightly at the doorway, their eyes filled with the unknown and trepidation. Yet they knew that, regardless of what the future held, they would face it together. For in this world fraught with uncertainty, only each other could serve as their steadfast anchor. Imo Wuyu found himself immersed in a torrent of information, the screen pulsating with new commands, each akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Ordinary individuals might have been dazzled by the bizarre spectacle, but Imo Wuyu remained like a calm conductor, his fingers leaping over the keyboard, orchestrating his own cosmic symphony. In his ears, alarms blared in a rhythmic cadence, like war drums, rallying him onward. Finally, as the last note fell from his fingertips, a harmonious electronic sound resonated, as if the gates of the universe were gently opening. Space jump completed, frequency 76 locked. Welcome to the Huaxue star system. May your interstellar journey be filled with starlight. Imo Wuyu closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips, relishing this rare moment of tranquility and serenity. This was not Imo Wuyu's first venture through the stars. 17 interstellar moments had elapsed since his departure from the lost music planet. He had never imagined that he would soar so freely through the vast expanse of the universe. In this instant, he finally grasped Grand's profound meaning and Ross's caution. Tio reached the unknown starfield as swiftly as possible. Imo Wuyu opted for the shortest route, veering off conventional trajectories 6 times, narrowly avoiding pirates 3 times, and outsmarting drifting asteroid fields on 8 occasions. He even brushed perilously close to a meteor, teetering on the brink of life and death. Yet, with the aid of his brainwave enhancement device, he excelled under pressure, transforming each peril into safety, as if he were performing a breathtaking dance among the stars. Chapter 61. The meteor field in the boundless depths of the universe. Imo Wuyu piloted his small spacecraft, weaving through the constellations. This marked his 9th encounter with a large, drifting meteor swarm, and the continuous strain of his operations had pushed his mental and physical limits to the brink. His hands hung limply by his sides, feeling as though they no longer belonged to him. Yet a great weight had finally lifted from his heart. He was nearing the Huaxue star system. His first destination, just 2 hours more of flight. With great effort, Imo Wuyu raised his arm to press the spacecraft's autopilot button, subsequently feeling as if every last ounce of strength had been drained from him. Plunging into a profound slumber, however, unbeknownst to him, at the very moment the spacecraft was about to breach space and vanish from sight, a colossal meteor, like a lurking beast, suddenly struck the rear of the vessel. In the command room, alarms blared deafeningly, vibrant red lights illuminating Imo Wuyu's sleeping visage, yet he remained unresponsive. The spacecraft, amidst the cacophony of sirens, disappeared into the treacherous meteor swarm, carrying with it Imo Wuyu's uncertain fate. Meanwhile, at the other end of the universe, Old Kier, a retired soldier, piloted his meticulously modified vintage combat robot, executing a debris cleanup task in the vastness of space. In this era, such tasks were ideally suited for robots. Yet Old Kier and his comrades chose to engage personally. Accustomed to a life of iron and blood, they could not bear the notion of idle days. Whenever they discovered discarded parts or derelict vessels in space, They were filled with excitement, for these could serve as invaluable materials for refurbishing their beloved machines. Today, Old Kier and his team were clearing floating debris near an orbital path when he suddenly noticed a flickering beacon about 32 degrees off the designated route. It was the distress signal emitted automatically by Mo Wuyu's endangered spacecraft. A spark of concern ignited within Old Kier, and he immediately summoned his teammate Feng Lao, the two of them guiding their robot toward the site of the accident. The remaining team members stayed behind to continue cleaning up the refuse. Upon nearing the area, they found the stricken spacecraft lodged amidst a swarm of meteors, miraculously undetonated. Old Kier silently expressed gratitude. Hopeful that there might still be a chance for survivors, he maneuvered the robot cautiously toward the spacecraft, scanning to find that it was a small vessel, likely compromised by a meteor collision. Without hesitation, Old Kier resolved to enter the spacecraft and assess the situation. With practiced ease, he navigated the robot close to the vessel's hatch and then personally climbed inside, advancing toward the command room. Upon opening the door to the command room, he beheld a young man slumped in the pilot's seat, his body adorned with various devices. Instantly recognizing the functions of the equipment, Old Kier delicately unfastened the young man's gear. As the heavy helmet was removed, a black-haired youth's face emerged, eyes tightly shut yet breathing steadily. Clearly, he was still alive. Gradually, Mo Wuyu regained consciousness amidst a haze. The first sensation that struck him was the weight on his eyelids. As if they were burdened by immense pressure, he attempted to open his eyes and raise his hands, only to find his body utterly unresponsive. As time passed, his awareness began to fade once more, plunging him back into slumber. Uncertain of how long had elapsed, Mo Wuyu awakened again. Although his body remained immobile, he could distinctly sense his connection to it gradually returning. However, this recovery process proved excruciatingly arduous, and his consciousness began to blur again. Just as he felt himself slipping away, he suddenly perceived something continuously touching him. It was a pair of hands, warm and strong. Startled, Mo Wuyu thought, I am aboard a spacecraft. Who could be by my side? Instinctively, he concentrated his energy into his left hand, bracing for potential danger. Yet, when he swung his arm, he discovered that he could indeed control his body. Though his strength was feeble, it was enough to spark his surprise. He opened his eyes to see Old Kier, the kindly elder, gazing at him with concern, holding various devices, evidently checking his condition. A warm current surged through Mo Wuyu's heart, and he gratefully looked at Old Kier, whispering, "Thank you for saving me." Old Kier smiled and nodded, saying, "No need for thanks, young man. Encountering you under these circumstances is fate. Your body is still quite weak. You need to rest." In the days that followed, Old Kier and his comrades took turns caring for Mo Wuyu. They provided him with nourishment and hydration, aiding his gradual recovery of strength. Mo Wuyu felt immense gratitude towards Old Kier and his team. They not only saved his life but also granted him a chance to rise again. With Old Kier and the others by his side, Mo Wuyu began to recall his previous experiences, his adventures navigating the cosmos and the heart-stopping moments he had encountered. However, the time spent with Old Kier and his team imparted a profound understanding of the fragility and preciousness of life. He realized that he could not pursue adventures recklessly. He must cherish the people and things around him. Once Mo Wuyu's body had fully healed, he resolved to bid farewell to Old Kier and his team. He expressed his gratitude for their life-saving kindness and announced his intention to depart anew in pursuit of his dreams. Although Old Kier and his comrades felt a twinge of reluctance, they were also delighted by Mo Wuyu's decision. They recognized him as a person of unwavering conviction and courage, certain that he would achieve his aspirations. As they parted, Old Kier handed Mo Wuyu a small badge, the insignia of their space debris cleanup crew, symbolizing bravery, resilience, and selflessness. Old Kier hoped that Mo Wuyu would carry this badge with him as he continued onward. Leaving his mark in the cosmos, Mo Wuyu accepted the badge with a deep bow, then turned and boarded his spacecraft, embarking once more on his journey. He understood that the road ahead was still long. Yet he was ready. With the blessings and expectations of Old Kier and his team, he soared into the depths of the unknown universe. As for Lao Jier and his companions, they continued to linger in the vastness of space, diligently executing their task of debris clearance. They understood that although their work was mundane, it bore extraordinary significance. Through their actions, they safeguarded the cleanliness and tranquility of the cosmos, providing safe passage for adventurers like Mo Wuyu. In the boundless universe, Every life is both insignificant and precious. The tale of Mo Wuyu and Lao Jie shines like two resplendent stars, eternally illuminating the celestial expanse. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Mo Wuyu's left hand, as if he had struck an indomitable barrier, and thereafter, his consciousness was engulfed by a shroud of fog, plunging him back into slumber. Meanwhile, Lao Jie stood in the humble base, silently vowing never to carelessly bring strangers home again. Had it not been for a twinge of guilt over the boy's unauthorized piloting of the spacecraft, coupled with concerns that the Federation might come knocking, he would never have risked bringing the mysterious youth back. Lao Jie had long harbored dissatisfaction with the numerous regulations imposed by the Federation. Alongside his fellow trash collectors, he often lamented these cumbersome rules. In the Federation, individuals like them were not uncommon. They eked out a living by clearing space debris, earning points in exchange for meager compensation. However, one particular regulation left them feeling both helpless and indignant. All unclaimed items found in outer space could be freely appropriated by the cleaners. Yet any claimed belongings must be surrendered to the Federation for return to their owners. The spacecraft Lao Jie and his companions had discovered was evidently not an unclaimed object. Nevertheless, unwilling to relinquish this unexpected find, Lao Jie decided to bring both the spacecraft and the boy back to the base. Inside the base, though the facilities were rudimentary, the boy's spacecraft housed an advanced medical apparatus, in a flurry. Lao Jie and his companions maneuvered to extract the equipment from the ship. Fortunately, having received relevant training during his military service, Lao Jie was familiar with the instruments. They carefully lifted the boy out of the spacecraft, preparing to place him within the medical device for treatment. Yet, just as they were about to insert him into the apparatus, the boy abruptly awakened. Flailing his arms, it took considerable effort for Lao Jie and his companions to stabilize him and secure him in the medical device. During the treatment, Lao Jie noticed the boy's clothing was disheveled from the commotion, and a card slipped from his pocket. Curiously, he opened the medical device to retrieve the card and tidied the boy's attire. However, at that moment, the previously unconscious boy suddenly raised his left hand, electricity crackling in his palm, and struck fiercely at Lao Jie. Taken by surprise, Lao Jie was struck and sent into the medical device himself. Fortunately, his injuries were not severe. Less than 5 minutes in the rudimentary equipment restored his vitality. Yet, the experience left him shaken, making him wary of approaching the boy again. When Mo Wuyu awoke once more, he found himself in a medical chamber aglow with twinkling lights. He quickly realized it was the medical equipment from his own spacecraft. As the chamber detected his vital signs, the door opened automatically. Stepping out, Mo Wuyu encountered a weathered face, the eyes glimmering with an unusual light. Lao Jie awaited at the door, eager for Mo Wuyu's awakening. Upon seeing the boy's vibrant green eyes, he contemplated how to negotiate, hoping to gain some equipment from the spacecraft in return. However, when he noticed Mo Wuyu's wary gaze, he offered an awkward smile and spoke. "Hello, young man. I discovered your spacecraft amidst the asteroid field and brought you back. This is my home. I hope you don't mind." Chapter 62. The spaceship Mo Wuyu merely cast a fleeting glance at Lao Jie before raising his left hand. Upon witnessing this, Lao Jie felt a tightening in his chest and instinctively took a step back. Yet, when he heard Mo Wuyu's inquiry, he realized the boy bore no ill intent. Just as he was about to respond, a synthesized electronic voice emanated from Mo Wuyu's left hand. 32 hours have elapsed. You have 5 days and 21 hours remaining. Upon hearing the time, Mo Wuyu furrowed his brow. He had flown in space for a total of 17 hours, only to find he had been unconscious for 15. However, he quickly dismissed this concern, stepping out of the medical chamber following Lao Jie's retreat. Beside the chamber, he beheld his spacecraft. Though marred by several scratches, it appeared largely intact. Yet, as he inspected the rear of the ship, he discovered a grave issue. The entire propulsion system had been internally destroyed. Lao Jie followed Mo Wuyu, observing as he circled the spacecraft. When Mo Wuyu reached the tail section, Lao Jie smiled and remarked, "The damage at the rear is quite severe. Repairs will undoubtedly take considerable time. You seem pressed for time. How about we make a trade? If you give me this spacecraft, I can immediately procure an old-style small warship for you, which is certainly more useful than this one. What do you think?" Upon hearing Lao Jie's proposition, Mo Wuyu couldn't help but smile inwardly. He turned to Lao Jie and inquired, "May I ask how you are addressed?" Seeing Mo Wuyu finally willing to engage in conversation, Lao Jie felt a surge of joy. He replied nonchalantly, I am Jie. Everyone calls me Lao Jie. I am Mo Wuyu. Mto Wuyu extended his hand to shake Lao Jie's, both of them smiling warmly at one another. After awakening, Mo Wuyu did not intend to contact Glenn or Lilina. He understood that each person had their own tasks to fulfill, and his mission could only be accomplished by himself. Though he felt some frustration over the unexpected mishap, he was more filled with curiosity and anticipation about the unknown. He wondered why he had suddenly lost consciousness and how he had ended up in this unfamiliar place. Simultaneously, he found himself intrigued by the trade proposed by Lao Jie. In the subsequent days, Mo Wuyu engaged in deeper conversations with Lao Jie. He learned that Lao Jie and his companions made a living by clearing space debris, a life that, while arduous, was replete with enjoyment. Lao Jie, in turn, became increasingly interested in Mo Wuyu's identity and origins. A subtle friendship began to blossom between the two. During their discussions, Mo Wuyu mentioned the damage to his spacecraft's propulsion system. Lao Jie, upon hearing this, expressed his willingness to assist with repairs and promised to quickly procure a small warship for him. Mto Wuyu expressed his gratitude and resolved to help Lao Jie and his companions clear some space debris in return. In the ensuing days, Mo Wuyu joined forces with Lao Jie and his companions to clean up space debris and collect points. They faced various obstacles and challenges, yet through mutual trust and collaboration, they overcame each one. Throughout this process, Mo Wuyu gradually integrated into the team, feeling the warmth of camaraderie. Ultimately, with Lao Jie's assistance, Mo Wuyu acquired a small warship and successfully repaired his spacecraft. As they parted ways, he expressed profound gratitude to Lao Jie and promised to return to visit them in the future. Thereafter, he embarked on a new journey, piloting both the warship and his spacecraft to explore the uncharted realms of the universe. As the situation grew increasingly urgent, Mo Wuyu's thoughts drifted back to Lao Jie. Recognizing his capability to procure a warship, Mo Wuyu silently praised Lao Jie for his remarkable qualities. In a moment of personnel shortage, he firmly grasped Lao Jie's hand, contemplating how to bring him into his fold. Meanwhile, Lao Jie was preoccupied with thoughts of the enticing equipment. With their minds racing, their gazes intertwined, as if they had reached an unspoken understanding, each envisioning their future plans. Lao Jie, Mo Wuyu began, you mentioned exchanging an old-style warship for my spacecraft. Might I inquire what exactly you intend to offer as compensation? He released his tightly clenched fist, directing his gaze toward the docked spacecraft, his tone laced with playful intrigue. You see, this is no ordinary spacecraft. It is a cutting-edge model, its value rivaling that of a top-tier new warship. Mo Wuyu's assertion held merit. The spacecraft had been meticulously prepared by Lilina for the four of them, equipped with advanced technology that would overshadow an ordinary new warship. By highlighting this, he aimed to secure a more advantageous position in the negotiation. Lao Jie, upon hearing this, exhibited a fleeting expression of embarrassment. He was acutely aware of his disdain for the Federation's procurement agents who exploited others in times of crisis, and Mo Wuyu's insinuation clearly indicated that his proposed terms were rather miserly. Nevertheless, Lao Jie was determined to obtain the equipment aboard the spacecraft. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, indeed, a small warship would not suffice, but I can offer other compensation. Just articulate your request, and I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Lao Jie mentally calculated, considering that his old friends and their treasures might serve as potential bargaining chips. However, Mo Wuyu appeared disinterested in these offerings, his eyes reflecting disdain. I'm not intrigued by your trinkets. Surely, you must possess something else to exchange. Lao Jie furrowed his brow, caught in a quandary. Just as he found himself at an impasse, he suddenly recalled the nameless money card. He swiftly retrieved it from his jacket pocket, presenting it to Mo Wuyu. You might find this card of interest. The amount within is substantial enough to entice anyone. This very card had fallen from Mo Wuyu's possession when he struck Lao Jie. Lao Jie had secretly examined it, and the sum contained within was staggering. Although he had never contemplated claiming it as his own, it had now transformed into a trump card in his hand. However, upon seeing the card, Mo Wuyu's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly reached for his pocket to confirm that his limited authority card was still there, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. With a peculiar smile, he addressed Old Kier. It would be wise for you to return the card to me first, after which we can discuss this transaction. What do you think, Old Kier? Old Kier stared wide-eyed at Mo Wuyu, and after a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly handed back the card. he inquired. What better proposal do you have? Mo Wuyu took the card, delicately placing it back into his pocket. Although the card was not a matter of life and death, losing it could plunge him into an irretrievable abyss. Once he secured the card, he continued, I have come to the Huashu star system in search of an item. If you assist me in obtaining it, in addition to this spaceship, I can offer you a substantial reward. You must have seen my card and are aware of the amount within. Would you consider this proposal? Upon hearing this, old Kier fell into deep contemplation. He understood that the term item was exceedingly broad, and a moment's carelessness could cost him his life. Nevertheless, the reward was equally enticing, although he had never intended to take advantage of anyone before. At this moment, he felt compelled to take a risk for that item. Observing old Kier's hesitation, Mo Wuyu calculated silently. He recognized that old Kier returning the card indicated he was not a greedy man. Since old Kier was keen on acquiring the spaceship, Mo Wuyu could leverage this to his advantage. I need to know what item you are searching for. If it lies within my capabilities, I can agree to your request. If it exceeds my abilities, I promise not to disclose it. However, if you refuse to share, I will decline this transaction. Old Kier finally spoke, presenting his conditions. Mo Wuyu smiled faintly and replied, Rest assured, the item I seek is one you will undoubtedly accept. Now, let us find a computer so you may see what I am looking for. Old Kier led Mo Wuyu to a computer. Mo Wuyu quickly connected to the network and retrieved some data. He stepped aside, allowing old Kier to examine it. Old Kier immediately recognized the federal emblem in the data, something he had often seen during his military service. He swiftly perused the information and turned to Mo Wuyu. Is this the item you seek? The gem atop the Huashu star system's monument crown? Mo Wuyu beamed with joy, for from old Kier's astonished expression, he discerned that old Kier would indeed join this endeavor. He nodded, affirming, Yes, that is the gem I am searching for. Should you help me acquire it, I can fulfill any of your requests at this moment. It seemed as though the roles of Mo Wuyu and old Kier had reversed. They locked eyes, both radiating a silent understanding. Old Kier pondered for a moment before asking, I would like to call in some additional assistance. How will the reward be calculated? Naturally, a higher reward, Mo Wuyu responded without hesitation. Old Kier, you can rest assured that as long as the gem is secured, I will not be stingy. Huashu star, as the principal planet of the Huashu star system, may not be large, some might even consider it small, but it bears a legendary tale. Over 700 years ago, Huashu star was the most prosperous planet of the time, Blue Moon Star. However, during a war that engulfed the entire Huashu star system 7 centuries ago, all planets were inevitably drawn into the conflict. Blue Moon Star suffered catastrophic damage, its splendor lost to time. In contrast, Huashu star gradually emerged as the new principal planet, thanks to the arrival of a savior akin to a myth. This savior not only possessed extraordinary powers but also had a compassionate heart. With his strength, he rescued countless souls struggling amidst the chaos of war, revitalizing Huashu star. Chapter 63. The Sacred Relic. The gem located atop the Huashu star system's monument crown is one of the relics of this savior. It embodies his strength and wisdom. Regarded as a sacred artifact by many, Mo Wuyu's quest for this gem stems from his belief that possessing it would grant him the power necessary to confront the enemies threatening him and those he holds dear. Old Kier, gazing into Mo Wuyu's resolute eyes, felt a spark of determination igniting within him. He knew that this undertaking was fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet he also recognized that only by bravely facing these challenges could they hope to reap the bountiful rewards. Thus, the two reached a mutual consensus, deciding to embark on this treasure-seeking journey together. They understood that the path ahead was laden with trials and tribulations, yet they firmly believed that, united in purpose, they could overcome any obstacle and uncover the precious gem. The war, a calamity that swept through the heart of the Federation, loomed like an invisible behemoth, devouring the hopes and tranquility of the populace. Panic and chaos spread like wildfire as people struggled in the abyss of despair, all the while harboring an insatiable yearning for peace. In the midst of this turmoil, a newly developed tourist planet in the Huashu star system, which ought to have been a tranquil refuge for people escaping worldly woes, found itself shrouded in the shadows of war. Yet, fate seemed not to have entirely forsaken this land, at the height of the conflict. A young lieutenant of the Federation unexpectedly set foot on this planet, his arrival seemingly bestowing a glimmer of hope upon the desolate terrain. This lieutenant, youthful and vibrant, chose not to align with any faction but instead quietly resisted the encroachment of war through his solitary efforts. He emerged as an invisible force, gradually gathering a band of like-minded warriors yearning for peace, and together they fought, erecting an impregnable defense with their very flesh and blood. The war raged on. Yet neither side anticipated that this seemingly endless strife would ultimately conclude in an unexpected manner. The young lieutenant, wielding his wisdom and courage, led an unstoppable force that shattered the gloom of war like the dawn breaking the night, obliterating the main forces of both sides. From that moment onward, his name became a legendary tale, celebrated as the hero who saved the Federation. The government seized the opportunity to restore order from the remnants of war. While the young hero, at the pinnacle of his glory, resolutely resigned from his position within the Federation, embarking on a journey far from the star system in honor of this enigmatic lieutenant. The planet where he first appeared was named Huashu Star and designated as the principal planet of the Huashu star system. On Huashu Star, a majestic statue arose, crowned with a brilliant gem, symbolizing the lieutenant's honor and brilliance. As the years passed, the statue became a sacred site in the hearts of the people. However, beneath this reverence and adulation lay secrets unknown to many. Mo Wuyu and Old Kier, two intrepid adventurers with ulterior motives, quietly arrived before the statue. They gazed up at the gem atop its head, their eyes gleaming with avarice. The gem, nearly a meter in diameter, posed a significant challenge to remove. Old Kier squinted, assessing the dazzling gem. Though he had previously visited this statue, his mindset had shifted dramatically. To him, the statue was no longer sacred but rather a treasure trove overflowing with wealth. We need not wait for others to discover it, Mo Wuyu remarked coolly. The statue is surrounded by stringent security measures. Within a 30-kilometer radius centered on the statue, spatial jumps are entirely blocked. If any energy readings reach weapon level, robotic enforcers will appear within 3 seconds if no safety measures are taken. Continued resistance will only result in an increase in the number of robots. Alongside the presence of the Federation's stationed troops, this area is also classified as a no-fly zone. Any flying object that fails to cease landing after 3 warnings will be immediately destroyed. These measures are all in place to protect the gem. Listening to Mo Wuyu's account, Old Kier felt little surprise. He was already aware of these security protocols. However, hearing Mo Wuyu's detailed description brought a clearer understanding of the statue's formidable defenses. He scrutinized the statue once more, a wave of doubt washing over him. If the statue merely served a symbolic purpose, such extensive precautions would not be necessary. Therefore, the only plausible explanation was that the statue concealed certain secrets. Or perhaps even the gem itself. Mo Wuyu nodded in agreement with Old Kier's perspective. He lifted his gaze to the sky and continued, "What we require now is a feasible plan. I have recorded the surrounding conditions. We can begin preparations immediately." Old Kier followed behind Mo Wuyu, chuckling, "I will contact some of my friends. Perhaps they can assist with your plan." In the chaotic personal base of Old Kier, Mo Wuyu sat alone in the room aboard the spaceship. 40 hours had passed, and he had yet to procure the first item. Nevertheless, he felt no sense of despair. After casting a few indifferent glances at the illusions surrounding the statue, he shut down the computer, retrieved his communicator, and dialed Gran's number. "Gran, it seems you are faring well," Mo Wuyu remarked, a hint of mockery in his tone as he gazed at Gran's holographic image. Gran, dressed in a sky-blue coat and holding a glass of pale pink wine, took a leisurely sip. Upon seeing Mo Wuyu reach out, he flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Mo Wuyu, you seem quite at ease. Are you aboard your spaceship? How is your search for the items progressing?" "Time has certainly passed quite a bit. You need not concern yourself with my affairs," Mo Wuyu coldly replied. "You should focus more on your 3 items instead. And one more thing, the individuals trailing behind me are yours? Correct? It would be wise for you to keep them in check, lest they jeopardize my plans." Gran offered a faint smile, raising the wine glass in his hand. "You should take a leaf out of my book. Indulge in some red wine, and enjoy the moment. Being overly anxious leads to mistakes. I only drink juice," Mo Wuyu retorted before abruptly disconnecting the communicator. After hanging up, Gran took a gentle sip of his wine. Savoring its sweet and spicy flavor, he sighed, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. The relationship between him and Mo Wuyu had long since evolved beyond mere partnership. Now, they resembled 2 rival adversaries. embroiled in a silent contest, each vying for their own interests. Yet, before the statue, their greed and desires seemed inconsequential. The secrets concealed by this statue, along with the dazzling gem, would become the focal point of their rivalry. In this silent confrontation, who would ultimately emerge victorious? And what fate awaited that gem? All remained an enigma. Imo Wuyu gently turned his head, instructing the soldier standing beside him. Please prepare a glass of freshly squeezed juice for me. Stepping out of the spaceship's chamber, Imo Wuyu was greeted by the sight of old Kier and several elders gathered in the hall, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Their laughter echoed within the spacious surroundings, infusing the lonely vessel with a touch of vitality. Old Kier, ever observant, was the first to spot Imo Wuyu, promptly rising to welcome him alongside his companions. With a beaming smile, old Kier approached Tian Dao. Your timing is impeccable. Allow me to introduce you to my trusted partners. The success of this mission hinges upon their support. He gestured towards Imo Wuyu, saying, This is Tian Dao Buddy, the mastermind behind this operation. Imo Wuyu gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Esteemed elders, my purpose here is clear. I seek only the legendary gem. All other matters are as ephemeral as clouds to me. If you can ensure the safe delivery of the gem to my hands, your task will be deemed complete. As for the details of the operation, you may arrange them as you see fit. Of course, if you wish to place your trust in me, you may follow my plan. Now, is there any dissent? Imo Wuyu settled into his seat, and a silver-haired elder promptly inquired, according to old Kier. Our compensation includes not only this ship, but also any conditions we may propose, correct? His voice was steady and resolute, exuding undeniable conviction. Anything I can provide, you shall have, Imo Wuyu replied with an air of indifference. At that moment, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes quietly emerged, radiating an imposing authority. Luo heir, do not lose your composure, an elder across from him admonished sternly, before turning to Imo Wuyu with a congenial smile. This is my grandson. I hope you won't take offense, Tian Dao. Not at all, Imo Wuyu replied with a slight smile, his gaze deep and knowing, as if he had already seen through everything. A transaction was quietly unfolding, and the ripples behind it were just beginning to stir. After a thorough exploration aboard my dear friend's starship, I was convinced that the objective of this journey was within reach. I proposed. As you suggested, I shall take the initiative, if that is agreeable? Imo Wuyu's eyes sparkled with understanding as he readily responded, Certainly, if Brother Luo is willing to take the lead, why should we worry about success? As long as we are in alignment, the desired item will surely come to us. He refrained from saying more, his mind solely focused on swiftly obtaining the treasure and making his exit. I gazed at him, a smile playing on my lips. Having witnessed that resplendent gem with my own eyes, I will dedicate myself fully. Tian Dao, simply await good news. With that, I let out a hearty laugh and turned. Stepping into the vast expanse of the starry sea, he leaped off the ship alone, venturing into the unknown. The elder across from him chuckled wryly, apologizing. Tian Dao, my son has been rude. Imo Wuyu merely smiled lightly, breezy and unconcerned. No matter, let us remain focused on the task at hand. Brother Luo's strength speaks for itself. After saying this, his gaze sharpened, steering the conversation back on track. Although the vigilance in this area was well known, hidden intricacies were not beyond possibility, and the likelihood was quite high. Time was of the essence. Every second was as precious as gold, and they had to act swiftly to prepare for unforeseen challenges. Chapter 64. The chip. Imo Wuyu gripped a flickering chip tightly, his gaze sweeping over the gathering as he calmly allocated tasks. Meanwhile, outside old Kier's residence, within a sleek, hovering vehicle, two conspirators were exchanging intelligence in hushed tones. One asserted with unwavering certainty, "It is him, without a doubt." The other nodded, his eyes sharp. "According to the latest footage, he is conspiring with your father and his companions to seize the dazzling gem from the commemorative statue. Aligning perfectly with your objectives, the conditions he has proposed are undoubtedly a lucrative deal for your father. Aside from the promise of that spaceship, any request from my father and his group will be accommodated. And they will certainly lend their full support." The middle-aged man spoke with a hint of reverence. "Do not worry about the target. Simply focus on your duties and swiftly acquire that crucial gem. If it falls into enemy hands, it could jeopardize the entire situation. As for my father and his associates, rest assured, let them carry on as they wish. Even if they obtain it first, there is no need for alarm. I will handle it appropriately. After all, everything is under control at that time. I might be unable to protect your father, the middle-aged man assured, slightly flustered, but please believe, I will not let you down. The mysterious figure responded with silence, signaling him to exit the vehicle. Watching the distant silhouette of the departing car, the middle-aged man secretly exhaled, muttering to himself, "Humph, the gem coveted by all sides must be extraordinary. Who will ultimately possess it remains uncertain." Simultaneously, in the spaceship's conference room, Old Kier and the others sat with grave expressions, as a silent competition regarding that gem seemed to have quietly commenced. Wu Yu pondered, his fingers lightly brushing the illusion of the statue in midair. As if engaging in an unspoken dialogue with the intangible art, he rose and sat repeatedly, this motion having repeated several times, nearly half a minute slipping by unnoticed. His brow furrowed, deeply contemplating how to safely acquire the radiant gem. With each rise, new strategies sparkled in his eyes, but as he gazed at the ethereal statue, those thoughts extinguished one by one. Wu Yu understood that this was not merely a test of intellect, but also a trial of perseverance. Slowly, he returned to his seat, his expression troubled as he surveyed the assembly, speaking in a low voice. "In our current predicament, do any of you possess a sound strategy? All preparations have been made. We cannot afford to falter now, or all prior efforts will be in vain." Witnessing this, Old Kier felt a pang of empathy and stepped forward. "The previous plans still hold merit. We old bones can still give it a try." "No, no," Wu Yu waved his hand in rejection, a hint of resolve evident in his demeanor. Under the night sky, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense, as if the very air had solidified. Each individual weighed down by anxiety for the uncertain future. Wu Yu lightly tapped the table, staring into the void, his heart a tumult of emotions. The implementation of those plans would undoubtedly entail significant risks. Forcing him to weigh the pros and cons, it was not compassion that held him back, but the echo of an ancient adage. Even pirates do not speak lightly of slaughter. He knew that once those plans were set in motion, numerous lives entrusted to the older generation could be lost. He was unwilling to bear such a heavy burden of guilt. Despite the arduous path ahead, he chose a more cautious route. Yet as he gazed at the illusory images, he sighed helplessly, his heart laden with worry for the future. He mused, "For now, let us observe the situation. If there are no other options, it must be so." The others returned to their posts, preparing matters. After they departed, Wu Yu remained alone in the conference room, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes fixed on the looping illusion of the statue on the screen. His thoughts gradually settled into tranquility, the earlier anxieties and restlessness dissipating as if those trivial disturbances had been cast aside. In the serene silence, he focused on the statue as it shifted in light and shadow, suddenly perceiving a glimmer of insight and new clues. Once Old Kier concluded his errands, he strolled back to the conference room, finding Wu Yu absorbed in the ever-shifting images, his expression intent. This scene struck a chord with him. He approached slowly and remarked softly, "Are you still troubled by those puzzles? We, the old bones, have become a burden to you. I feel ashamed to have you, such a generous employer, worry so. Your time is precious. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. The forthcoming plans will require you to be in good spirits, as we will embark on a journey filled with challenges and hustle. In 5 hours, we shall be ready to set forth. There is no need to rush." Wu Yu did not turn around, gently waving his hand to decline Old Kier's suggestion. One hand firmly propping up his chin, his gaze remained locked on the flickering images, while the other deftly adjusted the playback speed. "Old Kier, you should prepare. Take a rest first. I will join you shortly." With that, Old Kier offered a resigned smile, turning to leave, deciding to remind him in 5 hours. However, he remained unaware that Wu Yu was repeatedly playing a crucial segment of footage, meticulously attending to every detail. As if glimpsing the key clues to the future, Wu Yu scrutinized the segment featuring the statue. Fast-forwarding until the visuals dissolved into a chaotic blur, he declined Old Kier's assistance, feeling an inexplicable sense of urgency while gazing at the statue. Nevertheless, his desire for that gem remained unabated. Wu Yu persisted, staring for another 10 minutes, yet the statue remained silent, revealing no secrets. Finally, he reluctantly shut off the footage, leaving the dim conference room with a mix of unwillingness and determination, silently vowing that he would possess that gem. 5 hours of slumber passed in the blink of an eye. Mo Wuyu had been away from the Lost Paradise planet for 45 hours. The week's deadline had quietly slipped away for 2 days. Aside from the lengthy day of return, only 4 days remained for him. Yet, the coveted item he sought still eluded him. As he slowly stepped out of the spacecraft, he noticed the ship's wounds had subtly healed. With mechanical arms diligently engaged in repairs beside the rear thrusters, Mo Wuyu had no time to spare on such matters. His mind was solely focused on the unfinished mission. Time flowed like sand through an hourglass, each second immensely precious. He had to race against time to find the lost Key at this moment. Old Kier and several elders awaited Mo Wuyu's arrival outside the spacecraft. Without hesitation, he strode forward. Old Kier approached, urgency lacing his voice. Tian Dao, since you have arrived, we shall depart at once. Everything is prepared. Our old friends have contacted various factions, awaiting the strategy to seize the gem. A few of us plan to scout the scene. While you need not accompany us, no, I must go in person. And as for you all, there's no need for everyone to mobilize. Mo Wuyu surveyed the group, speaking with calm authority. Each of you must remain vigilant at your posts. Old Kier and the head of the statue square will accompany me. The rest should heed my signals. The situation can change in an instant. Unless I give orders, adapt to special circumstances as needed. He paused, turning to one of the elders. Regarding your son, please ensure he does not interfere with our plans. He need not be informed of this operation. All arrangements are in place. He knows nothing of it. And I will act with caution, the elder replied, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Mo Wuyu glanced at the elders beside him, then gazed into the distance at the teams brought by various families. Though not an overwhelming force, they were sufficient for the task at hand. He spoke solemnly. Then, everyone, exercise caution and let us set off immediately. Soon, various hover vehicles dispersed, signaling the quiet commencement of Mo Wuyu's meticulously orchestrated operation. He boarded a personal spacecraft resembling a slender leaf, racing towards Huashua's star. At that moment, dusk enveloped Huashua's star, the setting sun casting a crimson hue upon the memorial square, bestowing the sacred ground with a radiant and mysterious golden glow. Many beings were immersed in a moment of tranquility, strolling leisurely and engaging in soft conversation. In this era, every inch of land in the square seemed to possess a magical allure, drawing forth the masses. Daily, throngs of people flowed before the statue, a blend of familiar faces from nearby alleys and distant urban travelers, some frequent visitors, others merely pausing briefly. Particularly noteworthy was a group of visitors from a distant planet. Gathered beneath the statue, gazing up at this pinnacle of human artistry, collectively weaving the enchantment of the moment. A silver-haired youth stood before the statue, his gaze intense and full of hopeful light, penetrating through the dust of time, instilling a sense of vitality in both passers-by and newcomers alike. Today, at the port of Huashua's star, time and space intertwined. Interstellar travelers arriving in droves amidst the bustling crowd. Mo Wuyu and Old Kier discreetly withdrew, avoiding the cacophony of the square and instead slipping into a narrow alley, entering a small tavern named Interstellar Encounter. The tavern's lighting was dim, with the two seated across from each other. Outside the hover vehicle, a dazzling starry river, while inside, they whispered, seemingly plotting an adventure across the stars. Under the guidance of a server, Mo Wuyu and Old Kier entered the seemingly dilapidated establishment. Despite its unremarkable exterior, Mo Wuyu displayed no hint of disdain. According to Old Kier, the tavern's proprietor had once been a prominent military leader who, for reasons unknown, had laid down his arms to seclude himself here, running this hidden little shop. Mo Wuyu's visit was indeed to seek out specialized equipment that could not easily pass through checkpoints. In this shadowy corner might lie the treasures they had long yearned for, capable of fulfilling their fantasies of unknown adventures. The goods will arrive within 5 minutes. The proprietor gestured towards an antique computer in the corner. Addressing Mo Wuyu, Mo Wuyu cast a brief glance, calmly shaking his head. A face-to-face discussion is sufficient. There is no need for other items. A subtle glimmer sparkled in his gaze as he fixed his stare on the proprietor. The proprietor paused, then a sly smile crept across his face. His eyes sharp. The computer awaits you, but I do not discuss merchandise. My role is merely to guide at that moment. The square bustled with a throng of people, the noise infused with a sense of mystery and the unknown. Amongst the crowd, several figures moved with unusual demeanor, drawing the curious glances of nearby leisure seekers, yet only provoking a hint of intrigue without further commotion. Mo Wuyu and Old Kier had already discreetly exited the tavern. Their movements light as if not a single cloud were disturbed. Even the watchful electronic eyes failed to detect their anomaly in an instant. The two found themselves in the square, where a grand statue stood tall. As Old Kier stepped into the square, a gentle breeze swept through, seemingly heralding a subtle change in the air, foreshadowing the extraordinary events about to unfold. Suddenly, a figure darted to Old Kier's side, whispering in his ear. Old Kier's brow furrowed slightly, and he nodded thoughtfully. Once the figure departed, he slowly approached Mo Wuyu, speaking in a hushed tone. Our team is in position, but rumors suggest two factions are lurking nearby, possibly interfering with our plans. No need for haste. This is not the time for confrontation. Even if they are foes, until the victor is determined, they will not initiate hostilities, Mo Wuyu replied calmly, though alertness simmered within him. Betraying no visible turmoil, he instructed his companions to act cautiously and to be mindful of figures that could be allies rather than enemies. To avoid any misfire, in his mind swiftly flashed the hidden forces of the Federation and the subordinates of a certain middle-aged man. These two factions were already known to him. Furthermore, they might also have become the subjects of scrutiny by certain clandestine powers. Mo Wuyu had anticipated this. The entanglement of multiple factions did not surprise him in the slightest. All arrangements are in place. My subordinates will handle matters adeptly. So, what is our next course of action? Although Old Kier had participated throughout the planning discussions, he had yet to reach a flawless conclusion regarding the operational plan in the square. Thus, the command naturally fell into Mo Wuyu's hands. Mo Wuyu nodded slightly, his gaze profound. Now, we simply await the right moment. If someone acts first, that would be ideal. If not, we shall proceed in half an hour. By then, the sunlight will retreat into the shadow zone. The illumination will be at its weakest. Should it grow darker still, the lighting system will activate automatically. However, if we act too early, the brightness will expose our movements. In half an hour, there will be approximately 3 minutes of shadow zone. Other factions may also choose this moment to strike. Thus, we must now practice patience. He instinctively lifted his gaze to the sky, where the azure expanse was pristine, with a few wispy clouds lazily drifting by in the distance. The sun, partially veiled by dense clouds, radiated a soft crimson glow, harmonizing with the evening glow, crafting a breathtaking tableau. All were captivated by this magnificent sight, tilting their heads in awe, as if that radiance were the very embodiment of hope. Mo Wuyu, too, felt stirred by the beauty, yet his mind was awash with myriad thoughts. He contemplated the marvels of artificial technology, recalled sunrises and sunsets he had once witnessed, and envisioned the sunset's metallic glimmer within the mechanical forest. Ultimately, however, his thoughts drifted back to childhood, remembering companions who had shared sunsets with him. A faint smile, warm and gentle, graced his lips. Old Kier, observing this serene scene and Mo Wuyu's genuine smile, felt a tumult of emotions arise within him. Though the sunset was beautiful, tranquility often precedes the storm, and perhaps afterward, some would never again behold such beauty. His gaze swept past the statue, which shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, as if heralding an impending tempest. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a figure that compelled his attention, a young silver-haired man. The youth stood with his back to the crowd, gazing up at the statue, as if a mysterious connection existed between them. Old Kier was unaware of how the youth had been before his attention was drawn to him. But from the moment he noticed, the youth remained motionless, only his hair and clothing gently swaying in the breeze, exuding an ethereal quality. Old Kier's unease soon captured Mo Wuyu's attention. Following Old Kier's gaze, he too noticed the youth's strange demeanor. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, yet he could not recall the youth's identity. However, this feeling sparked his wariness, for he could not fathom why someone he knew would inexplicably arrive here merely to gaze at the statue. The statue? Mo Wuyu's heart jolted. He followed the youth's gaze and saw that he was fixated on the gem embedded in the statue. At that moment, the gem gradually revealed a faint prismatic glow under the sunlight. Seemingly harboring some mysterious power, Mo Wuyu's heart raced. He sensed that something was amiss, Instantly jolted from his reverie, a surge of frenetic energy coursed through him as he fixed his gaze on the youth. As if sensing Imo Wuyu's scrutiny, the youth slowly turned his head, revealing a pair of dark golden eyes that met his with a hint of disdainful amusement. Imo Wuyu's heartbeat quickened, an overwhelming urge surging within him. He and the youth stood in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Yet, at that moment, the youth abruptly pivoted and dashed towards the statue. "This is bad," Imo Wuyu shouted. His voice shattered the surrounding calm, causing the crowd to turn their heads in unison. However, Imo Wuyu offered no further explanation. Instead, he sprang into action, racing towards the statue. Old Kier had long noted the peculiar behaviors of Imo Wuyu and the youth. After exchanging a brief word with a nearby person, he fixed his gaze intently on the unfolding actions of Imo Wuyu and the youth. Seeing Imo Wuyu charge towards the statue, his expression turned grave. He understood that the situation had changed. The sudden actions of the silver-haired youth stirred the various factions present, prompting all to prepare for battle. Yet, the rhythm was disrupted by an unknown individual. While many longed to curse the audacious youth, some true forecasters remained unperturbed, their expressions marked by concern and vigilance. For this youth, who had shattered the tranquility at such a delicate moment, undoubtedly possessed formidable insight. Having chosen the precise moment to instigate tension amidst the collective relaxation, it was likely that many would falter, unable to perform at their usual capacity due to the abrupt anxiety. Imo Wuyu recognized this, and thus could not allow the youth to approach the gem first. His gaze was filled with focus and determination, as if he sought to render all obstacles to mere nothingness. However, the moment the youth's hand brushed the statue, he abruptly halted, turning to Imo Wuyu with a grin that revealed a row of pearly white teeth. Imo Wuyu's pupils constricted. He sensed that events were spiraling beyond his control. He abruptly ceased his advance toward the statue. But it was already too late. As the youth's hand made contact with the statue, Imo Wuyu observed a slight indentation forming at the point of contact. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the surrounding silence. Bathed in the crimson light of the setting sun, the entire scene appeared desolate and foreboding. Several openings unexpectedly emerged from the ground beside the statue, as though something terrifying was about to surge forth from below. Imo Wuyu and Old Jier exchanged a glance, both recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. They understood that the true battle was only just beginning, and that silver-haired youth might very well be the crux of this conflict. At that moment, the onlookers also grasped the urgency of the situation, retreating to maintain a safe distance from the statue. Yet, their gazes remained fixed upon the statue and the youth, as if they were eager to witness the impending clash. Imo Wuyu took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. He knew he must remain composed and rational to face the challenges ahead. Fixating intently on the youth, he readied himself to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, the youth seemed blissfully unaware of the looming danger, maintaining his serene smile as he stood there. A mysterious glimmer flickered in his eyes, as though he had already discerned Imo Wuyu's intentions. An exhilarating battle was on the verge of unfolding, the outcome of which would determine the course of the entire situation. Both Imo Wuyu and Old Jier were acutely aware of this. Thus they dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence or relaxation. They remained steadfastly focused on the youth and the statue, prepared to confront the imminent challenge in the heart of a vast square. A sudden flash of light illuminated the scene, followed by a cadre of fully armed robots seemingly emerging from the void, their weapons instantly locking onto two figures in the square, Imo Wuyu and the ethereal silver-haired youth. Time appeared to elongate under an unseen force, freezing all actions and emotions. Old Jier and his companions wore expressions intertwined with worry and anger. The ordinary populace was filled with terror, while the observers from other factions regarded the tableau with complex emotions. As the flow of time resumed its normal pace, Imo Wuyu and the silver-haired youth raised their hands, allowing the robots to advance upon them. Imo Wuyu's hands clenched tightly, his gaze intense, fixated on the silver-haired youth. Yet, the youth wore a relaxed smile, as if this entire situation were of no concern to him. Just as everyone believed they were about to become targets for the robots, a violent arc of electricity suddenly erupted between Imo Wuyu's hands, forming a barrier that separated him from the silver-haired youth. In the next moment, a powerful shockwave surged from the direction of the youth, forcing Imo Wuyu to stagger back several steps. Through the electric arc, He caught a glimpse of a blinding white light shining in the youth's hand in the wake of the shockwave. The approaching robots collapsed as if obliterated by an invisible force. Mo Wuyu stared at the still smiling silver-haired youth. Filled with confusion, a familiar sensation washed over him once more, yet he could not recall its origin. The fall of the robots, accompanied by the shrill alarm, abruptly ceased, and Mo Wuyu knew that the true contest was about to commence. Not far from the square, figures hurried through a towering building. 3 enormous turrets were aimed in various directions, seemingly poised to unleash devastating attacks. Chapter 66. Target locked. Northeast 20 degrees, height 7.3. Target locked. Following the gunner's command, an invisible wave of energy swiftly enveloped the target. Approximately 20 meters from the square, a group of robots advanced towards the statue at its center, only to suddenly halt. As if bound by invisible chains, unable to move. Target hit. This device is truly effective. Though the interference lasts but a brief moment, 30 seconds should suffice. The gunner turned to a companion, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Let us hope all goes smoothly. That alarm came far too abruptly. Now, let's set our sights on the next target. The crew swiftly adjusted the turrets, preparing for the next battle. Meanwhile, the situation on the streets near the square grew increasingly complex. Unidentified elements surged forth like a tide, engaging in fierce combat with the reinforcements heading to the square. Casualties mounted, unfolding continuously in this area. Though some external forces were obstructed, a relentless stream of enemies continued to pour into the square. Within the square, mysterious openings emerged one after another, inciting waves of chaos. Mo Wuyu and the silver-haired youth stood amidst the fallen robots, facing each other. All around, battles raged between the people and the machines. Mo Wuyu's hands alternated between open and clenched, arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips. Yet the silver-haired youth remained unfazed, as though everything lay within his control. Mo Wuyu inhaled deeply, accelerating his charge toward the silver-haired youth. The arcs of electricity intensified, resembling twin bolts of lightning cleaving through the night sky. Just as he was about to strike, a hand suddenly clamped down on Mo Wuyu's right arm. Startled, he swiftly kicked out with his left foot, aiming directly at the youth's chest. However, a tremendous force emanated from his right arm, pulling him off balance and sending him crashing to the ground. When he looked up, that bewitching visage was mere inches from his own, its golden eyes glinting with cunning. Mo Wuyu, long time no see. You've made some progress, but you remain lacking, the silver-haired youth remarked, amusement lacing his tone. A jolt ran through Mo Wuyu. It was indeed someone he recognized. He strained to recall, yet still could not ascertain the individual's identity. Coldly, he retorted, whether I am weak or not is not for you to judge. Is that so? Then allow me to see just how strong you are now. The silver-haired youth unleashed his power, propelling Mo Wuyu into the air. He himself sprang from the ground, prepared to engage in an aerial duel. The two clashed fiercely, on the other side of the square. The middle-aged man Mo Wuyu had encountered aboard the spaceship was leading a group swiftly toward the statue. His sharp gaze fixated on Mo Wuyu's airborne form, a faint smile gracing his lips. Since you do not desire it, then I shall take it. Ignoring the surrounding robots, the middle-aged man casually inquired of a companion, how much time do we have left, including the forces from other factions? Approximately 1 minute, came the swift reply. Good. Let's proceed. 3 of you handle the statue's protective shield. The rest watch for defensive measures, aiming to resolve this within a minute. Upon issuing his orders, the middle-aged man reached out to touch the statue. Instantly, a faint halo emerged upon its surface, as if revealing some arcane power. Under his command, 3 individuals swiftly exited the defensive line, retrieving components from their packs, assembling them at an astonishing speed into a device resembling a circular gate. After connecting to a computer, 2 of them hoisted the machine toward the statue. A resonant sound erupted from the device, yet they showed no signs of retreat, exerting every ounce of strength to press down. Meanwhile, as the middle-aged man labored to breach the statue's defenses, Old Jir and the others anxiously watched Mo Wuyu in the sky. Concern and helplessness filled their hearts, for they understood that this battle had transcended their control. Mo Wuyu tumbled through the air, striving to adjust his position. When he regained his footing, the silver-haired youth had already closed the distance. The two resumed their fierce exchange, arcs of electricity and brilliant white light intertwining. Creating a breathtaking spectacle, as time progressed, the battle intensified. The clash between Imo Wuyu and the silver-haired youth was no longer merely a contest of strength. It evolved into a collision of will and intellect. They probed, attacked, and defended, each motion imbued with technique and strategy. Yet, just as the duel reached a stalemate, an unforeseen event disrupted the balance. A dazzling beam of light shot forth from the statue, instantly enveloping the entire square. The robots that had previously collapsed seemed to awaken, rising once more to charge at Imo Wuyu and the silver-haired youth. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, wore a triumphant smile that, "Ha ha, we have finally succeeded. The statue's power has awakened. None of you can withstand it." Faced with this sudden turn of events, both Imo Wuyu and the silver-haired youth were compelled to temporarily cease their fight. With grave expressions, they observed the reanimated robots, a sense of crisis swelling within them. "It seems we must temporarily join forces," Imo Wuyu said to the silver-haired youth. The silver-haired youth nodded slightly. "Very well, let us first resolve these troubles." Thus, the two once again stood shoulder to shoulder, confronting the reawakened robots. Their battle escalated anew, arcs of electricity and white light intertwining to form resplendent curtains of illumination. Throughout this fierce confrontation, Imo Wuyu and the silver-haired youth gradually discovered an unspoken synergy between them. They coordinated their efforts, providing mutual support as they valiantly repelled the onslaught of the robots. As time elapsed, they began to gain the upper hand, systematically vanquishing their mechanical foes. However, just as they believed the conflict was nearing its conclusion, a far more formidable adversary emerged. It was a colossal robot, wielding a massive lightsaber that radiated blinding brilliance. Its arrival cast the entire plaza into shadow, signaling the true challenge had finally arrived. "This is the real test," Imo Wuyu remarked to the silver-haired youth. Taking a deep breath, the silver-haired youth replied, "Come, let us see how far we can truly go." And so, they once again stood united against this formidable foe. Their battle intensified, arcs of energy and white light converging to create dazzling displays of brilliance. The outcome of this clash would not only determine their fates, but also the future of the entire plaza. Meanwhile, a group of artisans diligently assembled round mechanical devices. Suddenly, Imo Wuyu was hurled into the air like a kite severed from its string, twisting in midair, his gaze fixed on the silver-haired youth rising below him. The youth's imposing presence struck Imo Wuyu with awe. Such a powerful figure was one he ought to remember. Yet, at that moment, his mind was solely occupied by the glimmering gemstone. He glanced behind the silver-haired youth, where a soft halo of light gently encircled an ancient statue. In an instant, the silver-haired youth flashed forward, his right foot striking toward Imo Wuyu's shoulder with the swiftness of lightning. Imo Wuyu reacted with agility, firmly catching the foot with both hands and using the momentum to descend. As he fell, a mysterious smile graced his lips. Old Kier, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of joy in his eyes as he swiftly grasped his communicator. "Target locked. We must prevent him from approaching the heavenly path." His voice was resolute and powerful. "Rest assured, Old Kier, this minor obstacle shall not deter us," came the confident reply from the other end of the communicator. At the edge of the plaza, a group of individuals was encircled tightly by a dozen robots. The elderly man at the center was once led by Old Kier. He quietly stowed away his communicator and nodded slightly to those beside him. A man grasping a G-class sniper rifle bore a faint smile, clearly understanding the situation. The G-class represented the pinnacle of energy that this fringe area could sustain. Just as Imo Wuyu touched down, and the silver-haired youth remained suspended in the air, 3 brilliant beams of light suddenly shot out from all directions, targeting the silver-haired youth. Unfazed by the sudden assault, the silver-haired youth maintained his composure. Truly embodying a formidable warrior, he merely shielded his head with his arms, slightly bending forward, as the beams struck him like swords. Upon landing, Imo Wuyu quickly scanned the sky and resolutely sprinted toward the statue. At this moment, the circular portal of the statue's machinery had quietly opened, yet it still remained too narrow for passage. Old Kier stood beside Imo Wuyu and murmured, "It will take approximately 10 seconds. You will have about 20 seconds inside. Once the time is up, we must evacuate immediately." Imo Wuyu surveyed his surroundings. The evenly matched battle heightened his anxiety, yet he nodded firmly and said, "When the time comes, if I have not succeeded, you must also evacuate without delay. You understand?" Before Old Kier could respond, A sudden explosive sound reverberated through the air, interrupting his words. Both men instinctively looked skyward, witnessing the silver-haired youth let out a fierce roar. As 3 beams struck him, instead of inflicting harm, the beams seemed to amplify his fury, causing the air to resonate with a cacophony of sound, shaking their very souls. Mpo Wuyu silently lamented. This person's strength is beyond imagination. Originally, he had not hoped to easily defeat his opponent, yet the current spectacle defied all expectations. The statue remained unscathed, showing no signs of damage. Overwhelmed by astonishment, Mpo Wuyu turned his gaze toward the gap in the statue's protective shield, which was now nearly restored. Ignoring the silver-haired youth, he solemnly addressed Old Kier. If he attempts to breach this space, we must forcibly close the gap. We cannot allow him to succeed with that. Mpo Wuyu swiftly darted into the protective barrier, personally reaching out to touch the statue's form. Simultaneously, a middle-aged man and a fully armed individual also traversed the gap, entering this mysterious realm. Chapter 67. The Tempest. The silver-haired youth descended gracefully from the sky. Immediately spotting Mpo Wuyu struggling to climb the statue, he let out a soft huff, and in an instant, transformed into a whirlwind, charging toward the statue. Old Kier, witnessing the silver-haired youth's rapid advance, felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly gestured for others to assist. The bystanders swiftly complied, forcibly pulling the machines away from the protective barrier. The machines emitted urgent alarms, followed by a deafening explosion that obliterated the narrow gap entirely. Mpo Wuyu, midway through his ascent, turned to glance at the explosion below and saw the silver-haired youth barreling toward him like an arrow released from a bow, leaping high into the air. Despite the barrier between them, a sense of unease welled up within Mpo Wuyu, as he had feared. The silver-haired youth's actions confirmed his suspicions. A dazzling light flared from the youth's right hand, aimed directly at the barrier. "Madman! He is utterly insane," gasped the onlookers, sharing a collective sense of disbelief. Old Kier shouted in alarm, turning and sprinting away from the statue. At the same time, the others hastily fled from the statue's vicinity. In that moment, Mpo Wuyu had no time to spare. He could only curl his body tightly, his hands shielding his sides, bracing for the imminent impact. The silver-haired youth finally struck the barrier with a punch, causing it to violently ripple. The barrier was less than a meter away from Mpo Wuyu, a weighty stone pressing down upon his heart. In an instant, the barrier shattered. At that moment of rupture, a powerful shockwave radiated outward from the statue's protective shield, surging like a tide in all directions. The silver-haired youth, as the source of the shockwave, was violently propelled away, yet Mpo Wuyu, as the focal point of the impact, endured the tremendous force, gradually being pushed closer to the statue while bearing an indescribable pressure. At this juncture, frustration bubbled within Mpo Wuyu, nearly provoking an outburst. They had refrained from forcibly breaching the statue's shield precisely because they understood that once the barrier was violently destroyed, it would unleash a shockwave commensurate with its size. Considering the statue's immense stature, Mpo Wuyu had deduced that if the shield were to rupture, the ensuing shockwave would inevitably sweep away all individuals and objects within the plaza. Its intensity enough to instill dread. Should that occur, the hope of acquiring the gemstone would become utterly bleak. Yet, at this moment, the silver-haired youth had completely disrupted all their plans. Mpo Wuyu's earlier evasions were not due to a lack of strength. Perhaps he had not surpassed the silver-haired youth, but he was by no means helpless. Each of his actions had been aimed at avoiding a waste of time. The current situation, though far from ideal, was not entirely dire. The shockwave persisted for approximately 3 seconds before finally subsiding. Mpo Wuyu felt a tingling numbness in his back, yet he was assured that he had sustained no injuries. Nevertheless, a flicker of anxiety lingered in his heart. He pushed himself up with great effort, feeling the remnants of the statue's shattered stones tearing small gashes in his back, revealing glimpses of his tight-fitting combat suit beneath. As he struggled to stand, his bones creaked under the strain, as if protesting the weight they bore. Now, there were no more barriers. Mpo Wuyu's gaze hardened as he focused on the radiant gemstone above. And he sprang up, nimbly leaping higher. Suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing air surged from behind him. Mpo Wuyu swiftly dodged, employing both hands and feet to narrowly evade the oncoming threat. In an instant, the silver-haired youth was mere inches away, closing in with alarming speed. The youth's outer garment had disintegrated under the force of the shockwave, revealing a tight-fitting silver-white combat suit adorned with vibrant red petals that seemed to amplify his fury. His expression was grim, evidently brooding over the indignity of being thrown by the shockwave, his rage directed squarely at Imo-Wuyu. Imo-Wuyu deftly evaded an attack, attempting to seize the gemstone before the silver-haired youth could. Yet, the youth would not easily allow him to succeed. A blinding light radiated from his right hand, akin to a meteor chasing the moon, aimed straight at Imo-Wuyu. Imo-Wuyu silently cursed, this bothersome fellow, but had no choice but to pivot, fists clenched before him. Preparing to leap into the air, however, the silver-haired youth merely flicked his wrist, redirecting his intended strike from Imo-Wuyu to the statue. Leaving a deep indentation in its surface, Imo-Wuyu staggered, falling but quickly stabilizing himself with one hand, landing firmly back on the ground. He looked up to find the silver-haired youth regarding him with a mocking gaze. Yet, a smile crept upon Imo-Wuyu's lips as he caught sight of the middle-aged man stealthily approaching the gemstone, his hands firmly pressing upon the dazzling jewel. Realizing something was amiss, the silver-haired youth attempted to turn. But before he could act, the middle-aged man deftly seized the gemstone from the crown, clutching it tightly in his hands, laughing triumphantly. "Ha ha! It has ultimately fallen into my hands." Imo-Wuyu vividly recalled the haughty demeanor of the middle-aged man. Yet at this moment, the jewel rightfully belonged to him. Though he had not personally acquired it, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. However, when his gaze shifted to the silver-haired youth, he noticed an unmistakable look of terror etched across the latter's face. Despite the tangled emotions intertwined with that fear, Imo-Wuyu was certain he was not mistaken. It was indeed a faint aura of dread. In an instant, he was reminded of the ominous premonition he had harbored regarding the statue. And that unsettling feeling surged back to the forefront of his mind. Just as he was about to call out to the middle-aged man, his eyes widened in astonishment, captivated by a startling scene unfolding before him. Before him, the statue's head extended a hand, grasping the middle-aged man's wrist from afar. As that hand gradually lifted, the middle-aged man was slowly suspended, as if bound by invisible chains, utterly immobilized. His visage turned ghostly pale. Yet his hands clutched the resplendent jewel with unwavering tenacity. What on earth was happening? Old Keel struggled to rise, his body racked with pain from the onslaught of shockwaves. When he finally managed to lift his head, the sight before him rendered him speechless, his tongue faltering as he struggled to articulate even a complete sentence. After this brief disruption, the entangled robots and soldiers finally broke free from their constraints and hastened towards the square. Observing the scene, Old Keel and the others silently lamented their fate. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the soldiers paid no heed to the disoriented individuals at the edge of the square. Instead, the robots, propelled alongside them, staggered to their feet and advanced towards the statue at the center of the square. At this moment, Imo-Wuyu felt utterly lost and rooted to the spot. The converging forces around him were beyond his capacity to confront. The crowd had been pushed to the periphery, suffering grievous losses. However, Imo-Wuyu was equally bewildered to find that neither the robots nor the soldiers showed any intent to attack the people present. Rather, they congregated around the statue, collectively gazing upward. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck Imo-Wuyu, and he quickly raised his head, fixing his gaze upon that arm. The assembly of soldiers was solely for this enigmatic figure. Who was he? Why had he appeared at this moment? Everything seemed so abrupt, leaving Imo-Wuyu with a profound sense of incompleteness and lack of information. The loathsome shackles had finally been cast off. At that moment, a deep and resonant voice reverberated through the air, as if emanating from all directions, shaking the entirety of the square. Cracks began to emerge on the statue's head. This voice was all too familiar to Imo-Wuyu. It was the voice of the son he had heard countless times before. Could it be that the one trapped was indeed a son? Imo-Wuyu was engulfed by a wave of confusion, swiftly followed by a headache, fearing he would once again be ensnared in the turmoil of the son's conflicts. As the fissures gradually spread, the statue became increasingly marred with cracks, from its head to its entire form. Previously, even the silver-haired youth's powerful strike had only left shallow dents upon it, yet now, it was fracturing comprehensively, as if on the brink of collapse. At last, the statue succumbed to the ravaging cracks and crashed down with a thunderous roar. sending clouds of dust billowing into the air, obscuring the sky. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dust as the debris settled. A golden-haired youth stood atop a massive machine, his limbs and body ensnared by countless ropes. Yet at that moment, he seemed to have shed their binding force. When the golden-haired youth revealed his true visage, both Mo Wuyu and the silver-haired youth were taken aback and involuntarily whispered. The silver-haired youth, Wood, softly called out, "Angelia," while Mo Wuyu marveled, "Xios." The golden-haired youth atop the machine suddenly trembled, blue arcs of electricity erupting from his form, shattering the entangling ropes one by one. He raised his head and let out a triumphant roar. Filled with boundless passion, "I, Xios Angelia, have returned." "Angelia," Wood called out coldly, "you have finally returned." Xios quelled his roar and turned to Wood, a flicker of disdain gleaming in his azure eyes as he declared loudly, "Oh? Wood? I didn't expect you to survive this long. Let me guess, you relied on the remnants of your power, didn't you? But I am curious, what price did you pay for it?" Wood's eyes seemed to burn with the flames of fury, nearly consuming Xios. "Angelia, do not revel in my misfortune. If it weren't for you, I would not have had to seek their downfall, but today, I shall reclaim all that belongs to me." Wood's tone was resolute. "Arrogant, conceited, Wood, you remain as reckless as ever, even after 700 years. This is precisely why I was able to inherit this technology, while you could not." A proud expression surfaced on Xios's face as he looked down upon Wood. "You never bested me in the past, and you certainly cannot now. Let me show you the transformation I have undergone over these years. 700 years have left you far behind the times." Wood's words came close to a roar. Chapter 68. Opportunity. He chuckled disdainfully. "Xios, do you truly believe you still have a chance? Even if I do not lift a finger, the soldiers here are more than enough to subdue you. You have lived too long. Your reason has long since eroded, but I shall not let the soldiers intervene. As a former comrade, I will personally bring an end to your glory." A fleeting tenderness flickered in Xios's gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by pride. He waved his right hand decisively, commanding, "Stand down, all of you." At his command, the previously dense crowd swiftly dispersed, and Mo Wuyu once again retreated slowly until he found himself at the center of the square, where he came to a halt, creating an open space. Yet, Mo Wuyu did not leave. His figure grew increasingly distinct in the vacant square, drawing the attention of everyone present, including Xios. Wood's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, though a hint of fear was hard to conceal in his eyes. "The mind device. It seems I have still underestimated you," he murmured. Xios paid no heed to Wood's words. A blue arc of electricity suddenly flickered from his right hand, and before the middle-aged man, who was grasped by an invisible force around his throat, could utter a sound, his eyes dimmed, and he perished abruptly. Xios released his grip, and the middle-aged man's body slumped to the ground, while simultaneously, a radiant gem gracefully floated into Xios's palm. He cast a brief glance at Mo Wuyu before laughing heartily. "Let me test the fruits of your 700 years of arduous cultivation. I hope you do not disappoint me by falling too swiftly." "Hmph," Wood snorted coldly, a pale white light suddenly emanating from him, growing ever more brilliant, resembling a nuclear reactor on the verge of eruption, radiating an intensely turbulent aura that sent shivers down the spine. With a whoosh, Wood surged forth like a lightning bolt, his figure akin to a speeding bullet, charging towards Xios atop the machine. Xios stood there, his expression still imbued with pride, seemingly unperturbed by the impending assault. He gently waved his hands, and Wood's body abruptly halted, the luminous energy dissipating in an instant, as if ensnared by an unseen force. Suspended mere feet from Xios, however, unlike the middle-aged man before him, Wood did not submit without resistance. A peculiar smile crept upon his lips as he softly spoke. "Angelia, has 700 years truly dulled your intellect? Your identity as a Type 3 contact is no longer a secret to me. Did you think this trick would still work on me? Besides, it seems your strength has yet to fully recover." "How disappointing." Xios's eyes flickered with surprise at these words. Just then, the space surrounding Wood began to tremble, a subtle wave catching Xios's attention. He quickly realized that Wood had broken free from his control. Xios looked up at Wood, a grave expression crossing his features. "Type 3 contact, You have truly acquired this ability? Wood hovered in the air, gazing down at Xios with an air of superiority. Indeed? Angelia, your advantages have vanished entirely. You have already lost, Wood's declaration echoed. His combat suit began to transform. The previously unremarkable red petals began to shift, and soon, a brilliant crimson light erupted from within, enveloping his entire being. When Wood turned his head, Mo Wuyu beheld a mask upon his face. A bizarre white metal mask adorned with vivid red droplet patterns. Mo Wuyu instantly recognized Wood's identity, the captain of the Federal Special Forces who had once sought to capture him. He marveled inwardly, realizing why this figure seemed so familiar. It was indeed him. However, Mo Wuyu made no move, simply standing still and observing. Xios regarded Wood with a gentle sigh, as if disappointed by Wood's demeanor. Wood? You remain as arrogant as ever. You ultimately do not require my intervention. Enraged by Xios's words, Wood clenched his right fist, trembling slightly. Yet, he quickly relaxed his grip, smiling faintly. Xios, you need not provoke me. I will not be deceived. Do you remember this combat suit? We were defeated by it back in the day. But now, it belongs to me. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Wood. That is why I say you remain as arrogant as ever. Wood, you still require my assistance to clean up. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than Wood felt a wave of paralysis wash over him, rendering him weak and limp. However, a hand steadied him in the very spot where Wood had stood. A figure suddenly appeared, cradling the incapacitated Wood and gently lowering him beside Xios. The individual in question is indeed the one who assigned tasks to Xios and Wood. Xios merely exchanged a brief glance with the newcomer before nodding slightly. Both understood each other's intentions. Xios turned his gaze towards Mo Wuyu, who still stood in the square, and softly spoke, Mo Wuyu. It has been a long time. Upon hearing this, a wave of complex emotions surged within Mo Wuyu. He never anticipated that a mere span of 6 months could feel as if 7 centuries had elapsed. He looked at Xios and replied, It has indeed been a while. Xios, I did not expect our reunion to occur under such circumstances. Xios gazed at Mo Wuyu with deep affection and said, Mo Wuyu, I presume you have come for that gem as well? However, I cannot relinquish it to you. Although it seems as though only a few years have separated us, in truth, 700 years have passed. We have both undergone significant experiences and forged our own futures. Let us bid farewell here today. If fate allows, we shall meet again, Mo Wuyu. Observing the proud and resolute gaze of Xios,